Wow! Under the bright moonlight, the radiant glow illuminated Mizuki's sinister face. Naruto, stood under the tree as Iruka-sensei pulled out the kunai from his leg, shielding me behind him. He shouted, "Naruto, don't hand the sealing scroll over to Mizuki. It contains forbidden techniques. It's dangerous. Mizuki is using you to get it." Naruto, Iruka-sensei, caught a glimpse of me standing there, dazed, possibly worried I'd been hurt by Mizuki's earlier attacks. While keeping a close eye on Mizuki's every move, he glanced over to assess me. The once energetic me now resembled an old man on the verge of collapse, hunched over and looking at him with dull blue eyes. I stared at Iruka-sensei, and like a middle-aged man resigned to life's misfortunes, I exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Iruka-sensei, did you get a hair transplant?" Iruka-sensei's forehead veins bulged as he pointed at Mizuki, who was glaring down from the treetop, and angrily retorted, "Idiot! Look at that guy. Why are you joking at a time like this? And my hair is thick and lush. I take good care of it every day." Mizuki, uninterested in Iruka-sensei's self-defense, interrupted with a smirk, "Naruto, Iruka just doesn't want you to get the scroll. That's why he's saying all this." "Mizuki, stop spouting nonsense. Let me tell you the truth, Naruto." Seeing that Mizuki was about to reveal the village's biggest forbidden secret, Iruka-sensei roared, "Shut up, you bastard. 12 years ago, the village made a rule that only Naruto Uzumaki must not know." I was utterly confused. The scene before me stirred up distant memories. I muttered, "A rule? Only I wasn't allowed to know?" Mizuki trembled with excitement, then burst into maniacal laughter. "Yes. Why do you think everyone in the village dislikes you, even hates you? It's because you're the Nine-Tails demon fox. The demon fox that killed Iruka's parents and destroyed the village. Now you understand why everyone despises you, and why even Iruka doesn't want you to have the scroll, don't you? Ha ha ha. Everyone kept it from me, that I'm a Nine-Tails demon fox." My eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept this revelation. My face was filled with shock. Isn't this something the whole ninja world already knows? Why does Mizuki think it's some secret rule of the village? Also, when did Iruka-sensei decide to get a hair transplant? Seeing that this earth-shattering secret had shattered my psychological defenses, Mizuki secretly rejoiced. "Now's my chance. Die, Naruto." He then pulled out the giant shuriken from his back and hurled it at me. He figured that as long as he got rid of this annoying brat, the injured Iruka would be no threat, and the sealing scroll would be his. Then, offering it to Lord Orochimaru might run. Naruto, Iruka-sensei, seeing that I wasn't moving to dodge, reacted instinctively, using his body to shield me from the deadly blow. Iruka-sensei coughed up a mouthful of blood and said sorrowfully, "We are the same. No parents, no one to praise us, no one to care. I had no talent and could only rely on pranks to get attention. Even if I excelled, no one truly cared. That kind of pain is unbearable, isn't it? Naruto, if only I'd been more reliable, you wouldn't have these memories." "I'm sorry, Naruto." Iruka-sensei's heartfelt words brought tears to my eyes. A drop of his tear landed on my forehead, reigniting the light in my eyes. As always, Iruka-sensei, Mizuki, who had been putting on a calm front, now had a twisted expression from the thrill of toying with his prey. "How ridiculous! Iruka has always hated you for killing his parents. He's only saying those things to get the scroll from you." Even though I don't fully understand, I interrupted Mizuki's taunts loudly. "I've been through enough of this kind of thing. It doesn't faze me anymore." I crouched down and pressed 2 fingers near the wound on Iruka-sensei's back, using chakra to seal several of his pressure points and stop the bleeding. Though I didn't have to be a Kugin, as the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan, I knew a thing or two about such techniques. "Naruto," Iruka-sensei looked at me, stunned, as if wanting to say something but holding back. "Whatever it is, we'll talk later, sensei. For now, let's deal with this guy first." I used my small hand to lift Iruka-sensei's larger one. A bright blue sphere slowly formed in his palm, filled with the bond between teacher and student. This technique, Iruka-sensei was dumbfounded by the chakra sphere before him. Years ago, The village suffered greatly because of the Nine Tails, or rather, because of me. I fully understand why the villagers fear me. If you make a mistake, you have to own up to it. After all, I'm a student Iruka Sensei is most proud of. The Nine Tails didn't do it on purpose, though. I'm not very bright, and no one acknowledges me. Only Sensei understands my pain, and only Sensei believes I'm not a fox demon, but, blood boiling with passion, I raised my thumb to my chest and declared firmly, Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf. As soon as I finished speaking, I raised Iruka Sensei's hand above my head. The Rasengan emitted a brilliant blue glow, illuminating the surroundings. Sensing danger, Mizuki took a step back and tried to reassure himself with a trembling voice. It's just two losers bluffing. A brat like you. I can take you out in one move. Mizuki, you, who are full of malice. You, who harm your fellow villagers and hurt the Iruka Sensei I admire, are unforgivable. Then I turned to Iruka Sensei and said, Sensei, can you feel it? This is the bond between teacher and student. When I get married, you'll have to attend as my father. Naruto. Iruka Sensei was still processing the father comment when the weight of the Rasengan in his hand caught his attention. So heavy. The chakra feels so warm. Iruka Sensei marveled at how quickly his back wound was healing. He couldn't help but praise the precise control of chakra required to create such a small, yet dynamic sphere. Was this really the same student he once called a failure? Even Naruto's thoughts on matters of the heart seemed to surpass his own. I transferred the Rasengan carrying our bond to my hand, letting it hover there, and charged at Mizuki. Mizuki, let me show you the bond between the so-called demon fox and a supposed failure. Stay away. Seeing me approach rapidly, Mizuki's face paled in terror. He hastily unfastened the remaining cross-shaped shuriken from his back in an attempt to block me. I leapt high into the air, aiming the Rasengan upward. Upon contact with the shuriken, it vanished into smoke. What? A shadow clone? When did he? Before Mizuki could finish his thought, a gust of wind swept past his back. Besides, the Nine Tails is an important comrade. Not someone trash like you can insult, bastard. The zipper of my jacket was blown open by the Rasengan's swirling air currents, and my coat flapped dramatically in the wind. The Rasengan struck Mizuki's back directly. He felt as if an immense mountain had slammed into him. Damn it, how could I be defeated by this demon fox brat? Mizuki screamed in despair as his body spun through the air, carving a deep trench into the ground upon impact. The sheer force of the blow sent him crashing through hundreds of trees, filling the forest with a massive plume of dust and debris. Boom! The whirlwind roared as branches, gravel, and splinters rained down from the sky, startling birds into frantic flight. The trees along the way toppled one after another. When the dust finally settled, Mizuki lay in the rubble at the end of the trench, barely alive. Orochimaru truly lives up to his reputation as one of the legendary Sanin. Mizuki only survived thanks to the cursed seal form. I sensed that Mizuki had activated the cursed seal just to cling to life. In the end, it was my lack of familiarity with my younger body and the constant interference of the Nine Tails chakra leaking through the seal that prevented me from creating a more satisfying Rasengan. And Iruka Sensei could hardly believe his eyes. The first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, shining down on me. In that moment, my silhouette exuded a sense of reliability. My jacket fluttered in the breeze, and the image of the fourth Hokage's back merged with my smaller figure. This kid might really be something. Iruka Sensei wiped the tears from his eyes. Just yesterday, this failure had been painting graffiti on the Hokage rock, and now, after an all-nighter, he had grown into a towering tree. He removed his forehead protector, limped over, and placed it in my hand. Smiling, he said, "Congratulations, Naruto. You've graduated. From now on, you're a full-fledged ninja who can stand on his own." I accepted the forehead protector with emotion. Thank you, Sensei. Although I still didn't quite understand why I'd returned to this point in time, after everything I've experienced, fighting aliens with my best friend, traveling back in time to meet my young father Minato Namikaze, and completing missions with him, go to the moon to rescue my wife, experiencing my son Boruto's reality in another timeline, and cleaning up after him, I quickly adapted to this new setup with my optimistic nature. I'm back from that future. Reborn. Report. Mizuki has been handed over to the medical team for treatment and is temporarily under AMBU custody. Naruto Uzumaki delivered Chunin Iruka to the hospital and then returned to his residence without delay. An AMBU member kneeled on one knee in the Hokage's office, reporting the aftermath. The third Hokage took a deep drag of his pipe, then waved the ANBU away after hearing the report. Unknowingly, Naruto has perfectly inherited the will of fire, the third Hokage said with a smile. Oomph. You're truly senile. Danzo stood up and left the office, casting a disappointed glance at the third Hokage as he departed. Teaching the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, such a dangerous technique like the Rasengan. Hiruzen, your soft heart and indecisiveness make you unfit to be Hokage. The third Hokage touched the crystal ball, which displayed me sleeping soundly with my belly exposed. He smiled contentedly. Then he turned off the image and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Danzo's limping figure leave the Hokage building, lost in thought. Naruto has learned the Rasengan. When did that old man start interacting with him? It seems he hasn't given up on trying to control the Jinchuriki under my watch. How great has your ambition grown, Danzo? I, Naruto, returned to the place I lived in during my younger days, with mixed emotions filling my heart. I'm about to see you soon. You must be living a pretty unhappy life right now, huh? I placed one hand on my stomach. Even though I've always been a bit dense, I deeply understood its importance to me. It's not just a source of power for me as a Jinchuriki. It's a true companion in every sense. As my consciousness gradually blurred, I found myself in the sealed space. The dim corridor was illuminated by an orange-yellow glow, with walls lined with numerous old, rusted pipes. Water dripped from them now and then, creating ripples as it hit the ground. Only then did I notice the entire floor was covered by water that barely reached my feet. Suddenly, my small figure appeared, walking down the dark and narrow corridor. I was pointing at the surroundings from time to time, commenting, man, the living conditions that Kurama had back then were really bad. This environment isn't exactly ideal for a fox to grow in. I'll have to find a better place in the future. Otherwise, it'll be embarrassing if it gets outdone by the other tailed beasts. I heard the Eight Tails already has a luxury flat to live in. I think we're here. I stopped in my tracks. Before me stood a massive steel gate made of crimson bars, with the word seal written on a paper tag stuck to its center. From behind the gate came the sound of a beast's heavy breathing, a signal that it was ready to hunt. It had sensed my presence. Crimson eyes opened within the darkness, and in an instant, a mix of complex emotions seeped out like bubbles through the gaps in the gate. Those emotions surrounded and enveloped me. I calmly accepted those emotions, allowing the bubbles to cover me entirely, with only my clear eyes left visible. These were the emotions Kurama had accumulated over years inside the bodies of three Jinchuriki. Its sadness, anger, helplessness, loneliness, joy, sorrow, desolation, as well as all the negative emotions humans felt toward Jinchuriki. These included feelings from people like Mizuki, my classmates, Danzo, MBU operatives, the Leaf's higher-ups, and ordinary villagers. Humans feared Kurama, were terrified of its power, and yet refused to submit to it. They used other emotions to mask their cowardice. Kurama, in turn, resented humans and found a twisted amusement in watching the Jinchuriki imprisoning its suffer under people's hatred. It gave Kurama a sense of schadenfreude. And now I, a mere brat who had shackled its freedom, was standing here, openly accepting the pain it had endured. Brat! The beast roared furiously. Its sharp claws reached out through the bars, stopping just inches from my forehead, stuck tightly between the steel bars, unable to move further. Kurama kept testing the limits, striking the gate repeatedly with loud clangs. It shouted in helpless rage, Brat! Brat! Come closer! Let me kill you! Yo! Long time no see, Kurama. My hoarse voice made Kurama's massive pupils constrict sharply. Its canine mouth opened, ears perked up, and its hands gripped the bars as it leaned forward. Its eyes reflected my figure, and the killing intent around it grew, so strong it became almost tangible. Brat, where did you hear that name? Kurama snarled. I didn't answer its question. Instead, I raised my right fist in front of its eyes. If you want to know the answer, then let's settle it with a fist fight, Kurama. Kurama stared into my eyes without moving. The entire sealed space fell into a deathly silence. Drip! Drip! The sound of water drops echoed around us, ripples spreading across the water at our feet. This was the gentleness unique to Minato, a punishment severe for the wicked, but a soft embrace for the good. The young half of Kurama, split from its original self, had used this calm water to regain its stability within just a few years. I grinned, and all the negative energy bubbles around me popped and dissipated. I stepped forward with my fist still raised and declared firmly, "Come on, you stupid fox." Kurama's red-furred fist extended from the cage, paused for a moment, and then reached forward. The large fist met my smaller one. Red and blue chakra intertwined, and a fusion of their spiritual energies erupted in that moment. All the countless stories we had experienced, every thought, every image, every word, all of it was conveyed to the other in an instant. Kurama came to understand everything. About me and Kurama. About the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. About the Sage and his mother. About the Sage's sons. About the Sage's family and their relatives. And about me, the seventh Hokage, and everything Kurama and I had gone through. Even Minato and that Kushina woman spied on me for 12 years. Kurama's voice carried disbelief. Well, technically, it was their chakra, I corrected. I actually died? Kurama asked, still processing. Yeah, in that incident, Kurama sacrificed itself to save everyone. As long as you're all okay, Kurama murmured. It looked at the boy before it with a complex expression. It was hard to believe that the sage's prophecy had come true like this. You waited all those years for me to be resurrected? Kurama asked. Scratching my head, I replied, well, I didn't know how long the mode would take. With its chakra exhausted, I figured it could be a really long time before you revived. But I believe that I'd see you again someday, Kurama. Oomph. Kurama stood up, its 9 tails swaying behind it. It let out a cold chuckle. In the end, you cheated. I didn't expect to end up back in the past either, but I'm thrilled to see the healthy Kurama. I said, grinning. TCH. Kurama clicked its tongue. It's just that the future me acknowledged you. I haven't. I raised my voice and declared, I'll work hard to earn the recognition of the Kurama of today. That's my ninja way, databeo. Ugh, annoying brat. Fine, then try your best. Kurama lay down, but its gaze never left my clear eyes. For a while, man and beast stared at each other before laughter echoed through the sealed space. Ha ha ha. Cuckoo. Old man, as expected of the Sage of Six Paths. Kurama, having observed human civilization for thousands of years, found humans to be the most arrogant, greedy, and dark-hearted creatures. They waged wars over the smallest of gains, and the tailed beasts were always reduced to tools due to their immense power. Kurama had always dismissed the sage's prophecy as a mere excuse to placate the tailed beasts, like a parent lying to their children to keep them obedient. But today I, the human who lost my family to it, had proven to it through my actions that I had bridged the gap between humans and tailed beasts. I had discarded humanity's old prejudices against them and united with them to face powerful enemies. Though the final outcome wasn't perfect, this newfound mutual trust wasn't bad. It had imagined countless scenarios for our first meeting, like me saying, lend me some chakra, or, I heard you have loads of chakra, or even, hey, it's time to pay your chakra rent. Yet had never expected my genuine joy. This slightly changed its view of humanity. Through the bond between Jinchuriki and tailed beast, we had crossed the long years and rebuilt the bridge of mutual dependence. Mount Myaboku. Ribbit. The great toad sage has awakened. Ribbit. A toad cheered as Fukasaku and Shima, the 2 toads of the highest status after the great sage, came to pay their respects. The elderly great toad sage widened its eyes. Although it had glimpsed the boy's figure many times in its prophecy dreams, it now spoke with a rare excitement. There's been a slight deviation from the outcome. Fukasaku asked in confusion, Sage, your prophecies have never been wrong before. It's not a mistake. The great sage shook its head and chuckled. The child of prophecy has turned out to be even more remarkable than expected. Ha ha. The great sage's rare joy spread to Fukasaku and Shima, who also smiled. Let little Jiraiya come here. The key can be used sooner than planned. Are you sure you don't want to take another photo? Of course I'm sure, Databeo. Naruto, replied confidently, as the third Hokage held my ninja registration form in his hands. The photo on it clearly looked like I was trying to ride on the fourth Hokage's coattails. In the picture, I was wearing a short, cape-like ceremonial robe, facing away from the camera with a thumbs up. As a ninja, I want to give off a mysterious and powerful vibe. But there's not even a clear shot of your face, the third Hokage sighed, rubbing his forehead. Go and retake the photo. Huh? What? I spent hours coming up with this pose. I pleaded desperately. Go retake it. Come on, Grandpa Hokage, don't be like this. The truth is, I've been through this whole registration thing plenty of times in my past life. This document is just for archiving purposes anyway. Even ordinary villagers can look it up in the library. The photo review process isn't strict at all. In my previous life, when I became Hokage, I never even looked at my own registration form. I stubbornly insisted on keeping my back-facing photo, but the third Hokage wasn't having it. The atmosphere in the room became tense. The chunin in charge of filing the paperwork swallowed nervously. Well then, take this, Grandpa Hokage. I stood up and struck a battle pose. I knew that only by using that long-sealed ultimate forbidden jutsu could I make the third Hokage agree with me. Oh, then let me see how capable Naruto, inheritor of the will of fire, really is. Come on. The third Hokage lowered the brim of his Hokage hat, obscuring his expression. I formed a hand seal and shouted, "Sexy jutsu!" A more alluring version of my female transformation, Naruto, appeared in the room, completely nude. Her curvaceous figure, mesmerizing posture, and smooth, radiant skin, partially obscured by swirling mist, left much to the imagination. I reverted to my original form, only to see that the third Hokage was still sitting with his hat brim lowered, steady as a rock, showing no reaction at all. He had completely shut down. He's dead, isn't he? The third Hokage has passed away. The clerical chunin exclaimed in shock, causing the room to descend into chaos. The commotion even made Konohamaru, who was about to push open the door from the hallway, freeze in place. Grandpa's already been defeated? Once the uproar subsided, the third Hokage wiped his nosebleed and grumbled, "This is no will of fire. How could you use such a vulgar jutsu?" Scratching my head, I chuckled, "Grandpa Hokage is still too strong. I just wanted him to fight quickly, so I had no choice but to use that move." At that moment, Konohamaru burst through the door, holding a shuriken above his head and yelling, "Fight me, Grandpa! The position of Hokage belongs to the capable, and I'll claim both your head and the title of fifth Hokage." Just as he finished his bold proclamation, Konohamaru tripped over his long scarf and fell flat on the floor, groaning in pain. "Damn it! Was this part of your plan, too, Grandpa? As expected of you to set a trap here." I curled my toes awkwardly inside my sandals. I almost forgot about this kid. Who would have thought that the future, shining example of an all-round elite ninja, Konohamaru, the pride of Konoha, was such a mess as a child. I only remembered the reliable Konohamaru of the future, the one who could rival both frogs and monkeys. Konohamaru pointed at me and shouted, "It's you, isn't it? I just saw you almost send Grandpa to the afterlife with one move." At this moment, a ninja wearing black sunglasses and dressed in black appeared at the doorway. He bowed apologetically to the third Hokage and said, "Lord Hokage, it's young master." Nine-Tails brat. Mid-sentence, Ebisu noticed me and froze, startled. Adjusting his sunglasses, his eyes betrayed undisguised disdain. I didn't seem to notice Ebisu's hostility. Instead, I smiled and nodded at him. The third Hokage noticed this interaction and sighed inwardly. The lingering effects of the Nine-Tails attack had even spread to the educational circle. Because of Danzo and the council, there wasn't much he could do about it. After the Mizuki incident, Naruto has truly grown, hasn't he? Konohamaru, you're just a kid. You don't understand how terrifying that jutsu is. The third Hokage, whose elderly body had just relived its youth, wiped his nose with a handkerchief as he explained. Konohamaru scoffed. Is that spiky-haired shorty's jutsu really that powerful? His words hit me out of nowhere, and a black cross mark appeared on my forehead as I clenched my fists. This brat. Ebisu stepped forward to pull Konohamaru away. Young master, you mustn't associate with this guy. But nothing good comes from being around someone like him. As an excellent teacher, I know what I'm talking about. But Ebisu began boasting about himself. Young master, you want to be the 5th Hokage, right? If you study under me, becoming Hokage will be a piece of cake. Learning ninja techniques from me is the fastest way to achieve that dream. Where did he go? The 3rd Hokage coughed lightly. It seems he's following Naruto now. Young master, Ebisu exclaimed in shock and hurried after him. On the street, Konohamaru clumsily tailed me, using his rudimentary hiding technique. As I walked, I suddenly stopped and said loudly, if you want to earn others' recognition, it doesn't happen after you become Hokage. It's only when everyone acknowledges you that you're qualified to become Hokage. Is that so? Konohamaru pulled off his disguise. That's right. The path to becoming Hokage isn't easy. There are no shortcuts. Only the best ninja, acknowledged by everyone in the village, deserves the title of Hokage. I straightened my forehead protector and continued. Back then, I went through so much just to gain the recognition of one person. It was no easy task. Konohamaru felt that this path seemed incredibly difficult, and his young heart wavered. My goal is also to become Hokage. Tomorrow, I'll officially become a ninja before you do. One day, I'll face you in battle for the title of Hokage. Just wait for me, Konohamaru. I pointed my thumb at my chest and declared, remember this. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I'll become Hokage one day. My words inspired Konohamaru, solidifying his determination to walk the challenging path ahead. I won't give up the title of Hokage. I acknowledge you. Until I become strong enough, you're my big brother. Big brother. The glasses teacher is coming to catch me for a lecture. Konohamaru hid behind me. Darn you, Naruto! Ebisu approached us step by step, his sunglasses reflecting a cold glint. He muttered under his breath, I'm an outstanding teacher who's trained several Hokage candidates. I must get rid of this pest clinging to my student. Stupid fox. Konohamaru trembled with fear. Big brother Naruto. Sighing, I told Konohamaru to step back. Ebisu-sensei was indeed an elite teacher. Even Kakashi-sensei had praised him. His strength wasn't to be underestimated. I didn't want to hurt him, especially since he'd once generously contributed to my wedding fund. Well then, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Thousands of clones of me appeared in the empty alleyway, all standing at the ready. Konohamaru's eyes widened. They're all solid clones. This is incredible. The sheer amount of chakra startled even Ebisu, though he quickly regained his composure and sneered as he stepped into the circle of clones, ready to fight. I'm not some useless teacher like Mizuki. You may have numbers, but pests are still pests, no matter how many there are. Watch closely, Konohamaru. This is the first jutsu Big Brother will teach you, the strongest secret technique I perfected over the years. Harem Jutsu. 3D IMAX. Lord Ebisu, Duong Duong. Ebisu's nosebleed was so intense it launched him like a rocket, adding a streak of light to Konoha's sunset. He too gave up on thinking. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, turned off the image in his crystal ball, lowered the brim of his hat, and smiled. It's that silly jutsu again. That kind of silly jutsu doesn't work on me anymore. With that, he peacefully lay down, startling the ANBU guards. The 3rd Hokage has passed away, and he's smiling contentedly. I, Naruto, slumped over the desk, feeling completely drained. After spending all of yesterday teaching Konohamaru that secret technique, even with my sage-level mental stamina, I hadn't fully recovered by today. Honestly, even when I was Hokage, using loads of shadow clones to help rebuild Konoha wasn't as exhausting as explaining that part of human reproduction to a young would-be elite ninja. What are you doing here, anyway? Today's orientation is only for graduates, isn't it? Shikamaru walked over, spotting the forehead protector tied around my head, and asked curiously, Don't tell me you got in through Iruka's back door? I wave him off casually, a habit when dealing with my strategic brain. It's a long story. Oh, morning, Hinata. I spotted Hinata sitting in the corner of the room, and immediately greeted her. Hinata was so adorable as a kid. She really was like a little sunflower. Gee, good morning, Naruto-kun. It's great that you graduated, Hinata stammered nervously, her face turning as red as a ripe apple as she buried her head even lower. Hanabi was right. Just a little change, and a boy would notice you. Sure enough, Naruto-kun noticed me today after I put on the forehead protector. Knowing how shy my future wife was, I smirked and teased. Hinata, you're so cute, hee. And Naruto-kun is really handsome, too. Hinata's face practically steamed like a kettle. Shikamaru glanced at the two of us, immediately seeing through our thoughts. With a knowing look, he tactfully walked away, while Akamaru barked from Kiba's side. Troublesome. The classroom suddenly became lively. It turned out that the top student, Uchiha Sasuke, had arrived. Sasuke is so cool. Wow, I really hope I'm in the same team as Sasuke. The girls scrambled to sit in the seats next to Sasuke. I watched as Sasuke walked past me and couldn't help but marvel at my lifelong friend. This guy was so popular in the academy as a kid, just like me. He's good looking, just like me. He always topped the rankings for ninja techniques, just like me. Except he's cold, arrogant, and has a sharp tongue. Totally unlike me. Carefully avoiding the war between the girls over the seats near Sasuke, I made sure not to recreate that famous scene of chaos. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but glance at Hinata again. She blushed furiously and hid behind her desk, sneaking peeks at me. Iruka finally stepped in to calm the excited girls and stood at the podium. Starting today, you're all officially ninja capable of standing on your own. But you're just rookie genin. The real hardships are only beginning. As Iruka began his lecture, I dozed off on my desk. Hey, kid, resting your mind here doesn't count as actual rest, Kurama grumbled, clearly annoyed by how comfortable I'd gotten with him. Ever since that day, I'd been visiting the sealed space to bother him whenever I felt like it. Leaning against the iron gate with my eyes closed, I murmured softly, I feel safe around you, Kurama. I finally got to see you again. I don't want you to disappear quietly on me. At the very least, I'll always be here by your side. Kurama didn't respond, simply lying down against the gate. Before long, the sealed space was filled with the sound of my steady breathing. One annoying brat. Why isn't our sensei here yet? Sakura grumbled, frustrated by the empty classroom. For some reason, the Team 7 instructor hadn't shown up. All the other teachers had already left for the day, but ours was still a no-show. Sasuke rested his chin on his hands, eyes closed, trying to look cool, though he was just as annoyed inside. Damn it, I can't waste time like this. I need to defeat him. Neither of them noticed the small hole in the classroom's wall clock, through which someone with dead fish eyes was secretly observing us. And Naruto, how long are you planning to sleep? Sakura raised her fist, ready to clobber me. I groggily blocked her punch with one hand and twisted, accidentally grabbing her fist. What? Sasuke couldn't stay seated anymore and shot up from his desk. Oh, it's just Sakura, I said, rubbing my eyes. This dead last. Was that just a coincidence? Sasuke shook his head and quietly sat back down. Realizing what had happened, Sakura's face turned red with anger, veins bulging on her forehead like a Byakugan user. Let go of my hand, she yelled. I quickly released her. You grabbed my hand on purpose, didn't you? I didn't mean to. I thought someone was attacking me. Who would attack you in the school? Weren't you the one who started it? Sakura? Idiot Naruto. Sakura huffed and stomped back to her seat. Is the teacher still not here? I asked casually, glancing at the wall clock. The dead fish eyes hidden behind the clock suddenly shifted. The observer felt the air around him change, as though even the flow of the wind had quickened. Oh, did he notice me? What sharp intuition, just like Kushina. Moments later, he poked his head out from the recess behind the clock. Not bad, sensei. I'm starting to look forward to this. Kakashi pushed open the classroom door with anticipation, only to have a chalkboard eraser fall on him. Hey, isn't this our Jonin instructor? How could he fall for something so lame? I started throwing shade immediately. Well done, Naruto, Sakura cheered internally. Sasuke looked utterly shocked, his eyes wide. Seriously? This is a Jonin? Falling for such a low-level prank. He's pretty average, sensei. Dead fish-eyed Kakashi didn't bother to connect with us fresh academy graduates. Instead, he coldly said, First off, my first impression of you all. I hate you. I burst out laughing. It had been so long since I'd seen Kakashi-sensei caught off guard like this. I couldn't resist recreating the prank I'd used on him in the past. Ignoring his earlier warning, I said, "Don't be like that, sensei. This trap was a team effort. We just wanted to see if a strong jonin like you would fall for it. A crude prank, but still teamwork, huh?" Kakashi didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he led us to the rooftop. After a round of self-introductions, he used our names to subtly gather information about us, gaining a simple understanding of his new team. Uzumaki Naruto likes Ichiraka ramen, especially eating it with people who acknowledge him. Interests include training. Dream, becoming Hokage who surpasses the sage of 6 paths. Haruno Sakura likes Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Dream, killing his brother. Kakashi muttered to himself, his dead fish eyes looking even duller. Completely incapable of teamwork. The third really gave me a tough one this time. Well, anyway, tomorrow we'll have a survival exercise. If you fail my second test, you'll all go back to the academy for retraining. He formed a hand seal and added, "Meet me at 5 in the morning by the memorial stone in the forest. Don't eat breakfast." With a puff of smoke, Kakashi disappeared, leaving behind a faint echo of his voice. "You'll throw up if you do." Naruto finished saying, "Well then, since that's the case, I have some training to do later. Sasuke, Sakura, see you tomorrow." Then with a poof, I vanished into a cloud of smoke. What? Another shadow clone? Sasuke's expression shifted, realizing he hadn't noticed the entire time that I wasn't the real body. When did he switch? Damn it, that Naruto! A sudden sense of urgency replaced the small satisfaction he'd felt at securing the top spot among the new graduates. That guy, just days ago, he couldn't even properly perform the clone jutsu, and now he can use shadow clones so proficiently. Meanwhile, Sakura thought I was being considerate, giving her the opportunity to spend time alone with Sasuke. In her mind, her inner self cheered with a fist pump. Nice job, Naruto. Outwardly, though, she blushed and hesitated, shyly saying, "Sasuke, how about we have lunch together later? We could get to know each other better, since we'll be working as a team in the future." Sasuke flatly rejected Sakura's suggestion and even lectured her. "You should spend that time training. Look at Naruto. He's already showing that kind of determination. My time is precious. To restore the Uchiha clan, I have to constantly get stronger. Next time, Sakura." With that, Sasuke leaped off the rooftop, his expression serious as he headed in the direction of my house. I need to see what's up with that dead last. On the rooftop, Sakura was left standing there, thinking about Sasuke's words. To restore the Uchiha clan. I can help with that too. Inside the sealed space. Without the key, this is my limit. I looked at the faint traces of golden chakra that had appeared around me and clenched my teeth in frustration. The chakra that had seeped out from a nine-tailed seal over the years wasn't anywhere near enough to compare to the full-body golden mode. With this limited strength, I could only selectively cover parts of my body, leaving little room to truly utilize it in future battles. The Akatsuki clan, relying on their divine techniques, didn't care much about traditional ninjutsu. Their use of taijutsu techniques far surpassed anything in the ninja world. Back then, I only managed to beat Momoshiki because he relied solely on taijutsu and lost to me and Sasuke. But Ishiki's taijutsu was even stronger than Momoshiki's. That's why Sasuke lost. I lost too. It was only by burning through all of Kurama's chakra and entering the Baryon mode that I managed to keep up with him. Kurama, sensing my anxiety, knew I was feeling the pressure. Lying on the water's surface, swishing his tails, he said, "No need to rush. Just knowing your opponent's intel ahead of time is already a good start. Besides, the chakra that seeped out of this iron gate is nothing more than insignificant dust. Take your time. I have to get stronger quickly. At the very least, I need to be at a better state by the time Urashiki arrives." I dispersed the semi-golden mode and scratched Kurama's vibrant fur through the gaps in the iron gate, saying, "Hang in there a bit longer, Kurama. I'll get you a better place to grow soon. Databeo. No more lying to me in the future." "Annoying brat," Kurama muttered, closing his eyes. However, when he felt the sensation of my scratching on his chin, he instinctively opened his paw, his tail straightened, and his fur puffed up in enjoyment. When my consciousness returned to my body, It was already nearing evening. Like always, I found Iruka and had him treat me to a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. At the Uchiha clan training grounds, kunai and shuriken were scattered everywhere, and the wooden training dummies were riddled with weapons. Damn it! Damn it! What's this about training later? Sasuke threw another shuriken in frustration. That guy slept the whole afternoon. So boring. He was both embarrassed and angry, venting his frustration by throwing more shuriken, gaining a lot of experience points, but leaving his eyes faintly red. The next day, Team 7 waited all morning, but Kakashi didn't show up until nearly noon. Sorry I'm late, everyone. On my way here, I came across an old lady who had fallen, so Kakashi began explaining with one of his lame excuses. In truth, every morning, Kakashi visited the graves of his former teammates to pay his respects and reminisce about the past. Even after all these years, he hadn't fully moved on from losing his dear friend Obito Uchiha or the pain of having to take Rin's life with his own hands. But what he didn't know was that Obito had been secretly watching him, watching the man who had spent half his life tending to his grave. Liar. Kakashi-sensei is such a liar. Clever Sakura, who had read plenty of angsty teen romance novels, wasn't fooled for a second and immediately called out the bachelor ninja's excuse. Kakashi pulled out 2 bells and said, "By noon, anyone who manages to take a bell from me passes. Those who don't," he set an alarm clock on a wooden post and placed 2 bento boxes beside it. 2? But there are 3 of us. Sakura immediately spotted the issue and asked, "Did anyone tell you all that you'd all pass?" Kakashi replied casually, "Those who don't get a bell will fail, go back to the academy for retraining, and get tied to the post to watch the others eat lunch." Sasuke, annoyed, said, "So that's why you told us not to eat breakfast?" Kakashi shrugged. "Let's begin. You can use ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, attack from any angle you like." As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke and Sakura spread out, hiding in what they thought were concealed spots. Meanwhile, I vanished into a cloud of smoke right in front of Kakashi. "Oh, starting with a clone, huh?" Kakashi muttered, slightly surprised. Just then, a rustling sound came from a nearby bush. Glancing at it out of the corner of his eye, Kakashi casually took out his Ika Paradise book and began reading, thinking, absorbing the memories from shadow clones. He's still a kid after all, giving away his hiding spots so easily. A figure emerged from the bushes. It was me. The idiot. Whatever. I'll use this chance to see what he's capable of, Sasuke thought seriously, observing from his hiding spot. Inner Sakura growled fiercely, "Go, Naruto! Gather intel for Sasuke." I charged at Kakashi from behind with my fists raised. My right hand swung toward his face, but he casually blocked it with a raised arm. I immediately followed up by slapping his arm aside with my left hand and threw another punch at his face. Kakashi tilted his head to dodge and deflected my incoming left hand. I suddenly delivered a roundhouse kick aimed at his chest, which he caught by the ankle. However, the kick was a feint. I used the leverage to launch a stronger knee strike at his head with my other leg. In just a few seconds, we exchanged several rounds of taijutsu. Even with one hand holding Ika Paradise, Kakashi found himself retreating a significant distance to dodge my knee strike. Realizing I wasn't to be underestimated, Kakashi put his book away and said, "I don't know where you learned taijutsu, but you're still far from being able to hurt me." I smirked. The taijutsu was a technique I had picked up during the fight with Momoshiki. Grab the arm, aim for the head, and if you miss the head, go for the chest. Sharp and swift taijutsu became more crucial than ninjutsu in battles against the Otsutsuki clan. Over the past few days, I'd used plenty of shadow clones to familiarize myself with this younger body. My muscle memory was starting to kick in. I was only going to get stronger. "Well then, Kakashi-sensei, how will you deal with my next attack?" I said, getting back into my stance. "You're still just a fresh genin." Kakashi formed a hand seal. Earth style, headhunter jutsu. A hand shot out from the ground beneath me, pulling me down into the earth until only my head was visible above the surface. As expected of Kakashi-sensei, using a jutsu with no visible traces, I praised. "Thanks for the compliment." "Wait, what?" Kakashi realized too late. The only thing left in the ground was a small crater, and the me he had been fighting dissolved into a puff of smoke. Understanding that the taijutsu exchange had been with a mere shadow clone, Kakashi froze for a moment, muttering in disbelief. What's with this kid? Naruto, suddenly felt the sound of cutting air behind me. Kakashi, like a nimble monkey, flipped backward and rolled to the side, successfully dodging a few shuriken. The shuriken collided at his original position, and one even ricocheted toward where he had just landed. Without missing a beat, Kakashi leapt several times in succession, effortlessly escaping the danger zone. Oh ho, seeing someone else show off. It looks like the Uchiha prodigy couldn't sit still, huh? Kakashi started throwing out some trash talk, mocking. Damn it! Sasuke, hearing this, charged at Kakashi, closing the distance. His Uchiha-style taijutsu was undoubtedly outstanding among the graduates of our year, but compared to my seasoned taijutsu, it was still far behind, nowhere near enough to push Kakashi out of the fight. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke quickly performed the hand seals, bringing one hand to his mouth and inhaling deeply. A torrent of blazing flames erupted from his mouth. Within the raging fire, the screaming Kakashi turned out to be nothing more than a wooden log. A kid this young can already perform such a jutsu. Kakashi, now perched on a tree branch after substituting himself with the log, muttered while observing Sasuke, who was now quickly retreating to find cover. The Uchiha kid is pretty impressive, but what's even more surprising is, before he could finish, the tree beneath him suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke, revealing my grinning face. That tree wasn't there initially, was it? As Kakashi fell in freefall, he pushed his headband up, revealing his Sharingan. Using its incredible dynamic vision, he dodged my flying kick aimed at him in midair. From his hiding spot, Sasuke froze in shock upon seeing Kakashi's Sharingan. His body stiffened as he trembled, muttering, "Someone outside the Uchiha clan has the Sharingan? I really don't get it. With skills like yours, how did people ever call you a dead last? Is the competition in the Ninja Academy that intense now?" My attack missed, and I scratched my head with a sheepish smile, saying, Kakashi-sensei, you're sharp. You caught me right away. Well then, round 2 begins now, Kakashi-sensei. I clapped my hands together, focusing my chakra. Let's see what jutsu you'll use. Kakashi, with his Sharingan, began copying my hand movements and chakra flow, muttering to himself, "What's this? The chakra trajectory is... What the..." I slammed my hands onto the ground and shouted, "Earth-style, mud wall! Earth-style, mud wall!" Both Kakashi and I were now surrounded by rising earth walls, some of which even had dog faces carved into them. You can use jutsu without forming seals? Just clap your hands and it works? Kakashi mimicked my action, experiencing firsthand the joy of summoning a jutsu with a simple clap. I'm not very good at this kind of jutsu. It took me ages to learn, I admitted, a bit embarrassed. During Boruto's school years, I'd learned a few smaller support techniques, but never mastered them. Kakashi's precision, carving dog faces into the walls, was something I could never achieve. Well then, sensei, the terrain is set. This is our battle arena now. I took off running, and 2 shadow clones appeared behind me. Together, we used one of Boruto's signature moves, wind-style, gale palm. The air current generated by the clone's jutsu propelled me straight toward Kakashi. Clenching my fist tightly, I slammed it against Kakashi's crossed arms. That's a heavy punch, but now you've got no chance to dodge. Kakashi grabbed my body and flung me into the air. Forming the tiger seal with his hands, he yelled, "Leaf Village Taijutsu Secret Technique. 1,000 years of death." The airborne me took the full brunt of the attack and dissipated into smoke. Meanwhile, the 2 remaining clones off to the side clutched their butts in pain, collapsing to the ground. From a distance, Sasuke, who had been observing the battle, was left speechless. So strong. Naruto, this guy. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke couldn't believe it. He'd always considered himself better than his peers, but somehow I had improved so much without him noticing. "Sasuke, over here," I whispered, waving to him from not far away. Sasuke walked over and found Sakura already there. Holding my butt in pain, I said to the 2 of them, "There's no way I can take the bells alone. We got to work together as a team. Let's come up with a plan before Kakashi-sensei finishes off my clones." The sound of shadow clones dispersing came repeatedly from inside the mud wall. Sasuke gritted his teeth, but eventually nodded, saying, "All right." Sakura looked at Sasuke, then at me, and nodded seriously as well. The last shadow clone was thrown out, breaking the mud wall in the process. Kakashi emerged, panting, pulling his headband back down over his Sharingan as he wearily said, "You're quite the surprising kid." He was clearly annoyed by my relentless use of shadow clones and absurdly large chakra reserves. Fighting someone like me was his worst nightmare. If he kept using a Sharingan, he'd burn out too quickly. Kakashi began to suspect that my real goal with the mud wall wasn't just to create terrain, but also to drain his already thinning chakra reserves. Well then, what's the Uchiha prodigy planning to do? Kakashi asked, looking at Sasuke, who stood out in the open without trying to hide. Sasuke didn't reply. Instead, he threw a massive Fuma shuriken straight at Kakashi. Kakashi tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the projectile. But then, his eyes narrowed as he noticed another Fuma shuriken hidden in the shadow of the first. The first shuriken was a feint, and the real attack was hidden in its shadow. That shadow, shuriken jutsu, was executed beautifully. Kakashi silently praised Sasuke as he leaped high into the air, avoiding the second Fuma shuriken. Without a teammate to follow up, this move has a glaring weakness. You underestimated a Jonin. After all, poof! What? Kakashi looked down, only to see the second Fuma shuriken transform into me. I was pointing a kunai at his lower half. I cackled loudly. Keek. You're midair and can't change direction now. If this lands, Kakashi-sensei, you'll be spending the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Damn it! Kakashi, unable to find a point to maneuver midair, twisted his body into an awkward arc, narrowly avoiding the kunai. It grazed his cheek, carried by the wind. As he descended, he smirked and said, "Too bad. Such a brilliant strategy." Poof! What? Again? Kakashi looked up to see the kunai transform into Sakura. She was directly above him, raising her fist as she shouted, "Take this. I'm running out of chakra. If I keep this up, it'll only get worse." Kakashi thought bitterly as he took Sakura's punch full force. Not the most elegant attack. Sakura's massive punch landed squarely on Kakashi's silver-haired head, forcing him to lean forward. Sasuke and I seized a moment, charging in from two directions, each reaching for the bells tied to Kakashi's waist. But this teamwork is perfect. Team 7. Kakashi collapsed to the ground with a smile, unconscious. The three of us gathered around his fallen body, whispering to each other. Wasn't that a bit too much? Sakura, you hit him way too hard. And you want to talk Naruto? I'm about to admit, Sakura's punch was pretty impressive. Even you, Sasuke. So what do we do now? Obviously, we eat lunch. Sakura hesitated. But there are only 2 bento boxes. I interrupted her, wagging my finger. Come on, it's just 2 bento boxes. When we're on missions in the future, we might have to share a single mouse between the 3 of us. EW, Naruto, you're so gross. Sakura said, disgusted. But Sasuke nodded in agreement. He's right. Sharing the bento now is better training for surviving missions later. When Kakashi finally came to, he overheard the 3 of us discussing teamwork. He couldn't have been happier. You 2 take the bells, Sasuke and Sakura, I said. Sasuke, as cool as ever, replied, "You did the most work. I'll go back to the academy. I can graduate again in no time." "No way. I should be the one to go." "You 2 were way better than me this time," Sakura said, tearing up. "You're already strong, Sakura. Don't forget, you just knocked out a Jonin with 1 punch." "Idiot Naruto." Kakashi's lips curled into a smile. He was about to give us a lecture on teamwork when he realized his hands and feet were tied to a tree stump. Next to him was the aftermath of our shared bento meal, leaving him speechless. I explained the 2 bells in this survival exercise were meant to divide us and make us act individually. It's impossible to defeat a Jonin like Kakashi-sensei one-on-one. Without you 2, there's no way this would have worked. Sasuke thought to himself, is this what teamwork really means? Just graduated genin like us managed to defeat a powerful Jonin. No wonder the village set up such a seemingly unreasonable survival exercise. Exactly, Kakashi shouted, drawing our attention. Missions are usually carried out in teams. While individual skill is important for a ninja, Acting alone, without teamwork, can endanger your comrades, and even lead to catastrophic consequences for your team and the village. Anyone who breaks the rules of the ninja world is called scum. But those who don't value their comrades are worse than scum. Kakashi looked up at the sky. Though he didn't share his story, the pained smile beneath his mask spoke volumes. Well, all of you pass. Kakashi, still tied up, managed to give us a thumbs up. Let me tell you, that day at the mission hall, this middle-aged lady, easily weighing over 500 pounds, was hugging a cat named Little Tiger and rubbing it like crazy. After paying her mission fee, she walked away with a face full of doting affection. Meanwhile, I rubbed my smooth cheek, which was still faintly aching from all the scratches, feeling like even my soul was protesting. That cat is definitely going to run away again, I muttered. Sasuke and Sakura immediately agreed, saying in unison, no doubt about it. While Kakashi was handing out our payment, he suddenly asked, so, how's the tree climbing practice coming along? I rubbed my finger under my nose confidently and said, that? I mastered it ages ago, Databeo. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged a glance, smirking as they gave Kakashi a thumbs up. All right, then we can move on to the next stage of training. Sasuke, are you getting pretty good at using those eyes of yours too? Sasuke didn't respond to Kakashi, but the smirk on his lips betrayed him. Kakashi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. During this time, other teams were either picking up or turning in missions. Whenever they saw Team 7, they avoided us like the plague. Some even whispered behind our backs. Look, it's Team 7, the ones who cornered their Jonin instructor on the first day. I heard the Uchiha kid tied their sensei to a tree and ate lunch right next to him. Isn't that the demon fox brat? They say he only graduated after sending his proctor to the hospital. No way. Are the new graduates really that wild? Forcing a Jonin into submission sounds insane. Don't underestimate them. That Uchiha Sasuke is the top student of their year, and from the Uchiha clan at that. He can control people, you know? Maybe their Jonin has some peculiar preferences? Could be. What if he's their puppet now? I also heard that spiky-haired shorty is his lackey, and the pink-haired one is his girlfriend. One bystander even raised their pinky finger suggestively. Standing in line for our next mission, I could feel my toes curling inside my sandals from secondhand embarrassment. I didn't mind the rumors, but Sakura's face turned beet red, and Sasuke's expression became downright stormy. As for Kakashi, the so-called puppet, he looked utterly exasperated. The story of how we defeated him had spread like wildfire among the Jonin, becoming the talk of the village. I patted Sasuke on the shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry, Sasuke. Personally, I think the rumors make you sound super cool. Sasuke retorted. What's cool about being called the head of some delinquent gang? If that man finds out, thinking about it, Sasuke's toes also started curling. From the corner of the room, a man in a straw hat took a long swig of sake. Under the awkward gazes of everyone around us, our turn finally came. Puppet, Kakashi stepped forward to speak with the third Hokage. The third Hokage nodded to Kakashi and said, your next mission is a C-rank task, escorting someone to the land of waves and ensuring their safety during the construction of a bridge. Iruka, who was on clerical duty that day, couldn't help but interject, Lord Hokage, isn't it a bit too soon to assign Naruto's team a C-rank mission? They just graduated. Before the third could reply, I grinned and said, Iruka-sensei, if I'm scared of a C-rank mission, how can I ever become Hokage and protect everyone in the future? To help a child grow, you have to let them step outside their shelter. Iruka, the third Hokage, said, taking a deep puff of his pipe and smiling. My words about protecting everyone seemed to strike a chord with him. He looked absolutely delighted. Seeing that Iruka still wanted to say something, I added, Sensei, you've got to trust in my strength, Databeo. Iruka sighed helplessly. You're impossible. The third Hokage called out to the hall. Tsunade-sen, you may come in now. What the? Why are they all just a bunch of little brats? The old man, carrying a bamboo basket and holding a bottle of sake, stumbled through the door. He was about to say something tough to intimidate us, but when he got a good look, his breath caught, and he sobered up halfway. Lord Hokage, could you assign me to a different team? Tsunade looked troubled. He'd already overheard the rumors about Team 7 while waiting outside, and clearly had no faith in us. Sasuke glanced at Tsunade out of the corner of his eye. To everyone's surprise, Tazuna immediately pointed at Sasuke and shouted, "Lord Hokage, look! This gang leader ninja is going to harm me. Arrest him." Veins bulged on Sasuke's forehead as he growled angrily. "You old geezer, I'll kill you." I quickly stepped in to mediate. "Come on, Sasuke, let it go. The old guy's just being honest." "Naruto, are you asking to get on my hit list too?" After some time working together, we'd all become familiar with each other's personalities. My knack for breaking the tension sometimes even left the usually aloof Kakashi at a loss. Guess that's what it means to be Kushina Uzumaki's son. In the end, we packed our gear and left the Hidden Leaf Village after getting clearance from the gate guards. I walked up to the distracted Tazuna and tried to shift his focus by asking, "So, useless, booze-loving old man, what's the land of waves like?" "Just call me old man and drop the useless part," Tazuna grumbled. Still, when asked about his homeland, a smile appeared on his face, and a hint of anticipation lit up his eyes. The land of waves. It's a poor country, but the people always hold on to hope, dreaming of better days and working hard for them. But ever since that rich man Kato came along, Kakashi, sensing something off, immediately interrupted. "Hold on a second. Tazuna-san, are you talking about that Kato? Kato from Kato Enterprises? He's said to be one of the richest men in the world." Tazuna nodded. "That's right. On the surface, he's just a shipping magnate, but behind the scenes, he hires ninjas and thugs to do all sorts of shady business. A year ago, he came to the land of waves and used violence and money to monopolize maritime transport. Since we're an island nation, it's like he's got us by the throat. We're completely at his mercy." As Tazuna was explaining, I suddenly noticed a puddle on the side of the road ahead. Sakura stopped and turned back to ask, "What's wrong, Naruto?" Nothing," I said, shaking my head as I slowly walked toward the puddle. Kakashi immediately sensed something was off. A glimmer of sharpness flashed through his half-lidded, dead fish eyes. It reminded him of the time, during team assignments, when I somehow detected his hiding spot. Slowing his pace to match mine, Kakashi said softly, "If Kato is involved, then—" Splash! Two oddly dressed ninjas suddenly emerged from the puddle. "What?" The two mist ninjas, connected by a chain, quickly ensnared both Kakashi and me, tearing us apart into chunks that fell to the ground. "Two down," one of the mist ninjas said coldly, his face full of killing intent as he turned toward Sasuke. "You're next!" Sakura screamed in terror. Sasuke flipped out of the way of the chain and used a shuriken to pin it to a tree, forcing the two ninjas into close combat. Sakura, snapping out of her panic, grabbed a kunai and stood protectively in front of Tazuna. One of the ninjas bypassed Sasuke and charged at Sakura, but I dropped down from above, landing squarely on his back. Seated mount-crushing technique. No matter how much the mist ninja struggled, he couldn't shake me off. "Yo, Sakura!" Sakura exclaimed in relief. "Naruto, I'm so glad you're alive." So, as I was saying, if Kato's involved, he'll definitely resort to extreme measures, like hiring ninjas to assassinate Tazuna-sen. Kakashi's voice came from behind the other mist ninja as he knocked him out cleanly. Seeing that we were all safe and the enemies had been subdued, Sakura let out a sigh of relief. Sasuke, however, was annoyed. "I thought you were dead. I wasn't stingy with my praise. You were amazing just now, Sasuke." The two mist ninjas were tied to a tree. Kakashi, looking at Tazuna with an uncharacteristically serious expression, said, "These two are Chunin from the Hidden Mist. A mission involving enemy ninjas like this is at least B rank. This isn't." He trailed off, realizing that with our team's setup, we might actually be capable of handling it. I patted Tazuna on the back and said, "All right, useless, booze-loving old man, tell us the truth." "Thanks, but drop the rest of that description," Tazuna replied with a wry smile. He sighed before speaking again. "I'm building that bridge to connect the land of waves to the outside world. With trade, our country can prosper. That bridge is a symbol of courage, meant to give the downtrodden the strength to face reality again. If the bridge is completed, the town will thrive and everyone will come back. But Kato, he fears that more than anything." He paused before continuing, "We're poor. Even the daimyo has no money. As a commoner, I could only afford to pay for a C-rank mission, so—" Tazuna sighed again before forcing a laugh. "Right now, you're still close to the village. It's fine if you want to go back. But if you do, I'll probably get killed by Kato's men before I even reach the Land of Waves. If I die, my adorable 10-year-old grandson will cry his heart out, and my widowed daughter will hate the Hidden Leaf Village for the rest of her life. Ha ha ha. Sasuke and Sakura clenched their teeth in frustration. This old man is insufferable. And just like that, kind-hearted Team 7 was guilt-tripped into continuing the mission by Tsunade, the bridge-building master and tea ceremony grandmaster. Before we move on, we need to deal with these two who have no intelligence value, Kakashi said, looking at the two mist ninjas tied to the tree. He turned to me and said, "Naruto, you go first." Got it. I didn't hesitate. With a swing of my kunai, I sent one of them to the afterlife. Kakashi seemed a bit surprised. Oh, that was decisive. I was going to use this as a chance to toughen up your mindset. I adjusted my forehead protector and replied, I've long been prepared to become Hokage. I could even handle office work right now. Leaving them alive would have been unwise. They might come back to cause us trouble, right? Sasuke, seeing how casually I handled the situation, felt challenged. Though he had to resolve, he wasn't as decisive as I was. Gritting his teeth, he picked up his kunai and said, I'll take care of the other one. This was his first time. On that day, he grew up. I, Naruto, stood in a small, lonely boat shrouded in thick mist over the sea, listening as the boatman said, We're almost at the bridge. Just follow it, and you'll reach the Land of Waves. The boatman was someone Tsunade had arranged in advance, a rare soul in the Land of Waves who still had the courage to face the future. Hearing this, everyone looked ahead. Even through the dense mist, we could make out the silhouette of a magnificent structure looming in the distance. As it came into clearer view, we couldn't help but gasp in awe. There it was, the half-finished bridge that Tsunade had been working on before leaving the Land of Waves. Kakashi looked up at the towering bridge supports and said, Impressive. The boatman quickly shushed him, saying, Keep it down, Ninja-san. I'm only out here rowing because the mist is thick enough to hide us. I'll even turn off the engine and row by hand. If Kato finds out, we're done for. Sakura asked worriedly, Is Kato really that dangerous? The boatman nodded. The guy who was supposed to pick up Tsunade-san a few days ago, Kato found out he was still smuggling goods on the side, so, well, that's why I'm here today. After we landed and bid farewell to the boatman, the rising sun began to burn away the mist. Tsunade turned to Kakashi and said, From here on out, Jonin Kakashi-san, you'd better protect me properly. Yeah. Kakashi sighed, feeling the weight of responsibility. The next attackers definitely won't be Chunin level. It'll probably be Jonin level at least. What a headache. He glanced at our team, still waving goodbye to the boatman. I just hope I can get them all back to the village safely. As we left the waterway, the surrounding forest grew thicker and denser. Sasuke quietly asked me, How long did it take you to learn walking on water after the tree climbing exercise Kakashi mentioned? Walking on water, I reminisced about the time Ebisu and the pervy sage taught me. Altogether, it took me a few hours. Once you've got the tree climbing exercise down, it's pretty similar. Killing intent. Kakashi's expression suddenly sharpened as he turned his gaze toward a nearby bush. Sasuke, just as alert, threw a shuriken into it. When we pulled back the leaves, we found a rabbit. Sasuke frowned. A rabbit? But there was clearly someone here just now. Kakashi explained, That's a snow rabbit. In colder regions, ninjas often keep them as substitute for the body replacement jutsu. Hearing this, Kakashi's tone grew serious. In other words, everyone get down. A massive blade spun toward us, cutting through the air. Everyone quickly scattered to dodge, except for me. Kakashi didn't believe for a second that I'd be frozen in fear by such an attack. Trusting my instincts, he tackled Tsunade to the ground. Sure enough, I nonchalantly said, Like this, Sasuke. Supporting myself with one hand on the ground, I flipped over just as the colossal blade came flying. I dodged it perfectly, even planting a foot on the flat side of the blade. Using chakra to adhere to the blade's surface, I halted its momentum mid-spin. Then, with a powerful kick to the back of the blade, I sent it flying back in the direction it had come from. See? Once you've got the tree climbing basics down, you can use it for all sorts of things. I said, I knew how to use this chakra technique myself, but teaching others was a whole different matter. After all, this was a method Sasuke would frequently employ in the future. Is that so? Sasuke muttered, his mind opening up to all sorts of new possibilities and inspirations. Clang! The massive blade embedded itself in a tree trunk. A burly figure stepped out from behind the tree, standing on the hilt of the blade and looking down at us. The man was shirtless, his muscles rippling. Half his face was obscured by bandages, giving him an imposing yet mysterious air. The Mist Village forehead protector on his head and the massive blade at his feet revealed his identity immediately. Kakashi taunted, well, isn't this Momochi Zabuza from the Hidden Mist? After all that time on the run, you've fallen to the point of taking dirty jobs like this? Zabuza wasn't fazed by Kakashi's words. In a calm tone, he replied, I didn't expect to run into the copy ninja Kakashi. Clearly, I'm not being paid enough for this job. Hand over the old man, and I'll let you go. Sasuke, eager to test himself against a strong opponent, was just about to make his move when Kakashi stopped him. Form a manji formation to protect Tsunade-san. This is where teamwork comes into play. Facing a ninja of this caliber, Kakashi couldn't afford to divide his attention. He needed to ensure Tsunade's safety before engaging in battle himself. He adjusted his forehead protector, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan in his left eye. Sasuke stared intently at Kakashi's Sharingan before shifting his gaze to Zabuza. The killing intent radiating from these two jonin is on a completely different level. It's nothing like the survival exercise. The mist around us, which had been thinning, began to thicken again. Kakashi recognized this as Zabuza injecting chakra into the air to perform the hidden mist jutsu. Enough small talk. I'll take care of the old man after I deal with you, Kakashi. You're using that much chakra to hide your presence? Planning to use silent killing techniques, huh? Kakashi observed. From within the dense mist, Zabuza's cold voice rang out. 8 points: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which vital spot should I go for? The murderous intent in his words was like a sharp blade, freezing us in place. Even blinking felt dangerous. I broke the tension with my hoarse voice, reassuring my team, don't worry, Sasuke, Sakura. I'll protect my comrades with my life. Oh, so you're the brat who kicked my executioner's blade earlier? Zabuza suddenly appeared within our formation. Surprisingly, instead of aiming for Tsunade, he placed a massive blade against my neck. It seemed he couldn't stand anyone touching his weapon, no matter how close to death they were. I smirked, and in the next instant, my body transformed into a wooden log. I reappeared behind Zabuza, forming the tiger seal with my hands. Kakashi-sensei's secret technique. Zabuza's figure dissolved into water and reappeared behind me, swinging his massive blade down. Impressive. This water clone has 1/10 of my strength, and yet you handled it so easily. Poof! What? A kunai pressed against Zabuza's throat as my cheerful laughter echoed from behind him. Kikik. I'm just as surprised, Zabuza-asan. This shadow clone has 1/1000 of my strength, yet you managed to destroy it in one strike. Realizing he had underestimated me, Zabuza's figure once again turned into water. This brat has some skill. But then, Zabuza's real body appeared behind Kakashi, catching him off guard and kicking him into a water-filled pit. Water prison jutsu. Kakashi was now trapped in a water sphere, suspended above the surface. Zabuza chuckled. Kakashi, you were too careless. This is a specialized water prison. You can't escape from inside. And as long as you're immobilized, I don't have to hold back against those brats. We'll settle our score later. With one hand maintaining the water prison, Zabuza used his other hand to form seals. From the water emerged another figure. It was Zabuza again, a water clone. Kakashi shouted, Run! Water clones can't move too far from the original. Take Tsunade-san and get out of here. We'll figure something out later. Don't be ridiculous. Sasuke snapped. If we leave you behind, there's no retreat. Turning our backs on an opponent like Zabuza is even more dangerous. He readied several shuriken, his eyes locked on Zabuza. I tightened my forehead protector, formed the shadow clone seal, and grinned confidently. Let's go, Sasuke. Show off, Sasuke muttered, not forgetting to throw in a jab. Then, glancing back at Tsunade, he said, Tsunade-san, stay close to Sakura. Got it, gang leader. You just focus on the fight. Tsunade replied. I, Naruto, shouted loudly. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, hundreds of shadow clones appeared around us, surrounding Zabuza tightly. The sheer number of clones completely blocked the path of Zabuza's water clone, leaving no room for it to advance. So many shadow clones. This brat really has talent, Zabuza muttered, his eyes lighting up with excitement. The thought of killing such a talented brat is thrilling. The water clone Zabuza was quickly tied up by my shadow clones. Sasuke took advantage of the situation, throwing several shuriken toward Zabuza's real body. Zabuza casually moved to dodge them. However, Sharingan windmill triple blades. Sasuke, with a thin steel wire clasp between his teeth, revealed his crimson Sharingan eyes, now showcasing two tomo. The shuriken that Zabuza had dodged suddenly curved midair, changing their trajectories to come back toward him. Zabuza crouched low, dodging the trap of being bound by the steel wire. With a slight tilt of his executioner's blade on his back, he cleanly severed the wire. His killing intent grew even stronger. Those cursed eyes. Impressive. Kakashi, you've got quite the talented brat in your squad, too. Then let's see how you handle this, Zabuza-san. Sasuke and I charged toward Zabuza's real body together. Do you think close combat will force me to let go of my water prison jutsu? Naive. Zabuza struck first, landing a heavy punch that sent Sasuke flying. I immediately halted my charge and caught Sasuke by the hand, pulling him back. Without hesitation, I forced Sasuke's fingers into a hand seal. This is... Nice work, Naruto! Sasuke was initially surprised, but quickly smiled, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as the tomo rotated. The moment I pulled him back to the ground, he straightened up and roared, fire style. Dragon Flame Jutsu. Through the hand seal we formed, I channeled a continuous stream of my chakra into him, allowing him to unleash the full power of his fire style. With my seemingly unlimited chakra reserves, he didn't need to hold back. The roaring inferno surged forward like a tidal wave of flames. At such close range, Zabuza immediately felt the intense heat and a dangerous sense of impending doom. Without hesitation, he released his hold on the water prison and retreated, narrowly escaping the fiery onslaught. I plunged my hand into the water and yanked Kakashi out of the water prison. Sakura, standing protectively in front of Tsunade with a kunai in hand, was awestruck by our teamwork. Amazing! The towering inferno, reaching dozens of meters, engulfed everything in its path. The nearby vegetation turned to ash before even touching the flames. The water in the pond where Zabuza had stood evaporated completely. The flames roared on, stretching all the way to the sea several kilometers away, sending up a massive cloud of steam. Kakashi crouched on the ground, gasping for breath as waves of scorching heat continued to ripple through the air. He couldn't help but say, "You two, don't you think you're overdoing it a bit?" Sasuke exhaled a puff of smoke, giving me a rare look of approval mixed with a hint of arrogance. "If I didn't step in, were you planning to die here?" Kakashi turned to me and asked, "Are you holding up okay?" He knew that the Uchiha clan's unique sealing techniques could draw on someone else's chakra to fuel their own jutsu. "Completely fine," I replied confidently. Kakashi sighed enviously. "I wish I had that much energy." "Unbelievable. Just a few genin," Zabuza muttered, glancing at the now waterlogged area where the flames had receded. He shook his head. "Such a waste. No matter how much chakra you have or how powerful your jutsu is, if it doesn't hit the target, it's useless. Purely a waste of chakra. How much chakra do you two have left after using such a strong jutsu?" In his eyes, Sasuke and I were now like flickering candles in the wind. Without waiting for a response, he charged toward Sasuke with his executioner's blade raised. Kakashi intercepted him, blocking the massive blade with just one hand. "Let me make this clear. You won't be using your water prison jutsu on me a second time." "What now?" Kakashi taunted. Zabuza swiftly retreated, sheathing his blade as he began forming seals for a large-scale jutsu. However, Kakashi mirrored his every move, even matching his water style, Water Dragon jutsu perfectly. "This can't be," Zabuza exclaimed, his face twisted in disbelief. Every move, every word, every jutsu, Kakashi Sharingan had read and preempted all of it. Even when Zabuza tried to use the Great Waterfall Jutsu, Kakashi completed the jutsu faster than him. For the first time, Zabuza felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Leaning against a tree to catch his breath, Zabuza muttered bitterly, "Damn it, if it weren't for those brats." As a ninja, the power of your comrades is indispensable. Wouldn't you agree? Kakashi said, clearly enjoying himself. Whoosh! Several sunbon needles suddenly pierced through the air, striking Zabuza's throat. Everyone froze, turning toward the direction the needles had come from. A masked boy stood on a tree branch, his voice neutral. "He's dead, no doubt about it." Kakashi crouched down to check Zabuza's pulse and shook his head. "He's really dead." The masked boy bowed respectfully to Kakashi and said, "Thank you all. I've been waiting for someone capable of defeating Zabuza." Kakashi seemed to recognize the boy and questioned him. "You're from the Hidden Mists Umbu tracking unit, aren't you?" The boy nodded. "You recognized me right away. Impressive." Without saying another word, Kakashi pulled his headband back down to cover his Sharingan. I said nonchalantly, "Well then, until next time. It seems a ninja can't do without comrades, huh?" My words seemed to carry a hidden meaning, making the masked boy pause briefly. Hoisting Zabuza's body onto his shoulder, he said, "Your battle is over. I need to take care of this body. It holds too many secrets. Well then, I'll take my leave." Before disappearing, he gave me a glance. Kakashi's visible eye lost its edge, returning to its usual dead fish appearance. Lazily, he said to us, "All right, we still have a mission to complete. Let's move on." I stopped Kakashi, knowing he was at his limit. If we continued, he'd probably pass out after a few more steps. Extending my fist toward him, I grinned and said, "You look like you could really use this, Kakashi-sensei." Looking confused, Kakashi asked, "What are you doing?" Even so, he bumped his fist against mine. I exhaled in relief and said, "Giving you something you need. This is..." Kakashi felt his nearly depleted chakra reserves suddenly surge, filling him with a sense of vitality he hadn't felt in a long time. It was clear I had transferred some of my chakra to him. The others didn't understand what had happened, assuming I was just playing another prank. After all, I had a reputation for unpredictable behavior. Kakashi stared at me with his dead fish eyes as I chatted and laughed with my teammates. Deep in thought, he wondered, how can Naruto so easily transfer his chakra to others? Is it something Kushina taught him? Or is it the Nine Tails? Recalling the way Sasuke and I had worked together earlier, Kakashi felt a sense of urgency. Looks like I can't afford to stay stagnant as their teacher, either. I knew Kakashi's physical condition during this period wasn't great. His Sharingan couldn't be turned off, and he constantly stayed up late reading Ica Paradise. It wasn't until the series permanently stopped that he began to regain some liveliness, eventually even becoming the 6th Hokage. Not wanting him to faint as he had originally, I made sure to replenish his chakra reserves with my own. As for how I knew the specifics of Kakashi's chakra flow, well, I'd already figured that out during the 4th Great Ninja War. I, Naruto, thought to myself, I really didn't expect Sasuke and the others to be this strong. After defeating those ninjas, Tsunade should be able to relax for a while, right? Asterisk. Tsunade, still shaken, tried to reassure himself, but I casually said, "Yeah, probably about a week of peace." Sasuke stayed silent, but Sakura, puzzled, asked, "Didn't we already kill Zabuza? A ninja of that level has been defeated. Surely Kato doesn't have any more missing nin of Zabuza's caliber under his command, right?" Kakashi corrected her. "Zabuza probably isn't dead yet." Tsunade's face fell. "What?" Sakura gasped. "But sensei, didn't you confirm it yourself? Did you notice the weapon that the tracker unit kid used? Those sunbon needles. They're designed to have minimal killing power unless they hit a vital spot. In fact, they're often used as substitutes for acupuncture tools in medical practices. Tracker units are very familiar with human anatomy. Zabuza was likely in a state of false death." Sasuke's eyes widened in realization. "So that's why it fell off." "Exactly. There were 2 suspicious points," Kakashi explained. "First, he carried away a corpse much larger than himself, which is unusual. Second, he used low-damage Senbon to kill Zabuza. From this, we can deduce that the kid wasn't trying to kill Zabuza, he was trying to save him." Tazuna broke out into a cold sweat, nervously muttering. Aren't you overthinking this? Spotting potential issues and preparing for them before they happen is a ninja's ironclad rule, Kakashi said firmly, leaving Tazuna without a rebuttal. I cheered Tazuna up with a grin. Don't worry, useless, booze-loving old man. Zabuza is in rough shape after fighting Kakashi-sensei. It'll take him at least a week to fully recover. We should be safe for now. Tazuna, seemingly bolstered by my words, responded, drop the useless and booze-loving part. But yes, I'll be counting on all of you to protect this old man for the sake of the Land of Waves. I can't afford to die. Sakura then asked, so, Sensei, what kind of preparations are you talking about? Kakashi stopped walking and turned to face the three of us. Training. When we reach our destination, I'll give you special training. You all performed well this time. While I was trapped, you showed tremendous strength. Especially you, Naruto. You've grown the most in terms of teamwork and coordination. Both Sasuke and Sakura agreed wholeheartedly. Ever since I became a ninja and joined the team, I'd seemed like a completely different person. So reliable, unlike the dead last from the academy. Even Sasuke, though he wouldn't admit it aloud, had started comparing himself to me in his mind. Ever since we were 7, when we made the opposing seals in a sparring match during an academy practical lesson, we hadn't fought each other again. Neither of us really knew the other's true strength. After pushing ourselves to hurry, we finally got Tazuna home safely. Waiting for us was a beautiful woman with long, flowing black hair and a soft, kind face, as well as a young boy wearing a fisherman's hat. Thank you all so much. The beautiful woman, Tazuna's daughter Tsunade, bowed deeply to us. It's what we're here to do, ma'am, Kakashi said smoothly, showcasing his experience in social situations. He chatted with Tsunade with ease. Grandpa, the boy, Inari, rushed into Tazuna's arms, clinging to him. Tsunade scolded him gently. You haven't greeted the ninja who protected your grandfather yet. Inari, however, stubbornly replied, it doesn't matter. They're all going to die anyway. What's the point? Veins bulged on Tsunade's forehead as she clenched her fist. That's so rude, Inari. No one can stand up to Kato. Anyone who tries just ends up dead. I crouched down to his level, placing a hand on his shoulder and smiling. Don't worry, Inari. No matter how strong the opponent, your big brother here will defeat them. After all, I'm going to be the Hokage someday, a superhero. Inari's expression wavered, as if something soft inside him had been touched. It felt like he'd heard similar words before, but he took a step back and turned away. People like that don't exist. If you don't want to die, you should leave this place now. With that, he ran off. Inari, that child. Tsunade called after him, but he didn't respond. She turned to us and apologized profusely. I'm so sorry for his behavior. Tazuna sighed. The boy lost his father. He's been very emotionally unstable lately. Please forgive him if he says anything unpleasant. Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, stared at Tazuna and dryly said, It's fine, Tazuna-san. You haven't exactly been pleasant to talk to either. Tazuna laughed awkwardly, trying to lighten the mood. Ha ha, is that so? Ha ha ha. After settling our gear at Tazuna's house, Kakashi led us to the seaside for training. You all mastered tree climbing before, so now we'll go a step further, walking on water. Kakashi demonstrated by focusing chakra into his feet and stepping onto the water. He walked across the waves as if strolling on flat ground. With tree climbing, you concentrate a set amount of chakra to a specific point and maintain that level. Since the tree is stationary, that exercise is about maintaining a fixed chakra output, Kakashi explained. But walking on water is different. You need to constantly release the right amount of chakra from your feet into the water to stay balanced and float. This requires a higher level of chakra control and is an advanced version of the tree climbing exercise. It's also essential for controlling the exact amount of chakra needed for ninjutsu. So what do you think? Want to give it a try? Sakura and Sasuke, eager as ever, immediately began testing the waters on the shallow beach. Since I'd already completed the tree climbing and water walking exercises in the past, Kakashi pulled me aside and led me into a dense forest. Listen, Naruto, to be honest, compared to Sakura and Sasuke, I haven't been sure how to structure your training. I don't fully understand the extent of your abilities. I need to figure out what you're truly capable of before I can teach you effectively. The second half of the survival exercise. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. The three tomos spun rapidly. The third Hokage had mentioned to Kakashi that Danzo might have secretly made contact with me at some point. Now that we were far from the land of fire, Kakashi saw this as the perfect opportunity to truly understand me, to uncover my thoughts and capabilities. This time, it's just the two of us. I, Naruto, seemed to have been waiting a long time for this moment. Excitedly, I said, "Well, if that's the case, there's no helping it, Kakashi-sensei. I'm going in." Kakashi, with the powerful insight of his Sharingan, saw clearly that for a moment, my eyes turned into crimson vertical pupils. This time, I'm going to use offensive ninjutsu. I won't hold back. After saying that, Kakashi drew a kunai. Asterisk, that was definitely the Nine-Tails chakra, just now. Could the seal be loosening? Asterisk, whoosh, golden chakra wrapped around me like a flame. In a flash, I disappeared, leaving only a ripple of golden light in my wake. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply. So fast. In terms of pure speed, it's already comparable to Guy. Fortunately, the Sharingan could still keep up with my speed. Its forced dynamic vision allowed Kakashi to see the golden aura enveloping my body. Crackle. Electricity surged in Kakashi's hand as chakra from both his feet clung to the ground, allowing him to narrowly block my punch. Kakashi focused intently on me at that moment. The previously diffused golden chakra had now concentrated on my fist. It shimmered brightly, dreamlike, yet beneath its surface lay monstrous strength. It seems this unusual chakra grants you abilities spread out. It significantly boosts your speed. Focused in one area, it increases attack power, though at the cost of speed. As expected of Kakashi-sensei, even in times of peace, you can keep up with me in this state. And where did you get this power, Naruto? The third Hokage had already informed Kakashi of my potential far surpassing what I displayed at the Ninja Academy. With my current strength, even as a Jonin, Kakashi might not be my match. So he took this opportunity to test my limits. I gently touched my stomach and said softly, "This is the treasure left to me by my predecessors, a power meant to protect the village and my comrades. Is that truly what you think? I won't allow anyone to claim they want to protect the village while secretly doing things that harm it." Fine electric sparks climbed up Kakashi's calf. Lightning chakra stimulated his cells, greatly enhancing his physical abilities and speed. The electricity in Kakashi's hand surged toward me like it had a life of its own. I quickly spread the golden chakra over my entire body and leapt back. A faint golden cloak materialized on my back. At that moment, Kakashi matched my speed. We moved at high velocity, golden and blue streaks of light colliding and weaving. After a few exchanges, we came to a standstill again. I responded, "One day, I'm going to become Hokage. Just protecting Konoha isn't enough. I want to protect the entire shinobi world." Kakashi still couldn't understand this inexplicable sense of responsibility and asked, "Even though you've been hated by everyone since you were a child, why would you do this?" "Precisely because I've gone through all of that. I don't want anyone else to experience the same. I'll make everyone acknowledge me and then change everything." I closed my eyes as the golden aura around me dissipated. My chakra seemed to extinguish, blending into the surrounding environment. After a moment, I reopened my eyes. Red markings appeared at the corners, and my pupils transformed into toad-like eyes. I've endured a lot of hardships for this. I crossed my arms, looking at Kakashi with complete confidence. Kakashi had never seen such chakra before. He didn't know what I had done, but all he could see within me was absolute calm. My chakra and the Nine-Tails chakra were as still as a tranquil lake, without a single ripple. I snapped my fingers, and a breeze swept through us. The leaves rustled, the grass swayed, and flower buds opened under the gentle wind, blooming vibrantly. This is the power of nature, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi's Sharingan could no longer predict my movements in this state. Even when I had used the Nine-Tails chakra earlier, he could barely keep up. But now, for the first time since acquiring the Sharingan, he was at a loss. He froze momentarily. This power, this sensation, I crouched down, extended a finger, and gently flicked a blade of grass. Instantly, the grass grew into a sapling, sprouting branches and leaves, continuously rising until it became a tall, lush tree before Kakashi's eyes. With style? No, it's not with style. I stood up, walking past the sturdy trunk, smiling. This is the power of nature. Crack! The tree trunk suddenly snapped and crashed to the ground. Kakashi frowned. He hadn't seen me touch the tree. It feels like some invisible force passed through the tree. I stepped in front of Kakashi, looking up at his Sharingan. The red markings and toad eyes put immense pressure on him. This is Sage Chakra. My techniques can't see through it, not even the Sharingan. So that's it. The legendary Sage mode. Kakashi's 3-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, but he still couldn't perceive the Sage Chakra I mentioned. I really can't see it. Whoosh! The kunai in Kakashi's hand struck my fingertip. A series of stabs and slashes followed, but I blocked them all with a single finger. No matter how much force Kakashi applied, he couldn't push through. To think you can block my attacks at such close range with just one finger. The kunai can't even pierce your skin. As expected of Sage mode, Kakashi retreated, lowering his headband to cover his Sharingan. Faced with my two terrifyingly powerful states, he realized he couldn't handle me alone. The red markings at the corners of my eyes faded, and my pupils returned to normal. I raised my fist toward Kakashi and earnestly said, "Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. I deeply value Konoha and my comrades. What you're worried about won't happen because I am Konoha's Naruto Uzumaki." Kakashi looked into my clear eyes and asked, "One last question. With your strength now, what do you think of Sasuke and Sakura?" With one hand raised in a fist, I awkwardly scratched the back of my head with the other. "Sakura, huh? I used to like Sakura a lot. She's so cute." Sensei, don't look at me like that." Later, because of various reasons, I came to understand Hinata's feelings. That's when I realized Sakura isn't my other half, but a reliable comrade. I seemed to open a floodgate, rambling endlessly about my personal feelings. Kids these days are so precocious. Kakashi patiently listened to my thoughts about Sakura. Since I still hadn't mentioned Sasuke, he asked directly, "And what about Sasuke?" "Sasuke, he's like a brother. Even though he's arrogant, super conceited, even though we haven't been on the same team for long, for some reason, I'm already sure he and Sakura are my comrades. And you too, Kakashi-sensei, you're irreplaceable." My determined gaze made Kakashi pause for a moment. He finally let down his guard toward me. The mysteries surrounding Naruto probably all stem from the nine tails within him, or perhaps from Konoha's darkness. I'll need to report this to the third Hokage once we return to the village. He smiled, raising his fist to meet mine. Our small but resolute fists touched, and he accepted the chakra I conveyed to him. That familiar yet unfamiliar sensation deepened a smile in his eyes. This kid carries the same warmth in his chakra as his predecessors. I, Naruto, listened to Tsunade raise his glass and drink heartily, exclaiming, this is super fun. It's been so long since I've had a meal with so many people." Tsunade poured more sake for Tsunade and Kakashi, smiling as she said, "It's been a while since it's been this lively." The ever-sociable Kakashi raised his glass and said, "Miss Tsunade, you're so beautiful. Surely it's always lively around you." Tsunade blushed slightly and playfully scolded, "Oh, Ninja-sama, you really like to joke." Sakura, noticing a family photo on the wall with a corner torn off, asked curiously, "Why hang a damaged photo here?" Inari kept staring at it during dinner. Ignoring the killing intent from Tsunade, Kakashi glanced at the photo frame and commented, "It's like someone intentionally tore someone out of the picture." As soon as he said this, Tsunade, Tsunade, and Inari fell silent. The atmosphere in the dining room turned heavy. After a moment, Tsunade began to speak slowly. He was Tsunade's husband, a man once hailed as a hero. Inari shouted, "He's no hero," and ran out. "Father, didn't we agree not to mention that man in front of Inari?" Tsunade scolded Tsunade sternly and then chased after Inari. I put down my bowl and utensils, stood up, and said, "I'm heading out for a bit." Kakashi, with his signature dead fish eyes, watched my retreating back thoughtfully, then looked at Tsunade, who continued drinking silently. Unable to hold back, Sakura asked, "What happened to Inari?" Inari had a stepfather who wasn't related to him by blood. The two of them were really close, like a real father and son. Tsunade explained the story of the man who was once called a hero in the land of waves, along with the tale of how the entire country lost its courage, saying he wanted to become the king of the sea. It was all lies. Inari seemed lost in painful memories, curled up under the eaves, sobbing. He even took off his fisherman's hat and threw it aside. Using my strong sensory abilities, I found Inari hiding there and greeted him from behind. "Yo, so this is where you are, Inari. Why even bother? No matter how strong you are, you can't beat Gato. No matter how cool you look, weak people can only get beaten up in front of truly powerful ones." Inari's voice grew more sorrowful as he spoke, tears streaming uncontrollably. I gave him a thumbs up and said, "A real man chooses to live without regrets. For the things that matter to him, he fights to the very end, no matter what. Even if it costs him his life, he protects them with his own hands. I think your dad was a super great hero." Unable to bear me preaching at him with his late father's words, Inari shouted hysterically, "Shut up. You make me so mad. You don't understand the land of waves at all. You're nothing like me. You've never suffered, always grinning like an idiot. Do you think crying like this will solve anything?" I picked up Inari's hat, brushed off the dust, and sat down beside him. Putting the hat back on his head, I continued, "You're right, I'm not like you. I grew up without parents. Everyone in the village hated me. I've been through so many setbacks ever since I was a kid. Even my teacher at the academy tried to kill me not long ago. But none of that matters, because I'm going to become so strong that everyone will acknowledge me. I will become Hokage." Inari was stunned by my story, realizing that I'd endured even more pain than he had. "Let's head back, Inari. That bridge is definitely going to bring light to the land of waves. Whether it's Gato or some other big shot, I'll beat them all to a pulp." My determined tone seemed to remind Inari of his father. Wiping his tears, he muttered, whether in excitement or frustration, "This guy, he's just like Dad." Back in the dining room, everyone saw me bring Inari back. Kakashi teased, "Looks like Big Brother found the little brother who got lost. Such a meddlesome guy." Sasuke muttered irritably as he poked at his bowl of rice. "Sasuke, you've already eaten so much." Sakura said worriedly, "I need to get stronger. If I eat more, I'll Sasuke suddenly gagged. Kakashi sighed. "Throwing up will be pretty rude, you know." Construction on the Great Naruto Bridge resumed. Tsunade's leadership was impressive, like a pillar holding everything together. Among the construction workers, his words carried weight, and most of them were willing to keep working on the bridge that symbolized hope. The worksite on the bridge was bustling with activity. Beneath the bridge, on the surface of the water, Sakura and Sasuke stood steadily. Kakashi praised, "Quick progress. You really are geniuses." Sasuke clenched his fists, thinking, "I can feel it. I'm really getting stronger. I'm getting closer." Itachi, While Sasuke was secretly delighted, Kakashi doused his enthusiasm. "You've learned to control chakra, but without powerful jutsu, it's still lacking." I suddenly had an idea and said, "Kakashi-sensei, I just thought of a jutsu that would work for Sasuke and me." Kakashi raised an eyebrow with interest. "Oh, let's hear it." Sasuke and Sakura also looked over in curiosity. Splashing the water slightly with my foot, I said, "You saw Sasuke and my fire release jutsu from before, right? It was super cool. Back then, I only provided the chakra. If we added another jutsu to it after that." I tried to continue, but I ran out of words. I couldn't figure out how to explain it properly. After all, even when I became Hokage, I was still a genin in rank, and I didn't have much knowledge about jutsu. I left all the complicated stuff to Shikamaru, who hated trouble but was great at solving it. "You're talking about combination jutsu, right?" Clever Sakura understood my idea and voiced it. My eyes lit up. "Yes, that's it. If I had added wind release chakra back then, but would have been enough to hit Zabuza, right?" To my surprise, Kakashi's dead fish eyes showed a hint of surprise at my suggestion. "You're already aware of chakra nature manipulation? Wind release can indeed enhance the speed and power of fire release jutsu, but it requires perfect synchronization, right?" I wagged my finger confidently. Sasuke and I are teammates in Team 7. As long as we train seriously, there's no such thing as impossible. Right, Sasuke? Sasuke looked at Kakashi seriously and asked, how strong could this training make us? If it's combination jutsu, I might not be able to block it, Kakashi admitted honestly. It's true, not many people know about this kind of jutsu, but in elite circles, it's quite famous. An individual's jutsu can be very strong, or multiple ninja can perform the same jutsu together, increasing its power. But it's still limited. 10 ninja using fire release are just 10 fire releases. But with combination jutsu, the power of 2 people's jutsu can exceed that of 10. There's even someone in the village who specializes in performing combination jutsu with their summoning beast. Mentioning that person, Kakashi hesitated briefly, glanced at Sakura, then continued. So, Sakura, you'll start learning medical ninjutsu. Sasuke and Naruto, you'll train in combination jutsu. From now on, I'll personally guide your training. I was deep in thought when suddenly, crack! A muscular hand crushed an apple, its juice dripping down from the palm. That's great news, Zabuza-sama. The delicate-looking boy, Haku, lit up with joy, his smile as radiant as a girl's. Just a little more, and I'll be fully recovered. As expected of Konoha's #1 technician, top-notch skills and instincts, not to mention those brats under him. Zabuza didn't expect this mission to be such a challenge. Haku, you'll come with me next time. Leave the brats and Kakashi's team to me, Zabuza ordered. Haku's cheeks flushed as he nodded respectfully. Yes, Zabuza-sama, and you said you'd handle it yourself to ensure success, only to slink back here, barely clinging to life. Kato's cane slammed the door open with a loud clang, and he barged in with an entourage of bodyguards, his attitude insufferably arrogant. Though this mission failed, don't think you can insult a former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist so casually. Haku instantly appeared beside Kato, gripping his neck with a freezing cold tone. Kato could only gasp and growl, HRRKK, as his bodyguards scrambled to draw their blades. That old man was just lucky last time. He won't be so fortunate this time. Zabuza waved his hand, signaling Haku to release Kato. The wealthy man collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, looking utterly pathetic. Zabuza left the room, with Haku closely following behind. One of Kato's bodyguards helped him up, fuming. If it weren't for their skills, I would have cut them down with 1 slash on the spot to avenge you, Kato-sama. The others chimed in agreement. But Kato's face grew increasingly dark. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, Damn it, what's so great about the 7 Ninja Swordsmen? They can't even complete a job. Wait. Time passed quickly. Under Kakashi's guidance, the 3 of us in Team 7 completed our training, and the construction of the bridge was nearing completion. This magnificent bridge brought rare smiles to the faces of the people of the Land of Waves. Some even regained their courage, joining the construction efforts to fight against Kato, speeding up the progress. A small boat passed under the bridge. Standing at the bow, Zabuza opened his eyes, speaking coldly. Are you ready, Haku? Haku, wearing the mist mask, replied, Yes. I'm curious to meet the kids you praised, Zabuza-sama. Don't underestimate them. I lost last time because I let my guard down, Zabuza said as he jumped onto a bridge pillar, walking vertically upward. The bridge will likely be completed in a few days. If I were Zabuza, I'd definitely attack around this time, Kakashi said. Over the past few days, he had us patrolling everywhere. After witnessing my massive chakra reserves, he had me send out countless shadow clones daily for patrols, giving Sakura and Sasuke more time to train. Even after their training was complete, I kept shadow clone stationed near Tsunade's house, just in case someone tried to sneak in. I was feeling a little down, though, because I hadn't run into Haku in the forest recently. Maybe the last fight made him wary of coming nearby to gather herbs. So annoying. Is this what Shikamaru used to call the butterfly effect? I muttered. Tsunade was inspecting the construction site when I suddenly said, Tsunade-san, someone sneaked into your house. What? Tsunami and Inari. Is it Kato? Tsunade's face turned pale with fright. He was about to rush back when Kakashi stopped him. Kakashi pointed at the group of fallen construction workers ahead and said, Tsunade-san, Naruto has plenty of shadow clones protecting your house. Tsunami and Inari will be fine. Right now, you need to prioritize your own safety. When did this? Tazuna started to say, but then that familiar thick mist rolled over the bridge. Even as a normal person, he could tell that this was the sign of an attack targeting him. This mist. So you're still alive. That was quick. Kakashi took his stance. Sasuke, Sakura, and I quickly formed a protective formation, with Tazuna in the center. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kakashi. You're still the same, huh? Babysitting those brats. How pitiful for a jonin. Zabuza's voice echoed through the mist, making it seem like he was speaking from all directions at once. There! Sasuke's sharp eyes caught multiple Zabuza figures slowly approaching us. Go for it, Sasuke, Kakashi ordered. With a swish, Sasuke manipulated steel wires, guiding shuriken through the air like living creatures. They pierced the water clones, turning them into splashes of water. Sasuke retrieved the wires and smirked. Trying to circle behind me, like last time? The same trick won't work on me twice. Zabuza's real body slowly emerged from the mist, with a masked boy, Haku, following behind. Zabuza glanced back at Haku and said, he took out my water clones in one go. That brat has improved a lot. Your rival has arrived, Haku. Haku replied earnestly, it seems so. These kids are quite strong. Kakashi taunted Zabuza, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen relying on a kid to save his life. How pathetic. And that masked one over there. I hate brats who try to act all mysterious. He even touched his own mask as he said this. Tazuna chimed in, some hidden mist assassination squad, you are. What a joke. You're all just standing there. Sakura joined in, even worse than Kakashi-sensei. Veins bulged on Zabuza's forehead as he growled. Say what you want about me, but don't you dare insult Haku. I'll make sure you all. That guy's mine. Sasuke interrupted, glaring at Haku. I hate mysterious types the most. Naruto, Sakura, stay out of this. Sakura's eyes sparkled. Sasuke is so cool. I had a different opinion. I think Sasuke is the one who acts all mysterious. Naruto, do you want me to kill you? Sasuke snapped. Why are you guys being so dramatic right now? Kakashi sighed, holding his forehead. Zabuza ordered Haku. Since he's chosen you as his opponent, don't let him down, Haku. Understood, Haku responded. Then, with a graceful move akin to a whirlwind, he launched himself towards Sasuke, spinning rapidly. At the same time, Zabuza drew his executioner's blade and leapt toward Kakashi with a heavy strike. Kakashi easily blocked it with a kunai. Thinking about my monstrous punch, I felt Zabuza with his giant sword would be a better match for me. Do you really have to stop our mission? Zabuza asked, switching from a vertical slash to a horizontal one, which Kakashi blocked again. No, you're the one interfering with my mission, Kakashi retorted. And don't think I've forgotten how you try to trick me with that predicting the future nonsense last time. Zabuza, Sasuke, raised my hand, and with a sharp clang, I blocked Haku's incredibly swift attack. The clash of my kunai against his sunbon emitted a grating sound that scraped at my ears. You truly are remarkable for someone praised by Zabuza, Haku said, his delicate features showing a faint smile that resembled that of a girl. But you're still lacking something. Honestly, I don't want to kill you, but I know you won't back down from this fight, will you? With a smirk, I firmly declared, not a chance. I thought so, Haku said softly. But with my next move, you won't be able to keep up with my speed. And right now, I have 2 advantages. First, the water droplets scattered around us from Zabuza-sama's water clones. Second, I've only been using one hand. As he finished speaking, Haku raised his other hand, swiftly forming seals. Secret technique, 1,000 needles of death. The water droplets on the ground rose into the air, converging into countless sunbon made of water, surrounding both of us in a deadly formation. What the? My pupils contracted in shock. Forming seals with one hand. This was the first time I'd seen something like this. This world of shinobi is bigger than I thought. I muttered to myself. Staying cooped up in the village will never let me surpass him. This mission, it's shown me the gap between myself and others. Kakashi, Zabuza, this boy who's my age, and even Naruto. But one by one, I will restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. There's no way I'll lose here, especially not to someone who doesn't even dare show his face. My eyes turned crimson, the Sharingan manifesting, adding a dark intensity to my already sharp features. As the water sunbon closed in on me, I acted swiftly, grabbing Haku's hand, the one that had just completed the one-handed seals, and forced it into forming new seals with me. Kakashi, who was fending off Zabuza's relentless strikes, glanced at me and Haku out of the corner of his eye. Seeing me forcibly form seals with Haku's hand, he smirked slightly. So, he learned his trick from back then, huh? Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. I spat several fireballs, sending them toward the surrounding water Senbon. The intense heat scattered and evaporated the incoming projectiles. Haku leapt out of the fire's range, but I raised an eyebrow. Hidden within the embers of my Phoenix Flower were several shuriken, which shot toward him. Phoenix Flower shuriken. The shuriken rained down like a storm. Though Haku tried to block with his Senbon, his speed wasn't enough to deflect them all. Several shuriken struck him, even shattering the mask on his face. Nice work, Sasuke. Kakashi cheered, clearly pleased with my execution. But Zabuza took advantage of his momentary distraction. Swinging his massive executioner's blade in a horizontal arc, Kakashi flipped away, but not before a deep gash was carved into his thigh. Disyash. Losing focus in a fight with me? You'll regret that, Kakashi, Zabuza taunted, pressing his attack further. White, if you don't get serious, you'll be the one who gets killed, Zabuza warned. I understand, Zabuza-sama. Haku responded, his tone resolute. His hands flew into a blur of seals. I tried to follow with my Sharingan, but to my surprise, I couldn't replicate the technique. A jutsu I can't copy, I thought, momentarily stunned. Secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. The air around us grew colder as the mist condensed into frost. Within moments, the moisture in the air solidified into reflective ice mirrors, forming a dome that completely surrounded me. Haku touched one of the mirrors, and, to my shock, his body disappeared, merging into the ice as if he'd become part of it. From a reflection in the mirrors, Haku threw Senbon at me. They pierced my arm, drawing blood. What is this? I exclaimed, trying to dodge the next wave of Senbon. But the mirror Haku had just attacked from was now empty, and he appeared behind me in another mirror, launching another attack. This time my leg was struck. This is my true speed, Haku said calmly. You're not the only one here with a Kekkai Genkai. I see, I muttered, taking a deep breath to calm myself. Though I had been panicking moments ago, I quickly regained my composure. With the Sharingan, I locked onto Haku's movements, tracking his position through the mirrors. From that point on, I dodged every attack. Haku's voice grew softer, almost disbelieving. How? How is this possible? My crimson Sharingan eyes glinted in the dim light, their hypnotic gaze following his every move. No matter how fast he darted between mirrors, I could see through him. This is getting troublesome, Haku murmured. Elsewhere, Zabuza jumped into the air, his massive blade slicing downward with a deafening whoosh. Clang! Kakashi blocked the strike with his kunai, but felt the weight behind the blade had increased. When Zabuza switched to a horizontal slash, Kakashi was forced to retreat several meters. Judging by the blood I'm losing, this blade, it must be absorbing it to repair itself, Kakashi analyzed. Oh, you figured it out so quickly, Zabuza said smugly, planting the executioner's blade into the ground. Each of the 7 ninja swordsman's blades has its own unique properties. My executioner's blade absorbs the blood of its victims to repair itself. In other words, as long as you're bleeding, my blade only gets sharper, and you only get weaker. Sakura, standing guard over Tsunade, shouted, That's not fair. You're supposed to be a strong and famous ninja. Why do you need a weapon like that? Fairness? Zabuza sneered, his expression darkening. Little girl, there's no such thing as fairness in the world of shinobi. The Blood Mist village where I was born is nothing like your so-called peaceful hidden villages. It's a place of deceit, betrayal, and slaughter. I had to constantly watch my back for teammates trying to kill me. Do you think I had the luxury of fairness? If I cared about fairness, I wouldn't be standing here today. Naruto, seeing Sakura tremble under Zabuza's killing intent, stepped forward. You talk about betrayal and distrust, but you trust Haku, don't you, Zabuza-san? Zabuza drew his blade. It's you, brat. I thought you were hiding in fear somewhere. Naruto walked past him, saying, Haku is someone you can fully trust. Isn't he, Zabuza-san? Zabuza froze for a moment before snapping back, furious. Trust? That kid is nothing more than a useful tool. Hearing this, Haku's expression darkened briefly before reigniting with determination. Yes, I am Zabuza-sama's most reliable tool. I will clear any obstacles in his path, even if it means killing all of you. You're both lying to yourselves. Naruto shouted. What tool? That's total nonsense. Haku is the most precious person to you, isn't he? You clearly rely on each other, so why not be honest about it? Enough of your nonsense. Zabuza roared, swinging his blade down, only for it to embed itself in the bridge as Naruto dodged. You dare spout this nonsense again, and I won't let you live. Haku, now visibly shaken by Naruto's words, momentarily stopped his attack, glancing in Zabuza's direction. Despite the thick mist, he instinctively knew Zabuza was watching him. Naruto grinned, his countless shadow clones flooding the bridge like an army. Zabuza's eyes widened. So many, he muttered. If Haku's just a tool, then it's fine if I kill him, right? Naruto declared as his clones charged into the demonic mirroring ice crystals. Zabuza's killing intent surged as he prepared to chase after Naruto, but he suddenly froze. Summoning Jutsu, Kakashi had summoned a pack of ninja hounds, pinning Zabuza in place. My, Kakashi said, stepping out from behind Zabuza and patting his shoulder. You left quite a trail of scent for my dogs to follow. Zabuza, seething with rage, growled, Kakashi, what the hell is that brat trying to do? Kakashi chuckled. Didn't he already tell you? That boy you call a tool. If he's just a tool, then losing him shouldn't matter, right? I shouted loudly, Naruto Uzumaki, 5,000 combo attack. Countless shadow clones surged forward like a tidal wave toward the demonic crystal ice mirrors. The ice mirrors cracked and shattered into countless shards, and Haku, who was hiding inside, was forcibly dragged out by the shadow clones. I held a kunai to Haku's neck and shouted at Zabuza, Your tool is in my hands. Give up the mission, Uncle Zabuza. Zabuza, who had been consumed with rage a moment ago, suddenly calmed down and said coldly, I told you, he's just a useful tool. Underneath your cold-hearted exterior, Uncle Zabuza, isn't there a fiery heart? I pressed the sharp kunai against Haku's neck, leaving a thin trail of blood. Zabuza finally dropped his facade and started struggling desperately under the ninja dog's grip. Stop it now. Zabuza-sama. For the first time, Haku saw Zabuza in this state. His expression was both shocked and touched. I, on the other hand, laughed maniacally, hee. You really are such a useful tool. Even the demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza, can't bear to lose you. Haku clenched his teeth tightly and shouted to Zabuza, My dream is to be Zabuza-sama's tool, to die protecting you. But now, I can't even protect you, and have become a burden used to threaten you. Zabuza immediately understood Haku's thoughts. His eyes widened in rage, and he roared, Stop it! Don't! Meeting Zabuza-sama was such a blessing. Haku felt his feelings had been conveyed through Zabuza's furious cries. He pushed my hand holding the kunai toward his own neck. Crystal-clear tears fell onto the bridge's surface as the boy collapsed silently to the ground. Zabuza unleashed his chakra, breaking free from the ninja dogs restraining him, even as they tore into his flesh. Before the blood could gush out, tears flowed from his eyes. How dare you? How dare you? Losing all reason, Zabuza charged into the circle of shadow clones, swinging his beheading sword with sheer physical momentum. Even though he could barely lift it, tears streaming down his face. One of the shadow clones easily blocked the sword and said mockingly, What does he mean to you? He's just a tool, isn't he? That guy. Haku. I told him, ninjas are just tools. I only wanted his abilities. I had no attachment to him. All I wanted was to finish the mission, kill you all, and get rid of that old man. Another shadow clone rushed forward and punched Zabuza in the stomach. But that cold body lying on the ground really cared about you. I can feel it. He was willing to give up his life for you. And you can really remain indifferent. Zabuza stayed silent, allowing the shadow clones to beat him as his beheading sword fell to the ground. One shadow clone grabbed his hair and dragged him to Haku's side. Dying as a tool must be painful. Kid, wounded all over, Zabuza finally spoke. Say no more. Haku. He didn't just fight for me. He fought for you too. He was too kind. Ninjas are human too. It's impossible to completely become emotionless tools. I've lost. The former demon of the hidden mist, who had once slaughtered all his classmates, broke down and cried over Haku's cold body. Wow, you've really been beaten badly, huh? I'm so disappointed. Zabuza. An untimely voice broke the moment. We turned to see Gato with a group of henchmen standing at the end of the bridge. Gato glanced at Haku, who lay lifeless on the ground, clicked his tongue disdainfully, and said, "So that kid's dead, huh? He still owes me for grabbing me by the neck." A cloaked man rudely shoved Gato's men aside and said with excitement, "Wonderful, Zabuza. Let me hold a magnificent funeral for you and Haku." Zabuza froze and looked up. "What are you doing here?" Gato smirked, clearly feeling victorious. "I made a little change to my plan. If one member of the 7 ninja swordsmen can't finish the job, I'll just send another. I'll make sure you die here, you pathetic clown." Kakashi crouched down and scrutinized the cloaked man, particularly the 2 lightning-shaped weapons in his hands. He asked seriously, "Zabuza, who is that guy?" Gritting his teeth, Zabuza replied, "One of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Raiga Kurasuke." Hearing this, Raiga Kurasuke turned his attention to us, especially me, who still hadn't dispersed my shadow clones. He grinned and tossed aside his cloak, revealing his muscular build. "And you Konoha ninjas, I'll give you all funerals worthy of your deaths. Lightning style, thunder strike." He swung his strange weapon toward me, and a massive lightning serpent appeared, charging toward Dasna, who was standing behind Sakura. Zzz. Kakashi's lightning blade crackled with electricity as he split the lightning in 2, dispersing it into the air. His Sharingan spun rapidly as he said calmly, "Without my permission, you won't touch Mr. Dasna." Cutting through lightning. Sharingan Kakashi, "Huh? I'll start by holding a funeral for you." Raiga's eyes were filled with madness. It seemed he was thrilled to have found so many worthy opponents for his funerals. "Let's see what you've got." Both Kakashi and Raiga were masters of lightning style, making this a true clash of titans. Raiga stabbed his lightning swords into the ground and shouted, "Lightning burial, feast of lightning." Lightning chakra ignored the rules of physics, spreading across the cement bridge like tree branches. The blue lightning bolts surged rapidly toward us. Kakashi created a shadow clone, transferring his lightning blade to it, forming a chain of lightning between them. Lightning style, lightning transmission. The chain of lightning acted like a net, intercepting all the lightning Raiga had unleashed. I walked over to Sasuke and whispered, "Sasuke, it's time to put your training to the test." Clenching his teeth, Sasuke whispered back, "Can I even interfere in a fight of this level? Huh? Is the Uchiha prodigy afraid of a fight?" Sasuke's eyes became resolute. "You're always showing off. Fine, let's do this." I smirked and gathered a large amount of wind chakra in my palm, then slapped Sasuke on the back. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. A massive spiraling flame emerged from Sasuke's mouth, scorching the ground and illuminating the entire bridge in a red glow. The roaring flames charged toward Raiga, who was still battling Kakashi. Damn it. No way. Raiga was engulfed by the spiraling flames, but the fire didn't stop there. It continued toward Gato and his men. The wealthy Gato let out his final scream before being consumed by the flames. Kakashi glanced back at Sasuke and me, clearly pleased with our combination jutsu. They work well together. However, Kakashi's gaze shifted to Zabuza, who was holding Haku in his arms, filled with regret. Seeing that the battle was almost over, I decided to reveal the truth to Zabuza. Uncle Zabuza, actually, Haku, there's no need to say more. I've abandoned the mission and won't bother you anymore. From now on, I'll carry Haku's ashes and travel across the ninja world. It's what he always dreamed of. A hint of sorrow crossed Sakura's face. If only you'd spoken your true feelings sooner, this wouldn't have happened. As Zabuza prepared to leave, I stepped in front of him to stop him. Zabuza thought we wouldn't let him go and said lightly, "Go ahead, finish me off." He closed his eyes. "Haku, I'll join you soon." A cold yet warm hand touched his face, and Zabuza opened his eyes in shock. Haku, blushing, was wiping his tears. Even someone as strong as Zabuza-sama has shed tears for me. Zabuza broke down, crying even harder. You damn Konoha brats. I scratched my head, looking completely different from when I had used Haku to threaten Zabuza earlier. If I hadn't done that, Uncle Zabuza would never have spoken his true feelings. Damn Konoha, damn brats. Wah. I'm just glad Haku's okay. The demon of the hidden mist had been completely played by me. Naruto, aren't you afraid of karma for toying with people's feelings like this? Kakashi teased, pulling down his headband to cover his Sharingan. There was no longer any need to fight Zabuza. It seemed this mission was coming to an end. Drive them all out. These violent lunatics. A large crowd of villagers from the Land of Waves appeared at the end of the bridge, wielding kitchen knives and farming tools. There were even more of them than Gato's men, and their numbers were overwhelming. More enemies? Sasuke prepared to use another jutsu, but Kakashi stopped him. Sasuke, those people aren't enemies. A young boy wearing a hat emerged from the crowd. It was Inari. Inari held a water ladle, looking cautiously at Zabuza, but with courage in his eyes. He shouted loudly, "Big Brother Naruto, we're here to help you defeat Gato's men." The residents of the Land of Waves had gathered their courage and united. Together, these ordinary people finally dared to rebel against the once invincible Gato. I, Naruto, thought to myself, to avoid the Hidden Mist assassination squad, Zabuza had taken over Gato's secret base and treasury. Ever since that day when Zabuza opened up about his feelings, Haku had been smiling sweetly every day. Even Zabuza, who had inherited Gato's wealth, now wore a rare smile on his face. Sasuke, however, found something odd about Zabuza and Haku. He secretly pulled me aside and asked, "Naruto, Haku, that guy's a boy, right?" I nodded, looking at Zabuza and Haku, who were helping out at the construction site. The two of them occasionally exchanged sweet smiles. I sighed helplessly and said, "Even though he's cuter than Sakura, he's definitely a boy." Sakura leaned in quietly and whispered, "Right? I mean, two guys acting like that. It's so weird." Sasuke nodded on the surface, but secretly glanced at me. Deep down, he thought differently. Relationships between men can be close too. Just like how I worked so hard training group jutsu with this guy. After connecting through our efforts, well, he is kind of good-looking. You three stop slacking off. Gossiping about others behind their backs is impolite. Kakashi, ever perceptive, saw right through us and reminded us sternly. "Yes, sir." The three of us immediately stood at attention and returned to our tasks. Sasuke kept secretly glancing at me. Thinking about the gap between our abilities, he resolved to himself. Once we get back to the village, I'll train even harder. I'll catch up to you one day. Every now and then, our eyes almost met, but Sasuke quickly used his sharp dynamic vision to look away. Sakura, who had been watching Sasuke intently, noticed all of this. She looked at Sasuke, then at me, and finally at Zabuza and Haku. Something about it all felt strange. Kakashi walked over to me and casually asked, "Naruto, what exactly did you do that day when Haku tried to end his own life?" Zabuza hadn't noticed, but Kakashi, with his Sharingan, had seen it clearly. As Haku moved toward the kunai, a faint trace of red chakra appeared on his neck. The moment the kunai pierced him, his wounds began healing rapidly. Before everything started, I asked the Nine Tails to help protect Haku. Kakashi was visibly shocked. "You asked the Nine Tails? So, you can communicate with that guy now?" He thought back to the village's painful past, the night the Nine Tails attacked. When had this violent-tailed beast become so agreeable? Yeah, it's not very easy to talk to, but I figured out that it's the type who acts tough but is actually soft-hearted. In the end, it agreed to my request. As I finished, I formed a small fox head out of the Nine Tails chakra in my palm. Inside me, the Nine Tails twitched its ears. Hey, who are you calling soft-hearted? Kakashi was completely dumbfounded, like his eyes had been opened to a new world. He can communicate with it. The hidden cloud had intelligence on something like this. This kid is full of surprises. When did this start? I hesitated, sensing there was more to Kakashi's question. If I told him it was in a past life, would he even believe me? Probably during some dream. I fought unimaginably strong enemies, defeated a princess living on the moon, and dealt with her persistent, vengeful family. After all that, the Ninetales and I just opened up to each other. Kakashi commented, "Kids your age sure have wild imaginations." Then he paused. A dream? Could have been Jinjutsu? A few days later, the grand, majestic bridge spanning the sea was finally completed. Tears glistened in the eyes of Dasna and the construction workers. Dasna said, "Thanks to you all, the bridge is finished. I feel so lonely now. Take care of yourselves." With his hands in his pockets, Kakashi lazily replied, "Thanks for taking care of us." I grinned and teased, "All right, Uncle Dasna, who seems useless and loves to drink, I'll come visit again." Tears streaming down his face, Inari trembled as he said, "You promise, right? I'll become the king of the sea, just like Dad." "Geez, stop adding unnecessary descriptions." Dasna ruffled Inari's hair and adjusted his hat. "Kakashi, don't die on your way back. One day, I'll come to Konoha to challenge you. We haven't settled things yet. I think I already won a long time ago." Zabuza tossed a package hanging from his beheading sword to Sasuke. When Sasuke opened it, he was surprised to find the Thunder Swords. "Kiba?" He looked up at Zabuza in astonishment. "Your chakra nature is similar to Kakashi's. You might need weapons like these in the future. That kid Naruto is way stronger than you right now. Grow stronger. I see potential in you all." With that, Zabuza turned around and waved goodbye with his back to us. Haku quietly held Sakura's hand and said, "Miss Sakura, if you like someone, you should express your feelings sooner rather than later." "Ah, isn't it a bit too early for that?" Haku replied seriously. "I've been with Zabuza-sama since I was a child. If Naruto hadn't helped me with his personality, he might never have." Before Haku could finish, Zabuza, who had walked away, turned back and shouted, "Haku!" "Yes, Zabuza-sama." Haku responded quickly and bowed repeatedly to us. Zabuza-sama recently inherited Gato's fortune, which rivals nations, so he's been a bit cocky. Anyway, I wish you all a safe journey and good luck in your battles. Like a swallow returning to its nest, Haku joyfully ran toward Zabuza. Zabuza seemed annoyed and grumbled, but his eyes were no longer filled with the killing intent from our first encounter. Instead, they were full of tenderness. What a heartwarming scene. Kakashi refrained from commenting on their unusual relationship. Then, waving goodbye to the people of the Land of Waves, he led us, Team 7, across the newly completed bridge. Slowly, our figures disappeared from their sight. Watching our retreating backs, Dasna felt deeply moved and said, "That boy changed Inari's heart, and Inari changed the hearts of everyone in the village. That boy built a bridge of courage and hope in all our hearts. Even the once evil men under Gato's command were influenced by him. Now they've turned into, well, kind of creepy guys who pick on little boys. Now then, this bridge deserves a name that suits it perfectly. How about the Great Naruto Bridge?" Tsunade chuckled softly behind her hand. "That's a wonderful name." Recalling how he had once deceived and guilt-tripped us, Dasna laughed heartily. Standing by the coast, Zabuza and Haku watched as Team 7 departed. The laughter of the villagers on the bridge carried over the sea breeze. "Zabuza-sama should smile more. It's very handsome. Mind your own business. Let's go count money." Although Naruto wasn't there, I later heard from Kakashi-sensei about what happened in the Hokage's office in the Hidden Leaf Village. Kneeling on one knee, Kakashi, his silver hair shining under the light, reported to the third Hokage about our mission in the Land of Waves. "That's the full account of the mission, Lord Hokage." I see. The room was filled with smoke, thick with the smell of tobacco. Even though the third Hokage was elderly, his sharp eyes remained as piercing as ever. 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and a boy with a bloodline limit. "You've worked hard, Kakashi. This is what being a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf entails." Besides, the young ninjas of Team 7 played a significant role. As for Naruto, I try to probe him indirectly. It's highly likely that Lord Danzo used some sort of genjutsu to interact with him, but Naruto himself couldn't clearly explain what happened. The mention of Danzo caused the third Hokage's expression to darken immediately. It was clear that his old friend's descent into darkness was now beyond redemption. His voice was filled with disappointment as he said, "I understand. Lord Third, there's no need to say more. I'll deal with Danzo's matters later." The third Hokage shook his head, then asked, "What do you think of Naruto's attitude toward the village? Is it genuine?" Hearing this, a smile appeared on Kakashi-sensei's usually serious face. Even with half of his face covered, his joy was unmistakable. "Yes, it is. He has inherited the will of our predecessors wonderfully. Even though he grew up in a difficult environment, he still shines as warmly as the sun." "What a surprise. That's fantastic, Naruto." The third Hokage smiled too, looking down at the image in his crystal ball. His thoughts drifted to the past as he murmured. The fourth Hokage sealed the nine tails into this child, hoping he would become a hero in the hearts of the villagers, someone who could stand on his own as a great shinobi. But due to the elders' interference, I failed to take care of this child properly. I failed the fourth Hokage and his wife. Yet Naruto has grown into a shinobi as radiant as the sun despite his circumstances. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from the third Hokage's heart. Suddenly invigorated, he picked up a pen and changed the original C-rank designation of our mission to an S rank on the task scroll. Kakashi-sensei reminded him, "Lord Third, this isn't in accordance with the rules, is it?" Taking a deep drag from his pipe and exhaling slowly, the third Hokage sighed. "In the end, I'm still a shinobi. Sometimes you have to break the rules and push forward. Anyone who has a problem with it can take it up with me." "Understood." Meanwhile, Sasuke, Sakura, and I were waiting for Kakashi-sensei in the forest near the memorial stone. Sasuke, carrying the thunder swords on his back, kept sneaking glances at me. Whenever I caught him looking, he would quickly avert his gaze. Smart as she was, Sakura felt out of place and thought to herself, "Asterisk. Here we go again. These two have been acting weird ever since we got back from the Land of Waves. The atmosphere is so awkward. Kakashi-sensei's late again. What's he even doing?" Asterisk. Under this strange tension, it was nearly noon by the time Kakashi-sensei finally appeared, perched on a tree branch. He greeted us cheerfully. "Hey, good morning, everyone. I just ran into a lost black cat." Smart Sakura immediately exposed his childish excuse with a sharp retort. "Liar. Don't be like that, Sakura. Too smart a girl might scare men away, you know. That's still better than someone who's always late being popular." Kakashi-sensei quickly changed the subject, taking out a task scroll. "Today's mission is..." After we spent the day alternately pulling weeds, picking up trash, and walking dogs, we finally had some personal time. Sasuke couldn't wait any longer. He ran up to Kakashi-sensei, took the thunder swords off his back, and held them in his hands. "Kakashi, can you train me now?" Kakashi-sensei had been reading Make Out Paradise all day, but seeing Sasuke's enthusiasm, he glanced at Sakura and me before saying, "Next, I'll be guiding Sasuke in his training. You two can take it easy for now. Any objections?" My eyes lit up, and I stepped forward to ask, "Kakashi-sensei, are you going to teach Sasuke that jutsu?" Kakashi-sensei looked at the ninja swords in Sasuke's hands and nodded. "That's right. This jutsu is perfect for Sasuke. With the thunder swords as an assist, his strength will definitely skyrocket. Are you feeling nervous about being surpassed by your teammate?" I gave Sasuke a thumbs up and said confidently, "I believe you'll become super strong. So work hard to catch up to me, Sasuke." Hearing that, the determination in Sasuke's eyes grew even stronger, though he still refused to acknowledge my strength verbally. "TCH, how boring. That's all you've got." Sakura also encouraged Sasuke. "Good luck, Sasuke. Once you master the new jutsu, let's go on a date." "No way. To revive my clan, I need to surpass Naruto and Kakashi. There's still a lot of training ahead. Maybe next time, Sakura." As Kakashi-sensei led Sasuke away, Sakura, rejected again, looked dejected. I patted her on the back and said, "Don't give up, Sakura. Sasuke's just bad at expressing himself. Maybe next time he'll say yes." Just then, a square-shaped boulder rolled toward us. When I turned around, I instantly knew it was Konohamaru and his crew. Boom! The boulder exploded, and the three little ones coughed in the smoke. "Cough, cough. We used too much gunpowder." I walked over and patted Konohamaru's head. "Of course it's you, Konohamaru." Konohamaru had formed the Konohamaru Corps with his friends Moegi and Udon. They were wearing goggles like the ones I used to wear, my very first fans. Seeing my hand resting on Sakura's shoulder, Konohamaru's eyes lit up, and he smirked mischievously. Big bro, are you dating this sister? Feeling playful, I transformed into the third Hokage, pipe in hand and looking weathered. Ah, that was the youth I've left behind, Konohamaru. When you grow up, you'll understand how troublesome it is to be popular. Konohamaru's face turned red, and his eyes sparkled. Big bro is a ladies' man? That's amazing. Gah! Sakura's glare, full of killing intent, shot toward us. Konohamaru and I, along with his friends, trembled in fear and quickly ran off. Sorry, we were wrong. Sakura, like an angry tiger, chased after us. Moegi started crying, and Udon's nose bubbled as he shouted, "It's not my fault." At a corner, I split off from Konohamaru and his friends, but Sakura kept chasing me until I was cornered. Wait, let's talk this out. I was just joking earlier. Remember? We've even eaten together. Sakura was grabbing my collar, ready to hit me when suddenly, we heard a commotion and Konohamaru's voice crying out in pain. Let me go. Let me go. Sakura and I ran over quickly and saw a man in a black jumpsuit holding Konohamaru up with one hand. His face was painted with purple war paint, and he looked annoyed. You're annoying, brat. Noticing the forehead protector on the man's head, Sakura's expression turned cold as she asked, "Why is someone from the hidden sand here in the leaf?" Looking at the black-clad man, I suddenly realized, it's Kankuro. Atro. So that means the Chunin exams are coming up. Kankuro scoffed, ignoring Sakura's question, and leaned closer to Konohamaru. Before the annoying people show up, I'll have some fun with you. Temari, worried about causing trouble, warned him, Kankuro, don't cause a scene. Meanwhile, Sasuke, carrying the thunder swords, stood by the mission hall's entrance. Kakashi-sensei was inside, submitting our completed task report. Iruka-sensei took the report absent-mindedly, asking, "Great, I'll take it. So how's Naruto doing with his team?" Kakashi-sensei glanced toward Sasuke, but noticed he had already walked off. "He's doing well enough." Scratching his head in embarrassment, Iruka-sensei said, "I've been so busy lately, I haven't had time to check in on him. I've been worried." His face turned red as he spoke. Kakashi-sensei replied candidly, "You know Naruto's personality, optimistic as ever. Sure, he argues with Sasuke, but the way he protects his comrades is something you taught him well. Frankly, his skills are already beyond yours." Iruka-sensei smiled, relieved. "Really? That's great to hear. Ha ha ha." Overhead, a hawk soared through the skies of the hidden leaf. On the streets below, Kankuro and Temari faced off against Sakura and me. As the hawk flew by, I noticed it and smirked, stepping in front of Sakura protectively. "You're Kankahachi, right? I'd suggest letting go of the third Hokage's grandson before things get messy, no matter what you're here for." "What? This brat is the Hokage's grandson." Kankuro didn't even have time to correct my deliberate misnaming of him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he realized how hot the situation had become. He could feel countless eyes watching him from the shadows, ready to strike the moment he stepped out of line. As I was hanging out with everyone, something unusual was happening across the hidden leaf. All the Jonin squad leaders seemed to sense a summons. Whatever they were doing, they all paused and looked up at the sky. A hawk was circling wildly above the village, crying out loudly as if delivering an urgent message. On the streets below, I could faintly see the activity of the ANBU. Temari glanced at the spiky-haired boy in front of her, Konohamaru, and found him unexpectedly troublesome. They hadn't even done anything particularly outrageous, but with just one sentence, he had elevated the situation into a potential diplomatic incident between villages. "Forget it, Kankuro. If you keep going, you'll get scolded later," Temari warned. Kankuro, clearly reluctant, muttered under his breath, "This is why I hate brats, especially short ones like this. And these little punks are the worst." Whoosh! A small pebble struck Kankuro's hand, making him flinch and release his grip on Konohamaru. Moegi and Udon hurriedly ran over to help Konohamaru, bringing him back to stand next to me and Sakura. They knew that being near me, the reliable big brother Naruto, was the safest place to be. Above us, Sasuke sat coolly on a tree branch, casually tossing another pebble in his hand. With a smirk, he said, "Hey, punk, what makes you think you can run wild in someone else's village?" "Sasuke, you're back. Sakura cried out in surprise, clearly happy to see him again. TCH, another annoying brat. If there's anything I hate more than short kids, it's cocky little show-offs like you. Kankuro growled, shaking his hand before releasing his puppet, the crow, from his back. Clearly, he wasn't going to let this slide. Kankuro, stand down, a cold, indifferent voice suddenly interrupted, startling everyone present. Sasuke froze for a moment, sensing the chill in the air. Turning his head, he saw a red-haired boy with spiky hair hanging upside down from a tree branch behind him. The red-haired boy had the kanji for love carved into his forehead and dark rings under his eyes. This guy clearly hadn't slept in years. His voice was calm, yet it carried an icy edge. You're embarrassing our village. Do you even know why we're here in the Hidden Leaf? The once arrogant Kankuro immediately turned into a bootlicker. Let me explain, Gaara. They provoked me first. Gaara's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, his tone dark and menacing. Shut up, or I'll kill you. Kankuro stumbled backward in fear, stammering apologies. I know, I was wrong. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry, everyone. I made a mistake. Gaara glanced at the rest of us, and, with the same cold indifference, said, Apologies for the offense. Though his words were polite, there was no sincerity in his tone, and his eyes remained icy. Sasuke, however, couldn't help but feel a deep unease under Gaara's gaze. It was like being stared down by a predator, and his body instinctively wanted to back away. Clenching his teeth, Sasuke thought to himself, that look in his eyes, I can't stand it. Gaara's body seemed to dissolve into sand, flowing from the tree branch to the ground where Kankuro and Temari stood. Reforming into his human shape, he said, Let's go. We're not here to play ninja games. As the three of them turned to leave, Sasuke jumped down from the tree and called out, What's your name? Gaara stopped in his tracks and turned slightly, his expression unchanged. Sabaka no Gaara. I'm interested in you too. And you? Uchiha Sasuke. The two of them locked eyes, tension crackling in the air. Before I knew it, I had somehow appeared behind Gaara. With one arm draped casually around his neck and a playful grin on my face, I said, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Hey Gaara, let's be friends. What? When did he get there? Kankuro and Temari were both shocked, unable to comprehend how I, a ninja from the leaf, had suddenly appeared in their midst. This is impossible. Not just Gaara, but even the sand shield. Kankuro's worldview seemed to crumble as he witnessed this. The moment I touched Gaara, a strange sensation rippled through my mind. The spiritual space within both of our seals connected, expanding into a vast, watery domain. In this endless water, a massive creature opened its circular, golden eyes. Hey, the great Shikaku. The one-tail, Shikaku, had almost forgotten about this deep spiritual space unique to the tailed beasts after so many millennia. What happened here was beyond the perception of the outside world. Not even the Jinchuriki could enter without their consent. A fiery red, furry arm wrapped itself around Shikaku's neck, and a familiar, smug voice rang out. Long time no see, Stinky Raccoon. Ugh, Stinky Fox. Shikaku shrieked like a startled cat, leaping far away. It crouched low, its back arched, its tail raised high as it hissed at the nine tails. The nine tails sat calmly on the water surface, its tail swaying lazily as it scratched its chin with a hind leg. Geez, after all this time, that's your first reaction, Stinky Raccoon? Seeing that the nine tails wasn't making any sudden moves, Shikaku cautiously lowered its guard. After glancing around and realizing where they were its side, I can't believe our Jinchuriki bumped into each other. You wouldn't have dragged me here for no reason, would you? The nine-tails expression turned serious. We don't have much time. Give me your chakra. I knew it. You're not here just to chat. But I refuse. Shikaku replied smugly. The nine-tails face darkened. Don't forget the sage's prophecy. Shikaku's mouth dropped open in shock. Wait, you mean? The nine-tails grinned, tilting its head to look at the murky sky of the spiritual space. Yeah, the sage's prophecy was real. And it's about to come true. No way, Shikaku howled, stomping around in disbelief. That was just one of his tricks. He's fooled us before. But this time it's real. Come on, Naruto. The nine tails called out, and I materialized beneath it. Yo, long time no see, Shikaku. I greeted cheerfully. Shikaku grumbled. You know my name? Let me guess, that stinky fox told you. Despite its complaints, it extended a paw toward me. Well, since that fox trusts you so much. Grinning from ear to ear, I could bump fists with Shikaku. You'll see, it'll all make sense. The moment our fists met, Shikaku froze in shock. It stood upright on its hind legs, trembling as it processed the memories of the old and new generations of shinobi. What? Shikaku was utterly shaken. Kurama walked over and patted Shikaku on the head. The sage's prophecy. You haven't forgotten, have you? After a long pause, Shikaku finally calmed down, slowly lowering itself back onto the water surface. It extended a paw toward the nine tails. Fine. I'll leave the rest to you two. Naruto, Kurama. Got it. A mark resembling the kanji for 1 appeared on one of Kurama's tails. I leapt up and hugged Kurama's belly tightly. You're the best, Kurama. Kurama nodded in satisfaction. By the way, maybe you should treat your Jinchuriki a little better. Stop driving him crazy. Just look at Gaara. You've turned him into a nervous wreck. Mind your own business. Shikaku snapped, though deep down, it couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the bond between me and Kurama. Asterisk, maybe I should care about Gaara a little more too. Asterisk. Naruto, was still listening to Shikaku talk to me. Shikaku seemed to want to communicate with his Jinchuriki properly this time, but in the real world, Gaara suddenly crouched down, clutching his head, and started muttering, hee. Mom, don't worry, it'll be soon. Shikaku, forget it. Let's let you have a proper sleep in the future. Asterisk, Shikaku said to me. Remember, Naruto, my name is Shikaku. Well then, see you later. Shikaku exited the deep spiritual space, and I returned to the sealed space with Kurama. Kurama wagged its tail, the one now marked with the kanji for 1, and said, well, that's a big step forward. But that Shikaku guy's Jinchuriki is definitely strange. I gave him a thumbs up. Oh, you mean Gaara? He's just a bit antisocial right now. I'll find a chance to talk to him properly. Someday, we'll definitely become good friends. Kurama closed its eyes, tilting its head smugly. Tisish, whatever you say. From the outside, it must have looked like I had done something to Gaara. Right after I introduced myself, Gaara had started acting that way. Kankuro and Temari, naturally, thought I was the cause. They quickly helped Gaara up and backed away several steps, with Kankuro glaring at me nervously. What did you do to him? Of course, I was the only one who knew the truth, but I couldn't exactly explain it, so I just pinched my nose and pretended to accept the blame. As they supported Gaara to leave, Gaara softly said, Uchiha Sasuke, I'll remember you. And Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura stuck out her tongue at their retreating backs. What a weird bunch. Sasuke, you came back because you noticed I was in trouble, didn't you? Sasuke shook his head at her. That guy's speed is on par with Kakashi's. I actually came to let the two of you know that the Chunin exams are about to start. But I guess there's no need now. Those sand ninjas must be here for the exams too. As the evening approached, the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village were wide open, a rare sight. Ninjas from various villages were arriving one after another. This Chunin exam, co-hosted by the Leaf and the Sand, was unprecedented in scale. It was the first in 5 years, and with the participation of the 5 great nations, its prestige was unmatched. Even smaller villages were drawn to participate. Among the crowd entering the village, Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja wearing a wide-brimmed hat, blended in seamlessly. It's been a long time since I've walked freely in this village. Feels strange. If only those Aburame clan bugs weren't such a nuisance. Orochimaru's raspy voice carried as his snake-like eyes darted around. His long tongue flicked out, picking up on pheromones in the air, while a parasitic insect lingered on his collar. One of the Leaf's measures to monitor outsiders. As he passed by Ichiraka Ramen, he paused for a moment. Smells good. Ramen, huh? Maybe dumplings for dinner instead. I hate bugs. Meanwhile, Leaf Genin were receiving notifications about the Chunin exams. Even the 9 recent academy graduates signed up, sparking a wave of competitive enthusiasm among the other Genin who had yet to take the exams. At one of the training grounds, a boy with a bowl haircut, thick eyebrows, and a green jumpsuit, Lee, leaned against the target board. Did you hear? This year's Chunin exams have brought some new faces to the village. Faces we haven't seen in 5 years. A girl with her hair tied in buns, wearing a Chinese-style qipao, Tintin, twirled a kunai in her hand, looking bored. Doesn't matter. It's all up to the Jonin anyway. Lee said seriously, no. I heard that among them are 3 students trained by Kakashi, and they even managed to beat him during a previous training exercise. We'll face them sooner or later. Tintin threw the kunai, hitting the target dead center. Beneath the target sat a boy with white eyes, Neji. Neji muttered in a low voice, "That'll be interesting. Their outcome will be unfortunate." A few days later, in the Chunin exam registration hall, get lost. Lee was sent flying with a single kick by one of the self-proclaimed gatekeepers. Tintin stepped forward, pleading, "Please, let us through." The gatekeeper, one of the disguised proctors, sneered, "You think you can take the Chunin exams? Give up. You're still just wet behind the ears, kids." He punched Tintin, knocking her to the ground as well. Someone in the crowd muttered, "That's too much." The gatekeeper continued, "Listen up. We're just trying to save you from yourselves. The Chunin exams are brutal. Some people quit being ninjas after taking this exam. Others become crippled. It's not worth it. You'll never pass anyway. So what's wrong with kicking you out now? That's enough." Sasuke's voice cut through their theatrics. "Who's that? So arrogant. Whoa, isn't that the Uchiha kid everyone's been talking about? Careful not to offend him. I heard he's petty. A few days ago, some sand ninjas got on his bad side, and the loudest one had to be carried away by his teammates." The crowd parted, allowing Team 7 to walk to the front. I said, "Drop the illusion, would you? It's just the second floor." Sakura added, "Your jinjutsu is too basic. I saw through it right away." Kotetsu Hagane, one of the disguised proctors, raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "Interesting. They saw through it, but seeing through it isn't enough." Kotetsu lunged at Sasuke with a knee strike, but Sasuke countered with a whip kick. Just as their attacks were about to connect, Lee appeared between them, effortlessly blocking both strikes. His injuries are gone, and he blocked my attacks so easily. Was he faking it earlier? Sasuke retracted his leg, eyeing Lee's bandaged hands with surprise. "Hey, didn't we agree not to draw attention? How could you forget already?" Neji scolded Lee in his usual gruff tone. Lee, however, turned toward Sakura, his face flushed. "My name is Rock Lee. You must be Sakura. Please go out with me. I'll protect you with my life." Lee's sparkling white teeth, combined with his thick eyebrows and bowl cut, made for a dazzling sight. Sakura, however, rejected him mercilessly. "Absolutely not. Your eyebrows are way too thick." Lee's radiance dimmed instantly. "So disappointing." I couldn't help but laugh. Haha, it's like looking at my old self. Meanwhile, Neji and Sasuke locked eyes. I scratched my head, feeling uneasy. Sasuke had this way of challenging everyone around him with those intense, aggressive eyes. Asterisk, good thing I'm calmer than that. Yep, asterisk. Sakura pulled Sasuke and me toward the stairs. In the shadows, Kotetsu and Izumo reverted to their original forms, watching us leave. "So these are the so-called hidden prodigies of Kakashi and Guy, huh? Well, they passed the application phase. Looks like this year's candidates are promising. Excellent. Something for us proctors to look forward to." As we walked through an empty hall, Lee's passionate voice rang out. "You with the fierce gaze. Wait a moment." The 3 of us turned to see Lee standing atop a ledge, looking down at us solemnly. "What do you want?" Sasuke asked. "I challenge you to a duel. Right here and now." Lee leapt down and struck a fighting pose. "I want to test myself against the heir of the so-called genius clan. Let's see how far my techniques can go. And also, asterisk asterisk," he turned to Sakura, his voice filled with passion. "Sakura, love?" Sakura recoiled, horrified. "No, this guy is even more over the top than Kakashi-sensei and Naruto combined." "Hey, what do you mean by that, Sakura?" I protested. "Last time, I saw you and Kakashi-sensei talking about that book he reads." That was, before I could explain, Sasuke coldly interjected. "Do you even know what this clan name represents, thick brow boy?" "I'll show you." Lee's grin widened. Asterisk, this is perfect. I'll prove myself, Guy-sensei. Asterisk. I could tell Lee's determination to surpass geniuses through sheer effort. And while it's true that effort can surpass talent, by the time I was reborn, Lee was still chasing Sasuke. Sasuke, glanced at the clock on the wall of the hall. There were less than 30 minutes left until registration for the Chunin exams closed. Then I looked at Rock Lee, who seemed pretty ordinary. I was confident I could win. Smirking, I said, "I'll finish this in 5 minutes." With that, I dashed toward Lee. Just as my fist was about to connect with his body, poof, he disappeared. Asterisk, what the? That speed is insane. Asterisk, I thought, startled, as I quickly scanned for his figure. Suddenly, I felt a gust of wind above me. Instinctively, I ducked, narrowly avoiding his leaf hurricane. The moment Lee landed, he spun with the momentum, sweeping his leg toward me in a sweeping kick. I was still crouched from dodging his earlier attack. Asterisk, no way to dodge. I'll have to block it. Asterisk, clenching my teeth, I braced myself. I couldn't believe how fast this guy moved. It was like he was in fast forward, always a step ahead. I raised my arms to defend, but Lee's kick broke through my incomplete guard, slamming into my chin and sending me flying. Sasuke, Sakura shouted in worry. Naruto held her back, signaling her not to interfere. This opponent's different from the ones we've faced before. That guy. I clumsily got back on my feet, my eyes now blood-red with the double tomo of my Sharingan. Fixing my gaze on Lee, I saw his fighting spirit flare even brighter. He grinned and said, "My techniques aren't ninjutsu or jinjutsu, they're pure taijutsu." With incredible speed, he appeared beside me. His relentless taijutsu assault left me no room to counter. His strikes rained down like a storm, not only battering my body, but also shattering my pride. I've heard that the Sharingan can see through jinjutsu, taijutsu, and ninjutsu, but taijutsu is a bit different. Even if your Sharingan can read my movements, your body isn't fast enough to keep up. All you could do is take the hits. Watching Lee explain so earnestly, I realized he wasn't mocking me or looking down on me. He was straightforward and sincere. There was no malice behind his words. Asterisk, so this is the real weakness of the Sharingan. But still, asterisk. Suddenly, Lee appeared in front of me again, crouching low before launching an upward kick to my chin. The force sent me airborne. While I was still in the air, Lee appeared behind me. The bandages from his arms unraveled on their own. I wasn't sure if he was talking to us or to himself, but he murmured, "Gai-sensei, I've done it. Hard work really can surpass genius." For an ordinary person, being caught in this shadow of the dancing leaf combo would leave them helpless in midair. But as I twisted my body mid-flight, my Sharingan locked onto Lee's thick eyebrows and determined eyes. Primary Lotus. Boom! The next moment, I was slammed headfirst into the ground like a nail. Naruto rushed forward, fists flailing wildly. "How dare you do that to Sasuke, you jerk!" Lee lightly jumped and caught Naruto in midair with a scissor kick, knocking him unconscious. Landing gracefully, he struck a cool pose and said calmly, "You're too weak." Sakura, suddenly starry-eyed, screamed and ran toward Lee. "Wow, Lee, you're amazing." Lee, ever the gentleman, declined Sakura's request for a kiss with utmost seriousness. "Sakura, please don't. We should start with a proper date." Blushing, Sakura leaned against Lee. "Lee, you're so charming." That thick-browed guy. The Sakura on the field watching the fight shuddered, goosebumps all over. I groaned as I stood up, rubbing my neck. "That guy doesn't hold back, does he?" Naruto grinned. "Not bad, Sasuke. You're getting the hang of the Sharingan. But watch your feet." I glanced down and noticed that Lee's bandages had somehow wrapped around my ankle like a snake. If we hadn't been caught in that jinjutsu earlier, I might have been in real trouble. "That's enough." A spinning shuriken pinned the bandages to the wall, freeing my leg. Lee snapped out of the jinjutsu and dropped to one knee. A large red ninja turtle appeared in front of him. "You saw everything just now, didn't you?" Lee said sheepishly. "Lee, that technique you used was a forbidden one, wasn't it?" the turtle asked sternly. "I'm sorry, but..." The turtle stomped its foot angrily. "And you thought you could fool me with that lousy excuse." Lee bowed deeply. "I'm sorry." Satisfied, the turtle nodded. Then, a man who looked like an older version of Lee appeared. It was none other than Might Guy. After introducing himself in an overly dramatic manner, he demonstrated his blinding speed to me. His movements were so fast they were almost like teleportation. I was stunned by the gap between his abilities and mine, realizing how much I still had to learn. Guy gave me a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming brilliantly as he said, Lee may have caused you trouble this time, but please forgive him for the sake of my refreshing smile. I stayed silent, lowering my head. Guy seemed to understand what I was thinking. Smiling, he waved at Naruto and Sakura. The registration deadline is approaching. See you later. With that, he and the turtle disappeared in a puff of smoke. As Lee tidied up his bandages, he looked at me and said, Uchiha Sasuke, I'm taking this exam to prove myself, to defeat the strongest genin in our team, the so-called strongest genin in Konoha. You're also one of my targets. Be ready during the exam. With that, he performed a backflip, leaping out of the third-floor window, leaving the crowd below gasping in surprise. Next time, I'll definitely beat him. I gritted my teeth, feeling unsatisfied with how things had gone. Naruto, hands behind his head, said casually, don't sweat it. Thick-brow sensei and his student aren't normal. Their taijutsu is on another level. Curious, Sakura asked. You know them, Naruto? Yeah. Well, sort of. Those two train like maniacs every day, pushing themselves to the limit. They probably even practice taijutsu in their sleep. Thick-brow kid doesn't have talent for ninjutsu or jinjutsu, but he works harder at taijutsu than anyone I've ever seen. I see, I said, a smirk forming on my lips. Interesting. This Chunin exam just got a lot more fun. With so many strong opponents, if I can't beat them one-on-one, I'll rely on the two of you. Just like the survival exercise and the Land of Waves mission. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. Naruto, already in sync with my thoughts, grinned and fell in a step beside me. Yeah, we'll fight together. Sakura hesitated for a moment, watching the two of us walk ahead. Then, determination lit up her eyes as she caught up, scolding, Hey, wait for me! At the door to room 301, Kakashi leaned casually against the window. Seeing the three of us arrive together, he finally let out a sigh of relief. If even one of us had backed out, the entire team would have been disqualified. Without a full team, we wouldn't have been able to register or take the exam. So even Sakura came. I didn't remind you about the team requirement, so I guess this was entirely your choice, Kakashi said, uncharacteristically serious. Then, with a rare tone of pride, he added, Sakura, Naruto, Sasuke, welcome. You're my proudest students. Good luck. The three of us exchanged glances, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. I'll face stronger opponents and defeat them all, I thought. This time, I'll prove myself and become a Chunin, Naruto thought. I won't just watch their backs anymore, Sakura thought. Perfect. That's the spirit, Kakashi said, opening the door to room 301 and letting us in. I, Naruto, reflected on my past life. Even though I eventually became Hokage, I skipped right from Genin to Hokage without ever officially becoming a Chunin. After the Four Shinobi War, I participated in multiple Chunin exams, but for one reason or another, I was always disqualified. By that time, I was already famous across the ninja world, and the exams imposed all kinds of restrictions on me. If I crossed even one line, I was immediately disqualified. I clenched my fists and encouraged myself. This time, no Shikamaru to impose restrictions on me. No one forbidding me from using certain abilities, and all the opponents are strong. This time, I'll make it. This might be the closest I've ever gotten to becoming a Chunin in 2 lifetimes. The 301 classroom was already packed with people. As soon as the three of us from Team 7 walked in, countless sharp gazes swept over us, like we were fresh meat being scrutinized by predators. The loud and excitable Ino Yamanaka spotted Sasuke, whom she had been pining for. Like a monkey, she leaped onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Sasuke, you're so late. I was so excited and couldn't wait to see you again. I missed you so much, Sasuke. Sakura, who had long since marked Sasuke as hers, saw Ino hugging him from behind and nuzzling him affectionately. Her face turned green with jealousy. Clenching her fists, she stormed over, shouting, Pig Ino, get your hands off Sasuke. Ino stuck out her tongue and made a face. Tsuchiho, it's you, Sakura. Long time no see. Wow, your forehead's even shinier than before. Broad forehead. Shikamaru strolled over with Choji, who was munching on chips as usual. In his usual lazy tone, Shikamaru said, Man, I can't believe you guys are taking this annoying exam too. Waving my hand dismissively, I retorted, If it's such a bother, then don't come. I clearly remembered that Shikamaru was the only one to pass this exam. He was definitely one of my rivals this time. Sensing my sudden hostility, Shikamaru sighed helplessly. Geez, what a troublesome guy. Wow, everyone's here. Kiba Inuzuka walked up with Akamaru on his head, accompanied by Hinata and Shino. This is rare. My eyes lit up when I saw Hinata, and I quickly bypassed Shikamaru to greet her. Yo, Hinata. Akamaru barked twice at Shikamaru. Despite his usual indifference, looked visibly annoyed. Watching me chat and laugh with Hinata, he ground his teeth. So troublesome. Hey, Hinata, how about we go shopping after this exam? I suggested casually. Hinata turned bright red, her face as red as an apple. In Naruto-kun, the 9 of us were fresh academy graduates and classmates, so naturally, we had a lot to catch up on. In a room full of over 100 people, our noisy little group stood out like a sore thumb, attracting numerous hostile glares. One of the sound ninjas, Tosu, who could crush rocks with ease, was watching Sasuke with bloodshot eyes, thinking, so that's him, the Uchiha Sasuke Lord Orochimaru mentioned. Hey, you guys, a calm voice interrupted. I'd suggest you quiet down. You're the 9 newbies who just graduated, right? Acting all innocent and noisy like this. This isn't a field trip. Turning to see who it was, we saw a ninja with glasses and silver hair. I'm Kabuto Yakushi. Why don't you take a look around? It was only then that we realized how much attention we had drawn. Almost the entire exam room was watching us. Kabuto gestured behind us with his chin. Standing behind you are some ninjas from the Hidden Rain village. They're on edge since the exam's about to start. Everyone's nervous, so you should be careful. I turned to look and saw a group of ninjas wearing raincoats who had quietly approached us. When they noticed Kabuto exposing their intentions, they glared at him warningly before retreating to their seats. Rain Village, I rubbed my chin deep in thought. Back in the day, the Rain Village sent a lot of ninjas to the Chunin exams every year. Nagato's way of covering up the truth about Hanzo's death. Kabuto's introduction stirred some unpleasant memories. Seeing my surprised reaction to his little display of knowledge, Kabuto smirked smugly. Well, no wonder. You newbies don't know much about anything yet. You remind me of how I used to be. Kabuto then began introducing various bits of intelligence he had gathered. Knowing his true purpose, I didn't pay much attention, instead focusing on other plans in my mind. Asterisk, calm down, Naruto. You're way too excited. Asterisk, in a sealed space. The temperature was rising, and the once calm water surface began to boil. Of course, this level of heat was nothing to Kurama, but it could feel my emotional turbulence clearly. Asterisk, you're really worked up about this. That guy, Jiraiya. Asterisk, Kurama muttered, knowing exactly what I was looking forward to. After a few snide comments, it lay down lazily on the boiling water, bored but now able to observe the outside world through me. Ever since we started communicating, the sealed space was no longer a dark, lonely void. Meanwhile, the 3 sound ninjas with their sharp ears overheard Kabuto refer to the Sound Village as a weak, third-rate country. Veins bulged on their foreheads as they fumed, clearly offended. Just as they were about to teach Kabuto a lesson, I spotted Gaara and his team. Hey, you guys are here too. I greeted Gaara energetically, patting him on the shoulder as if we were old friends. Temari and Kankuro instinctively took a few steps back, with Kankuro muttering in disbelief. No way. The sand shield didn't react? It can't be broken, can it? Gaara, who had been well-rested the past few days, seemed much calmer. Ever since Shikaku interacted with me, it had gone dormant, no longer invading Gaara's consciousness. His mental state had improved significantly. Smiling softly, he said, Uzumaki Naruto, right? Nice to meet you. Kankuro pointed at Gaara and shouted, That's not possible. You're not the real Gaara. Temari quickly covered Kankuro's mouth, realizing that Gaara's love tattoo was starting to resemble anger. Carry on, Temari said nervously, dragging Kankuro away. Gaara sighed and said, Let it go, Temari. It's fine. Kankuro, taking advantage of Temari's distraction, broke free and yelled again. See? I told you, it's not him. Temari smacked him on the head and whispered, Gaara changed after that kid touched him last time. Don't ruin this. Reluctantly, Kankuro nodded, intimidated by her threat. The commotion seemed to diffuse the tension, even calming down the trio from the Sound Village. Tosu shook his head. Fine, we'll deal with that Kabuto guy later. Little did they know, Kabuto was actually a spy planted by their own village. I shouted to Gaara, let's do our best together. After shouting, I didn't linger long and returned to the circle of Konoha rookies. After a while, Gaara finally replied, okay. Temari observed everything and thought to herself. It seems only this little brat from Konoha can somewhat communicate with Gaara. Shikamaru glanced at the Suna shinobi, who were clearly not to be trifled with, and said to me, you actually managed to make friends, huh? Your personality is such a hassle. Shino's calm voice emerged beside him. You have the nerve to talk about others' personalities. If we're discussing hassle, your personality is the real trouble. Shikamaru didn't retort to Shino, but as he looked at the bugs flying around him, he thought to himself, Shino is pretty troublesome too. Quiet down, all of you. On the stage, with a bang, a puff of smoke appeared. A burly man, dressed like a gang boss, entered the room with a group of proctors. The burly man wore a cold expression and said, sorry to keep you waiting. I am Marino Ibiki, the chief proctor for the first stage of the Chunin selection exam. Ibiki's gaze lingered on the shinobi from Amage-kure and Otoge-kure briefly, warning them with a few words before explaining the rules. He stated that during the first exam, disputes were forbidden unless permission was granted, or else disqualification would follow. Many people caught onto the nuance in his words. Sasuke muttered quietly. He only said no disputes during the first stage. Then the proctors began distributing test papers. The first stage turned out to be a written exam. Oh no, it's a written test. Test papers. And it's a combined score for 3 people. Sasuke and Sakura turned pale and glanced at me. Though I had become quite capable in actual combat since graduation, I gave them a reassuring thumbs up. Don't worry, you too. I've been taking this selection exam seriously. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, I hope this guy's grades in the Ninja Academy were just an act. Our seats were scattered across the exam room, so they couldn't help me cheat even if they wanted to. Dozens of proctors' gazes covered the entire room, making ordinary cheating methods impossible. Hinata was seated next to me. She gathered her courage, her face turning red, and whispered, Naruto, good luck. You too, Hinata. A proctor saw us chatting, and Akamaru on Kiba's head even barked a few times. The proctor gritted his teeth and said, no being lovey-dovey during the exam. Do that again, and I'll count it as cheating. Hinata lowered her head in a panic, her hard-won courage crushed by this single, bitter chunin. I pouted and lay on the desk, chatting with the nine tails inside me. I remember, Kurama, you've studied human knowledge, right? Can you solve these questions? I visualized the test questions and the nine tails lay down, conjuring a pair of glasses with chakra to examine them carefully. My handwriting is atrocious, so I've never liked human knowledge. Let me see. The first question is about decoding a cipher and summarizing its content. The second question is simpler, a classic projectile motion problem. Given a horizontal distance of 50 meters and a vertical drop of 7 meters, assuming no air resistance, you can calculate the initial velocity of a shuriken using the formulas for uniform horizontal motion and uniform vertical acceleration. Oh, the third question is in English. This one's easy for me. What time is it when the big hand is on the 12 and the little hand is on the 5? These questions were beyond me, and I couldn't help but exclaim, Kurama, you're amazing. The nine tails adjusted his glasses, raised his long snout proudly, and said, this is just trivial knowledge. Compared to the eons I've lived through, this is nothing. My eyes sparkled with admiration as I said, you're incredible. Piece of cake. In the exam room, most students had realized that these extremely difficult questions were far beyond the capability of an average genin. If someone could answer them all correctly, why would they even be a ninja? Sasuke put down his pen, deducing from Ibiki's hints. The real purpose is likely to test the candidates' information-gathering abilities. The skilled candidates displayed their unique methods. Some severed their retinal nerves and connected them to external fake eyes for spying. Others used dogs to peek and communicated via dog language. Some utilized Byakugan for vision. Some transferred their souls. Some used reflective tools. Some mimicked others' movements. And some even disguised themselves as proctors. I relying on Kurama's answers, wrote furiously, my pen striking the desk with heavy clang-clang sounds. The sound of my pen hitting the paper was like a warrior's weapon in battle, inspiring some clueless candidates. Although they weren't sure if their answers were correct, they mimicked my determined writing, their strokes becoming equally vigorous. For a moment, the entire exam hall echoed with the thud-thud of pens hitting paper. The Otoge-cure trio had been listening to the sound of writing in the room, trying to pick up the audio of correct answers. However, my bold pen strokes disrupted their hearing entirely. By the time they snapped out of it, they couldn't identify the answer audio anymore. Only a cacophony of clang-clang filled their ears. Tosu glared with his single eye and snarled angrily, "Damn Konoha ninja!" Ibiki strolled around the exam room. Seeing me answering rapidly, he felt quite pleased, thinking to himself, I remember this kid is from Kakashi's team. He reminds me of Kakashi during his school days. Such nostalgia. I bet this level of questions is a piece of cake for them. Hinata, who thought I couldn't answer the questions, was secretly delighted upon hearing my confident writing. Naruto-kun is amazing. He's answering these tough questions so quickly, as if he doesn't even need to think. All right, time's up. Now for the 10th question. Ibiki slammed his palm on the blackboard behind him, drawing everyone's attention. This question has a special rule. If you get it right, no matter how you did on the previous questions, you'll advance to the next round. On the other hand, if you get it wrong, even if you answered all the previous questions correctly, you'll fail. He added a new rule. If you choose to answer but get it wrong, you'll never be allowed to participate in the Chunin selection exam again. And your 2 teammates will also be disqualified. The tension in the room soared. Some candidates couldn't handle the pressure and chose to quit. Their teams accepted the disqualification, thinking it was better to try again next year than to risk permanent failure. I, however, knew exactly what was going on with the 10th question. I didn't take the psychological tactics of this interrogation master seriously. Sasuke and Sakura trusted me as their reliable teammate and didn't choose to quit either. By the time the clock ran out, Ibiki announced, for all those who chose to answer the question, congratulations. You've passed the first stage of the exam. He revealed that the 10th question didn't exist and explained the true purpose of the exam. To simulate missions with insufficient information and test whether candidates had the courage to face risks and overcome difficulties. The realization hit many candidates, and they exclaimed, so that's how it is. Just then, the exam room's glass shattered. A striking figure burst in, unfurling a banner that blocked Ibiki. With an energetic introduction, she declared, I am Anko Mitarashi, the proctor for the 2nd exam. The next test is about to begin. Follow me. The room fell silent as the candidates, still pumped from Ibiki's test, were thrown into nervous anticipation again. Ibiki, his face reddening, peeked out from behind the banner. At least get the situation straight, he muttered. Anko, unfazed, turned around and said, still so many left, huh? Ibiki, your exam was way too easy. Ibiki replied, that's because this year's candidates are exceptionally talented. Anko grinned, fine, but in my exam, I'll eliminate more than half of them. I can't wait. Details will be explained later. Ask your Jonin leaders for the location. That's all dismissed. The genin collectively sighed in relief. I, meanwhile, repeatedly thanked Kurama. You're amazing, Kurama. You solved all those questions so quickly. Kurama raised his head, modestly saying, this is just the accumulated cultural knowledge of my 1,000-year lifespan. If the 3rd Hokage is called a professor of ninjutsu, then I should be called a professor of literature. Incredible. As the sun set, Marino Ibiki stayed behind, collecting the test papers. This was one of his rare hobbies. He enjoyed reviewing the various answers, even if they were nonsensical. When he came across my paper, filled to the brim with answers, he realized that not a single one was correct. They were all irrelevant nonsense. Ibiki twitched the corner of his mouth and thought to himself, Uzumaki Naruto, what an interesting kid. I, Sakura, pretended to act fragile, delicately saying, this place feels so creepy. I was hoping to trigger Sasuke's protective instincts, but the outcome was obvious. It failed. This is the venue for the 2nd stage of the exam, Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. The outer perimeter of the Forest of Death with its primal and balanced ecosystem, was now filled with guests. Many of the genin who had passed the first stage of the exam were gathered here. You'll soon find out why it's called the Forest of Death. Anko Mitarashi pulled out a stack of forms from her chest. Before we start the second stage of the exam, you all need to sign this. This is a consent form. If you want to participate in the exam, you have to sign it first. People might lose their lives in the upcoming test, so I need your consent. Otherwise, I can't take responsibility. My little paycheck can't cover so much compensation, haha. Anko deliberately tried to scare these rookie ninja, piling on the pressure. After watching the candidates sign the life or death disclaimer one by one, Anko finally got serious and began explaining the details of the exam. The rules for the second stage of the exam are simple. It's a test of extreme survival skills. This forest is circular with 44 entry points. Inside, there are rivers, forests, and in the center of the circle, there's a tower. It's about 10 kilometers from the entrance to the tower. You'll be fighting for survival in this area, and the goal is to steal scrolls from other teams by any means necessary. There are 22 teams who pass the first stage. Each team will be given one scroll, either a heaven scroll or an earth scroll. Your task is to collect both types of scrolls and make it to the tower within 5 days to pass. In other words, the 11 teams that lose their scrolls will be eliminated. That's why I said I'd be cutting more than half of you. How's that for a challenge? Anko laughed wildly, her impressive figure bouncing with her laughter. This forest is a treasure trove of raw materials for survival, but some of you might meet your end in these harsh conditions. Everyone lined up at the various entry points around the Forest of Death. As soon as the proctors opened the gates, the ninja darted inside like rabbits. Some people are rushing to find a good position. Oh, someone's using a unique ability to track something. It's Anata, Anko observed. Our Team 7 found a hidden spot. Sasuke and I stood guard while Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, yet somehow able to describe everyone's movements. Sasuke, noticing the shadowy markings around Naruto's eyes, thought to himself, this guy Naruto, where did he learn this sensory technique? It's convenient, but once I master Kakashi's technique, I should be able to surpass him. Huh? Why do I feel such a strong fighting spirit next to me? Oh, it's Sasuke. Stop bothering me. You're such a pain, Naruto pouted. Sasuke gritted his teeth, gripping his lightning blade fang tightly, almost exploding with anger. You idiot! Naruto opened his eyes, dispersing sage mode as he pointed in a direction. Found it! That chakra full of malice has separated from its teammates and is heading this way alone. But before that, there's a team of 3 who'll arrive at this spot first. Sasuke lowered his voice, warily asking, Are you talking about that guy you said is stronger than the 3rd Hokage? Naruto nodded. Yeah, Old Man 3rd was a super strong ninja, but even he was no match for this guy. Konoha's current defense forces would need all the Jonin to have a shot at taking him down. Sasuke, noticing 3 figures appearing on the treetops, felt a sense of dread. All the Jonin just to have a shot. The Amage Cure ninja, wearing respirators, looked down at us eerily. You spotted us? How troublesome. I advise you to hand over your scroll now, and I might spare your lives. I raised a kunai in front of me. You're dreaming. Naruto also pulled out a kunai. He's right. Even if I go all out now, I can't say I'd beat him. He's deeply knowledgeable about ninjutsu and loves conducting bizarre experiments. Sasuke, aware of how seriously Naruto regarded this person, grew increasingly skeptical. He casually swung his lightning blade fang to block an aim ninja who tried to ambush him, interrupting, Did you sense that too? No, I just heard rumors about that guy before. Naruto quickly changed the topic, blocking a shuriken with his kunai and turning back to Sasuke. By the way, that guy seems to be fascinated by your Sharingan. Apparently, he was defeated by a Uchiha Sharingan in the past, so be careful. Hearing this, Sasuke struck the aim ninja in front of him with a flash of lightning from his lightning blade fang, his eyes filled with pride. If he was defeated by a Uchiha, I guess he's not as impressive as you make him sound. Naruto flickered behind the aim ninja, who had first spoken, and delivered a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Not true. The one who defeated him had a Mangekyo Sharingan. In other words, even Kakashi Sensei's Sharingan would be useless against him. Mangekyo, Exactly. While I struggled against the remaining AIM ninja, I watched my two teammates dispatch their enemies so quickly, and a sense of frustration welled up inside me. Without realizing it, my strikes became heavier. The AIM ninja barely managed to hold on, thinking bitterly, asterisk, how can this be? They're defeating us while casually chatting. You're forcing my hand. Asterisk, he used his prized Taki clone technique, combining Jinjutsu and shadow clones. Hundreds of illusory clones emerged from the trees, shadows, grass, and ground, slowly advancing toward us. Feeling immense pressure, I yelled angrily at my teammates. Stop chatting, you two. Do something already. Naruto tied up the two unconscious AIM ninja with a rope. Sasuke, Sakura's side is all yours. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Lately, Sasuke had been mastering higher-level ninjutsu and had grown increasingly skilled at chakra control. The flames he unleashed burned away all the clones created by the AIM ninja, instantly dispelling the illusion with the intense heat. Damn it, these guys haven't even taken me seriously from the start. That's because you're nowhere near their level. My voice rang out from above the AIM ninja named Taki. He felt the wind from my fist and was terrified. Asterisk. Even this girl is a monster. Asterisk. My powerful punch struck his temple, sending his entire body crashing into the ground. Boom! The sound of my punch, fueled by my anger, echoed throughout the forest. Outside the forest, Kakashi was leaning against a tree, leisurely reading Make Out Paradise. Suddenly, he felt a faint tremor beneath his feet. Asterisk, was that just my imagination? Or, asterisk, he seemed to recall an unpleasant memory, and his head throbbed slightly as he hurriedly shook it off. I, Naruto, looked at the shattered stones and flying clumps of grass after Sakura's punch. I couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Asterisk, Sakura's monstrous strength is unbelievable. She hasn't even systematically trained under Granny Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and Ine Seal yet, and she's already this strong. Asterisk, even Sasuke was a little surprised. Though Sakura usually performed well, her primary role in the team was support and logistics. It seemed like Kakashi deliberately let her handle those responsibilities. Who would have thought her combat abilities were this impressive? He rarely praised others, but this time he said, "Not bad, Sakura." Sakura's eyes became resolute as she thought to herself. Asterisk, I won't always be the one trailing behind you two. This time, I'm going to make you chase after me. Asterisk, this marked her growth, leaving behind childish thoughts. After all, ninja needs strength to have a future. I found a scroll on one of the enemy ninja and exclaimed, "Great! This one is the Earth Scroll. That's wonderful. Now things will get a lot easier." Sakura's words were cut off as Sasuke suddenly threw a kunai past her shoulder. Thud! This! A large, fat snake was pinned to a tree trunk, its tail thrashing and struggling desperately. Sasuke frowned, thinking, asterisk, it's just a snake? But that spot had intense killing intent just now. Asterisk. Wind style, great breakthrough. A sudden gust of fierce wind nearly blew the three of us away. I had been prepared and planted my hands firmly on the ground. Earth style mud wall. I knew this wind style technique came from that dangerous person and didn't dare let my guard down, so I poured more chakra into the jutsu. A rock wall over 10 meters tall burst from the ground, blocking the gust. While I used my jutsu to obscure the enemy's vision, Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances, drawing their weapons and preparing for combat. Seeing me use such a large-scale jutsu, they knew that terrifying individual had arrived. You've already prepared a defensive jutsu so quickly? Even after just winning a fight, you didn't let your guard down. Looks like you're more interesting than I thought. A tall, thin figure with black hair stood atop the mud wall. She removed her straw hat and licked her face with an unnaturally long tongue, her voice raspy yet magnetic. It seems you've gathered the scrolls you need. Want to play with me? If you beat me, you can get even more teams eliminated. Sakura's legs began trembling, and she whispered, "This creepy lady is so gross." Outside the Forest of Death, a patrol team crouched, analyzing the scene. This is the main route from the Grass Village to Konoha. Ambushing here makes sense. During the Chunin exams, all security matters had to be reported to the chief proctor, who would decide whether to suspend the exam. Thus, the patrol team called for Anko to investigate. When Anko arrived, she saw a pit swarming with flies and 3 horribly mutilated corpses inside. What shocked her most was that the skin on their faces had been peeled off. A terrifying thought emerged in her mind. Check the records on these 3 people. Anko instructed her assistant. I think I saw their uniforms in the exam hall. The assistant quickly brought her the candidates' files. Flipping through them, Anko's pupils contracted, and her heart grew heavy. Asterisk, the technique to erase facial features. Could it be? Asterisk. Meanwhile, the tall, thin figure elegantly brushed her hair behind her ear, revealing eyes brimming with killing intent. Let's begin. You'd better fight me with everything you've got. Her killing intent felt tangible, as if a scalpel were dissecting each organ in your body while you lay helpless on an operating table. Even suicide felt impossible. The once determined Sakura was now frozen, utterly powerless against the malice of a true master. However, she found comfort in knowing she had 2 reliable teammates. Sasuke's eyes turned crimson, his double tomo, Sharingan, spinning rapidly. This won't be enough. I must restore the Uchiha's glory. The power of his Sharingan spread out, immediately lessening Sakura's pressure. She collapsed to the ground. I quickly rushed over, placing one hand on her forehead and pouring a small amount of crimson chakra into her body. Glug, glug. A thin layer of red bubbles formed over Sakura's body. The chakra soon dissipated. Without having undergone the tug-of-war training with Kurama, I couldn't freely use the Nine-Tails chakra to form a protective cloak for my teammates. This was the most I could do, but it was enough. This chakra feels so warm. Is this Naruto's power? Sakura stared in amazement at her now functional hands, her fear completely gone. Sasuke, be careful. I stood beside Sasuke, my expression serious as I focused on Orochimaru. You don't need to tell me. I can already see it. This person is way stronger than Zabuza or Kakashi, by a lot. Orochimaru watched our reactions with growing excitement. Magnificent, magnificent. Show me your strength. A massive snake, as thick as a barrel, lunged at us with its gaping maw, the stench of blood overwhelming. Sakura leapt high into the air and delivered a powerful kick to the snake's head. Enough already. Tone it down. The snake's head exploded instantly, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The thick body, now headless, continued thrashing madly on the ground, sending dust flying. Sakura, keep your distance. That guy's attacks aren't that simple, I warned. Sasuke leapt high, crossing his twin lightning blade fangs over his chest as electricity crackled around him. Lightning style, Thunder Fang. He charged at Orochimaru with his twin blades, unleashing waves of concentrated lightning. Impressive speed, but it's useless against me. A chilling voice whispered from behind Sasuke. So fast. Sasuke quickly jumped to the side, throwing several shuriken. The Orochimaru struck and the vital points dissolved into mud. The snake's body finally stopped thrashing, but a section began to bulge grotesquely. Orochimaru emerged, covered in sticky fluids from the swelling mass. You can't afford to lose focus here. Prey usually scurries around nervously in front of a predator. You've got way too many creepy hobbies. A golden glowing hand grabbed her slimy hair and yanked her out of the snake's remains, slamming her into a thick tree. With a loud crash, the tree toppled. In my semi-Kurama form, I didn't wait for the dust to settle. I charged in again, grabbing her hair and dragging her to another tree, slamming her into it. I continued this process, smashing her into tree after tree. In my mind, I shouted, Asterisk Kurama, let's go all out. Asterisk. Asterisk got it. Asterisk. At the same time, Sasuke raised his twin blades and shouted, Lightning style, Thunder Strike. Harnessing the connection between his chakra and the blades, lightning from the atmosphere rained down. Each time I slammed Orochimaru into a tree, she was struck by lightning. Our relentless attacks and coordination actually managed to suppress Orochimaru for a moment. Sasuke felt a surge of hope and excitement. We can do it. We can defeat her. As I, Naruto, and Sasuke continued our heated battle with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, a striking figure was rapidly leaping in our direction. It was Anko Mitarashi, and around her neck coiled a snake that flicked its tongue, sensing the pheromones lingering in the air. Asterisk, no mistake, it's over there. I can feel it. Asterisk, Anko's eyes flashed with determination. She had already resolved that, even if she couldn't win, she would take Orochimaru down with her. Asterisk, those 3 grass ninja were definitely killed by his jutsu. Whatever his reason for entering the Chunin exams, I've already sent word to Lord Hokage. The 3rd should understand my resolve. Asterisk, even the curse mark on her neck began to ache. Since the day Orochimaru had placed this mark on her, she had been plagued by its effects. No matter how much she ate, she couldn't gain weight. He had robbed her of the simple joy of growing stronger and healthier. Asterisk, you'll regret this, Orochimaru. Asterisk, back in the forest of death, the ground was torn apart, and the terrain had completely changed from the force of mine Sasuke's attacks. After a particularly fierce collision, Sasuke unleashed a jutsu he had been preparing. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. A blazing dragon of fire erupted from Sasuke's chest, roaring as it charged toward Orochimaru. The area it engulfed was shrouded in thick smoke. Sakura's face lit up with joy as she thought, asterisk, we got him. No matter how strong someone is, there's no way they could survive the combined attacks from me and Sasuke. Asterisk. But as the smoke cleared, what remained was a charred and tattered corpse kneeling on the ground. The disgusting part? The corpse opened its mouth, and a slimy, unscathed Orochimaru emerged from within. Orochimaru's gaze locked onto me in my semi-Kurama form. His golden snake-like eyes met my crimson, fox-like slit pupils as he attempted to cast a Jinjutsu. However, instead of trapping me, he was pulled into my mental world through my connection with the Nine Tails. In a vast mental space, Orochimaru found himself before a colossal cage. Behind it, the Nine Tails, who had been waiting for him, bared its teeth. With a roar it had been charging up for ages, the Nine Tails unleashed a terrifying roar that instantly ejected Orochimaru's spiritual form. Back in the physical world, Orochimaru's consciousness returned to his body, and he was visibly thrilled. Because of my Jinchuriki chakra, ordinary Jinjutsu had no effect on me. I felt no pain and pulled down my lower eyelid, revealing bloodshot eyes. Orochimaru said, that look, that power, there's no doubt about it. You're the Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Asterisk Jinchuriki? Asterisk Sasuke glanced at me unintentionally, but seeing that I didn't deny it, he realized Orochimaru's words were true. So Naruto's strength comes from being a Jinchuriki. Asterisk. But what is a Jinchuriki? Never mind. I'll ask Naruto after we deal with this monster. Asterisk. This is getting more and more interesting. Let's see what you'll do next. Hiya. Orochimaru spat a torrent of small, brown snakes onto the ground. Each snake had its mouth open, revealing sharp sword tips. The swarm of snakes slithered toward us like an army of spiked wasps. Without needing to speak, Sasuke and I coordinated seamlessly. I focused my wind chakra into my palm and pressed it against Sasuke's back. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. A massive sea of flames erupted, consuming the sky and turning even stones into molten lava. The fire engulfed the swarm of snakes and surged toward Orochimaru. The snake tide vanished in an instant within the inferno. The intense explosions and roaring flames echoed throughout the forest of death. Even the proctors stationed at the perimeter noticed the commotion, let alone the genin inside. Shikamaru, feeling gloomy, grumbled, "You've got to be kidding me. Monsters like this showing up in a genin exam? What a drag." The Ino Shikacho trio, who were closest to the explosions, hid in a dirt pit. The winds whipped up dust and debris around them, and now and then, pieces of snake carcasses fell into their hiding spot, making them tremble with fear. At this time, several Konoha Jonin had gathered at the forest entrance. They had long since sensed the ongoing battle deeper inside. Asuma, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked incredulous. This is the aftermath of a fight coming from this entrance? That's insane. Kurenai flipped through some documents. This entrance was where Kakashi's Team 7 entered. Judging by the timing, they hadn't been in for long before the fighting started. The Jonin present exchanged glances, their expressions growing grim with a shared sense of unease. A massive wave of heat and fire blew toward them, accompanied by a familiar intensity. Kakashi sighed in resignation. Leave it to Kakashi's students, always so full of energy, so hot-blooded. To raise such students, you truly are my eternal rival. Guy activated the sixth gate, his chakra steam swirling around him. With both fists, he unleashed a daytime tiger technique that roared toward the advancing flames, extinguishing them with sheer force. The intense winds from his strike snuffed out the fire entirely. Afterward, Guy clapped Kakashi on the back with such force that Kakashi's chest thumped loudly from the impact. Can't they tone it down a bit? Kakashi endured the exasperated looks from his fellow jonin, his deadpan expression unchanged. Anko finally arrived at the entrance. Seeing the gathered jonin, her heart felt lighter. She greeted them with slight relief. "Oh, you're all here? Perfect. Let's wait. What happened here?" Back in the forest, Orochimaru narrowly dodged one of my punches and countered with his hidden shadow, Snake Hands. His arm transformed into multiple snake heads that lunged at us. Sasuke, with precise strikes from his lightning blade fangs, severed the snake heads and sent a surge of electricity into Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru quickly severed his own shoulder to avoid being paralyzed by the lightning. He then kicked at Sasuke, and from the stump of his severed arm, several venomous snakes lunged at him. Sasuke blocked the kick with his blade, but I appeared in front of him, planting my foot on his blade to launch myself forward. Sasuke used the momentum to flip backward, dodging the incoming snakes. In midair, I formed a bright blue Rasengan in my hand and slammed it into Orochimaru's abdomen at close range. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. "What? That jutsu? Rasengan!" With a loud explosion, Orochimaru was sent spinning backward. His lower half transformed into a serpent-like body, tightly coiling around me. To counter the Rasengan's residual damage, Orochimaru severed his upper half from his lower body and detached completely, sacrificing half his body to negate the Rasengan's aftermath. That's insane. I muttered as Orochimaru's lower half constricted me tightly. From afar, Orochimaru's upper half stabilized itself after crashing into a row of trees. He shed his damaged body and emerged with a new form, licking the slime off his face with a sinister grin. "What delightful juniors you are. In all my years, nothing is more thrilling than witnessing the rise of geniuses. Both the Jinchuriki and the Sharingan. I'll take them both." The battle raged on, and explosions continued to rock the forest of death. It was as if the very forest trembled under the weight of our clash. I, Naruto, listened as Manda flicked his tongue, spitting out a long-prepared cloud of toxic smoke toward the group of clones clinging to his massive body. Smacking his lips, he sneered, "Orochimaru, summoning me just to deal with these little pests? This time, I want 100 sacrifices." Standing atop Manda's head, Orochimaru directed his sharp, predatory gaze at our Team 7, who were continuously dodging below. He replied dismissively, "We'll discuss that later. For now, my primary objective is to test the Uchiha's potential." Manda's tail lashed out of the ground, crushing and scattering my shadow clones. "They're just brats," he said indifferently. Orochimaru brushed his bangs aside. "If they were ordinary brats, I wouldn't have summoned you in the first place. These test subjects far exceed my initial expectations." Manda hissed, "You haven't summoned me like this in ages. The last time was when you fought that brat Jiraiya, wasn't it?" In my mind, I spoke with Kurama. Kurama, can you release more chakra? I'm already trying. That old man, your father, sealed me too tightly. That's why you can't fully tap into my power. Within the sealed space, the Nine-Tails formed hand seals, forcing its chakra toward the gaps in the seal. Despite its overwhelming reserves and dense energy, only a sliver of chakra managed to seep through. Keep pushing. That giant snake depends on you. TCH. The crimson chakra storm raged inside the sealed cage, slamming against the barrier repeatedly. Finally, a pure thread of chakra squeezed out. "Got it. It's all up to you now, Naruto." All right. I leaned back against the iron gate of the cage, accepting the surge of chakra before leaving the sealed space. Turning to Sasuke and Sakura, I said, I'm going all out to bring down that giant snake. You too, keep an eye on that guy up there. Got it, Sasuke replied, his fear from earlier easing under my determined gaze. He wondered silently. Asterisk, can Naruto really take down a monster of this level? Asterisk. Manda swung his tail at one of my shadow clones, but to his surprise, the clone braced itself with both hands and held the tail firmly in place. When Manda tried to pull his tail back, he found it stuck. What's going on? He hissed in shock. Golden energy flared from the clone, and at that moment, the remaining shadow clones around me began glowing with the same golden hue, all entering a partial Kurama transformation. The clone's spirits soared. Yes, the real Naruto's done it. Let's go, everyone. Each clone formed a massive Rasengan, leaping toward Manda in unison. Super Ultra Big Ball Rasengan Barrage. The colossal serpent was bombarded by hundreds of Rasengans, his massive body forced to retreat under the relentless assault. By the time the bombardment ended, Manda's once imposing figure was left battered and torn, his scales shredded and his body lying motionless on the ground. Kurama's voice echoed in my mind, filled with nostalgia. This is so familiar. Naruto, you've always had this uncanny ability. Asterisk, asterisk. Manda's head drooped lifelessly, and he muttered in a fit of impotent rage. Damn you, Orochimaru, calling me out for this garbage. Boom! With a final crash, Manda's enormous body fell completely still, his life extinguished. It looks like it's over, Gaara remarked, holding his umbrella. He crushed the limbs of the ninja bound by his sand before tossing them aside like discarded trash. He didn't kill them outright, but whether they could survive in the unforgiving forest was no longer his concern. Kankuro, trembling at the sight of the massive snake carcass that stretched across nearly half the exam field, stammered, Unbelievable. That golden guy. Wasn't he the spiky-haired brat from Konoha? How's he this strong? Temari retrieved a scroll from their defeated opponents. Perfect, this is the one we needed. Now we can head straight to the central tower. Sakura beamed with joy. Nicely done, Naruto. Damn it, Naruto. Sasuke gritted his teeth. He had thought that mastering Chidori and wielding the lightning blade fangs would put him on par with me. But my true strength was far beyond his expectations. I exited my semi-Kurama state, panting heavily. That last move had drained nearly all of the chakra Kurama had painstakingly gathered, leaving me utterly exhausted. Don't forget, I'm still here. Orochimaru's voice called out. A long sword burst from the ground, stabbing into my chest. The blade, hundreds of meters long, continued to push me relentlessly, carving through the earth all the way to the forest's edge. The Jonin, who were rushing toward us, watched in shock as I was impaled and shoved past them, unable to stop what was happening. Naruto, Kakashi shouted in alarm. Meanwhile, candidates scattered throughout the forest felt the aftershocks of the battle. Those with sensory abilities were overwhelmed by the intensity, while others, watching from higher vantage points, could only see glimpses of the chaos. At the edge of the forest, I planted my feet firmly against the ground, finally halting my momentum. The long sword remained embedded in my chest. High above, Orochimaru frowned, attempting to push the blade further, but it failed to pierce my skin. Her gaze locked onto the markings around my eyes, and her expression shifted slightly. That gaze, no, it can't be. Good thing I prepared Sage Mode, just in case. I smiled wryly, grabbing the sword and shoving it aside. With immense force, the blade swept horizontally, slicing through the forest and sending trees crashing to the ground. Orochimaru's body twisted unnaturally, forcing her to use her snake substitution jutsu, shedding her old skin and emerging anew. Collapsing weakly to the ground, she looked at Sasuke, who stood with Chidori crackling in his hand. In a strained voice, she said, I should have come better prepared. Sasuke smirked coldly. Save that for the afterlife. Chidori. He charged at Orochimaru, electricity blazing. I wasn't talking about me, Sasuke. Orochimaru's head emerged from the ground, her long neck extending toward him. Before he could react, she bit down on his neck, leaving behind the cursed seal of heaven. Sasuke cried out in agony, the Chidori in his hand sputtering out as his chakra spiraled into chaos. You bastard! Tears welled in Sakura's eyes as she punched Orochimaru square in the face. crushing her cheek and ripping her extended neck out of the ground. Orochimaru's body was flung backward, crashing violently into the trees. The Jonin finally arrived, stunned by what they saw. Orochimaru. Sakura knelt by Sasuke's side, tears streaming down her face as she checked his condition. Naruto. Sasuke. If only I were stronger. If only I were stronger. You've done great, Sakura. A weak hand reached up to touch her cheek. Clutching Sasuke's hand tightly, Sakura used what little medical knowledge she had to stabilize him. Orochimaru stood weakly, her body regenerating as the Jonin surrounded her. Smiling mockingly, she said, "Oh, Anko, you're late as always. Farewell." Her body turned into a liquid form and vanished into the ground. She escaped, Asuma muttered grimly. Kurenai, still in shock, murmured, "Those three, they actually managed to hold their own against her." Anko pounded the ground in frustration. Damn it, if Orochimaru wants to escape, no one in the ninja world can stop her. Kakashi turned to Sakura, concern etched on his face. "Sakura, do you three still plan to continue the exam?" Before she could respond, I interrupted, walking over with a grin. "Of course we're continuing." Sakura wiped her tears, her resolve solidifying. "We're not quitting. We'll press on." The Jonin exchanged glances before vanishing to report Orochimaru's infiltration to the Hokage. Sakura and I carried Sasuke to a tree hollow, settling him down to rest. The lightning blade fangs were placed beside him. Sitting down against the tree trunk, I rested while Sakura tended to our injuries. In his office, the third Hokage turned off his crystal ball, relieved to see that Team 7 was safe for now. The Jonin who had witnessed our battle understood one thing. Team 7 was destined to become powerful ninja. But what's your endgame, Orochimaru? What are you really after? Asterisk asterisk. Kakashi, frowned deeply, my heart a tangled mess of unease. Sure, having my subordinates face off against one of the legendary Sanin was something to be proud of. It certainly added to my reputation. But what concerned me more was why Orochimaru had set his sights on Team 7. Was it Naruto he was after? Or was it Sasuke? I muttered to myself. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, his mind racing. Even as someone with exceptional judgment and experience, I couldn't fathom what my former master Orochimaru was planning. Still, one thing was clear. By targeting the Jinchuriki, this situation had reached the point of no return. Deploy the ANBU to patrol the village. When Lord Kazekage arrives, ensure his absolute safety. That's an order. The third commanded with finality. Yes, sir. The Jonin present replied in unison. Deep into the forest of death, it was now late at night. Beneath a tree, Neji, Rock Lee, and Tintin were regrouping and reviewing the information they'd gathered earlier in the day. After that battle in the other part of the forest this morning, all the teams seemed to have gone quiet. We spent half the day stocking up on food and water, so now we can stick to the plan. Each of us will scout separately, and whether or not we find any teams, we'll meet back here, Neji said. Okay. Neji was supremely confident in Team Guy's abilities. As long as they didn't run into any particularly troublesome opponents, he believed they could handle themselves, even against another full three-man squad. That was the confidence of a genius. Asterisk, in the next few days, we'll slowly move closer to that area. Hopefully, we can uncover some information about that earlier battle. Asterisk, Neji thought to himself. Activating his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulged. In his black and white vision, he spotted something extraordinary beyond his range of normal sight. A massive summoning beast lying lifeless, its corpse yet to be dealt with, still looking as though it might spring to life. This is Lord Manda, Neji exclaimed under his breath. Meanwhile, the sound trio stood before the colossal corpse of Manda, inhaling sharply at the daunting sight. The long-haired Kunoichi, Kin, stepped forward to examine it. After a moment, she confirmed, judging by the size and details on the scales, this is definitely Lord Orochimaru's strongest summoned beast, Manda. I can't believe it died here. Could it really have been those three brats? Doesn't matter. Our mission is to kill the Uchiha survivor. Let's observe them from a distance first, said the team leader, Zaku, his head wrapped in bandages as he stepped closer to Manda's corpse. The lifeless eyes of the massive snake unnerved him. No matter how strong they were, if they crossed paths with Lord Orochimaru, they're probably either dead or gravely injured by now. Added Dosu with a smug tone, imagining the three Konoha genin being obliterated by Orochimaru's unparalleled power. That makes sense. Let me locate those three bugs. Sound wave detection. Dosu closed his single eye and raised his arm, which was fitted with a strange sound wave device. Using his sonar-like technique, he sent out sound waves that bounced off objects within a 500-meter radius, creating a mental map in his head. Though not as expansive as Naruto's Sage Mode sensory abilities, it was a highly effective skill within the confines of training Ground 44. Opening his eye, Dosu's gaze sharpened. Found them. Not far away, in a tree hollow, Sakura was tending to Sasuke and me as we rested. From outside, the sound of rustling in the grass reached her ears. Sakura glanced at me, still sitting quietly with my eyes closed, recovering. She hesitated to wake me, knowing I'd just been through an intense battle and must have exhausted my chakra. Gritting her teeth, she stepped out of the hollow alone. In the sealed space, I was shouting at Kurama, "It's all your fault, Kurama. You're too lazy. You never build up chakra reserves, and when it comes to battles like this, we run out immediately." Kurama slammed his paw against the bars of the cage, retorting, "You little brat. If it weren't for me gathering chakra at the critical moment, you wouldn't have beaten that big snake so easily. Fine, I'll admit you were reliable back there. But from now on, no slacking. We need to stockpile more chakra if we're going to face the battles that come after I unlock the key." Kurama drooped his ears and tilted his gaze downward, looking a little dejected. Seeing this, I stepped into the cage and patted his head reassuringly. "We need to prepare, Kurama. The more chakra, the better, right?" Kurama's ears twitched slightly. He knew I was still haunted by the memory of the time he had left me, when I had faced an overwhelming enemy with no chakra reserves left. That fear of running out of power had become an ingrained trauma. After a moment of silence, Kurama spoke, "Don't worry. I'll start gathering chakra more seriously. I'll be more reliable than ever before." "Thanks, Kurama. I'm counting on you." You better be." Sakura stood outside the tree hollow, staring intently at the rustling grass. Suddenly, a squirrel holding a pine cone darted out. Not wanting the squirrel to accidentally trigger one of her traps, Sakura quickly threw a kunai, scaring it away. Breathing a sigh of relief, Sakura's tension returned as three figures emerged from the foliage. The sound trio. Raising her kunai, Sakura shouted, "Don't come any closer. You've been taking care of your teammates all night, haven't you? No need to anymore. Go wake up Sasuke." "I'm here to challenge him," said Dosu, stepping forward to stand where the squirrel had been. "What do you want with us?" Sakura demanded. "I know Orochimaru sent you. Sasuke's injury, what you did to him, and now you're here to challenge him." "Not our problem," Kin sneered, glancing disdainfully at the tree hollow where Sasuke and I were resting. "You're just a cute little girl. Instead of worrying about your hair care routine, maybe you should spend more time training." Kin stepped forward, but Dosu held out his arm to stop her. "Wait." Kin and Zaku looked at him in confusion. Dosu pointed to the ground. The sound waves revealed that the ground here is hollow. "Look closely. These plants shouldn't be growing here." Elsewhere, the Inoshikacho trio was still searching for a safe spot. Their entrance to the forest had been too close to ours, and the residual shockwaves from our earlier battle had left them rattled. Ino squatted on the ground, complaining, "We can't find a team weaker than us anywhere." Shikamaru sighed. "Honestly, we're probably the weakest ones in this area. If we want to find weaker opponents, we'll need to head to the other side of the forest." "Why is my luck so bad? Stuck with a lazy bum like you and a glutton who only cares about food. And meanwhile, useless Sakura gets to be on a team with super genius Sasuke. So unfair." Shikamaru muttered under his breath. "Maybe that genius isn't even as strong as Naruto in actual combat." "What did you just say?" Ino's ears perked up, and she glared at him furiously. Nothing. I didn't say anything." Shikamaru backpedaled quickly, though in his heart he grumbled, "Asterisk, she's such a pain. Say one bad thing about Sasuke, and she's ready to kill me." Asterisk. Back at the tree hollow, Sakura tightened her grip on her kunai. Her heart was racing, but her eyes were resolute. Asterisk, I've always watched Sasuke and Naruto charge ahead, fighting in front while I stay behind. I won't let that happen anymore. I'm a ninja too. Asterisk. Kin, feeling the force behind Sakura's counterattack, was taken aback. This girl's strength is insane. Sakura glanced back at the hollow where Sasuke and I were resting. With a powerful roundhouse kick, she sent Kin flying. They fought so hard to protect me. I've learned so much from them. It's my turn now. Watch my back this time. I'll protect the people I care about. Dosu sneered and said, Courage is admirable, but basic ninja techniques won't be enough to beat us. But Sakura wasn't done yet. Her determination burned brighter than ever. Let's see if you can handle this. Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu. A hand shot up from the softened ground beneath Dosu, grabbing his ankle with unrelenting force. To his shock, he was dragged underground, his confidence shattered. Sakura stood over him, her resolve unshaken. Asterisk, I'll protect them, no matter what. Asterisk, I, Sakan, leap high into the air, dodging the chunk of earth hurled my way. Looking down at Dosu, whose head was sticking out of the ground after being humiliated by Sakura's jutsu, I felt my blood boil. I didn't think much of Sakura's abilities. What truly enraged me was that the three of us were being toyed with by her basic techniques. This was beyond humiliating. Kin emerged from the wreckage of a tree trunk, brushing leaves out of her long black hair, her teeth clenched in frustration. How annoying. You're going to regret this. She snarled. Ino, overhearing this from her hiding spot, seemed to snap out of her conflicted thoughts, grabbing onto something significant in Kin's words. Basic taijutsu? Do we even learn that stuff in the academy? She asked. Shiko, sighed internally. Asterisk, come on. Even if you don't practice, at least skim through the textbook once in a while. Iruka-sensei would be heartbroken. Asterisk, but I still explained, most people can only use about 20% of their muscle strength because the brain limits it to prevent damage. Pushing closer to 100% would tear the muscles apart. That's why Sakura is using chakra to override that limit, allowing her to unleash massive strength repeatedly, even if it risks injuring herself. Ino finally understood, realizing Sakura was ignoring the risk of muscle damage to use her monstrous strength. She began to worry, muttering, Sakura. I sighed again, thinking, asterisk, what a drag. If you're that worried, just go help her already. I've lost count of how many times I've sighed since this Chunin exam started. At this rate, I'm probably speeding up the melting of Snow Country's glaciers. Asterisk. Sakura knew she couldn't afford a prolonged fight. Her body wouldn't hold up under strain. She decided to focus on taking down one opponent first. With that in mind, she threw a powerful punch at Dosu. With a loud boom, Dosu was sent flying into the soft, loosened ground. The impact was cushioned, reducing the damage. Sakura's eyes widened slightly in surprise as she realized the ground around Dosu had been disturbed. It was then she saw the strange ripples extending outward from him. Ah, such a powerful punch, miss. Dosu mocked as he emerged from the softened earth, shaking off dirt. Clicking her tongue in frustration, Sakura swiftly formed a hand seal, creating two clones that charged toward the three of us. You caught me off guard earlier, but don't think you can underestimate us again, Kin sneered. She pulled out a sunbon with tiny bells attached and threw it toward the ground. The sound of the bells echoed, and Sakura's real body stumbled mid-run before collapsing to the ground. Her clones vanished as well. Sakura struggled to move, her eyes wide with shock. Asterisk, what's going on? Her attack didn't even hit me. Asterisk. Confused, aren't you? Dosu said, crouching down in front of her and glaring at her with his single eye. You might have decent basics, but the gap between us is too wide. Ninja battles aren't child's play. Dosu raised his fist and swung it towards Sakura, stopping just beside her ear. Our techniques are supersonic. Even if my attack doesn't physically hit you, you'll still feel the effects. Blood trickled from Sakura's left ear as she clutched at it, trembling. It didn't even touch me, but I'm injured. Even if Kin Senbon don't pierce your body, you can't escape sound at this range, Dosu sneered. Kin grabbed Sakura by her long hair, lifting her roughly off the ground. You gave me a scare earlier, but you're done now. There's no way you're pulling off those monster moves again, she taunted. Dosu examined Sakura with a smug grin. If sound exceeds 150 decibels, It ruptures the eardrum and disrupts the semicircular canals in the inner ear. That's why you can't move. My supersonic techniques can even shatter solid rock. Impressive you forced us to use them, though. Kin tugged on Sakura's hair mockingly. You should have spent more time training instead of taking care of your hair. Now you're just a stranded little girl. But then, Dosu's eyes widened as he noticed something. He quickly leapt backward, shouting, "Kin, get away!" "What?" Kin exclaimed in confusion. Sakura's lips curled into a smirk. In an instant, the blue glow of a chakra scalpel appeared in her hand, slicing clean through her own hair to free herself. Kin, thrown off balance, stumbled backward. Sakura turned swiftly, her chakra-infused hand brushing against Kin's arm and leg. Kin's body went limp like cooked noodles, collapsing completely. After successfully counterattacking, Sakura, too, lost her balance and fell on top of Kin, utterly drained of strength. A chakra scalpel. She's a medic ninja. Dosu was shocked, carefully observing Sakura to confirm she was no longer a threat. Once reassured, he relaxed and approached. Kin, her face twisted in rage, screamed, "That damn pig! She ambushed me! What are you two waiting for? Get her off me!" I, Sakan, approached the two girls and kicked Sakura off Kin, sending her sliding several meters across the ground. Helping Kin to her feet, I scolded, "You were too careless. You didn't even bother to figure out what she was capable of before getting close." Dosu examined Kin's limbs and said, "Her muscle fibers were severed. She can't move her arms or legs." I walked over to Sakura, who lay helpless on the ground, and began kicking her mercilessly. "You little brat, look what you've done. Damn pig." Despite the blows, Sakura clamped her teeth down on my leg, refusing to let go. Through gritted teeth, she muttered, I won't let you hurt my teammates." "You little..." Furious, I kicked her even harder, her head bleeding profusely, but she wouldn't release her bite. With a powerful kick, I sent her flying, then raised my hand to deliver the final blow. Swish! 3 figures suddenly appeared between me and Sakura, and all 3 of us from the sound team froze. "Sakura, I told you I wouldn't lose to you, didn't I?" Ino said without looking back, her eyes fixed warily on us. "Ino, you're here," Sakura murmured weakly. Dosu smirked, his single eye narrowing. "Looks like more little Konoha insects have wandered in." Choji, nervously clutching his scarf, muttered, "What are you guys doing? These guys are way too dangerous. I don't want to die." I laughed at his cowardice. "Haha, if you don't want to die, then hurry up and scram, fat pig." The air shifted. Ino and I, Shikamaru, froze, Choji's ears twitching slightly. His voice turned icy as he said, "What did you just say?" "I didn't quite catch that." I quickly tried to intervene. "That's his taboo. If you say it again." But Sakan, oblivious, repeated with a sneer, "I said if you don't want to die, then scram, fat pig." Choji's expression darkened, and his chakra surged like steam from his nostrils. "I'm not fat. I'm just pleasantly plump. I get it now. This is no longer a fight between individuals. This is war between Konoha Ninja and Sound Ninja." Expansion Jutsu. Choji transformed into a massive rolling sphere, his head and limbs retracting as he barreled toward me with incredible force. "Human boulder. TCH, what kind of jutsu is that? Just a fat guy rolling around?" "Air slicing wave." I fired a powerful air cannon from my palm, meeting Choji's spinning charge head-on. For a moment, we were evenly matched. This isn't good. Dosu abandoned Kin and reached for his sound wave amplifier, but after taking 2 steps, he froze in a strange pose. I dodged Choji's attack and turned back to see Dosu striking awkward poses. "Dosu, what the hell are you doing?" Dosu managed to turn his head slightly, spotting me behind him. I smirked. "You're not going anywhere. You're the most troublesome one. After all." Shadow Possession Jutsu. Success. Ino, meanwhile, had somehow made her way over to Kin, placing a kunai against her neck. "Everyone stop. If you don't want this girl to die, drop your scrolls and leave." Air slicing wave. "Ino, watch out." A powerful gust sent both Ino and Kin tumbling across the ground, blood splattering everywhere. I lowered my hand and sneered. "You were too careless. Our goal isn't some boring scrolls. We're here for Sasuke." At that moment, the shadow binding Dosu receded, the time limit for my jutsu having passed. Dosu smirked as he tested his regained mobility. So your jutsu only lasts 5 minutes. Choji, exhausted from his repeated collisions, collapsed to the ground, dizzy and disoriented. Even willing to sacrifice your own comrades. What a mess. Ino coughed, spitting blood. Dosu raised his sound amplifier with a devious grin. Too bad. You almost had us, but your plans were too naive. Leaf Hurricane. A powerful kick sent Dosu flying. A green blur appeared in the center of the battlefield. The shining green beast of Konoha, Rock Lee, has arrived to rescue the beautiful Sakura. More Konoha pests, one after another. You really don't take us sound ninja seriously. I began to step forward, ready to deal with this green tracksuit, when suddenly an overwhelming malice erupted from the tree hollow behind Sakura. What? Chaotic purple chakra surged violently, wrapping around Sasuke as he stepped out of the tree hollow. Black cursed seal markings spread unevenly across his handsome face, radiating an aura of malevolence, hatred, and bloodlust. As he passed by Sakura, he paused briefly. She looked at him with worry and said, "Sasuke, your appearance." Sasuke's Sharingan spun, now with a third tomo in each eye, as if he could see through everything. The power of Orochimaru's curse mark coursed through him. He pressed a finger to his temple, grinning maniacally. "Don't worry about me. I feel amazing right now." With a twisted smile, he turned his gaze toward me, his voice cold and piercing. "You're the one who hurt Sakura, aren't you?" I, Shikamaru, immediately grabbed Ino and Choji, retreating into the tree hollow. "Green tracksuit guy, get Sakura out of here. You'll get caught in the crossfire." Rock Lee hesitated, glancing at Sasuke, but quickly obeyed. He lifted Sakura and retreated swiftly. I, Dosu, stared in disbelief as the cursed seal pulsated on Sasuke's body. Asterisk, he's marked with the cursed seal? So that's what Sakura meant about the strange wound left by Lord Orochimaru. He actually survived bearing a seal of this level. Could he be Lord Orochimaru's chosen? Asterisk. My thoughts were interrupted by pure terror, as I shouted, "Sakan, get away from him now." Choji, finally stopped feeling dizzy, but the sight of Sasuke in that terrifying state made me shiver. I turned to Shikamaru and stammered, "Shikamaru, what's going to happen now? How would I know? This is such a drag. I didn't expect this so-called genius to be this oppressive in actual combat." Shikamaru muttered, his usual calm shaken by the overwhelming presence Sasuke was exuding. Rock Lee, utterly baffled, tried to make sense of the situation. After all, just yesterday morning, before the first exam, he had sparred with Sasuke, and Sasuke hadn't been anywhere near this strong. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed with wide eyes, startling all of us, including the exhausted Sakura. "I've figured out. It seems something terrible has happened to him, and now he's become much stronger." We all fell silent, utterly speechless at his obvious conclusion. Shikamaru thought to himself, asterisk, that's painfully obvious. Does this guy have muscles for brains? Such a drag. Asterisk. By now, Sasuke had reached the trembling Sakan, who still had death written all over him. Nearby, Dosu, noticing the ominous chakra emanating from Sasuke, began backing away, his voice shaking. "This chakra, it's too strong, too cold. It's definitely him, that person." Sakan, however, wasn't backing down. Clasping his hands together, he scoffed, "Dosu, we're not running away with our tails between our legs just because of some brat who almost died. I'll wipe out all these pests in one go with this move." As he charged his ultimate technique, Sakan's lips curled into a confident smirk. Forming a triangular shape with his hands, he aimed through the gap directly at Sasuke, and at us, still hiding in the tree hollow behind him. Air slicing extreme wave. A powerful triangular blast of air shot forward, blinding us with its brilliant light. For a moment, everything was white, and we couldn't see a thing. The deafening sound was broken by a sharp, screeching noise. Asterisk, asterisk. And then something flew through the air. It was an arm. Sasuke's right hand crackled with lightning from his chidori. Sakan froze, staring in disbelief at the severed limb on the ground near his feet. "Impossible," he muttered, his voice trembling. The stump of his arm, severed cleanly at the elbow, had already begun cauterizing from the intense heat of the Chidori, minimizing blood loss. My haunt! Aya! Sakan screamed in agony, clutching his severed arm as he writhed on the ground. His other hand shakily rose, trying to aim at Sasuke in a desperate counterattack. But Sasuke was faster, far faster. In an instant, he appeared behind Sakan, moving so quickly that even Rock Lee was stunned. That speed, it's faster than when I removed my weights. Lee exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Sasuke stepped on Sakan's back, grabbing his remaining arm. His lips curled into a sinister smile. You seem very proud of your hands, don't you? Wait. No, stop. Please don't. Sakan started to beg, but with a sickening crack, Sasuke twisted and broke his remaining arm. Sakan crumpled to the ground like a discarded rag doll, twitching in pain. Without his hands, he had no use to Orochimaru anymore. No future, no hope. And now it's just you, Sasuke said, his Sharingan spinning, locking onto Dosu. The three Tomo and his scarlet eyes glared into Dosu's single eye, paralyzing him with fear. The overwhelming malice radiating from Sasuke made Dosu tremble. He fell to his knees, his voice shaking as he pleaded, "It was our fault. We'll give you the scroll. Just please spare us." Sasuke didn't respond. He kept walking toward Dosu, his expression a chilling mixture of malice and amusement. The oppressive aura around him was suffocating, like a predator toying with its prey. Dosu couldn't even summon the courage to run. Stop! Sasuke froze mid-step and turned his head. Rock Lee had emerged from the tree hollow, supporting a limping Sakura. Both of them stared at him with alarm. This isn't the Sasuke I know. Sakura's voice cracked, tears streaming down her face and dripping onto the ground. Her pleading gaze seemed to pierce through the shroud of negative emotions enveloping Sasuke. A warmth began to spread through Sasuke's body. The cursed seal markings creeping across his skin started to retreat, shrinking back toward the seal on his neck. Asterisk, the curse mark is receding. Looks like we're saved. Asterisk, Dosu thought, his emotions a chaotic mix of relief and confusion. He took out the earth scroll from his pouch and placed it on the ground. You're strong, Sasuke. We can't beat you. Take this as compensation and let us go. Dosu hoisted his incapacitated comrades onto his back. Hoping to reassure Sasuke, he added, I might be a coward, but I need to confirm something. I promise, next time we meet, I won't run or hide. It was him who ordered us to assassinate you, but he also marked you with that curse. I have no idea why he did it. As Dosu disappeared into the distance, Sasuke dropped to one knee, clutching his neck as he gasped for air. Sakura quickly knelt beside him, ignoring her own injuries as she checked his condition. Take care of Sakura. See if she's okay, Shikamaru said as we emerged cautiously from our hiding spot. Seeing that the danger had passed and Rock Lee was there, we felt a little safer. But then, an entirely different wave of malice swept over us. This one was even more intense, more primal. It felt like being hunted by a wild beast. The hairs on my arms stood on end. What's this overwhelming malice? Damn it, what's going on? Shikamaru's gaze landed on Naruto, who was still in the tree hollow. The menacing aura was coming from him. Bubbles of crimson chakra began forming on his body. Inside the sealed space. Oops, I messed up, Kurama muttered, halting his chakra-gathering process. It seems that in his frustration, he had accidentally infused his chakra with negative emotions. The chakra that had seeped out was brimming with malice. You gotta be kidding me, Kurama. You've caused a huge mess now, I yelled, my eyes already turning fox-like as 3 crimson chakra tails lashed behind me. I struggled to keep my mind clear, resisting the influence of Kurama's chakra. If I lost control now, there was no one left in Konoha who could stop me in my 4-tail state. Not without the first Hokage's necklace or some other seal. Kurama scoffed. If you plan to become Hokage someday, you'd better learn to handle this kind of power without losing your mind. Despite his sarcastic tone, his gaze lingered on Sasuke outside the sealed space. Asterisk, that Uchiha kid, he's not ordinary. Something about him influenced me just now. Asterisk, Kurama thought to himself. Anyway, stop watching and get out there. Your teammates fought to protect you, he said, snapping me out of my thoughts. I closed my eyes, steadying my breathing. A small smile crept onto my face. Don't underestimate Sakura. She's strong too, you know. Kurama grinned slightly. That's trust, huh? Go clean up your mess, kid. Back in the forest, the three crimson tails of chakra towering behind me suddenly dissipated. The tree hollow I had been hiding in was torn apart, and the chakra cloak surrounding me vanished. As I stepped forward, I scratched the back of my head sheepishly. Sorry about that, Shikamaru. Shikamaru had been prepared for the worst, but seeing me back to normal, he sighed in relief, though his expression quickly turned into a scowl. You're such a troublesome guy. Asterisk being able to control the nine-tails chakra like that. So he's become a true Jinchuriki. Huh, asterisk Shikamaru thought. Choji called out from a distance. Shikamaru, are you okay? Shikamaru muttered under his breath. If you're so worried, why'd you run so far away? He walked out of the tree hollow, with me following close behind. When Rock Lee saw me, he relaxed his stance. Oh, it's just Naruto. I thought it was some kind of wild beast. Bushy brows, you're here too, huh? I greeted him with a grin. Just then, Neji and Tintin emerged from the trees, having come to find Lee. Tintin immediately began scolding Lee. Do you know how long Neji and I waited for you? Do you know how worried we were? What were you thinking running off so far? But I sensed that Sakura was in danger, Lee said, trying to defend himself. He turned to Sakura and gave her a flirtatious wink. Sakura, my lady love. A heart practically flew out of his eyes, and Sakura, flustered, dodged it. Tintin sighed in exasperation. Neji scanned the area, his eyes lingering on the earth scroll, on the ground, and on Sasuke, who was kneeling and catching his breath. Uchiha Sasuke, it seems you've just been through a fierce battle. Sakura stepped protectively in front of Sasuke, glaring at Neji. What do you want? Neji's piercing white eyes seemed to look straight through her, making her uncomfortable. With a cold smirk, he turned away. I'm not interested in taking advantage of the weak. Uchiha Sasuke, I'll fight you when you've recovered. Beating you now would be meaningless. With that, he left with Lee and Tintin. I watched them go, feeling a bit of admiration for Neji. In my previous life, he had sacrificed himself to save me. But even now, I couldn't help but think, asterisk, Neji sure is full of himself at this point in time. Asterisk. As I, Naruto, basked in the morning sunlight, the deadly creatures of the Forest of Death began their hunt for food to survive another day. A grotesquely large centipede, as big as a grown adult, clung to a tree, waiting for us, three unsuspecting figures walking its way. It planned to snatch one of us as its meal as we passed by. With a sharp thunk, a kunai sliced through the centipede's tough exoskeleton. Green fluid gushed out as its body thudded to the ground, writhing in its death throes. The Earth Scroll we'd received from the Sound Ninja had already been handed over to the Ino Shikacho trio as a thank you gift. Since separating from them, we'd spent a few days navigating the forest, no longer worried about completing the mission, but still caught up in various complications. Hey, Naruto, that red-haired girl, is she your relative? Sakura asked casually. She couldn't help but recall the way the girl had looked at Sasuke, her expression filled with intensity. That girl, Uzumaki Karen, had immediately set off Sakura's alarms. She seemed like a rival no less threatening than Ino, though thankfully they had parted ways with her. I clasped my hands behind my head, thinking for a moment before replying. She might be. I'm not really sure. But she can use sealing techniques just like my mom, and her hair color's the same too. Remembering Karen's sealing techniques, I suddenly yelled, Ah, I forgot to ask her to place a seal on Sasuke's curse mark. Sasuke stopped in his tracks, his hand unconsciously brushing over the still warm curse mark on his neck. A sealing technique? What do you mean? Scratching my head, I explained in the simplest way I could. That snake guy, Orochimaru, was in too much of a rush when he put that curse mark on you. He stuffed way too much power into it, which is why you can't control it properly or use it safely. You're saying, with a sealing technique, I could? Sasuke trailed off, his mind clearly mulling over the possibilities. Before he could finish, Sakura cut in with a firm voice. No way. Even if it's powerful, that curse mark came from Orochimaru. Who knows what kind of side effects it might have? But I shook my head and said, true strength isn't about the power you have. It's about the person who controls it. Power that isn't under your control, no matter how strong, isn't really yours. Sasuke's thoughts lingered on the overwhelming strength he had felt when using the curse mark. For a moment, he had believed that even Uchiha Itachi would fall before him. With newfound determination, he asked, "So, if a seal is applied, I'll be able to use this power safely?" I rolled up my jacket and inner shirt, channeling chakra to reveal the seal on my stomach. Inside me is an insanely powerful being. Even just a sliver of its chakra leaking out would rival the strength of 100 Kakashi senseis. Letting my shirt fall back into place, I allowed the golden glow of my partial Ninetales transformation to envelop me. My form shimmered brilliantly, radiating like the sun itself. "So this ability of yours..." "That's right," I confirmed. The being inside me once caused a lot of destruction with its immense power, but because it was so strong, there were times when I almost got lost in that power. If I had let it take over, I'd have become a complete monster. I let the golden glow fade, allowing the red chakra of the Ninetales cloak to bubble up around me instead. The gentle warmth of my previous form was replaced by the icy, suffocating malice of the tailed beast's wild power. My nails lengthened into claws, my teeth sharpened into fangs, and my lips darkened ominously. Sakura instinctively stepped back. Even though I was her close teammate, the oppressive aura of the Ninetales chakra triggered an ancient fear buried deep within her DNA, a primal terror of tailed beasts. I snapped my fingers, and a tail of chakra extended from behind me, plunging into the ground. A moment later, it curved beneath the earth and burst out directly beneath Sasuke. "What?" Sasuke jumped backward, the chakra tail chasing him relentlessly. The sharp claws at the tip of the tail shot forward, stopping mere inches from Sasuke's forehead protector. They tapped against it lightly before retracting. I shifted back into my golden form, the oppressive malice dissipating. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Sakura yelled angrily. "This state," I explained calmly, "is me fully controlling the power that leaks out. That earlier state, while strong, is scattered and unfocused. It's just the beast's instincts driving its attacks. But when you master that power, you can wield it however you want," Sasuke finished, understanding what I meant. He walked back toward me, his expression serious. "So that's why you want to use a sealing technique, to gradually familiarize yourself with the power leaking out, bit by bit." I grinned. "Exactly." Sakura's eyes lit up. "Then Kakashi-sensei should be able to use sealing techniques, right? I remember he's known as one of Konoha's top technical ninjas." I sighed. "Yeah, although care and sealing techniques are even stronger, for now we'll have to rely on Kakashi-sensei." We turned our attention to the towering central tower in the distance. "Let's explain everything to Kakashi-sensei once we get there," I said. What I didn't know was that Orochimaru's consciousness, hidden within Sasuke's curse mark, had overheard our entire conversation. In a shadowy corner of the forest, Orochimaru rested as he recovered. He smirked as memories from the curse mark filtered into his mind. His long tongue slithered out, licking his face clean. "Interesting," he murmured. "Naruto Uzumaki, using my power as nourishment for Sasuke's growth. The Jinchuriki of the Ninetales is quite the fascinating little brat." From the shadows, Kabuto stepped forward, pushing his glasses up his nose. "I've planted the virus in the preliminary round's computer system, as you instructed. But why go to such lengths?" Orochimaru shot him a sidelong glance. His tongue lashed out, snatching the kunai Kabuto had hidden behind his back and flinging it aside. "Some things don't need reasons or explanations. Don't try to get clever under my watch. I simply didn't expect Naruto's strength to have progressed so rapidly." A bead of sweat rolled down Kabuto's forehead. Nodding stiffly, he retreated back into the shadows. "Understood." Meanwhile, Sasuke had fully accepted my reasoning. Like a sponge, he was eager to absorb anything that could make him stronger. To him, mastering the curse mark's power, no matter the cost, was a necessary step toward defeating that man. Sakura, meanwhile, slipped her arms around both of ours, standing between us with a cheerful smile. "All right, let's head for the tower and finish this." "Yeah, let's go." Inside the tower's observation room, the third Hokage sat at his desk alongside a group of proctors, reviewing footage from the exam's earlier days. The monitor displayed a recording from 4 days ago, shortly after the second stage of the exam had begun. The video showed the Sand Village's team, led by Gaara, entering the tower. Almost as if he sensed the camera, Gaara turned to stare directly at it. His gaze seemed to pierce through time, making everyone watching feel as though he were looking straight at them. No way. This was just 97 minutes after the exam started. Anko murmured in disbelief. One examiner exclaimed, "This has never happened before. This isn't just unusual, it's unprecedented. These guys aren't genin. They're on a completely different level. They've shattered the previous record of 4 hours." Anko began pacing. It's more than that. From a forest entrance to the tower is a full 10 kilometers of untamed wilderness, filled with beasts, poisonous insects, and treacherous paths. And yet, Gaara's team arrived here unscathed. An ANBU member, staring at Gaara's paused expression on the screen, clicked his tongue. He's strong, sure, but his eyes are so damn irritating. The third Hokage, who had been silent until now, folded his hands together. His thoughts were elsewhere. Anko, by the time he got to Orochimaru, he had already escaped, correct? Anko immediately knelt on one knee. "Yes, sir." The third said nothing further, turning his attention to the live feed. The screen showed us Team 7 arriving at the tower, battered but intact. A small smile crept across his face as he took a puff from his pipe. Asterisk, if it weren't for their encounter with Orochimaru, Team 7 might have broken the record as well. But none of that matters now. To have survived Orochimaru's ambush and reached the destination safely. Did you hold back, my dear student? Asterisk. After finally entering the central tower as instructed, we stood in the empty room. Sasuke, growing uncomfortable with Sakura's support, pulled his arm away. "Is anyone even here?" Sakura smiled sweetly on the surface, though in her mind she was throwing punches. Asterisk, what a shame. Asterisk. On the wall, instructions for using the Heaven and Earth scrolls were written. I already knew what they were about. The scrolls contained a summoning technique. If opened at the designated location, they would summon the person inscribed within. But if opened elsewhere, they would activate a sleep-inducing curse, potentially knocking you out until the exam ended. I placed the 2 scrolls on the ground, and as they unfurled, a plume of smoke erupted. From within the smoke emerged a familiar figure. "Hey, long time no see. Long time no see, Iruka-sensei." I replied with a grin, thrilled to see my old teacher. After a brief exchange of greetings, Iruka pulled out a pocket watch and announced, "Congratulations on passing the second exam. To celebrate, I was planning to treat you all to Ichiraka ramen, but the preliminary round for the third exam is about to begin. We'll save the ramen for later." Hearing there was another test coming up, Sakura's shoulders slumped, and even Sasuke looked a little fatigued. "Don't push yourself too hard in the final test. Especially you, Naruto. You're the one I worry about the most," Iruka said, his open bias evident. He'd always treated me like a younger brother. Smiling, I pointed to my forehead protector. "Iruka-sensei, have you forgotten our promise? Ever since you gave me this, I've been a ninja, and when I get married someday, I want you to attend as my dad. Is that so? You've grown so much, Naruto." Iruka's voice trembled slightly as he ruffled my hair. There was a faint glimmer of tears in his eyes. "But honestly, I'd rather be like your big brother than your dad." As he looked at our dirt-covered faces, his mind drifted back to something Kakashi had once said. Asterisk, Iruka-sensei, you know as well as I do that Naruto's optimistic and energetic nature, combined with Sasuke's rivalry, makes for a noisy team. But his willingness to protect his comrades is something you taught him well. And in terms of strength, he's already surpassed the teacher he admires so much, you. Asterisk, it seems Kakashi-sensei, you really do understand us the best. Asterisk, I, Naruto, followed Iruka to a gladiator arena, which was the venue for the preliminaries of the third exam. At this moment, all the examiners and the Jonin leaders of the advancing teams had gathered here. This exam was so important that even the third Hokage, who was usually so busy that his feet barely touched the ground, came in person. Gaara, carrying a large gourd on his back, noticed me earlier than Hinata and immediately fixed his gaze on me. I felt his attention and nodded with a smile to greet him. And used to this kind of treatment, Gaara became flustered and kept nodding back at me. Kankuro approached Temari and whispered for help. Sis, Gar's been acting so weird lately. Don't disturb him. Temari responded. Kiba from Team 8, who was also keeping an eye on Gaara, the guy who scared him, was visibly nervous. As soon as I entered the arena, an acquaintance came up to greet me. It was that Rain Ninja who had easily defeated the large man that scared Akamaru so much he lost his temper. Kiba, pretending to act calm, walked over to me and my companions, grinning as he said, I didn't expect you to pass the second exam. Your opponents must have been total pushovers. Hearing Kiba talk about me, the usually indecisive Hinata earnestly said, Kiba, don't say that. Naruto-kun is really strong. I habitually patted Hinata's head and said cheerfully, living outdoors for the past few days must have been tough on you. Naruto too. Hinata murmured, burying her face into her collar. Shikamaru saw this scene, then glanced at Asuma and Kurenai chatting and laughing on the platform. He smirked and muttered, those two have been acting weird recently. Is this just what happens when you reach that age? Such a drag. You don't need to worry about that for now. Speaking of which, you don't even have any close female friends, Kiba teased as Akamaru barked in his arms. Shino suddenly spoke, startling Shikamaru. When did you get here? Shino, who would one day become a legend of undefeated battles, stood there with his reflective sunglasses casting a cold glare. You're so rude. I've been standing beside you from the start. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, disguised as the Sound Ninja team's Jonin leader, stood behind the third Hokage. Even from a distance, he could smell the familiar scent of tobacco. Thinking about the upcoming Konoha Crush plan, he couldn't help but feel a wicked sense of delight. In his mind, he thought, Old man, I told you I'd make you regret it. Your old eyes are so dim that you haven't even realized I'm right here beside you. Your ideals and strength are relics of the past. After a brief rest, Anko saw that most of the participants had arrived. As the proctor of the second exam, she stood on the high platform and announced, First, congratulations on passing the second exam. Next, the Hokage-sama will say a few words. Let's all give him a round of applause. In the vast gladiator arena, the third Hokage stood on the high platform, looking at the energetic new generation of ninjas with great satisfaction. Since everyone wants me to say a few words, I'll keep it brief. Half an hour later. So, what I'm saying is, we must confront this rather awkward reality, that the so-called key issue is to define what exactly a key issue is. With this question in mind, we must re-examine the key issues. I believe the key issue is one that everyone must face. But when confronting such issues, how does the key issue become the key? I've racked my brain and pondered day and night on this. If we grasp the essence of the key issue, seize the key to the issue, then surely the key to the key issue will. The third Hokage was still delivering his lengthy speech on the observation platform, and the genin below were on the verge of falling asleep. Even I couldn't help but start nodding off. Compared to the first two exams, the third exam was all about individual strength. Because there were too many participants, a preliminary round was required to eliminate some contestants. Hey, Gecko coughed violently as he knelt on one knee in front of the third Hokage, interrupting his speech. Everyone turned to look at him. Hokage-sama, forgive my interruption. I'll handle the details from here. Allow me, Hey, Gecko, to take over. The third Hokage glanced at the time and, though slightly reluctant, said, Then I'll leave it to you. Young people should take care of their health. Hey, Gecko, with dark circles under his eyes almost as thick as Gaara's and hollowed cheeks, stood up and addressed the genin. First, it's a pleasure to meet all of you cough. Before the third exam begins, cough, there will be a preliminary round cough. Sakura whispered. This teacher doesn't look too healthy. Sasuke nodded in agreement and murmured, Feels like he might drop dead in front of us any second. Anyone here feeling unwell cough, or who wants to back out after hearing the explanation just now, can now apply to withdraw from the competition cough. Even the kind-hearted Hinata couldn't help but worry. Sensei seems to be the one who's most unwell. In the crowd, a bespectacled man raised his hand and said, Sensei, I'd like to withdraw from the exam. Hey, Gecko glanced at him and nodded. You're Yakushi Kabuto, right? You may leave. The third Hokage furrowed his brows and whispered to Anko, I think I remember this guy. He dropped out midway during the last Chunin exam too. Anko accepted a file from her assistant, flipped to Kabuto's page, and said with some confusion, "He's participated in 6 exams so far, and every time, he voluntarily withdrew at this exact stage." Hearing this, the third Hokage's instincts sharpened, and he asked what's his background. At the Ninja Academy, he was a nobody with average grades. He barely passed the graduation exam on his 3rd attempt. After graduation, his missions were unremarkable, with no notable achievements. However, before entering the Ninja Academy, he was an enemy child adopted by the medical ninja squad on the battlefield. The third Hokage nodded thoughtfully, watching Kabuto leave. At that moment, another person raised his hand. It was Tosu from the Sound Ninja Trio. Tosu glared at Orochimaru, who was disguised as their Jonin leader on the high platform. Only he knew what they had been through these past few days. In order to pass, he had to take care of 2 immobile injured teammates and find scrolls on his own, all because of this hypocritical man. Gritting his teeth, he said, "My 2 teammates are too badly injured to continue fighting. They both need treatment." Hey, Gecko waved his hand. Cough, cough. I admire your decision. It's important to get treatment if you're unwell. Cough, cough. I approve of Sound Sakan and Kin's withdrawal. The medical squad rushed in with stretchers to carry the 2 injured teammates away. They hadn't even started the fights yet, and there were already casualties. The medical team suspected someone had jinxed them into a busy night shift. Seeing no one else withdrawing, Hey Gecko raised his voice. Then now, the matches begin. The large electronic display lit up with 2 names. Hyuga Neji versus Tenten. Standing behind the Jonin leaders, Kakashi frowned. As Sasuke looked up at the display, Kakashi noticed the curse mark partially visible on Sasuke's collar, which reminded him of the one on Anko's neck. He thought to himself, no matter how you look at it, this is dangerous. The things left behind by that man will definitely cause problems. While Kakashi was deep in thought, he was suddenly put in a neck hold by 2 massive hands. Guy, with tears streaming from his eyes, exclaimed, "Oh, no. Kakashi, my adorable subordinates are going to fight each other. Former comrades now turn opponents. This is too cruel for the youthfulness of life." Kakashi turned his head to look at Guy. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Are you talking to me? My goodness, you're good. That indifferent demeanor is so stylish. You truly are my rival. You're infuriating," Guy declared, his eyes ablaze. In the crowd, Lee was also in tears. He shouted to his 2 teammates about to face off, "Do your best, Neji Tenten. Is this a fated battle? It's so youthful." I scratched my head, thinking, this is different. Could this be what Shikamaru was talking about? The butterfly effect, or something? The Nine Tails rarely chimed in, but comforted me. This is better, though. If Neji had faced Hinata, he might have beaten her up pretty badly. It was in the sealed space, gathering chakra while watching the situation outside with great interest. Guy and Lee, still teary-eyed, joined the others on the observation platform, leaving the arena for Neji and Tenten. Tenten looked a bit aggrieved as she said to Neji, "Go easy on me, okay?" "No," Neji replied firmly. He closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, his Byakugan was active, veins bulging on his face. "You're still the same? So heartless." Tenten's eyes turned serious. Having been teammates under Guy for so long, they were well aware of each other's abilities. Tenten immediately pulled out 2 scrolls and tossed them into the air, leaping gracefully between the unfurling scrolls as if dancing. Twin rising dragons. A torrent of ninja tools emerged from Tenten's scrolls, summoned from the sealed space. As expected of Konoha's wealthiest kunoichi of the new generation, even the Uchiha and Hyuga clan's heirs didn't have this many tools. The sheer number of attacks surprised even Sasuke, who quickly thought of 5 ways to counter them. He activated his Sharingan to observe how this self-proclaimed strongest genin in Konoha would respond. Rotation. Neji assumed his stance and spun rapidly, releasing chakra from all his tenketsu to form a blue barrier that deflected Tenten's tools in all directions. I heard Sasuke mutter, "Impressive move. I'll take that. Wait, what?" He frowned, realizing he couldn't copy Neji's technique. Is it a bloodline ability? I laughed and said, "Neji may be a bit arrogant right now, but his strength is real." With rotation's defensive power combined with the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palm techniques, probably only bushy brows and Gaara can match him here. Hearing me, Sasuke and Sakura both glanced at Gaara on the Sand Team side, recalling their first encounter with him. Sasuke's eyes burned with fighting spirit, his crimson pupils reflecting Gaara's silhouette. They're strong, but they're just stepping stones on my path forward. Seeing so many tools deflected, Tintin gritted her teeth and manipulated the wires attached to some of them, sending the weapons flying toward Neji again. Neji smirked confidently. Too weak, Tintin. No matter how many times you try, you can't beat me. This is fate. Ha ha. He used rotation again, breaking Tintin's second twin, Rising Dragons. The tools were deflected once more, and Tintin landed on the ground. Neji quickly closed the distance and began striking Tintin's delicate face with precise blows. Too weak. Too weak. After a clean uppercut, Tintin collapsed onto the ground. Gecko approached the unconscious Tintin, confirmed that her injuries were superficial, and announced, ********. Winner, Hyuga Neji. Lee was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The result of youth is here. Neji defeated Tintin, Gai-sensei. The female ninjas in the audience watched Neji, who had returned to his calm demeanor, with twitching mouths. Kurenai muttered softly, "At first, I thought that little girl and he might have had something special." With the first match concluded, the electronic display began to shuffle names, selecting the next 2 contestants. Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Hinata. I was utterly shocked, my jaw practically hitting the floor. As Kurenai Yuhi, the jonin in charge of Team 8, I watched Naruto from afar, feeling a bit giddy inside. I'm used to myself. Although the village has been abuzz recently about how active this kid has been, Kakashi's team actually encountered the legendary Sanin in an attack just a few days ago. No matter how strong they are, there's no way they've fully recovered in such a short time. They probably don't have much combat strength left right now. Plus, this kid even got stabbed by that guy's sword. With a smile, I said to Naruto, "Little one, you're really out of luck. The Hyuga main family's child has grown strong under my guidance." Kakashi gave me a deadpan look with his lazy fish-like eyes before turning to Naruto and advising, "Be mindful and don't go overboard when fighting a girl." Naruto walked down from the observation platform with a sulky expression. He cast a resentful glance at the 3rd Hokage in the distance, leaving the old man puzzled. I guess Naruto probably suspected the 3rd had rigged the electronic display. Hinata, on the other hand, never imagined she'd one day stand on the opposing side of the Naruto she admired so deeply. She was panicking, unsure what to do. Neji Hyuga, fresh from his victory in the previous match, leisurely walked up to the observation platform. He stopped beside Hinata. "I never thought I wouldn't get a chance to fight you, Lady Hinata," Neji remarked coldly. "Neji innocent," Hinata murmured. Neji said icily, "Before the match starts, let me give you a warning. Surrender. You're not cut out to be a ninja." Hinata froze, visibly hurt by his words. Having her closest family member say that to her was a heavy blow. Neji continued, "You're too kind-hearted, always hoping for peace, avoiding all conflicts, and agreeing with whatever others say. You don't know how to refuse. And you lack confidence, always feeling inferior. You think being a Genin is enough? And you probably joined this Chunin exam just to go along with your teammates, didn't you?" His Byakugan seemed to pierce through her heart, exposing all her vulnerabilities. Hinata took a step back, biting her lip, and shook her head. "That's not true. I just want to change myself." I stood watching all of this unfold. The messy affairs between the Hyuga main family and branch family were beyond my control, but I could at least encourage my seemingly fragile subordinate. "Neji from Team Guy, don't go overboard. Hinata just wants to rely on herself to change," I said. Neji, however, responded seriously, as expected of a main family member. "Your thinking is so naive. People can't change themselves so easily. Weaklings like you remain weak forever. It's because people can't change that differences arise, which is why there are elites and weaklings. We evaluate a person's worth from various angles, and we suffer because of things that can't be changed. That's fate. Just like how I'm from the branch family and you're from the main family. This can't be changed. My Byakugan can see everything clearly. You're just pretending to be strong. When you saw your name on the electronic screen, you wanted to run away, didn't you? Hinata instinctively brought her hand to her lips, biting them as she refuted. And no, that's not true. Neji sneered coldly. When you place your hand on your chest, it's because you want to build a wall between us to maintain distance. You don't want me to see into your heart because you know I've hit the mark. Biting your lip shows your inner turmoil. It's your way of easing tension and anxiety. Deep down, you've realized that wanting to change yourself is impossible. Neji's words cut into Hinata like knives, leaving her chilled to the core. She even considered forfeiting to let Naruto advance smoothly. But Naruto, watching from the platform below, couldn't stay silent any longer. He shouted, "Neji, you idiot! Don't go assuming things about other people's thoughts. Hinata, hurry up and come down to fight me." Referee, did you hear what he just said to her? Hey, Gecko coughed twice and said, "Hyuga Neji, stop interfering with the participant." Humph. Neji scoffed, closing his eyes as he slowly walked toward Guy and Lee. I huffed angrily. As expected of Guy's student, just finished beating his female teammate to a pulp, and now he's picking on his cousin too. I thought he was a cool kid, but his personality is awful. Hinata, ignore him. Hearing Naruto's shouts, Hinata snapped out of her daze. Her cheeks turned red as she softly said, "I understand, Sensei. Naruto's waiting for me." I thought to myself, asterisk, her eyes have changed. Asterisk, I paused for a moment, as if I'd realized something, then smiled and nodded, signaling to her that she could head down. I muttered to myself, asterisk, that brat Naruto, just a few words from him, and Hinata's so motivated. Kids these days sure are precocious. Asterisk, step by step, Hinata descended the stairs. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Naruto, the boy who had been optimistic since childhood. Naruto smiled and greeted her. Yo, Hinata! Hinata thought. Asterisk, I won't run away anymore. Asterisk, she took a stance, veins bulging around her eyes as she activated her Byakugan. Let's have a fair fight, Naruto-kun. She added in her mind, asterisk, speaking my mind, just like Naruto-kun, is also my ninja way. Asterisk, seeing how much Hinata had grown, Naruto grinned. He raised a hand and gestured for her to come at him, starting right off with a gentle fist 8 trigrams palm. Huh? Bring it on. Kakashi's lazy eyes became serious as he murmured, "That's a taijutsu stance I've never seen before." Hinata launched the first attack, her left palm aiming for Naruto's face. Naruto, familiar with the gentle fist, easily deflected the feint with a slap of his hand. He twisted his waist to the left, ducking to avoid her right palm aimed at his kidney, and quickly used both hands to clamp down on her left hand as it tried to strike his throat. Hinata, seeing her left hand trapped, used her free right hand to spin and chop at Naruto's legs, forcing him to release her left hand to block. With both hands free again, Hinata's attacks became fiercer. She alternated between knife hand strikes and right hooks, then spun into a left straight kick. The kick created some distance, and she immediately jumped in place, her chakra-infused right leg sweeping down from above. Naruto blocked the high kick with one hand and raised his left knee to block Hinata's double palm thrust. He couldn't help but praise her. Hinata, that was amazing. Naruto deliberately held this position, giving the slightly winded Hinata a moment to catch her breath. Hinata smiled and said, "It's because I've always been chasing after you, Naruto-kun." She then lowered her body and aimed an elbow at Naruto's chest, following up with a quick 3-hit combo of right-left-right punches. Naruto leaned back to dodge while blocking, then raised his left hand in a knife hand strike, stopping just above Hinata's neck. Neji, who had been watching with his Byakugan, was shocked by Naruto's moves. It looks like the gentle fist, but it's not. How is this possible? Only guys seem to understand the intricacy of Naruto's taijutsu. It's not that it looks like the gentle fist. It's more like a style specifically designed to counter the 8 trigrams palm. Lee's eyes sparkled with excitement. Using techniques to counter the Byakugan, Naruto is so strong. I too was surprised by Naruto's skills. His counters to Hinata's gentle fist, elbow blocks, palm slaps, and defensive maneuvers were precise and effective, yet he held back from delivering any harsh blows. I thought to myself, Asterisk, is he holding back because he can't bear to hurt her? This kid is completely different from Guy's students. Kakashi really needs to. Asterisk, I glanced at Kakashi, only to see him and that Uchiha genius Sasuke with their Sharingan activated, their eyes wide as they studied Naruto's every move. Sasuke smirked sinisterly and muttered, "Cuckoo, you're strong, Naruto." Oh, this move, kicking the armpit and striking the throat. I'll take it. Hinata retreated from the close-quarters combat, breathing heavily. Naruto-kun's taijutsu is amazing. It's made me realize my own shortcomings. Naruto didn't pursue. Scratching his head, he said with a grin, "I hope I was able to help you." Hinata looked at Naruto, the boy she'd admired for so many years, and smiled. "I've always quietly watched over you, Naruto-kun, but because of my personality, you rarely talk to me. Recently, though, Naruto-kun's eyes have noticed me." That. Naruto scratched his head, nervously trying to think of the right thing to say. Hinata continued, "When did I start paying attention to Naruto-kun? I guess it was at first sight. Like Neji and I said, my childhood was filled with tears, but every time I faced difficulties, Naruto-kun was there to protect me. Naruto-kun completely changed me. I want to stay by your side, always be with you. You're the one who changed me. Your smile saved me. So if I can protect Naruto-kun, I'm not afraid to die, and I'll never regret becoming a ninja." Hinata's small hands began to glow with chakra as she assumed a new gentle fist stance. With determination, she declared, "So, I hope Naruto-kun will see me as a true opponent." 8 trigrams, 64 palms. At that moment, Hinata surpassed herself, breaking through the limit of the 8 trigrams, 32 palms, to unleash the 8 trigrams, 64 palms on Naruto. I like Naruto-kun the most," Hinata said with a smile as she delivered the technique, sealing 64 of Naruto's chakra points. The 8 trigrams point sealing technique locked away his chakra, leaving a ninja with little chance of victory. I smiled, though I didn't quite understand why Naruto would take Hinata's ultimate move head-on. Still, this was a one-on-one match. Naruto had been holding back earlier, and I could guess his intentions. But no matter how confident he was, he had to know that the Hyuga clan's point-sealing technique wasn't to be underestimated. Neji deactivated his Byakugan, the veins receding from his face. "It's over. Lady Hinata has grown. That slip of paper Iruka-sensei made us right." Naruto suddenly grabbed Hinata's still-extended hand, and a tear fell onto her palm. "Naruto-kun?" Hinata looked up at him. "Back then, Iruka-sensei asked us, if the Earth were about to be destroyed by the moon, who we'd want to spend our final moments with. I know Hinata wrote my name." Hinata's pupils contracted as her heartbeat quickened. "It can't end like this. Conveying feelings takes time." A pale golden chakra radiated from Naruto's body, bursting open the sealed points. The immense power shocked all the high-ranking ninjas present. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Just imagining this power makes it seem troublesome. The third Hokage stared at the golden chakra, thinking, asterisk, this must be the Nine Tails power Kakashi mentioned in his report. It's definitely different from 12 years ago. Asterisk, what no one expected was that this chakra didn't form a partial Nine Tails cloak around Naruto. Instead, it turned into bubbles, each reflecting the memories of Naruto and Hinata from their childhood. When I realized Hinata's feelings, I was overwhelmed. So it can't end this easily. With the memories of the past, I want to walk into the future with you. I want to be with Hinata from now until the end of my life. Naruto's warm hand calmed Hinata's heart, and tears blurred her vision. Naruto-kun. Naruto reached out and ruffled Hinata's hair. "It's a good thing you like me when I like you back, so it can't end here." With that, Naruto pulled Hinata into a hug, forming a Rasengan in his hand. He slammed it toward the ground, but his control was so precise that it dissipated just before impact, using the force to launch them both to the top of the arena. Blue chakra sparkled like stars, covering the entire arena in a dreamy spectacle. Everyone looked up at the two of them. The lights were too bright to see clearly, but the sound of Akamaru barking rang out from Kiba's arms. "I like Hinata the most too. There are so many people here. Naruto-kun, MMPH." Sakura and Ino both had nosebleeds, staring at Naruto with wide eyes. Ino muttered, "Naruto, that was so romantic." Sasuke was utterly shocked, feeling like the rival he had been chasing had left him far behind. Neji, who had been talking about the main family earlier, now had veins bulging on his forehead. He stepped onto the observation platforms, railing and shouted, "Uzumaki Naruto, you bastard! How dare you treat the Hyuga clan's princess like this in front of everyone? I'll kill you. Let go of me, Lee." "Neji, calm down. This is too youthful, Guy-sensei. In a duel, expressing one's feelings, Lee. You should learn from Naruto's manliness." The two bold cuts forcibly restrained Neji, holding him in a tearful embrace. Kakashi quietly lowered his headband, trying to reduce his presence. "As expected of my eternal rival, raising such a manly student. You truly are amazing, Kakashi," Guy cried, pulling Kakashi into a weeping hug. Temari felt someone tugging at her sleeve. When she turned around, she saw Gaara with a flushed face. Forcing a smile, she asked, "What is it, Gaara?" Gaara blushed and asked, "Sis, is this how people express their feelings to each other?" I, Temari, thought to myself, asterisk, he actually called me sis? This is the first time. Asterisk, my eyes widened before I chuckled. Pretending to be troubled, I said, "This is how couples express love. There are many ways to show feelings. If you want to know, I'll teach you slowly." Gaara blushed even more and took a step back. "I'll trouble you then." Kankuro felt like his worldview had just crumbled. Hinata's face was bright red as she fainted in Naruto's arms. Hey, Gecko stepped forward to check on her and announced, asterisk cough cough, asterisk winner, Uzumaki Naruto. On the observation platform, the third Hokage thought about Hayashi Hyuga's stern face and felt a headache coming on. His lips twitched as he thought, asterisk Naruto just keeps causing me trouble. Oh well, I suppose this can count as an answer to Minato. It seems I'll have to handle this matter personally, asterisk. Naruto carried Hinata and a princess hold back to the observation platform. I took Hinata from him, giving the boy a complicated look. I never expected him to be so bold. Thinking about my own chain-smoking partner, I couldn't help but roll my eyes at Asuma. Asterisk cough cough? Asterisk now for the next match. As Hate Gecko spoke, the electronic display shuffled again. Uchiha Sasuke versus Haruno Sakura. In no way could it be. Sakura, who had just watched the romantic match, stared at Sasuke in disbelief, as if struck by Cupid's arrow. Her nose started bleeding uncontrollably. Damn it, I want to fight Sasuke too. Ino gritted her teeth, having already guessed Sakura's thoughts. Kakashi glanced at Sakura, then at the unresponsive Sasuke, and sighed helplessly. He thought that girls this age all dreamed of romance, but Sakura would likely be disappointed this time. Most importantly, Sasuke and Naruto were just too different in personality. In his mind, an image of an old friend, another Uchiha, surfaced. He thought to himself, it seems like Uchiha men are a bit different from normal guys. I, Sakura, waited nervously for the match. When the first proctor, Marino Ibiki, saw my name, he raised an eyebrow and said, I remember this little girl. She was the only one in the entire group who answered all the questions correctly just from her knowledge. Sasuke descended from the spectator platform, carrying the lightning blade sword Kiba on his back. His unique dual sword style immediately caught the attention of many knowledgeable onlookers. Asuma, who had once served as a bodyguard for the daimyo, recognized the extraordinary weapon at a glance and murmured, I remember. This is a weapon used by the 7 ninja swordsmen, isn't it? Kurenai, who was tending to Hinata, also turned to look at Sasuke and said, the 7 ninja swordsmen. I heard Kakashi encounter 2 of their members during a mission outside the village. I never expected one of their weapons to end up in the hands of a genin. Kiba, not wanting the adults to praise anyone else, loudly exclaimed, What's so great about Sasuke? If it were us, the result would be the same. Shino poured cold water on his enthusiasm. If it were us, we might not have made it back alive. Just one ninja of that level is already hard for us to deal with. Yo, isn't that Naruto the ultimate winner in life? Kakashi teased. Move, move, move. I waved dismissively at Kakashi, as if shooing away something dirty, ignoring his banter. Then I turned to Sakura and said, Sakura, good luck. Sasuke has quite a sharp tongue. Sakura nodded nervously and descended from the spectator platform, her mind entirely occupied with thoughts of Hinata and Naruto's earlier confession. She kept cheering herself on. Hey, Gekko coughed and announced, well then, let the match begin. My cheeks flushed red, thinking love was about to blossom. I stammered, Sasuke, actually let's fight seriously, Sakura. Sasuke's Sharingan spun with 3 tomo, clearly agitated, likely due to Naruto's antics earlier. Sasuke suddenly disappeared from his spot and reappeared crouched right in front of me. Take this seriously and fight me. He kicked me under the chin, launching me into the air. Struggling, I turned my head to find Sasuke's figure in the shadow beneath my airborne body. This is Lee's shadow of the dancing leaf. I deduced his move and quickly formed seals to counter. Sasuke gave a wicked grin, twisted his waist, and slammed his heel down hard toward my head. Lion barrage. Boom! His kick sent me crashing from midair, causing additional damage upon impact. Bang! I turned into a chunk of wood, while my real body crouched at a distance, tears streaming down my face. I'm sorry, Sasuke. I thought to myself, I'm still so immature. When I first met Ino, I was incredibly insecure. Watching her play joyfully amidst the flowers, I thought, if Ino is a cosmos flower, then I must be a worthless fleabane. Young Ino saw my lack of confidence and touched an unopened bud among the flowers, saying, Sakura isn't a flower yet, she's a bud. But I think you can bloom into something even more beautiful than a cosmos. I was moved by her words and became good friends with her, secretly resolving to grow. On the day of ninja school enrollment, however, I saw Sasuke for the first time, and I declared to my friends that I liked him. This started a rivalry with Ino, who also liked Sasuke. My once inseparable best friend became what she is to me now. Sakura. Ino watched with concern as I hugged my knees and cried in the arena. My long hair, grown out for Sasuke, had been cut during my fight with the Sound Ninja. She didn't know how much determination it had taken for me to sever that connection, but when she saw me lift my head, there was something new in my eyes. Kurenai glanced at Kakashi and remarked sarcastically, honestly, I thought Kakashi-sensei had done a pretty good job teaching his students about love. Asuma sighed helplessly, inwardly mocking, that guy's been reading Make Out Paradise since he turned 18. What could he possibly know about love to teach his students? Kakashi, oblivious, waved at Kurenai with a confused expression. I wiped away my tears, tied my forehead protector firmly in place, and said seriously, I will take this match seriously. Only Ino knew that by removing my forehead protector, I was confronting my own shortcomings. Sasuke smirked, drew the lightning blade sword Kiba from his back, formed a seal with one hand, and spat out a fireball. Fire style, fireball jutsu. I grew up under my mother's nagging, unable to understand the loneliness of Sasuke and Naruto, who had no family. From a young age, I imagined a future with Sasuke. After forming a team, I understood them better. Naruto was cheerful and dependable, Sasuke was cold on the outside but proud on the inside, and our teacher Kakashi, well, he wasn't very popular with girls. Ninja life isn't a girl's love story. I'm no longer the little girl who only fantasizes and relies on you for protection. I punched the marble floor, causing the ground to lift and block Sasuke's fireball. Using the cover, I quickly formed seals, and 2 identical clones of me emerged from either side of the stone slab, charging toward Sasuke. Your attack patterns are even simpler than I thought. Honestly, they'd suit Naruto better. Lightning style, lightning strike. Sasuke swung his sword, and 2 bolts of lightning shot down from the ceiling lights, piercing through my clones. All fakes? Then where's the real one? Fooled you. My eyes see everything. Sasuke looked up to see me raising a fist, ready to strike him. Sakura, I admit your fundamentals are solid, and your chakra control is impressive, but you lack offensive techniques. You're only suited for support, Sasuke said as he threw shuriken, predicting where I would dodge and attack. A drop of blood fell onto his face. What? Sasuke was stunned as I had already lunged at him. That's why I said you don't understand girls at all, Sasuke. Ignoring the pain in my shoulder where shuriken had struck, I delivered a punch full of emotion, sending Sasuke flying. His ninja swords fell to the ground. On the spectator platform, Naruto was stunned, trading injury for injury. Sakura's fighting style is becoming more and more like Granny Tsunade's. She's never even met her. Is this what they call fate? I looked at my fist, panting, and pulled the shuriken from my shoulder, gripping it tightly as I assessed my remaining strength. Kakashi leaned against the railing, having anticipated the match's outcome. Still, he marveled at my progress over the past few days. I never expected the little girl who followed behind Sasuke and Naruto since the Land of Waves to start becoming independent. Sasuke's shadow of the dancing leaf made her let go of unrealistic fantasies. That's her greatest gain from the Chunin exams. The narrative continues, and if you'd like, I can proceed further with translations. Let me know. When I returned to the arena, I heard someone shout, "Your thinking is way too naive." Right after that came the announcement, winner, Tosu Tsubo. I looked closely and saw that Choji had already been knocked out cold by Tosu's powerful soundwave punches. The scene looked just like some One Punch Man style love tap, straight KO. Tosu glared fiercely at his team's Jonin leader, muttering to himself, "Did you see that, Lord Orochimaru? I'm not just some disposable bait you can toss aside. I'm a true carry." Orochimaru, on the other hand, was fully aware of Tosu's little ambitions. Gently brushing aside her hair, she looked utterly unconcerned. In her eyes, rebellious pawns like him were a dime a dozen. As long as the plan proceeded smoothly, everything else was trivial. Looking back at the groggy Choji, who was still mumbling, "I want barbecue," he looked exactly like some barbecue-obsessed monster. Shikamaru glanced at him and sighed in relief. At least this guy held back. Asuma chuckled quietly, but didn't say anything. Still, I bet he was thinking, guess I'll have to take them out for barbecue later to make up for this. Hey, Gecko leaned against the wall, coughing loudly. Cough, cough. I now announce that the preliminary matches for the third round are officially over. If this had gone on any longer, I might have kicked the bucket. Cough, cough. Looking around, the battered arena resembled something a demolition squad had recently visited. Yet the 9 winners obediently stood beneath the electronic scoreboard, waiting for instructions. The third Hokage adjusted the brim of his hat and announced, including the 5 ninjas from Konoha, there are 3 sand ninjas and 1 sound ninja. Now, I'll explain the details of the final selection. The final matches would be held in front of a large audience. The 9 of US would represent our respective villages and nations. Various influential figures would attend as spectators. It was essentially a different kind of arms race. The matches would take place 1 month from now. During that time, we were expected to prepare ourselves, grow stronger, analyze our opponents, and increase our chances of winning. Now draw lots. At the third Hokage's command, Marino Ibiki, Konoha's interrogation chief, personally brought over a box for us to draw from, watching closely to ensure no one cheated. Like that one kid from the neighboring village who used a single hair to rig the system. Marino Ibiki recorded the numbers we drew and wrote out the tournament bracket. The matchups were as follows: me, Uzumaki Naruto, against Hyuga Neji, Kankuro against Tosu, Nara Shikamaru against Temari, and Uchiha Sasuke against Gaara. One lucky person drew a bye and advanced to the next round without fighting. Talk about blessed by the luck of the gods. After reviewing the list one last time, the third Hokage saw no issues and left with the proctors. At that moment, Hinata nervously approached me and softly said, "Naruto, good luck. And I hope my cousin Neji does well, too." Neji snorted, turned, and walked away. He probably didn't want to see Hinata right now. When he was a child, Neji had already understood the fate of the Hyuga branch family. The first time he met Hinata was at her 3rd birthday banquet. He instantly recognized her as someone severely lacking in confidence. Back then, he told her, "I'll help you get stronger. If you're ever in danger, I'll protect you with my life." But that same day, despite being the most talented genius in Hyuga clan history, Neji, as a member of the branch family, was branded with the caged bird seal because of the clan system. He didn't mind much, but his father, Hyuga Hizashi, harbored resentment. In the Hyuga clan, no matter how exceptional a branch family member was, their duty was to protect the main family. The caged bird seal not only took away their freedom, but also restricted the Byakugan's field of vision, preventing it from reaching its full potential. Hizashi's hatred was noticed by the clan head, who punished him severely. This planted the seeds of Neji's resentment toward fate. When Hizashi later died, Neji's anger boiled over. He realized that no matter how outstanding or talented he was, he could never be free. So, he left the clan and became an ordinary genin of Konoha. "Hey, Neji," I called out to him, raising my fist and giving him a thumbs up. "Why become Hokage? I'll change everything, including the Hyuga clan. In my previous life, that's exactly what I did. After marrying the Hyuga clan's princess, things became much easier. Even Hayashi supported my efforts under pressure. Later, as Hokage, I helped the Hyuga clan reform their system. Now that Hinata and I have established a relationship, I feel like I've taken a big step forward. All that's left is for the third Hokage to pass the mantle to me. That would be perfect." Neji, however, didn't stop walking. "You should focus on yourself," he said. "I'm sure today's matches will soon reach the clan head's ears." I was a little confused. Even though he seems indifferent to Hinata, he's more protective of her than anyone else. With that, Neji disappeared through the doorway. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the door was kicked open. Hyuga Hayashi stormed into the arena with a group of subordinates. Arms crossed, his imposing aura screamed domineering CO. He glanced at the report handed to him by one of his men and said coldly, "So you lost. Not a single injury on you. It seems even your opponent didn't think you were worth killing. Come with me." Hinata, intimidated by her stern father, nervously replied, "Why yes, father." Seeing Hayashi, I stepped forward and said, "Lord Hayashi, the truth is, Hinata's determination really moved me. She's already worked so hard." Hayashi stared at me for about 10 seconds before turning to leave. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on his lips. He was probably thinking, so that's how it is. Hinata's really been giving her all. I'm glad she's unharmed. But after returning to the Hyuga estate, one of his subordinates whispered something in his ear. Boom! The Hyuga clan gates were blasted open. Clan members scattered in fear, unsure why their leader was so furious. Hayashi stood there, holding a chair above his head, raging, "That damn fox brat." Several guards clung to him, trying to restrain him. "Please calm down, Lord Hayashi," they pleaded. "That infuriating little brat." Meanwhile, the cause of all this, me, was strolling through Konoha streets with Kakashi and the others. Kakashi said, "Next, I'm going to train Sasuke in chakra nature transformation. Naruto, do you want to join in?" He used to think it was too early to teach Sasuke Chidori, but after witnessing the various monsters in the Chunin exams, including one of the legendary Sanin, he decided to use the upcoming month to familiarize Sasuke with Chidori. Whether Sasuke could master chakra and nature transformation would depend on his own ability. Hearing this, I remembered my own training under Kakashi and Captain Yamato. Nostalgically, I said, chakra and nature transformation. Those were the days. Kakashi, probably assuming this was another of Danzo's schemes, gave me a sympathetic look. In his head, he was likely imagining a younger me being secretly trained in Genjutsu by Danzo. But he did notice I didn't have the cursed tongue eradication seal on my tongue, which Danzo typically imposed on root members. Kakashi casually said, "I see. So, you must have had a good teacher back then. Well, I'm off to train Sasuke. If you need anything, you can find us at the forest clearing. This month, there are no missions." Dismissed. Sasuke glanced back at me, his eyes full of determination. "Don't lose in the first round. I'm still waiting to fight you dead last." "Yeah, I'll do my best," I replied. After parting ways with Kakashi and Sasuke, Sakura asked me, "Why aren't you going to train with Sasuke? Do you have other plans?" Resting my hands behind my head, I couldn't suppress my excitement and smiled. "Well, yeah, you could say that. Such a mystery. Well, good luck then." Sakura pouted but still gave me her encouragement. "Let me know if you'd like me to continue." Naruto, heard that in the Hokage's office after listening to an Umbu report. The third Hokage put down his pipe and asked, "Are you saying that person has returned?" "Yes, Lord Hokage." The information comes directly from the village gatekeepers who reported that the individual has entered the village. "I see. All right, you may leave." The third Hokage dismissed the Umbu with a wave of his hand. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, he sighed and murmured he returned to the village, yet didn't bother to come see this old man. It must be because he's disappointed in the decisions I've made over the years. Bathed in the sunset, the third Hokage's figure appeared even more aged. His shadow stretched long, lonely, and desolate across the vast office. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the silence. "Prepare to die. Third Hokage, I'll be taking your head." "What?" With a puff of smoke, a youthful and vibrant figure appeared in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage instinctively took a step back, bumping against the floor-to-ceiling window. Although he was panting heavily, he didn't collapse. The black-haired girl with long, straight hair looked panicked when she saw the third Hokage still standing. "How is this possible?" she exclaimed. "Naive? With this level of skill, you're far from defeating me." The third Hokage adjusted his hat, obscuring his expression. At that moment, a thin line of blood trickled from one of his nostrils, but the powerful chakra he controlled kept it in place. He smiled slightly. Asterisk. At least Naruto's been growing well, and even Konohamaru has become more cheerful thanks to his influence. But if there are a few more surprise attacks like this, I might actually be defeated. Asterisk. The next day, how was my sexy jutsu, big brother? Yesterday, I almost defeated Grandpa with that move. The black-haired girl shook her head dramatically and transformed back into her original form. I replied seriously, "It's a decent start, but it still lacks a bit of elasticity." Suddenly, a dark figure leapt from the treetops and landed in front of us. It was none other than Ebisu, the self-proclaimed elite tutor, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Naruto, you're at it again, leading the honorable grandson astray with these disgraceful jutsu." "Eyeglasses sensei," Konohamaru exclaimed in surprise. I noticed that, despite his scolding, Ebisu no longer had the same look of disdain in his eyes as he did when we first met. "Oh, it's Pervy sensei. What do you want this time?" I asked. "Don't give people such misleading nicknames. It's highly disrespectful." Ebisu adjusted his glasses and continued. "First, let me congratulate you. I heard you made it through the preliminaries." "Thanks. But if you're just here to congratulate me, I've got to go. Konohamaru still needs my guidance." A vein bulged on Ebisu's forehead as he yelled, "Stop teaching the honorable grandson this kind of jutsu." As expected of someone with the elite tutor title, Ebisu quickly calmed down and said, "Kakashi-sensei will be focusing on training Sasuke. The honorable grandson has been under your care and has been training diligently. As a token of gratitude, I'm willing to guide your training for this month." He secretly felt proud, imagining me bursting into tears of gratitude. Asterisk. Getting taught by an elite tutor like me? You'd better thank me properly. Asterisk. Feeling a bit awkward, I said, "Well, the thing is, I've already surpassed you, Pervy sensei, so I've got my own training plans." "How rude." "Yes, I was indeed startled by your harem jutsu last time, but to judge my strength based on that alone is far too presumptuous." I could tell Ebisu was trying to play a game of cat and mouse with me out of good intentions, so I sighed in resignation. Without him noticing, a shadow clone appeared beside Ebisu, leaning casually against his back and saying, "I know you're an excellent teacher, Pervy sensei, but I really have surpassed you in terms of strength." Asterisk. Shadow clone? Since when? Was it prepared from the very beginning? Asterisk. Bang! Another shadow clone appeared. "Oh, and you're probably thinking I set this clone up from the start, right?" it said. Ebisu was stunned. "No hand seals? How why?" Smiling mischievously, I didn't answer. Ebisu adjusted his glasses and tried to steady his thoughts. He didn't even know how I had performed the jutsu, let alone how to counter it. He couldn't help but sigh. "I never expected you to grow so quickly, Naruto." The person who understood Ebisu's strength best was, of course, Konohamaru. He exclaimed excitedly, "That's amazing. Even Eyeglasses Sensei admits defeat." Turning his back to us, Ebisu said, "In that case, follow your own training plans. But do your best in the third round of the selection exams, Naruto." "Got it." Big brother, Eyeglasses Sensei, look." At that moment, Konohamaru pointed to the roof of a shop in the Hot Springs district and shouted. A white-haired man was crouched on the roof, one bloodshot, eye peeking through a gap to observe something. Drool dripped from his mouth as he muttered, "Still pink. Perfect. Who's that?" Just as I was wondering, Ebisu, who had just been humbled, erupted in fury. As a righteous ninja, he couldn't tolerate such behavior. He charged toward the figure, shouting, "I don't know who you are, but I won't forgive such shameless acts." Just as Ebisu was about to reach the white-haired man, The man furrowed his brows in annoyance and said, "Oh, come on." There was a sudden poof, and an enormous toad, taller than a person, appeared. Its sticky tongue lashed out, wrapping tightly around Ebisu and flinging him far away. Ebisu became nothing more than a star in the sky above Konoha. "Don't make a fuss. Seriously, what if I get caught?" The white-haired man, now sitting on the toad's head, acted as if Ebisu was the one in the wrong. "Eyeglasses sensei lost so quickly? That super pervert is amazing." Konohamaru cowered behind me in fear. "Great question." The white-haired man, standing at an imposing 192 centimeters, exuded an air of carefree wisdom. With his long hair flowing and red face, paint stretching down to his chin like teardrops, he struck a dramatic pose and declared, "I am the great sage of Mount Myaboku, the pervy hermit, Jiraiya. Pleased to meet you, pervy sage." I couldn't contain my excitement. Jiraiya, for all his vast experience, had probably never met someone who would run toward him with open arms upon their first meeting. "Big brother Naruto, what are you doing?" Konohamaru asked in a panic. Unable to suppress my joy, I hugged Jiraiya tightly, rubbing my head against his sturdy chest like a drill. "Pervy sage, pervy sage." Jiraiya stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Asterisk, this kid's reaction is way off. What's going on? Asterisk. The story continues with heartwarming and comedic moments, as well as deeper insights into Naruto's relationship with Jiraiya. Let me know if you'd like me to keep translating. I, Naruto, found myself in a peculiar situation. Jiraiya, standing nearby, was waving his hands frantically, looking like someone desperately trying to dodge responsibility, like a true master of passing the buck. "Ahaha, just a kid I've barely met. No way it's anything like that," he said. At the same time, Kurama's sharp claws were playfully moving around on top of my head, making Jiraiya nearly lose it on the spot. But Kurama remained calm as he spoke. "This kid is quite interesting. He's been through a lot, yet he always shows incredible strength. Look around you. Ever since you arrived, this space has been filled with light." As he spoke, Kurama's tail swayed behind him, and a warm, sunset-like glow appeared, casting a dreamy, almost magical atmosphere over the once dark space. "The water beneath your feet is made up of all the tears he shed since he was a child. The damp, oppressive environment reflects the judgmental gazes of those around him. Everything you feel here is a manifestation of his inner world. Only when you arrived did this place begin to feel warm." Kurama extended the fluffy tip of one of his tails beyond the bars of his cage. For Naruto's small body, it was like a massive, oversized blanket. The tail gently draped over me, wrapping me snugly, as if I were being swaddled in the coziest, super-sized fur comforter. Jiraiya finally relaxed his tense nerves. It seemed there wouldn't be a fight after all. "I see. So you two get along pretty well," he said. "The first time this kid met me, he said a bunch of things that didn't make any sense. I'm guessing you're feeling the same way right now." Kurama's voice was steady, but everything he said was true. I can feel his joy. Kurama's tail moved again, pulling up my shirt to reveal the seal on my belly. Red chakra, refined and controlled, flowed from his tail into my body. "Mito, that woman," Kurama continued, "spent all those years sealed with me and still insisted my chakra was evil. Even on her deathbed, she refused to accept me. People have always seen tailed beasts as bloodthirsty monsters. But after all these years, only Naruto has recognized us for what we truly are. So you don't need to worry about his safety," Kurama assured. "That much I can guarantee. Besides, I want to see how far he can go." Listening to Kurama's words, Jiraiya's scalp tingled. He could hardly believe a tailed beast, an entity that had harbored animosity toward humans for centuries, could speak so highly of one. The great Toad Sage had once told Jiraiya about the characteristics of the Child of Prophecy. One of those traits was the ability to interact with tailed beasts. Witnessing this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder, could it be? "From now on, this kid is in your hands," Kurama declared. "Teach him well. Help him become a great hero. My companions and I are all waiting for that day to come." One of Kurama's tails, marked with the kanji 4-1, glowed brightly. The shadowy figure of Shikaku, the one tail, appeared behind him and added, "Please, take care of him." Jiraiya's thoughts raced. Asterisk this kid's already interacted with other tailed beasts too, and they, asterisk he swallowed nervously, feeling the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders grow even heavier. Understand, Jiraiya said, bowing deeply toward Kurama. Though it's a bit late, as Minato's teacher, I need to say, thank you for looking after this child all this time. Kurama snorted, his long snout curling slightly. Tease it? Well, until we meet again. With that, he released Jiraiya's spiritual form. When Jiraiya returned from the mindscape, he gazed at my sleeping form, lost in thought. For the first half of his life, due to the great Toad Sage's prophecy, he had been searching for the child of prophecy who would bring change to the ninja world. But his hopes had been dashed when Nagato and Minato, two of his most promising pupils, both met tragic ends. Since then, Jiraiya had wandered the world alone, seeking the answer to true peace. Over decades, he had witnessed countless tragedies and conflicts, pondering endlessly how to eliminate hatred from the world. Yet he had found no answers. And now, a tailed beast, an entity that had resented humanity for over 1,000 years, had come to him, asking him to guide this child. Jiraiya tilted his head back, looking at the sky. The blue heavens were dotted with drifting clouds, but in his eyes, they gradually transformed into the image of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Let me try, just for now, Jiraiya thought. Asterisk the hope I couldn't find in you. I'll place in your son instead. Forgive me, Minato. Asterisk. How can you just fall asleep on your own, you little brat? Jiraiya's loud, scolding voice jolted me awake. Rubbing my sleepy eyes, I smiled sheepishly. Iwe, because you're an elder, pervy sage, I figured I could get away with being a little selfish. Jiraiya sighed, ruffling my hair affectionately. Looks like you know a lot more than you're letting on. Fine. So, how about training with this pervy sage for the next month? I jumped to my feet, brimming with energy. Yes, I've been waiting forever for this day. All right, since you've already mastered tree, climbing, and water walking, next up, I'm going to teach you an incredible move, Jiraiya said. The two of us headed to a waterfall, where Jiraiya turned to me and said, before I teach you this technique, there's something I need to confirm. You already know about it, right? That red chakra inside you. I confidently tightened my forehead protector, golden chakra flickering faintly around me. It's not just red. I've already become good friends with it. Databeo, is that so? You've already learned to control its chakra well. Jiraiya was visibly surprised. He knew of only 4 people who had successfully mastered the power of a tailed beast. Asterisk, no wonder the great Toad Sage wanted me to use the Kirili. So that's what it meant. A perfect Jinchuriki, asterisk Jiraiya thought. Summoning Jutsu, Jiraiya bit his thumb and slammed his hand onto the ground. With a puff of smoke, a toad appeared, holding a scroll in its mouth. The toad handed the scroll to me with its tongue. Jiraiya said, open it. This is the contract scroll passed down from Mount Mayaboku for summoning toads. It's simple. Write your name in blood, add your fingerprints, and when you summon, apply your blood, focus your chakra, and form the seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey ram. I opened the scroll, bit my finger, and carefully wrote my name next to my father's Minato Namikaze before adding my fingerprint. With this, I completed the most crucial step of the summoning jutsu, granting me the ability to call on the toads for battle. All right, let's give it a try, Jiraiya said expectantly. Release as much chakra as you can. Your first summon is always unpredictable. Show me what you've got, Naruto Uzumaki. Placing my hand firmly on the ground, I activated my partial Ninetales chakra mode. I didn't even need to gather chakra myself. Kurama handled it for me. Summoning jutsu. Thick smoke billowed out, covering the entire waterfall area. Jiraiya stared slack-jawed at the scene, utterly stunned. He hadn't expected me to summon such a massive toad on my first attempt. Let me know if you'd like me to continue translating this epic journey. I, Gara, sat alone on the rooftop, gazing up at the moon. My thoughts drifted, asterisk whether it's the barren wastelands of the Sand Village, like a scene straight out of Survivor, or the bustling, cyberpunk-like prosperity of Konoha. The moon at night is equally loathsome. Asterisk ever since arriving in Konoha, the presence inside me had been oddly quiet, allowing me a rare moment of peaceful tranquility under the night sky. Suddenly, Tosu, with an air of hostility that screamed edgy villain, leaped onto the rooftop. His lips curled into a smirk as he said, "So, here you are. I heard you don't sleep at night. What do you want?" I asked plainly. "I'm here to take care of you," Tosu declared smugly. "This way, Sasuke will have a bye, and I'll get to fight him sooner. I've already seen through your sand-based attacks during the preliminaries. My soundwave attacks are faster than that taijutsu guy Lee, you know." He proudly brandished his soundwave flute, as if he were some kind of sonic war god. I looked up at the full moon and said, "I didn't realize it was already a full moon. That presence inside me has caught the scent of your killing intent, and now my blood is boiling." I stood up, my calm gaze fixed on Tosu. Without realizing it, he was completely enveloped by the shadow that my growing form cast beneath the moonlight. Seeing my half-human, half-monster transformation, Tosu sensed that something was very wrong. In terror, he stammered, What kind of monster are you?" Boom! Before he could react, the monstrous figure charged at him with speed so overwhelming it made him question reality. Tosu didn't even have time to comprehend how he was attacked before he was lying in a pool of his own blood. Returning to my original form, I sat back down on the rooftop and continued staring at the moon as if nothing had happened. Hugging my knees to my chest, I buried my head and muttered softly, "Mother, will this really make him happy?" Inside me, Shikako poked its head out from its teapot prison, the lid still perched atop its head. With a sigh of exasperation, it thought to itself, Raz's parenting methods were truly disastrous. The damage they've done to Gaara, it's beyond repair. Meanwhile, in the distance, Kabuto Yakushi and the Sand Ninja Baki lurked in the shadows like a pair of scheming rats, whispering as they observed the fight. Baki, his expression unreadable, asked cautiously, "Is this really okay? That guy is from your village, isn't he?" Kabuto, completely indifferent, shrugged and replied, "It doesn't matter. He's been useless for a while now and has even started showing signs of rebelling against Lord Orochimaru. If your plans fail, we'll immediately withdraw," Baki warned. "After all, this was originally your Sound Village's plan. We, the Sand, cannot afford to be exposed. That's also the Kazekage's directive." Kabuto pulled out a scroll and handed it to Baki. "Doesn't matter to me. Here's the plan we've devised in the Sound Village. You should also report this to your superiors." "I understand," Baki replied. Both men glanced toward a nearby corner. Though nothing was visible to the naked eye, they could sense they were being watched. "I hate Gecko," thought, I never expected Kabuto to be colluding with the Sand Ninja. "I need to report this to Lord Hokage." Silently activating my transparency jutsu, I turned to leave. But then Kabuto's voice rang out from behind me. "I'll handle the cleanup." Baki shook his head. "To reassure our partners, let me lend a hand as well. Besides, there's only one mouse. It'll be easy to deal with." My heart skipped a beat. Have I been discovered? Without hesitation, I bolted. Baki, like an unshakable fly attracted to filth, pursued me relentlessly, his skills as a jonin making him an overwhelming force I struggled to evade. Clang! For a brief moment, our blades clashed, sparks flying as we both leapt back. "What a coincidence, Proctor," Baki said with mock politeness, stepping forward as I coughed violently. "What exactly are you doing out here alone?" Cough, cough. I steadied myself. "Looks like I have no choice but to fight." Cough, cough. No longer bothering to suppress my coughing, I drew the blade from my back and held it in front of me. Leaf style, crescent moon dance. I executed a combination of clone jutsu, genjutsu, and swordplay. Baki's vision blurred as three identical figures surged toward him, leaving him nowhere to dodge. One of my blades slashed his shoulder, but Baki, gripping the blade with his bare hand, remained unfazed. For someone so young to master such swordsmanship, this village must have many talented youths. Your technique is beautiful, but a physical blade is easy to block. My wind blade, on the other hand, is unstoppable. With my sword immobilized in his grip, I instinctively try to strike again, but in doing so, I miss my chance to escape. Baki's fingers twitched, and a fierce gust of wind blasted me into the air. Dozens of invisible wind blades, like a storm of bullets, tore into my body. Each blade sliced through me, leaving deep gashes as blood sprayed everywhere. In the critical moment, a shadowy figure dashed through the windstorm like lightning, catching my broken body. With a few swift movements, they leapt from rooftop to rooftop, taking me far away. Baki was stunned. So fast. Kabuto arrived moments later, clicking his tongue in frustration. Looks like the mouse survived. I'm starting to doubt your reliability. Baki frowned. This was an unforeseen circumstance. Kabuto waved dismissively and turned to leave. Forget about the mouse for now. Even if the Hokage finds out, it's too late. The daimyos from various nations are already on their way. Remember your promise. This is the Sand's one chance to surpass Konoha in military strength. The next day, I, Naruto, was crouching in the grass near a waterfall with Jiraiya. So I asked, isn't there some other way to get it inside me? Jiraiya, peeking through the bushes with great enthusiasm, replied impatiently, just swallow it through your mouth. Try a few times, and you'll get used to it. Or, do you want to go in through the back? Seriously, don't bother me. Hearing through the back, Gamaken shook his head furiously like a drum, exclaiming, absolutely not. Even if Naruto likes it that way. I can only go in through the mouth. Jiraiya-sensei, please help me. I transformed into a seductive Naruto, leaning flirtatiously on Jiraiya's arm. When he turned to look, his eyes turned into crescent moons, and he drooled, exclaiming, perfect, absolutely perfect in every way. I reverted to my normal form, annoyed. So you're finally paying attention, huh, pervy sage? Let me know if you'd like me to continue. I, Naruto, stood inside the seal space, listening as Dad, Minato, scratched his head awkwardly and admitted, to prepare for the moment when Naruto would need to control your power, I also sealed Kushina's chakra into the formula. Kushina, you crazy woman, can't you see the situation? Roared a skeletal, weakened Kurama, struggling and thrashing about. Mom, Kushina, looked up, pleasantly surprised to see Dad apologizing next to Kurama. With a bright smile, she exclaimed, darling, you're here too? Perfect. Let's work together to put Kurama in his place. Adamantine sealing chains. Another chain shot out, wrapping tightly around Kurama's long snout. All it could manage were muffled grunts as its body wriggled like a trapped insect. Mom smiled sweetly. Finally, it's quiet, Databane. Mom, you're amazing, Databeo. You subdued Kurama in one move. Databeo. Mom turned to me, squinting her eyes with a smile. You must be Naruto. I recognized you right away. As expected from my Iminato's son. So clever. Dad, meanwhile, ignored Kurama's furious glare as he walked toward us. Kushina, you can release Kurama now. Naruto's already completed the tug-of-war. In the Hokage's office, the Leaf's available jonin had all gathered. The third Hokage wore a grave expression as he addressed Ebisu, who was kneeling on one knee. Everyone's here. You may now inform them of the situation. Ebisu rose and reported, last night near Kikyo Castle, Moonlight Hate was discovered in combat. He was nearly killed by enemy ninjutsu. Fortunately, I found him in time. The medical unit is working hard to save him. He's out of danger for now, but remains unconscious. What? Was it Orochimaru? Shouted Anko, Orochimaru's most passionate detractor, as she stood abruptly. Kakashi sighed. We can't jump to conclusions. I recall that Hate was tracking Kabuto Yakushi, the Sound Ninja's spy. However, it's true that Orochimaru has been scheming in secret. The third Hokage interjected. The opponent was Baki, the Sans Jonin team leader. As for why it escalated to a deadly fight, we'll know once Hate regains consciousness. Gunma Shiranui, a sun bond dangling from his mouth, suggested. This indicates the allied Sand Village has colluded with Orochimaru to betray the Leaf. Shouldn't we cancel the Chunin exams? Kakashi, recalling Rin's tragic fate, remarked, Allied treaties are often no more than verbal agreements, much like during the previous Great Ninja Wars. Danzo stood up, his tone icy. Absolutely not. Even though the daimyos of various nations haven't all arrived in Konoha yet, many are en route. Plus, the Kazekage will be here soon. If we cancel the exams now, it will tarnish Konoha's reputation, branding us as cowards in the eyes of other villages. Surprisingly, the third Hokage agreed with Danzo. I share the same view. Orochimaru possesses enough power to single-handedly conquer a small nation. His departure from Konoha has undoubtedly drawn the attention of other villages. Combined with his hatred for us, every village will try to win him over. I trust in everyone's loyalty. When the time comes, we'll gather all of Konoha's strength to ensure the exams proceed as planned. Back in the seal space, Mom and Dad sat on the watery surface, bowing apologetically to Kurama. "We're sorry." Kurama crossed its arms and turned its head away with a huff. "Oomph. The whole family is a bunch of fools." I scratched my head, laughing nervously as I tried to mediate. "Kurama, don't be mad. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Dad and Mom were just really worried about me." Kurama ignored me and glared at my parents. "You two have always been blind to the bigger picture. It was like this 12 years ago, and it's still the same now. I really want to kill you both." Mom, looking like a child caught doing something wrong, mumbled weakly, "But Kurama, you already killed us back then, Databane. Don't call me by name." Kurama's fur bristled in anger. In its mind, only the Sage of Six Paths and I had earned the right to address it by name. Seeing Mom about to blow up, Dad quickly intervened. All right, Kurama, let's calm down." Dad, though we had only just reunited, we barely exchanged a few words before I noticed their bodies beginning to glow. It was a sign that their remaining chakra was nearly depleted. They were about to vanish. Dad looked at his glowing hands and sighed. "Kushina, I don't have much time left. If there's anything you want to say to Naruto, now's the moment." Mom panicked, pulling me into a tight hug as if holding onto the entire world. Her voice trembled as she said, "Naruto, make sure you eat well. Eat lots so you can grow tall and strong. Take baths every day, but don't catch a chill after. Try to go to bed early. Don't stay up late. And make friends. You don't need a lot of them, just a few you can truly trust. Although I wasn't great at it myself, you should still study hard and practice your ninja skills. Everyone has things they're good at and things they aren't, so don't feel discouraged if things don't go smoothly. Always respect your teachers, seniors, and mentors." Tears streamed down Mom's face as she continued. "And another thing, it's very important. It's about the 3 ninja taboos. Be especially careful with money matters. Save whenever you can. As for alcohol, wait until you're 20. Drinking too much will hurt your body, so know your limits. Lastly, the biggest issue among the taboos is women. Since I'm a woman, I don't entirely understand either, but there's a difference between men and women in this world. Naturally, you'll one day be interested in women. Find someone like me, okay? Oh, and speaking of the taboos, be wary of Jiraiya-sensei, Databane." Mom was gasping for breath as her chakra dwindled. Dad placed a hand on her shoulder, and she turned to give him a loving glance before continuing, "You'll encounter many things in the future, painful and challenging things. What's important is to stay true to yourself, have your dreams, and believe in your ability to achieve them. Honestly, I wanted to remind you of so many things. I wanted to spend more time with you. I love you so much." She buried her head in my shoulder, crying out, "I'm sorry, my little sunshine. I'm the one doing all the talking." Dad gently patted my head and, forcing a smile, said, "Naruto, I guess everything I wanted to say is pretty much the same as your nagging moms. I'm sorry we made you a Jinchuriki. Sorry for making you bear this heavy burden. Sorry we couldn't be there to watch you grow up or give you our love along the way." My eyes welled up with tears, but I took a deep breath and said firmly, "You don't need to apologize. Because of being a Jinchuriki, I've gone through some pain, but I don't resent you for it, Dad, Mom. Honestly, I never really understood what parental love was since I never had parents. I could only imagine it. But after Boruto and Himawari were born, I finally understood. Because of love, you gave your lives for me. I know that even before becoming Kurama's Jinchuriki, my body was already filled with your love. So, I'm happy, so happy to be your child." Dad smiled warmly. "You've grown into a remarkable young man, Naruto, but we're no longer part of this world. We can't stay much longer. It's time for us to go. Would you like me to continue this emotional scene or shift to another moment? Let me know." I, Naruto, tried to act casual as I bid farewell to my parents, forcing a smile. Deep inside, Kurama muttered to himself, "So even a fool can wear such an expression." At first, Kurama hadn't planned to intervene, but seeing my determined smile left him feeling inexplicably uneasy. In his mind, he suddenly recalled the Sage of Six Paths' resigned smile at the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Back then, the sage didn't know the future and thought the chaos in the ninja world had been resolved. After experiencing countless separations and losses, I had grown stronger in spirit. But now, Kurama devised a crazy plan. I shook off the sadness and asked in shock, "Huh? Kurama, you can really do something like this?" Although I'm not particularly well-versed in sealing jutsu, Kurama replied haughtily, "Simply sharing chakra with others is easy for me, especially if they were once Jinchuriki." Even as a chakra construct, Mom, Kushina, was overwhelmed with emotion. She hugged me tightly, crying and shouting her gratitude. "Thank you, Kurama. Thank you." Minato walked up to Kurama and bowed deeply. "As a father, I'm eternally grateful, Kurama." "Thank you." Kurama scoffed. "After you seal me away, I still have to lend you chakra to survive. Humans live with that humiliation." "Kurama." Minato glanced at the four symbol seals that had appeared on both his and Kushina's abdomens. The red and black chakra of the tailed beast flowed steadily, maintaining their forms. "I'll call this the magnetic release. Crimson Dance Transmission, second form." "It's amazing," I exclaimed, trying to name the technique. "Don't just go naming things as you like. If this were a normal day, I'd be rolling on the floor laughing at you," Kurama retorted, clicking his tongue. Then, Kurama turned his sharp gaze toward me and said, "The tug of war is over. It's time to show everyone our power, Naruto." "Yeah, let's do it, Kurama," I shouted enthusiastically. At that moment, my entire body radiated golden light. Unlike the partial Nine Tails chakra mode, this time I was fully enveloped in Kurama's chakra, transforming into a complete perfect Jinchuriki. In the real world, it's happening. Jiraiya, still in sage mode, suddenly felt the overwhelming surge of chakra emanating from me. It was stronger than anyone he'd ever encountered. The three sages exchanged serious glances. Jiraiya held two massive Razengans, each dozens of meters in diameter, one in each hand. Shima and Fukasaku prepared their sage art, amphibian jutsu, their round bellies bulging with energy. "Wait," I called out, noticing their tension as I sat calmly in my glowing form. I quickly waved my hands. "You're overreacting." Fukasaku paused, his intense focus breaking into relief. "Ah, thank goodness, little one, old man. It looks like Naruto-chan succeeded." At Ichiraku Ramen, where Tucci was brewing soup, his eyes suddenly sharpened. Staring at the bubbling broth, he muttered, "I think I added too much salt." The moment my golden form appeared, the entire Konoha barrier team was alerted. The sensory division became tense, ready for any situation. "Is it the sun?" one of them whispered. "No, it's a chakra mass, and it's high-level chakra," another remarked. "So strong, so strong, so strong," shouted a blond man wearing a ninja flak jacket as he pulled off his box-shaped sensory helmet. He turned to the gate guards, shouting, "Hurry and notify the Hokage." The third Hokage, having just finished a meeting and intending to relax with his crystal ball, was immediately dragged to the sensory division by Shikaka Nara. Inoichi Yamanaka, trembling slightly, looked at the third Hokage with wide eyes. "Lord Hokage, on the western side, near the waterfall, there's a chakra presence as vast as the sun." "I saw." The third frowned deeply. "Relax. What did you see?" Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. His body suddenly erupted with incredibly high-level chakra. "His seal, it's been released." "What?" And standing next to him is one of the legendary Sanin. The third Hokage threw off his ceremonial robes, revealing his battle gear underneath. "Summon the sealing team. All on Boo, move out with me. Evacuate the villagers and minimize casualties. We need to get the Nine Tails away from populated areas immediately." "Go," he commanded. Shikaka Nara, sensing something amiss, requested more data from the sensory division. The third Hokage paused briefly, then instructed one of the Umbu at his side, "Go to the Umbu headquarters and bring someone to join us. His code name is Yamato." "Yes, sir." "Have the fourth Hokage's 3 guards meet me at the village gate. Everyone else, head to the location Inoichi identified." Everyone moved into action, their tension palpable as they prepared for the worst. The village had implemented many precautions to prevent a repeat of the tragedy from 12 years ago. As the third Hokage made his way to the village gate, his mind was flooded with memories of me growing up. Had I known this would happen, I should have faced the pressure from Danzo and the elders and cared for you more. Hold on, Naruto. Even if it cost me my life, I'll bring you back. The third Hokage was filled with regret and self-blame, fearing that this cheerful young boy might leave the world before he did. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, watching me in my perfect Jinchuriki form, couldn't help but sincerely admire the sight. Well done, Naruto. You did it. Fukasaku and Shima, pleased with the outcome, said, "We thought we were in for a tough battle, Jiraiya boy. You didn't have enough faith in Naruto-chan. All right, we'll be heading back now. We've still got dinner to cook for the kids at Mount Myaboku. Want to join us?" Both Jiraiya and I shook our heads quickly, unable to forget the peculiar tastes of Mount Myaboku's cuisine. As the two sages departed, Jiraiya reverted from sage mode, returning to his usual mischievous self. He slung an arm around my shoulder, grinning slyly. "So, as a reward, how about transforming into Naruto for a little celebration?" A golden chakra arm extended from my shoulder, pushing Jiraiya's face away in annoyance. "What kind of perverted crime are you suggesting, you old weirdo?" I exclaimed. Then, noticing something, I added up. I sensed a large number of ninja rapidly approaching, and spatial transfer markings appeared nearby. Whoosh! 4 figures teleported to a spot not far away. Using the Flying Thunder God formation, Gunma Shiranui, Reido Namishi, and Iwashi Tatami had transported the third Hokage to the scene, aiming to minimize potential damage from the Nine Tails. Jiraiya clicked his tongue. "It's the old man. Would you like me to continue with the confrontation between the Hokage, Jiraiya, and Naruto, or explore another moment?" Naruto, stood on top of an electric pole alongside Jiraiya. He gazed at the Hokage rock with a serious expression and said, "Today, I'm going to teach you a very special jutsu. It was created by the fourth Hokage himself." "Dad jutsu?" I asked, surprised. Jiraiya's lips curled into a grin as he extended his hand in front of me. "Watch closely. Try not to get too stunned." I watched as an enormous amount of chakra gathered in his palm, forming a spinning sphere. The swirling energy generated a powerful gust of wind, causing both of our hair to whip wildly, as if we were caught inside a dramatic wind effect. "How's that?" "This is a no-hand seal jutsu that Minato spent 3 years perfecting. It's an A-rank, super advanced technique." "Amazing, right?" Jiraiya boasted. "Wow, that's incredible. As expected of you, pervy sage," I exclaimed in admiration. "Ha ha ha, isn't it?" he replied, clearly pleased with himself. "But I already know how to do that," I said casually. Jiraiya froze, his expression shifting to one of complete disbelief. It was as if someone had just hit pause on him. You already know the Rasengan?" "Look, pervy sage." I grinned from ear to ear and raised my hand in front of his bewildered face. Whoosh! An identical Rasengan materialized in my palm. My bright blue eyes sparkled like a child seeking approval from his parent, which seemed to strike a nostalgic chord in Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sensei, look." A memory from long ago resurfaced, Minato showing off the Rasengan to him not long after he had perfected it. At that time, Jiraiya had proudly demonstrated the technique to Minato too, but on the day Ichiraku Ramen first opened, Jiraiya had approached Minato to show off again. "Minato, look, that's amazing. As expected from you, Jiraiya-sensei." "Well, I have to go now. The line for ramen is getting long," Minato had said before running off with just a single compliment. Jiraiya had been left grumbling to himself. Why is it so hard to show off a Rasengan? Snapping back to the present, Jiraiya frowned slightly and asked, "Who taught you the Rasengan?" "Oh." I rubbed my chin nervously, debating whether or not to tell him the truth. In my previous life, Sasuke had once told me about a time when he and Boruto accidentally found themselves in this timeline. Jiraiya, with his keen intelligence and exceptional observational skills, had eventually deduced their identities. With a cryptic comment, after all, the ending of a novel is always the most enticing part to save for later, Asterisk Jiraiya had even helped Sasuke erase his memories to maintain the timeline. Knowing Jiraiya's personality all too well, I figured mentioning my rebirth might backfire. Seeing my hesitation, Jiraiya softened his tone and gave me one of his characteristic grins. Well, if it's something you can't share now, that's fine. Tell me when you're ready. For now, let's celebrate your success in mastering the tug-of-war by grabbing a meal, shall we? Yeah. Can I invite Hinata to join us? I asked eagerly. The thought of the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter devouring 60 bowls of ramen the night before made even Jiraiya, whose bank account had an endless string of zeros, break out in a cold sweat. After all, those funds were meant for covering a certain butterfly's gambling debts. Jiraiya started to say, but suddenly he pointed off into the distance. What's that over there? I turned to look, and when I glanced back, Jiraiya had transformed into a white-haired toad. How sneaky, I muttered. Knowing I had the ability to protect myself, Jiraiya had decided to let me roam free while keeping an eye on me from the shadows. His goal was to nurture my independence until I could fully surpass Minato. Judging by my progress so far, I was close to achieving that. He hadn't left Konoha yet because he was still trying to figure out what Orochimaru was planning. Speaking of which, the girls in this village are getting cuter and cuter. Jiraiya's gaze wandered to a group of passing women, his eyes lighting up inappropriately. Time flew by. On the eve of the final selection matches, I heard that Choji had been hospitalized. I grabbed a fruit basket and went to visit him in the hospital. This is such a drag. Tomorrow's the final round, and now I have to babysit you while visiting Choji, Shikamaru complained, looking thoroughly annoyed as we walked out of the hospital room. Despite his sharp words, I knew Shikamaru's true nature. He and Choji were two of my few childhood companions. For Choji, Shikamaru and I were the only ones he'd share his last potato chip with. Putting the facts aside, isn't Choji in the hospital because he ate too much barbecue after training with you? I teased. Shikamaru was momentarily speechless, my nonsensical logic nearly making him choke. He sighed. I should have just forfeited the finals. Even if I beat that girl, I'd still have to face monsters like you guys. I gave him a surprised look. Wow, you can tell. Walking into the hospital room, we found Lee lying unconscious after drinking one of Guy's special brews. Despite his condition, his determination was evident even in his sleep. Sakura placed a bouquet of fresh flowers on the windowsill. Noticing us at the door, she greeted us softly. You're here too? Here to see Lee. Shikamaru guessed immediately. Yes, Sakura nodded. While I was here for medical training, I saw how hard Lee worked despite the doctors saying he couldn't be a ninja anymore. He kept training anyway. I want to encourage him to keep going. There's always hope. That's a nice thought, but Shikamaru's shadow suddenly stretched across the room, climbing up the walls and ceiling. To our shock, Gaara was hanging upside down directly above Sakura. His body was immobilized by Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu. Gaara tried to move, but couldn't. In his cold, emotionless voice, he said, "Leave, or I'll kill all of you." The cork on his giant gourd popped off, and sand began pouring out, forming a massive hand. Why can he still move? Shikamaru exclaimed. My jutsu should have paralyzed him completely. Gaara's expression didn't change. A trivial trick. Only my body is restrained. He turned his gaze toward me, his tone slightly softer. Don't interfere, Naruto. I will kill him. Would you like me to continue with the hospital confrontation, the Chunin exam battles, or another moment? Let me know. The sun had barely risen when I, Naruto, spotted Hinata waiting at my door. She was wearing her casual clothes and greeted me with a gentle smile. Naruto, good luck today. Feeling completely energized, I declared confidently, with Hinata cheering me on, I could go anyone, even Neji, no problem. Neji. Orochimaru suddenly turned his head in surprise. Meanwhile, the Sound Four knelt respectfully before him. Taiya raised both hands to offer a blue and white ceremonial robe above her head, saying, Lord Orochimaru, everything is ready. It's time to leave. Every ninja village has dedicated arenas for training or battles, and Konoha's Kikyo Castle is among the finest. The arena is surrounded by circular walls about 20 to 30 meters high, with spectator stands built inside the walls. The area is vast but simple in layout, allowing the audience to clearly see the ninja fights within. As the competition drew near, only 7 participants were present in the arena. I had already anticipated that Sasuke would be late again, and I couldn't help but complain, so slow. Sasuke learns things at the speed of a snail, and still loves showing off. Shikamaru reminded me, Tosu isn't here yet either. Naruto, you can still forfeit while you have the chance. Neji, standing nearby, frowned and spat out his words as if he'd just swallowed a mouthful of gunpowder. He looked like he was ready to fight right then and there, probably because he'd seen me and Hinata arrive together at Kikyo Castle earlier. Curious about Neji's bad mood, I squinted at him suspiciously and said, Neji, don't tell me. You're still a sister complex, are you? Sister complex? Neji's expression froze for a second before veins bulged on his forehead. Clenching his teeth, he growled, You idiot, I'll kill you. Genma, today's proctor, turned around, still chewing on his sunbon needle as he said, nonchalantly, Save the killing for when the match starts. You two are the first round. It'll be your turn soon. At the highest point of the arena's spectator stands, the third Hokage sat comfortably on a sofa and asked Reito Namishi behind him, Is there still no word on Sasuke? Reito leaned in and whispered, We've sent several Umbu teams to search for him, but there's no news yet. Anko's even been telling people that Sasuke might have fallen into Orochimaru's hands. Understand, the third Hokage muttered, though his lips twitched. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he put on a cheerful smile and turned toward the stairs. Oh my, why haven't you visited Konoha in so long to see this old man, Lord Kazekage? Walking up the stairs was none other than Raza, the fourth Kazekage and co-host of this joint exam. This guy had real presence, single-handedly elevating the Sand Village's status among the ninja villages, putting it just behind Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. And he was loaded with cash, too. Raza's face was mostly obscured by white bandages and a wind shadow hat, leaving only his eyes visible. Those eyes, however, were filled with hostility. The third Hokage stood up and invited Raza to sit with him on the sofa to watch the matches. The 2 Sand Village bodyguards who had followed Raza, however, were not given the same courtesy and were left to stand with Reito like wooden statues. You must have had a tiring journey, the third Hokage said politely. Of course, this wasn't actually Raza. It was Orochimaru in disguise. He sneered, Not at all. The venue is in Konoha, after all. While you may still be young, Lord Hokage, I imagine traveling to another village would have been too much for you. If you ask me, you should consider naming a 5th Hokage soon. The third Hokage wasn't offended. After all, this Kazekage was wealthy. Instead, he chuckled, Don't treat me like I'm old. I think I can hold on for a few more years. Now that you're here, we shouldn't keep you waiting. It's about time we begin. Standing up, he announced loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming to witness this Chunin selection exam co-hosted by the Leaf and Sand Villages. The official matches for the 8 finalists will now begin. The audience erupted into applause, their energy firing up the competitors in the arena. Orochimaru, noticing Sasuke's absence, frowned and muttered, It seems someone is missing. Genma pulled out a slip of paper and unfolded it in front of the 7 participants. Before we begin, there's been a slight change to the match order. Take a look and confirm it for yourselves. The rules are the same as the preliminaries. There are no rules. The match ends when one side either surrenders or is unable to continue fighting. For the first round, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji. Everyone else, please head to the preparation area. Hey Neji, I raised my fist and gave him a thumbs up. I told you, once I become Hokage, I'll change everything, including the Hyuga clan. I'm going to win for sure. Neji activated his Byakugan, veins bulging around his eyes. Inwardly, he thought, asterisk that confident gaze, it doesn't look like he's bluffing. His chakra is enormous. This guy's impressive, asterisk. He then sneered. Only then will it be worth fighting you. I want to see the look in your eyes after you've experienced true power, when they're hollow, unfocused, and filled with despair. I sighed and shouted, Quit saying all this weird stuff already. Let's do this. Shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of shadow clones appeared in the arena, causing quite a commotion. However, The section of the stands occupied by the Hyuga clan remained silent. All their Byakugan eyes were fixed on Neji. Sitting among them was Hayashi Hyuga, with the young Hanabi by his side. Unlike her older sister Hinata, Hanabi was recognized for her extraordinary talent and was already being groomed as the next clan leader. "Watch closely, Hanabi," Hayashi said. "No one has ever inherited the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit as perfectly as he has. Not even your sister, and perhaps not even you. Stronger than both me and sister." Hanabi's gaze shifted worriedly toward the arena. The challenger was the Hyuga clan's genius, but he was also someone her sister admired. How would this turn out? The shadow clones charged at Neji. With precise timing, Neji broke free of their encirclement and dashed toward the real me hiding in the back. Using his gentle fist technique, he targeted my lower body. So sneaky. I raised my arm to block Neji's elbow. A burst of chakra energy exploded from his palm, making it clear that if I had tried to block head-on, I would have been hit. Gentle fist relies heavily on a solid foundation. Stable footing leads to powerful strikes. When his first attack missed, Neji pivoted smoothly, bringing his left leg around in a quick kick. I dodged sideways and grabbed his knee, considering punching him in the groin, but ultimately thinking better of it. Instead, I used the momentum to strike him in the stomach, sending him flying several meters. How was this possible? Hayashi stood up in shock. "Would you like me to continue with the intense battle or explore another moment? Let me know." As I, Naruto, stood in the middle of the arena, listening to Neji's words, he said with that cold, resolute tone of his, "Just like Lee, no matter how hard he tried, even when he fought me with everything he had, he still lost to the Sand Ninja." His arms and legs were shattered, and as someone who can't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, he dreams of being a great ninja. In the end, he might not even be able to remain a ninja. Even if he works harder than anyone else, he can't escape his fate. After finishing his speech, Neji got into a stance and unleashed the pinnacle of his gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. His rapid strikes were like a machine gun barrage, knocking down all the shuriken flying toward him and perfectly avoiding the assault. But I had deliberately thrown several shuriken into the blind spot of Neji's Byakugan. By the time he realized it, his back had already been cut by several blades, leaving shallow wounds. Still, the injuries weren't enough to take him out of the fight. Feeling the stinging pain on his back, Neji gritted his teeth and said, "It seems you've realized the limitations of the caged bird seal. In that case, 8 trigrams, 128 palms." With his attack speed doubled, my shuriken could no longer reach him. Up in the stands, Hayashi Hyuga watched the fight unfold, his expression one of shock and amazement. What an incredible talent. To think he's capable of this. A branch family member surpassing the main family. After deflecting all the shuriken, Neji didn't let his guard down. The sheer number of my clones on the battlefield meant the fight was far from over. He reached up and removed his forehead protector, revealing the branded mark of the caged bird seal etched into his skin. "Fate is decided the moment you're born," Neji proclaimed. "Someone like you could never understand what it feels like to carry an unremovable mark on your soul for your entire life. Let me tell you about the hate-filled destiny of the Hyuga clan. This cursed seal is burned into the nervous system, and with just a single technique from the main family, we suffer unbearable pain. It's a mark that we carry until the day we die." In front of everyone's eyes, Neji began to recount the origins of the Hyuga clan's division into main and branch families, as well as the tragic story of his father sacrificing himself in place of his uncle. It was as though he were making a public declaration, condemning the main family and denouncing the clan head who had made his father a scapegoat. I stood there, listening patiently until he had finished. Then, with a calm voice, I said, "I know." Neji's rage only grew. While trading blows with me, he shouted, "You don't know anything. No matter how strong your talent is, you can't change the tragedy of fate. No matter how hard I work to grow stronger, I'm nothing more than a tool for the main family." As we clashed, I countered, "I do know. I lost my parents the day I was born. I've carried the stigma of being the Nine-Tails brat. Everyone in the village treated me like an enemy. The parents of my classmates all called me a monster. If you want to talk about tragic lives, who could be worse off than me?" For a moment, I saw a flicker of doubt in Neji's eyes. His heart, which had been frozen like a block of ice for nearly a decade, began to waver. Hearing about my past seemed to shake the foundation of his long-held beliefs. His movements slowed, and I seized the opportunity, grabbing hold of his arm at the joint. Neji winced in pain, but quickly countered, locking my limbs with his own through a series of precise movements. From the stands, Ino gasped, "Oh no, Neji has Naruto locked up." But Sakura shook her head, her eyes sharp. "I don't think so. It looks to me like Naruto has Neji locked up. Could it be?" Redo Namishi, watching from the stands, froze for a moment as he recognized the subtle movements of my hand. Then, abandoning all composure, he leaned over the railing to get a better view. "But I refuse to accept fate," I said, my voice firm. "I'll change how everyone sees me. I'll make everyone in the village acknowledge me." As I spoke, all of my clones suddenly formed Raisengans in their hands. In perfect synchronization, they jumped into the air and launched themselves toward Neji from every direction. Neji's eyes narrowed as he muttered, "To concentrate this much chakra into one technique. Rotation," he shouted, spinning rapidly in place. Chakra poured out from every tenketsu on his body, creating a blue dome of energy. The ground beneath him was torn apart, scattering chunks of stone and debris. My clone's Raisengans collided with his rotation, the two spiraling chakra forces grinding against each other with a deafening screech that made the entire audience cover their ears in pain. Boom! The collision of chakra resulted in an explosive shockwave, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and sending a fierce wind toward the stands. My clones were blown away by the blast, hitting the circular walls of the arena before disappearing in puffs of smoke. What's the result? Who won? The entire audience leaned forward, their eyes glued to the dust-filled battlefield, desperate to know whether Neji's rotation or my Raisengan had prevailed. As the dust began to settle, the arena's once flat surface was now riddled with craters and debris. A hand reached out from a pit, grabbing onto the edge. Slowly, Neji pulled himself out, clutching his shoulder. His clothes were tattered, and his movements were sluggish. He glanced around the battlefield, searching for me. Having poured all his chakra into strengthening his rotation, Neji could no longer maintain his Byakugan. His vision blurred as he scanned the destruction. The hundreds of clones I had created were gone. All that remained was the real me, lying curled up in a crater like a defeated warrior. My outfit was torn and scorched, and I looked like I'd been blown apart by an explosion. Tintin, watching from the stands, finally let out a breath she'd been holding. Seeing me lying on the ground, she looked at me with a hint of pity in her eyes. "You're already so strong, Naruto Uzumaki, but Neji absolutely won't lose. Would you like me to continue with the climactic conclusion of Naruto versus Neji and explore the aftermath? Let me know." As I, Naruto, stood at the edge of the arena, I looked up at the third Hokage, who was gazing over the entire venue. The cheers of the Leaf villagers roared around me, celebrating my victory. It felt like a real-life, underdog beats the genius kind of drama. The third Hokage, lost in thought, sighed deeply as he reflected on my life in the village. The people are all talking about it. Maybe, just maybe, the villagers will start to change their view of this child. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, feigned indifference and said, "The match was indeed exciting. That's one thing, of course. But I believe everyone here is even more eager for the next match. Those curious ninja leaders and high-ranking mission delegates, they're all waiting." However, during the opening ceremony, I didn't see him. Hasn't he arrived yet? The third Hokage's face remained expressionless, but his mind was racing. Asterisk, Hi-8's intel was right. The Kazekage is definitely suspicious. Could he have made some sort of deal with Orochimaru's sound ninja? Asterisk, Redo Namishi leaned in and whispered to the third, "We still haven't located Sasuke. Should we announce his disqualification before things spiral out of control?" 10 minutes had passed since the last match ended, and the next battle still hadn't started. From the murmurs below, I could hear the crowd growing impatient. Wasn't the next match supposed to feature that Uchiha boy? Why isn't he here yet? Did he get into a fight with a ninja from another village and lose track of time? Shikamaru, leaning lazily against the railing of the preparation area, frowned deeply. What's Sasuke doing right now? Is he planning not to show up? A wise decision, Shino remarked quietly. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Shikamaru nearly fell over the railing in surprise. Spinning around, he exclaimed, "Huh? What did you get here? Wait, you passed the preliminaries?" Shino adjusted his glasses and replied, "You're very rude. I've been standing here since the beginning." Man, Shino's presence gets more and more invisible every day, Shikamaru thought to himself, clicking his tongue. He glanced around and noticed several Umbu operatives had appeared near the arena. Asterisk, what's going on? Why are the Umbu here now? Asterisk. On the viewing platform, the third Hokage gave the order, there's no other choice. Announced Sasuke's disqualification. Understood, Reito replied. Orochimaru, still in his Kazekage guise, leaned closer to the armrest of his seat and said, "Announce Uchiha Sasuke's disqualification." The third Hokage sighed with regret. He truly is a promising talent, but I have no choice but to make this decision. Lord Hokage, could you delay announcing Sasuke's disqualification? Orochimaru interjected. This wasn't part of his plan, and he needed to stall for time. Reito hesitated. Although the Kazekage was making a request, it went against the rules. He replied, "Even if you say so, a ninja who can't follow the schedule doesn't deserve to advance, no matter how talented they are. Without a valid reason that all the ninja leaders and lords can agree on, there's no justification for waiting any longer." I see. Orochimaru's mind raced, and he quickly came up with an excuse. Including myself, he began, nearly all the ninja leaders and lords present came here specifically to see the next match. He is, after all, a descendant of the Uchiha clan. From a standpoint of the Land of Wind, I'd like to see him face Argara. Besides, isn't Konoha known for having the famously tardy Kakashi? If I recall, he even caused the Land of Snow to collapse once because of his lateness. The third Hokage paused, exchanging a glance with Reito. After a moment, he said calmly, "I understand. I've decided to make an exception and delay this match. Go inform the proctor. And remember, asterisk inform the proctor, asterisk." The repeated emphasis on inform startled Reito for a moment before he nodded solemnly and vanished from the VIP viewing platform. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, he reappeared in the arena and relayed the message to Gunma Shiranui. After hearing the instructions, Gunma glanced toward the competitors' seats, his gaze lingering briefly on the Sand Ninja Jonin, Baki, before nodding. Understood. Gunma then raised his voice and announced to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, due to the absence of one of the participants for the next match, the tournament committee has decided to postpone it. We will now proceed with the following match instead." Shikamaru's eyes widened in alarm. "Does that mean my match is next?" "The next round participants are Kankuro and..." Gunma began. But before he could finish, Kankuro raised his hand and shouted, "I forfeit." The crowd erupted in boos and complaints. What a coward. He looks so tough, but when it matters, he chickens out. Yeah, we've been waiting all this time, and he just gives up? Even I could do better. Asterisk. These Leaf villagers are so annoying. Asterisk Kankuro thought bitterly, clenching his teeth as he tried to suppress his anger. After confirming Kankuro's forfeit, Gunma announced, "Due to Kankuro's withdrawal, his opponent wins by default. This means it's my turn next, doesn't it?" Shikamaru muttered, glancing nervously at the battlefield still in disarray for my match. "And my opponent is that woman who doesn't look easy to deal with." Temari unfurled her massive fan and flew gracefully into the arena, landing with her fan planted firmly on the ground. She looked at Gunma and said, "It's my turn now, right? You seem eager to fight. That's good. Lots of spirit. Let's get started," Gunma replied. "This is such a drag. Maybe I should just forfeit too," Shikamaru muttered, making up his mind. But before he could act, a voice interrupted him. "You'd better not forfeit." As for why, before the speaker could finish, Shikamaru was startled so badly he fell over the railing and landed in the middle of the arena. Shino, observing the situation, quietly walked away with his hands in his pockets. "Even if I wanted to fight, it's not my turn anymore. Asterisk. What's wrong with my memory?" Asterisk Shikamaru thought as he lay on the cratered arena floor, trying to figure out how he'd once again forgotten about Shino. Would you like me to continue with Shikamaru and Temari's battle, or focus on the growing tension with Sasuke's absence? Let me know. As Naruto stood in the arena, I couldn't help but notice the third Hokage glancing at the Akatsuki, who was gripping the armrest of his chair tightly. The tension in the air was palpable. This supposed Akatsuki was clearly growing impatient. Lowering the brim of his hat slightly, the third Hokage calmly probed, "Kazekadano, Uchiha Sasuke still hasn't arrived. We can't keep the audience waiting indefinitely, can we?" Orochimaru, maintaining his disguise, took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "Let's give it 10 more minutes. The audience is eagerly anticipating the next match. Canceling it now might cause an uproar. Since we're already here, what's another 10 minutes? The third turned his head, his face hidden beneath the brim of his hat, making it impossible to read his expression. In a calm tone, he said, "I suppose Kazekadano has a point. Then, we'll delay for another 10 minutes. That should be reasonable, don't you think?" Outside Kikyo Castle, the guards spotted two figures approaching from the distance, one large, one small. "Wait, isn't that? Why are they just arriving now? Isn't the semifinals about to start?" The guards murmured among themselves as one of them hurried forward to greet the arrivals, inviting them in with enthusiasm. "You're just in time. Hurry to the venue. Finally, we're here. Let's keep moving in this stance, Lee. If you fall, you'll be running 10 laps around Konoha in this position." The Leaf's green beast of prey, Might Guy, instructed his prize student, Rock Lee, as both of them advanced toward the arena while performing handstand walking, balanced only on their fingers. The guards stared in bewilderment as the two made their unconventional entrance. One of the guards informed them, "The first-round matches are finished. Only Sasuke and Gaara's match remains." Rock Lee looked slightly dejected. "So I was still too late? What about Naruto's match against Neji? The Hyuga kid got defeated." Lee froze for a moment. Then, under Guy's encouraging gaze, he smiled. "Amazing, Naruto. You defeated Neji before I did." Inside Kikyo Castle, the crowd was growing restless, their complaints echoing around the venue. Some shouted for the next match to begin, while others grumbled about coming all this way just to wait. Everyone was waiting for Uchiha Sasuke. Over at the preparation area, Gaara stood by the railing, unnervingly close to me. Though it seemed like he didn't want me to notice him, his twisted expression gave away his inner turmoil. Asterisk, why do I feel strange only when I'm standing near him? Is it just my imagination? Asterisk. Meanwhile, Baki, the Sand Jonin, had left the competitors' area and was now seated among the audience. Sandwiched between two burly men, his face partially concealed by a veil, he silently observed the proceedings. The boisterous complaints of the men beside him occasionally drew his attention, but most of his focus was on Gaara. Asterisk, it doesn't matter how the matches go. Gaara's expression, "If Sasuke doesn't show up soon, I'll have no choice but to move things forward." Asterisk. Gamashiranui kept his eyes on his pocket watch. There were only a few seconds left until the 10-minute extension expired. Slowly, he raised his hand to make the announcement. As the time limit agreed upon by the two Kage has been reached, Uchiha, he stopped mid-sentence, his gaze shifting upward as he noticed something in the air, a single leaf drifting lazily down. I crossed my arms and muttered, "Always so dramatic." A gust of wind swept through the arena. In a whirl of leaves, Kakashi and Sasuke appeared back-to-back, standing proudly at the center of the storm. The crowd erupted into excitement. Sakura and Ino jumped to their feet, cheering loudly. "Sasuke, so handsome," a middle-aged woman seated behind them grumbled irritably. "Hey girls, move out of the way. You're blocking my view." Her husband, however, blushed as he stared ahead, muttering to himself, "Actually, they're not blocking me at all." "Looks like you made it after all," Rock Lee said as he approached Sakura, who turned to him in surprise. "Lee, you're awake." "Yes, thanks to Guy-sensei's secret medicine. I'm feeling much better." Behind him, Guy looked a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected the medicine he had painstakingly obtained to nearly kill Lee. Thankfully, it had only left him unconscious for a few days. Lee watched Sasuke and Gaara in the arena with a hint of melancholy. Sasuke was about to face Gaara, the opponent who had defeated him, while Naruto had already defeated Neji, the rival he had hoped to surpass. Meanwhile, Lee himself couldn't even train right now. Guy placed a reassuring hand on Lee's shoulder and said gently, "Don't worry, Lee. I'll find an even better doctor to treat you." Guy-sensei, Lee. The two of them embraced, tears streaming down their faces, drawing stares and whispers from the nearby crowd. It had been a month since Sasuke had last been seen, and his appearance had changed significantly. His hair was longer and messier, and he had swapped his blue and white outfit for a black, short-sleeved jumpsuit. Genmashiranui asked the customary question, "State your name." "Uchiha Sasuke," he replied confidently. Those who knew Sasuke sighed in relief. Orochimaru, too, unclenched his hands and sat up straight, his eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Sasuke, put on a good show for me. Kakashi, now standing beside Genma, was relieved to hear that Sasuke hadn't been disqualified. He made his way to the audience seats. "You're so slow, Sasuke. I thought you weren't going to show up." I shouted at him. Sasuke smirked, his lips curling slightly. "And you? Did you win your first match?" "Of course I did." "Then I'll see you in the finals, you big idiot." Our banter carried across the arena, loud enough for Gaara to hear. He clenched his fists, feeling a strange sense of unease, like something precious was being stolen from him. "Uchiha Sasuke," Temari muttered, her expression tense. "This isn't good." That look in his eyes. Kankuro tried to intervene, but Temari grabbed his sleeve and pulled him back, signaling him to stay quiet. She whispered, "Don't talk to him right now. He didn't sleep at all last night. If he gets provoked, he'll lose control again." The tension in the arena reached a boiling point as Gaara dissolved into a whirlwind of sand, reforming on the battlefield directly opposite Sasuke. The two locked eyes, and the intensity between them was palpable, like sparks flying from a raging fire. Would you like me to continue with Sasuke and Gaara's battle, or delve into the looming threat in the background? Let me know. Sasuke, successfully landed a strike. The Chidori sharp spear extinguished, and I peered through the hole it had pierced. From inside, a single eye with a pupil shaped like a coin stared back at me. A drip sound echoed. Gaara clutched his pierced shoulder, his eyes wide open. Half of his face transformed into a tanuki-like shape, and his pupils trembled uncontrollably in all directions. He extended his hand through the hole, but what emerged before everyone's eyes was a massive, meter-long, earth-colored claw reaching in my direction. Kankuro's face turned pale with shock. "This is bad. Gaara's absolute defense has been." I widened my crimson Sharingan eyes and instinctively retreated, my heart racing at the sight of such a monstrous being. "No way. What the heck is this thing?" The giant claw flailed around, trying to grab me, but failing. Inside the sphere, Gaara bled profusely, retracting his arm and reverting to his human form, clutching his shoulder. Crack, crack. It was the first time he had suffered such a severe injury. He appeared at a loss. The sand-formed spherical shield cracked like a broken eggshell, riddled with fissures, and eventually crumbled into fine sand scattering to the ground. Those eyes, they weren't ordinary. That gaze, I've only seen that kind of look in Naruto before. Could this guy also be a Jinchuriki? I made an accurate assessment, and my mind began calculating how to deal with this monster. If it were Naruto, scenes of Naruto causing chaos in the village flashed through my mind. I quickly shook my head, dispelling the unrealistic thoughts. Until I defeat that guy, my journey won't end. The light of Chidori flared in my hand once more, but at that moment, a feather drifted down before my eyes. Within the walls of Kikyo Castle, a rain of pure white feathers began to fall. Everyone who came into contact with the feathers fell into a deep sleep. Jinjutsu? So they've made their move. It's about time. Baki glanced toward the high platform where Orochimaru stood. It's begun. Orochimaru and the third Hokage exchanged looks. Orochimaru narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "Let's start." The Sand Village guards behind them ignited a pre-prepared giant smoke bomb, instantly engulfing the entire high platform in thick smoke. It's the signal. Operation is underway. Around the outskirts of Konoha, Sound and Sand Shinobi, who had been lying in wait, emerged one after another from grass and rocks. A 6-person team even used a summoning formation near the walls, summoning a 3-headed giant serpent. In the blink of an eye, the arena was filled with the clashing sounds of battle. Some disguised shinobi were already being targeted by the ANBU. Among them, the ANBU group, led by the figure wearing the white cloak, immediately dashed toward the high platform where the third Hokage was located. Kakashi and Guy stood back to back, surrounded by a group of sound shinobi hidden among the crowd. Seeing the ANBU in white cloaks leave, they relaxed slightly and said, "The elephant unit is here, so we don't have to worry about the Hokage's safety for now." Raiden Amishi was kicked out of the thick smoke, followed by the two sand shinobi guards who had tried to block the ANBU's advance. The ANBU, codenamed Elephant, didn't even pause. Pulling out two kunai, he said coldly, "Don't stand in my way." The two sand shinobi guards were cut into 4 pieces upon contact. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, pressed a kunai to the third Hokage's neck, holding him hostage as they leaped onto the rooftop. Elephant halted, while the sound for emerged from the dismembered corpses, leaping to the 4 corners of the roof. Their grotesque appearances made it clear they were not to be trifled with. Finally, it's our turn. Always staying transformed really caught us off guard. Kidamaru, the spider-like ninja, waved his forearms. Elephant whispered, "Reidu, go cover the Hokage." The 4 ANBU members disappeared in a flash, rushing toward the third Hokage. Unfortunately, the Sound Four had already taken favorable positions. The 4 quickly formed seals and shouted in unison, "For Violet Flame's formation." A purple barrier materialized out of thin air, forcing Elephant to halt. The ANBU, codenamed Reidu, wasn't so lucky. He crashed into the barrier and was instantly consumed by flames. Seeing the third Hokage trapped inside the barrier, everyone was anxious. They hadn't anticipated the enemy setting up such a barrier, and it was clear their small group alone couldn't break it. Even while being held hostage by Orochimaru, the third Hokage remained calm, though regret filled his voice. "I never expected the Sand Village to betray Konoha." Orochimaru, who had waited years for this moment, spoke with a playful tone. "The so-called equal treaties were just a ruse. The game ends here. From now on, Konoha's history will change. Are you trying to spark a war between our villages?" The third Hokage was incredulous. If it had been in his younger days, he might have been thrilled. But now, he didn't want to see the village torn apart again. "Exactly." The third Hokage tried to reason with him. "I think we should avoid resorting to force. There's still time to stop this, Kazekage." Unexpectedly, Orochimaru dropped the facade, reverting to his original voice. "Humph. Growing old makes you crave peace, doesn't it, Tsurutobi-sensei?" Orochimaru, the third Hokage's eyes widened in realization. "Where's the real Kazekage? No wonder. I haven't seen you since yesterday." The third Hokage surveyed Kikyo Castle, now engulfed in battle. It was hard to imagine Konoha being infiltrated on such a massive scale. His heart grew heavier, not just for his disciple, but also for his once-cherished friend. In the arena, Baki and the siblings Temari and Kankuro were protecting Gaara, who was injured and unable to complete his transformation. "Gaara is Sand's trump card. No matter what, we have to help him take action. You two take him away first, and return once he's recovered to continue the plan." "Understood." Kankuro lifted Gaara. "What about you, Sensei?" "I'll stay and quickly deal with this guy first." Baki's gaze was heavy as he stared at Shiranui Genma. "You think I'll let you leave so easily? I'll make sure they leave. Go." Temari and Kankuro exchanged a glance before leaping out of Kikyo Castle in a few large jumps. As the 3 of them escaped, Baki and Shiranui Genma were already locked in close combat. I spotted the barrier at the highest point and asked Shiranui Genma, "What's going on here?" The organizer of this spectacle is Orochimaru. These ambitious people seem intent on carving up Konoha. Shiranui Genma spat, retreating from his clash with Baki and leaping to my side. He said, "Sasuke, sorry, but this Chunin exam is over. As Konoha shinobi, we have to deal with this mess." I nodded and said, "So, we just need to defeat that guy and continue the unfinished parts, right? If it goes too deep, don't pursue. From now on, this isn't a competition. It's a mission." With a whoosh, I sped toward the direction where Temari and the others had fled. A bead of sweat slid down Baki's forehead as worry crept into his mind. This guy isn't simple. Allowing Uchiha Sasuke, who injured Gaara in his base state, to pass. I can't kill him quickly enough to intercept them. Is this psychological warfare? And also, Baki glanced toward the high platform, barely able to make out the scene inside the barrier. From the start, those 4 barrier-using sound freaks weren't part of the plan. What was Lord Kazekage thinking? I saw Sasuke chasing after Gaara in the distance. Orochimaru sighed with regret and said, I originally planned to take advantage of Gaara causing chaos to snatch Sasuke away, but now it seems the plan is ruined. I suddenly understood and said, I see now. So that's your goal, to get both Konoha and Sasuke, right? I then asked, is Konoha really that important? Orochimaru chuckled lightly and said, if Gaara fully awakens, you'll get to see something even more interesting. I continued, yesterday, I received intelligence from the Nara clan. Gaara is the Sand Village's Jinchuriki, isn't he? Sending him to Konoha. It seems Sand Village was well prepared. Orochimaru, interrupted, didn't get angry. She simply shook her head and said, since you already know, I won't say more. Your cowardice has thrown Konoha into chaos. This round I've won, I retorted. You only find out the result at the end. I taught you that, didn't I, Orochimaru? At this point, there was no need for pretense. Orochimaru dropped the disguise of Raza, revealing her pale, white face. She licked the kunai in her hand with a sinister smile and said, I've told you before, you'd better decide on the 5th Hokage soon, because the 3rd is about to die here. I took a deep breath, and my entire demeanor changed. Though I was old and frail, a dangerous aura now emanated from me. I said, I've long known this day would come, but taking my head won't be so easy. A tear slid down Orochimaru's face. Even now, she still recalled the past fondly, hesitating to strike. Shing! The sharp kunai pierced flesh, and blood spilled onto the tiles below. The kunai, meant to pierce my neck, instead stabbed in her own palm. The pain snapped her out of her chaotic thoughts, discarding those fragmented memories. Feigning a yawn, she said, that cleared my head. I was so sleepy just now. I said I knew you'd say that. I understood this prized student of mine far too well. Still, I asked in confusion, I know you don't act out of hatred. You have neither purpose nor motive. Why do this? Orochimaru released her hold on me, walking to the other side, her gaze now fixed on Naruto in the stands. To her surprise, Naruto was staring back at her. She thought to herself, no matter what he does now, it's useless. Orochimaru said, if you ask about my purpose, I just find moving things interesting. Isn't it boring if nothing moves? During times of peace, a windmill that doesn't turn might look fine, but I want to use the gale of Konoha's destruction to set the windmill spinning. Damn! Baki, who had been fiercely fighting Shiranui Gima, couldn't help but curse upon seeing Orochimaru drop her disguise. This plan had been proposed by the Sound Shinobi. While they had successfully taken control of the Hokage, what about their own Kazekage? Baki's fighting spirit dwindled, and retreat crossed his mind. If their leader had been taken out by their partner, the Sand Village's position was now incredibly awkward. Should they continue opposing Konoha, or proceed with the plan alongside the Sound Shinobi? On the battlefield, more and more Sand Shinobi were falling. As the highest-ranking elite Jonin, Baki had to make a decision for the sake of the Sand Village and its surviving shinobi. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Orochimaru with hatred. Damn it, what's going on? Inside the barrier, my old body was locked in a fierce battle with Orochimaru. After a brief exchange, Orochimaru used the Edo Tensei technique, and 3 coffins began to rise from the rooftop. I shouted, Shuriken Shadow, Clone Jutsu. Shurikens rained down like a Gatling gun, striking the coffin lids repeatedly. Unfortunately, the coffins created by Edo Tensei were specially made and couldn't be destroyed so easily. The lids of the coffins opened automatically, and 2 war heroes from the Warring States era stepped out of the caskets. I said, I didn't expect you'd summon the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Orochimaru, seeing the serious expression on my face, grinned and said, Surtobi-sensei, what will you do now? The 3rd coffin also opened, and a brown-haired girl stumbled out, standing beside the 2 previous Hokage. I looked at her bowed head. Though her face was obscured, the purple markings on her cheeks made me instantly recognize her. Orochimaru licked her lips and said, That's right. This is the helper I prepared for Gaara to counter the 9 tails. Outside the barrier, the ENBU squad was growing anxious, worried about my safety. At that moment, a golden glowing Naruto appeared in the arena. 2 chakra arms extended from his back, grabbing Kotetsu Hagain and Izumo Kamizuki like claw machines. Only their legs kicked helplessly in the air. Naruto shouted, "Toothpick Sensei, hurry up and get me into the barrier." Shiranui Gunma exhaled in relief. Though his fight with Baki seemed evenly matched, his stamina was clearly running low. He said, "Naruto, huh? Looks like you've gathered the right people." Baki recognized Naruto from the intel Orochimaru had provided. The moment Naruto appeared, Baki turned tail and ran. He didn't dare clash with a Jinchuriki, especially since this Naruto didn't seem normal. Shiranui Takema, biting down on a Senbon, muttered angrily, "Tisish, let him go." Naruto shouted anxiously, "There's no time. Toothpick Sensei." Inside the barrier, the battlefield had turned into a primordial jungle due to the clash of Kaga-level fighters. The brown-haired girl, cloaked in dark red chakra, was in a tailed beast state. Like a wild animal, she charged past me, severing one of my arms. I gritted my teeth, enduring the pain in my left arm, and spat a fireball at the girl, blasting her away. Seeing my sorry state, Orochimaru gloated, "Oh dear, your left arm is gone. How will you form seals now? Sarutobi-sensei, your life is like a flickering candle in the wind." I retreated, clutching my weapon. "Is this how you treat an old man?" I planted the adamantine staff into the ground and leaned on it for support. "As long as Enma is here, what does it matter if I have a left arm or not?" From within the staff, Enma's muscular hand extended, forming seals to create 3 shadow clones of me. A relaxed smile appeared on my face. As I've grown older, I've wanted to resolve things peacefully. My constant tolerance, however, has brought trouble. You wondered why I didn't prepare despite receiving intel earlier? It's because I wanted to atone. Enma, sensing my intent, hesitated and said reluctantly, "Are you sure you want to use that?" I said, "Say no more, Enma." I took a deep breath, nodded, and spoke to Orochimaru. "Since you're so fascinated by ninjutsu, let me show you one you've never seen before." At that moment, a voice rang out, "Third Grandpa, you'd better not use that jutsu." All the Kaga-level fighters present turned toward the source of the voice. Whoosh! 4 figures suddenly appeared in the battlefield. Surrounded by the trio who had transported him, Naruto said, "I can't let Grandpa die like this." I stared at his golden, radiant figure, momentarily stunned. As soon as I, Naruto, appeared, Orochimaru stuck out her tongue, catching my scent in the air. Recognizing this transformed version of me, she said, "I see. Then I'll play with you for a while and see who's grown faster in this month. You or Sasuke?" The reanimated Jinchuriki sensed my presence. My golden chakra made her unusually furious. Without Orochimaru's control, she lunged at me immediately. The 3rd Hokage, clutching his severed arm, shouted anxiously, "Naruto, get out of here now. I'm no longer the kid hiding behind my elders for protection. Now, the one who needs care is you, Grandpa." A golden chakra claw extended from my back, grabbing the reanimated Jinchuriki. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free. "Shikaku, lend me your power." Inside the sealed space, the first tail of the 9 tails lit up, startling Kushina, who was refilling chakra. Orochimaru frowned as she noticed the earthy yellow Rasengan forming in my hand. She murmured softly, "This kind of power, magnet release, Rasengan." The reanimated Jinchuriki was struck by the Rasengan. Chakra-formed runes appeared all over her body, jumping like tiny bugs, immobilizing her completely. The dark red chakra gradually dissipated, revealing her original face. Soon, sand began to emerge from the runes, wrapping her in a cocoon of earth. Before the cocoon closed, the weary-looking girl glanced at me with a faint smile on her lips. "Thank you." I gently placed the cocoon on the ground and turned to the remaining 3. Clenching my fist in front of my chest, I declared, "All right, next, I'm going to take you all down in one go." Orochimaru chuckled. "Let's see if you're capable of that." With a loud bam, I punched her so hard that her face distorted. She flew backward, skimming across the rooftop tiles, sliding hundreds of meters despite the resistance, and only stopped near the barrier's edge. This rooftop feels ridiculously big. Maybe it's made for Hashirama to surf on, haha. So fast. Almost as fast as the fourth Hokage, exclaimed the AMBU members outside the barrier in astonishment. You're looking more and more like the yellow Flash, Naruto, Orochimaru said, struggling to get up. The mask on her face had a gaping hole, revealing her lipstick-painted, beautiful visage. She wiped her face, and it reverted back to its original appearance. My golden chakra claws swiped at Orochimaru, but she leapt high to dodge, taunting, "It's because of that old man's weakness that you've suffered so much since you were a child. Even so, you still want to protect him, even at the cost of your life." Missing my target, I used the claw to grab hold of a tree trunk, retracting the chakra to swing myself like a spider. Everyone has something they care about. The longer time passes, the stronger that bond becomes. It's not some grand philosophy. It's just what people with connections do. The reanimated first Hokage summoned a vine to entangle me. The reanimated second Hokage created 2 shadow clones and launched a water-cutting attack, combining the water blades for greater power. As expected of the second Hokage, you even use shadow clones better than I do. Spiral absorption ball. Unable to move, I released a series of chakra claws from my body. 2 larger ones held a giant Rasengan above my head, while the others reached out toward the 2 reanimated Hokage, pulling them into my Rasengan, shredding them into pieces of white paper. When I was a kid, I grew up in loneliness, sneaking home to cry by myself. Back then, I thought, if the people in a village don't like me, I'll just go live in the mountains, where no one would hate me for whatever I do. I dropped the 2 immobilized reanimated bodies. Magnet release. Rasengan. 2 identical Rasengan appeared in my chakra claws, pressing down on the first and second Hokage. Before being encased in earth cocoons, the first Hokage gave the third Hokage an apologetic look, saying, "Sorry, little monkey, and this young one too. Even in death, we're causing you trouble." The second Hokage looked at me and said plainly, "It's just my shadow clone." After securing the 2 cocoons, I turned back and clapped my hands together, catching Orochimaru's sword firmly between them. Back then, Grandpa Third would always make time to spend with me, telling me countless stories. He was the first person in the village willing to talk to me, and the only one who dared to drink the mushroom soup I made. He almost died from poisoning. No matter how insignificant I seem, I am who I am. Orochimaru tried to pull her sword free, but it wouldn't budge. From my arm, another hand emerged, forming a Rasen shuriken that buzzed ominously. "This jutsu looks dangerous," Orochimaru said, narrowing her eyes. She bit through the snakehead in her mouth, discarded the sword, and attempted to flee. "You can't escape. This jutsu can be thrown. Wouldn't it make me happier if you didn't hold back?" Orochimaru stopped running, bit her finger, and pressed it to the ground. Triple Rashomon. The golden chakra arm holding the Rasen shuriken smashed into the Rashomon gates, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bam! 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 After 3 successive impacts, the triple Rashomon was completely destroyed. The Rasen shuriken was pressed into Orochimaru's chest by the golden hand. Feeling the Rasen shuriken's growing energy, Orochimaru sensed danger. She opened her mouth and ejected herself, leaving her original body to meld away in the Rasen shuriken's vortex. As expected, you're even rarer than Killer Bee of the Hidden Cloud. You're far too valuable for research, Orochimaru said, licking her face with her tongue. As expected, you're not that easy to kill. I appeared beside Orochimaru, and we engaged in intense close-quarters combat. Because of my interference, her original plan was completely disrupted, and in my current state, I was far stronger than her. In the end, she had no choice but to stop attacking. Enough. There's no point in continuing this fight. She glanced toward Konoha's east gate, where a massive toad had crushed the rampaging 3-headed snake. If she delayed any longer, the situation might worsen. "Uzumaki Naruto, you're truly fascinating." The Sound 4 deactivated the barrier and instantly appeared beside Orochimaru. Wary of me launching a surprise attack, they looked at me with guarded eyes. "The next time we meet, it won't be this easy." Orochimaru licked her lips as the Sound 4 carried her away. I was more worried about the third Hokage's injury, so I didn't pursue them. Besides, I couldn't waste any more time on Orochimaru. Sasuke was probably being beaten badly by Gaara by now. The ANBU members, including Elephant, chased after Orochimaru, shouting, "Don't think you can escape. Teach more pursuers." Kidamaru turned back and spat a large web of spider silk, bouncing the pursuers away. "Grandpa, leave these three to the sealing team. I need to go after Sasuke." I said this quickly, then, relying on my memory, ran in the direction where I had sent Sakura, Shikamaru, and Pakin chasing earlier during the fight. Sasuke, was teetering on the edge of life and death when I heard a sudden shout. Wind style, infinite sandstorm, devastation. The forest erupted into chaos as a powerful gust of wind, mixed with sandstorm, swept through. Vegetation was helpless against it, buried in golden sand and left leaning and broken. "Sasuke!" Sakura jumped in front of me, taking the brunt of the sandstorm. She was flung through dozens of trees before embedding into a tree trunk. Gaara, half of his body consumed by sand, had transformed into a half-human, half-tanuki monster. With sharp claws, he darted toward me at lightning speed. "Uchiha Sasuke, your hatred doesn't compare to mine, so you're weaker than me. If it weren't for that woman, you'd already be dead." Damn it, I still can't move. I'd already burned through my final trump cards multiple times. Struggling to support my body, I tried to dodge, but my chakra was nearly depleted. I was completely immobilized. As Gaara's Tanuki claw was about to pierce my chest, at the critical moment, the dark cloud markings of the cursed seal of heaven began to spread, crawling over my entire body. The sound of chirping birds echoed as a several-meter-long blade of lightning chakra extended from my lightning blade. Everything in its path was cleanly sliced in two, leaving perfectly smooth edges in its wake. After finishing the attack, I completely ran out of strength and fell straight to the ground from several meters up in the tree. "You're strong, Uchiha Sasuke." Gaara landed on a nearby branch, his two tanuki claws falling off. But the sand quickly replaced them, forming new claws. "As long as there's sand, there's nothing I can't do. You may be tough, but this is the end for you." With a ferocious expression, Gaara raised his hand toward me. The surrounding sand, as if alive, began to creep onto my body. The sand tightened around me, and I groaned in pain. "Sand." Sakura's vision blurred. Completely drained of chakra from fighting this monster, she could only hope that a certain reliable figure would appear. With all her remaining strength, she screamed, "Naruto!" "Fine." A faint smile appeared on my face, and I muttered softly, "Too slow. You big idiot." The entire world seemed to fall silent, everything moving in slow motion. Bang! A golden figure appeared almost instantly before Gaara, delivering a punch to the Tanuki's face that sent him flying backward into a tree. "You can't hurt my friends, Gaara." Meanwhile, on the rooftop of Kikyo Castle in Konoha Village. Impressive, controlling and sealing an opponent of this level so quickly, Kotetsu and Izumo guarded the third Hokage. The head of the medical team shook his head and said, "The damage to the wound is too severe. Regeneration surgery on the severed arm is impossible." Despite his missing arm, the third Hokage appeared decades younger. Staring toward the eastern gate, where Gamabunta had driven off the invading giant summoned beasts, he said, "Once the enemies are dealt with, send for Jiraiya." The people present froze for a moment, but said nothing. An ANBU member whispered something into Elephant's ear. Elephant knelt on one knee and quietly reported to the third Hokage, "Lord Danzo has arrived." Out of the corner of his eye, the third Hokage caught sight of Danzo, surrounded by several members of Root. "It's been a long time, Danzo. Funny how you show up just as the enemy has been dealt with. What a coincidence." "I do this for Konoha," Danzo said, suppressing his anger. Then, in a sharp tone, he asked, "I hear you plan to summon Jiraiya." "I'm the Hokage, Danzo." The third Hokage cut him off, closing his eyes and saying no more. Sitting in this position, he understood better than anyone the true thoughts of his old comrade. Danzo glared at the third Hokage, who appeared to be dozing, and let out a heavy snort. Turning, he said in a deep voice, "If this continues, Konoha will be ruined. You'll regret this, Sarutobi." Surrounded by Root members, the ambitious elder left, his expression icy and terrifying. his heart seething with rage. The so-called legendary Sanin, Orochimaru, is just a weakling, only to find new partners. Crash! A massive, dozens of meters tall, earth-colored tail shot into the sky, smacking the golden glowing Naruto far into the distance. Pakin, who had been hiding, quietly helped me up. Suddenly, we felt a massive shadow block out the sun. When we turned around, we saw an indescribable creature. In the distance, Temari stumbled back a few steps, her pupils unfocused, muttering to herself. It's finally appeared, brought out by Konoha's genin. "Naruto, are you trying to stop me again?" Gaara roared from atop the head of the tanuki monster made of sand. His body was half submerged in the sand, with his hands buried as well. The sand formed neural tendrils connecting to his cheeks and the back of his head, allowing him to control the massive creature. "Let me kill him, and you can become just like me," Gaara bellowed toward where Naruto had been sent flying. At the same time, Shikaku beneath him puffed up its belly and then slammed its claws against it with a loud boom. Wind-style air bullet. A compressed ball of wind chakra shot out of Shikaku's body. As Naruto passed by a cluster of well-grown trees, two massive golden arms appeared behind him, grabbing the trunks to halt his movement. With a slight tug, the arms uprooted the entire row of trees and hurled them at the incoming air bullet. Boom! The air bullet's power was neutralized, exploding amidst the trees. A violent gale, mixed with splinters, flew everywhere. Just as Pakin and I managed to pull Sakura out of the tree, the wind nearly blew us all away. Naruto returned to the battlefield in an instant, but Gaara was already prepared. Wind-style air bullet. Wind-style Rasengan. Another clash. The two wind-style jutsu collided, unleashing a massive typhoon-like storm. A blue shockwave rippled outward, toppling all the trees in its path. Sand shower. Summoning jutsu. Gamma Bunta's agile form burst through the mist, delivering a powerful spinning kick to Shikaku's jaw. The massive beast staggered backward, losing its balance. Inside the sealed space, Shikaku rubbed its jaw in frustration. "Take it easy. That's still my body out there. Let Gaara use that jutsu." Naruto nodded in his mind. "Got it, yeah. WWWYYHHH. Shikaku, you only remember me when you need me. Sorry. I tend to forget about anything besides the fight when I'm focused." Asterisk. Roof tile collapse technique. Gamma Bunta sat firmly on top of Shikaku, preventing it from moving no matter how much Gaara tried to control it. Taking out a pipe, Gamma Bunta began smoking leisurely. "Didn't think my first appearance in 12 years would be another fight with a tailed beast." Watching the clash of these two massive creatures, each movement capable of crushing forests and reshaping terrain, I gritted my teeth and said, "What kind of battle even is this?" With Shikaku's head pinned to the ground, Naruto crouched in front of Gaara. "I've lost many important people before, which is why I'll never let anyone I care about die in front of me again." Gaara pulled his hands out of the sand, forming seals as he gritted his teeth. "Even so, monsters like us will always fake sleep jutsu." As soon as he finished casting the 5-second sleep-inducing jutsu, Gaara closed his eyes and slumped unconscious. I watched as Gaara fell into a deep sleep, and Shikaku's golden, coin-like eyes began to spin wildly. Its chest heaved as it took its first fresh breath of air in years. Then it started to breathe rapidly. Finally, I can stretch a bit." Shikaku's head shook like a rattledrum. After being sealed in that cramped space for so long, it felt like it was about to develop repetitive behaviors from boredom. I turned to Gamma Bunta, who was still pinning Shikaku down, and said, "Thanks, boss. Say hi to Gamakichi and the others for me." Gamma Bunta replied, "Next time, bring more snacks when you visit Mount Maibuku." With that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke, returning to his home. Seeing the situation, Temari started retreating, switching positions to dodge frantically. She couldn't believe I had just dismissed the summoned beast that was suppressing Shikaku. In her mind, she was panicking. Asterisk. Is this kid an idiot? Without suppression, Shikaku will... Asterisk. Suddenly, Shikaku spoke. "I'm even freer now. Maybe I should just run away for good." Hearing this, Temari froze in place. After a struggle, she removed the giant fan from her back, her legs trembling as she stepped cautiously back toward Shikaku. Her voice quivered as she cried out, No, you can't. Some people find healing in childhood, while others spend a lifetime healing from it. Gaara and I are like that. In fact, most Jinchuriki are. Those possessed by Shikaku can never sleep peacefully. If they do, their personality risks being eroded by Shikaku, turning them into irrational monsters. Gaara, using his fake sleep jutsu, was finally enjoying the mental satisfaction of sleep when suddenly he heard a dripping sound. Curious, he opened his eyes. A ripple spread beneath his feet, and as it expanded, his vision shifted. Before him stood a massive red fox, its 9 tails swaying. Its enormous presence stunned even Gaara, who was no stranger to Shikaku's overwhelming form. Gaara thought to himself, this fox must be the tailed beast sealed inside Naruto. At that moment, a voice came from behind him, a voice Gaara had long feared facing. Slowly, he turned around and said, "One tail." I appeared in front of the 9 tails and greeted him, "Yo, Gaara." Seeing me, Gaara scowled, his eyebrows furrowing as he growled, "Where is this? Are you planning to trap me here and kill me? I'm telling you, I won't disappear." I took a few steps toward him, my expression a mix of seriousness and melancholy. We're really alike. Gaara stepped back uneasily, clearly unsettled by the strange space around him. "Wait, don't come any closer." He couldn't understand why Shikaku was so quiet or what I intended to do. I ignored his protests and continued, "The pain of being alone. It's hard to bear, isn't it? I know that feeling all too well. But now, I have people I want to cherish and protect." Gaara stared at me in confusion. Why? Why would you want to do that for others? His worldview clashed with my words, making him inexplicably agitated. He feared I might dredge up painful memories he wanted to forget. I raised my voice and said, "Because they pulled me out of the hell of loneliness and acknowledged my existence. That's what bonds are. That's why I want to give my all for the people I cherish, to protect them with compassion. That's what love is." As I got closer to Gaara, my chakra intertwined with his. We both saw flashes of our pasts, memories of being rejected as monsters. I saw his brown-haired father, who wanted him dead, and his uncle, whom he was forced to kill. He saw my utter loneliness, growing up without even a family. Standing in front of him, I threw a punch at his face and shouted, "Then I'll be your friend. Stop acting like an idiot." In the real world, Temari stood on a tree branch in front of Shikaku, holding her giant fan. Her voice trembled with fear as she said, "You're not allowed to run away, or else Gaara will." Shikaku raised an eyebrow and leaned its massive head closer to Temari, finally noticing her. "What did you just say?" Temari closed her eyes, too scared to look at Shikaku's terrifying face, but she shouted firmly, "I said you're not allowed to run away." "Sis." Kankuro, who had barely recovered some chakra after Shino's parasitic insects drained him, saw Temari confronting Shikaku and rushed over as fast as he could. Seeing Kankuro, Temari felt slightly more confident. "Kankuro, great. With you here, we have a better chance of stopping Shikaku. This thing is trying to break the seal and escape." Kankuro took the battered remains of his puppet, Crow, from his back and forced a bitter smile. "Who would have thought we'd have to deal with this thing ourselves in the end?" Still in the inner world, I grabbed Gaara by his collar and said, "See, Gaara, you've always had people who care about you. You just didn't realize it. No matter how strong the enemy, they'll protect you without hesitation." Gaara murmured softly, "Sister, brother." In the outside world, Shikaku suddenly said with a hint of regret, "What a shame. These 2 kids would have been delicious." Kankuro broke out in a cold sweat, his clothes soaked through. It eats people." Crack, crack. Shikaku's body stopped moving, covered in cracks, before it crumbled into a pile of sand. Gaara stood atop the sand. Suddenly, a sand arm extended from behind him, reaching toward me. But a golden chakra claw extended from my back, gripping the sand hand tightly in a contest of strength, like interlocking fingers. Gaara raised his hand, still angry, and said, "What's this about being my friend? Just a lousy excuse. One day, you'll be just like Yashimaru. Sand shower." Countless grains of sand gathered above me, and then cascaded down. My chakra claw formed a barrier to catch all of it. I said. Your mother, Kurura, wanted you to have friends too. The chakra claw suddenly lunged toward Gaara, but two sand arms rose from the ground to block it. Gaara panicked. This was the first time he'd seen his sand shield act differently. I shouted, "This is the power your mother left you. Your father couldn't see it, but the sand shield has always been protecting you. This isn't Shikaku's power. It's your mother, Kurura's power." Gaara, hearing this, seemed to go deaf. All other sounds faded away except my voice. I continued, "Your mother loved you very much." Gaara murmured, "My mom loved me." I retracted my chakra claw and nodded. "Your mother was an amazing woman. Even after her death, she trusted you and protected you." Gaara turned to look behind him. In addition to the crossed arms of the sand shield protecting him, there was a sand figure resembling his late mother, cradling him as if in her hands. I said, "She's the one who brought you this far. She gave her chakra to you, so you could live, even though you were born prematurely." Gaara said, "Mother really was incredible." With that, he dropped to his knees and finally cried. In the Hidden Leaf's Hokage rock shelter, villagers huddled closely together, like little hamsters seeking warmth, hoping to comfort themselves with shared warmth and solidarity. The noise outside seems to have quieted down. A man wearing a chef's hat stood by the ventilation window. From there, only distant white clouds were visible. Absolutely no clue about what was happening outside. Suddenly, his expression tightened, and he rubbed his chin. Did I forget to turn off the stove before running out? Back in the forest, I steadily walked toward the kneeling Gaara, raising my fist. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro spread their arms wide, stepping protectively in front of Gaara. They knew full well they weren't my match, but their instincts as siblings overrode their fear. The sand shield's arm gently brushed across Gaara's tear-streaked face, wiping away his tears like a mother comforting her crying child. The cold sand, paradoxically, brought him warmth. Gaara shook his head and said, "I don't want to fight anymore." I stood still, my fist still raised toward Gaara. Temari and Kankuro exchanged a glance, said nothing, and then lifted Gaara, preparing to leave. I shouted after them, "Gaara, next time we meet, we'll be friends." Gaara weakly bumped his fist against mine and muttered, "You did all that, just for this?" At that moment, in the sealed space within Gaara, Shikaku's voice echoed, unexpectedly filled with anticipation. "So, are we finally going to have a proper chat, Gaara?" Gaara's body trembled slightly, startling Kankuro. Gaara thought to himself, "Asterisk, so it was you all this time." Asterisk, Shikaku simply replied with, then added, "TCH." The three sand siblings walked away under my watchful gaze. As they trudged along in silence, Gaara suddenly spoke up. "Thank you for always looking after me. Sister, brother." Kankuro was so shocked, he stammered, No problem." This was the first time Gaara had addressed him like that since he was 6 years old. Temari was also stunned. A smile slowly crept onto her face as she gently knocked Gaara on the head and said, "I've been waiting years to hear you say that." I instantly teleported to where Sasuke and Sakura were, dispersing my golden chakra cloak. Sakura, having recovered a bit of strength, was tending to Sasuke's wounds. I turned to Pakin and said, "Thanks for your hard work." Pakin snapped out of his daze, looking at me with admiration. "I can't believe you actually managed to change someone like that. Impressive." And with that, he dispelled himself and disappeared. I turned to my teammates and asked with concern, "How are you guys holding up?" Sasuke, eyes closed, replied, "I've burned through too much chakra, but I gained a lot from this fight." The dark cloud markings receded back into the cursed seal, leaving him with a complicated expression. Asterisk, even a monster like that, you managed to defeat it. Just how strong are you really? Asterisk Sasuke thought to himself. He had been so proud of his training over the past month, but now he realized he still couldn't catch up to me. This only deepened his thirst for power. Above us, the sky was overcast, thick with dark clouds. It had been days since the Konoha crush, and it was as if even the heavens were mourning the lives lost. The Hidden Leaf held a memorial service. Those who had died in the conflict were honored as heroes, their names etched onto the memorial stone so that the villagers would never forget them. The village was abuzz with reconstruction efforts. Despite the workload, The third Hokage stood on a rooftop with the elder advisors, Koharu and Hamura. On the rooftop, a white-haired man was peering through a telescope, drooling slightly. The third Hokage cleared his throat. "You're at it again, doing something so pointless." Jiraiya immediately dropped his playful demeanor and said, "What brings you all here? By the way, the girls in Konoha are getting cuter and cuter." The third Hokage said, "You already know why we're here?" Jiraiya asked. "I heard the negotiations with the sand went smoothly." The third Hokage replied, "Everything was orchestrated by Orochimaru. He used the sand village as a scapegoat. After the sand surrendered to the leaf, our relationship with them became secondary. From Konoha's standpoint, I agreed to their proposal, but..." Placing his hand on the rooftop railing, the third Hokage watched the progress of the wall repairs, his face tinged with worry. "Konoha's strength has weakened significantly. We need to prioritize preparing for even greater crises ahead." A few days earlier, Baki from the Sand Village discovered the fourth Kazekage, Raza, dead near the Sand Village. According to his report to the Leaf, it seemed Raza had been ambushed by Orochimaru shortly after leaving the village, stabbed cleanly through with a single sword. His clothes were spotless. This meant that for the past month, every order and plan from the Kazekage had actually been orchestrated by Orochimaru. The third Hokage said, "Everyone is busy rebuilding the village, but you need to contribute too, Jiraiya. At a time like this, we need a trustworthy and strong leader." Hamura cut straight to the point. "We need to appoint the fifth Hokage now. In yesterday's emergency meeting with the daimyo, he strongly recommended you, Jiraiya, as the next Hokage." Jiraiya, still peering through the telescope, waved his hand dismissively. "Sorry, but I'm not cut out for the job." Koharu frowned. If someone as esteemed as one of the Sanin doesn't take on the role of Hokage, then who else could possibly be fit for it? Jiraiya raised a finger and wagged it in front of the three elders. "There's still someone else from the Sanin. Besides, who wouldn't want a 50-year-old princess?" Hamura pondered for a moment before nodding. "You're right. If it's Lady Tsunade, but no one knows where she is right now." Jiraiya tilted his head and looked at the third Hokage. "Then I'll go find her. Frankly, Tsunade's sharper and more capable than me. She's better suited to be Hokage." The group exchanged glances. The third Hokage removed his pipe from his mouth and said, "Understood. We'll consider it quickly. I'll send 3 MBU teams to assist you in finding her." Jiraiya shook his head dramatically. "Come on, don't worry about me running off. No need to keep tabs on me. Besides, I already promised Naruto I'd take him on a trip." Ching! The sound of a bell echoed as 2 figures wearing black cloaks with red clouds and wide-brimmed hats appeared on the cliffs behind Hokage Rock, overlooking the entire Leaf Village. The blue-skinned man, who seemed rather straightforward, observed the scene and remarked, "Though it wasn't destroyed, the damage is still quite severe." The other man, with black hair and black eyes, gazed at the devastated eastern gate with a hint of regret. Remembering Orochimaru's actions, his fists clenched tightly. Noticing this, the blue-skinned man stomped his foot lightly and interrupted, "That's not like you. Even you must feel some lingering attachment to your home, right?" Uchiha Itachi unclenched his fists, raising his head as the bell on his hat jingled softly. His 3-tomo Sharingan, devoid of any warmth, appeared in his cold eyes. "No, I feel no attachment at all." In a silent and dark cave somewhere in the land of fire, the sudden crackling sound of static broke the stillness. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki simultaneously glanced at the rings on her fingers. After channeling chakra into the seals, a few ethereal figures materialized before us. The silhouette of a spiky-haired man was the first to speak. Orochimaru caused quite a commotion in Konoha. She used the sound and sand shinobi to wage war against the Hidden Leaf, but her plan failed. The third Hokage almost kicked the bucket in the process. And Orochimaru has vanished without a trace. "I hope, Kisame gave his ring a firm slap, causing the man's figure to sharpen and his voice to stabilize. His brown hair and facial features became faintly visible. "Is it clearer now? Anyway, I'd like someone to investigate." I closed my eyes, considering for a moment, then opened them and spoke calmly. "I'll go. We're nearby. Then I'll leave it to you two." There's also talk about a Jinchuriki in the Hidden Leaf. Apparently, they were quite active during the war. Keep an eye on them for the sake of our organization's future plans. This village, so decadent and indulgent. How pitiful. I muttered as I turned to leave the cliffs behind Hokage Rock, my footsteps quickening without conscious thought. Asterisk, Sasuke, are you safe? Asterisk. Hey, Uncle Tucci, can I get a free ramen coupon? At the Ichiraka ramen shop, I had just finished slurping down my bowl of ramen. Habitually, I reached into my pocket for my unlimited free coupon, only to remember that Uncle Tucci hadn't actually given me one yet. I, holding a ladle, leaned against the kitchen counter with a frown. What are you thinking? You're not planning to dine and dash, are you? Tucci crossed his arms and asked, What about the last one I gave you? I just saw Konohamaru earlier and gave it to him. Guess I'll have to pay up. Looking pitiful, I pulled out my bulging little toad wallet and handed over the money. Just then, the sound of the shop curtain rattling caught our attention. Two men wearing wide-brimmed hats stepped inside. Welcome. Sorry, I glanced at the empty seats, exchanged a look with Tucci, then let the curtain fall back down and turned to leave. Feeling a bit annoyed at being toyed with, Tucci grumbled, What a strange guy. Lucky me. Thanks, Uncle Tucci. I emerged from the kitchen with holding several Ichiraka brand special instant ramen cups. Tucci winked at me. You're in luck. These are samples of a new product I accidentally created during the evacuation when I forgot to turn off the stove. Looks like they're gone now. We still have time. Let's grab something sweet at the dango shop. Itachi-san really does love sweets, Kisame remarked as we strolled casually through the streets of Konoha. Despite our conspicuous attire, the villagers seemed oblivious to us. Even the occasional patrol of Chunin didn't spare us a glance. The taste of this place hasn't changed at all. Even after so many years, I said, a bit nostalgic as I ate a skewer of dango. Setting his bamboo skewer down, Kisame muttered, I'm not really into sweets, but if Itachi-san likes them, I like them too. The people in this village are pretty sharp. Not surprising, given it's Itachi-san's hometown. We both glanced out the shop window at the same time. A scruffy-looking white-haired man had been leaning against the entrance since we came in, clearly aware of our presence. Closing his Aika Paradise book, Kakashi Hitaki greeted us, Yo, you two are getting along better and better, huh? Approaching from the other side were Kurenai and Asuma. Kurenai's cheeks flushed as she said, Don't get the wrong idea. It's just that Anko asked me to pick up some dango for her. Asuma took out a cigarette from the Land of Fire and lit it, saying, And why are you here on your own? Huh? Kakashi glanced into the dango shop and raised his voice slightly. I'm here to buy an offering for Obito. Oh, and I'm waiting for Sasuke. Hearing Sasuke's name, I paused mid-bite, the skewer momentarily still in my hand. Kakashi, you're already here? And you got here before me? That's rare. A voice I had longed to hear reached my ears from outside. Quickly finishing the dango in my hand, I exchanged a glance with Kisame. His voice had changed a bit. Once in a while, sure, Kakashi replied. Sasuke sounded annoyed. So, why did you call me here all of a sudden? What's the deal? Asterisk, Sasuke, you've grown. Asterisk. As Sasuke's interruption brought everyone's attention back to the shop, they realized that Kisame and I had already vanished, likely without even paying. Noticing the food left on the table by the door, Sasuke frowned. I hate natto and sweet things the most. Is that so? After Kurenai and Asuma left, Kakashi turned to Sasuke and said, Naruto is about to leave the village with Jiraiya to find Lady Tsunade. They'll also be training along the way. Do you want to join them? Hearing this, Sasuke took a step back, clearly irritated. I'm not training with Naruto. The month-long training before wasn't enough. I still have new techniques to finish. Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, Kakashi's expression grew serious as he thought to himself, the Hokage asking me to interact with this kid. Could it mean? Naruto, carrying a large backpack, looked up at a signpost and said, Only 10 kilometers to Adofu Street. We need to get there before the afternoon sun comes out, or we'll roast alive, Jiraiya said without turning back as he strode toward the in-town. Naruto smirked mischievously and caught up to him. Hey, pervy sage, can you tell me about that Fuso village story? Fuso village. Jiraiya stopped in his tracks, clamped a hand over Naruto's mouth, and glanced around nervously. Where did you hear about that? Whatever you do, don't bring it up in front of Tsunade. Naruto elbowed Jiraiya's chest, prying his hand away. I heard from a friend that you almost got married there. Is it true? Scratching his face awkwardly, Jiraiya said, that was something that happened when I was younger, traveling the ninja world. Seeing Naruto's gossip-hungry expression, Jiraiya's embarrassment boiled over. He bonked Naruto on the head, yelling, why are kids so nosy these days? Clutching the lump on his head, Naruto squatted down and muttered, but it's part of your past, pervy sage. I want to hear it from you. Asterisk, this kid seems to know everything. If he brings it up in front of Tsunade, asterisk, Jiraiya sighed, pulled out a notebook from his pocket, and tossed it to Naruto. Naruto opened it and asked, what's this? It's the first novel I wrote based on my travels. If you like, I can tell you the stories in it. Back in Konoha, what happened? You just finished speaking, and now you've suddenly collapsed. Asuma's worried voice rang out, his eyes closed in tension. Kakashi, sweating profusely, said 3 days passed in that world, but here in reality, not even a moment has gone by. To withstand this genjutsu without breaking mental, Kisame, despite his usual straightforward demeanor, couldn't help but admire Kakashi. Turning to me, his expression grew concerned. Still, overusing that it's dangerous even for you, Itachi-san. Kneeling on the water's surface, Kakashi and I locked gazes, the tension between us palpable. It felt as though a new round of battle could start at any moment. Yet, in both our minds, the same thought flickered. Asterisk. Everything is going according to plan. Asterisk. Sasuke, followed Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma to Kakashi's house. Under the strange gazes of Kurenai and Asuma, Guy skillfully picked the lock to Kakashi's door and gently placed the unconscious Kakashi on his bed. Breaking the silence, Guy said, from what I see, they still haven't found Naruto. We need to figure out what Kakashi was trying to say before he passed out. At this point, Kakashi was lying motionless on the bed. Asuma sat at the bedside. If it weren't for Guy's timely backup, they might not have survived the earlier confrontation in their own village. Asuma commented, doesn't this strike you as odd? They infiltrated the village, and finding Naruto should have been easy, right? That kid's either hanging out with that Hyuga girl from Kurenai's team or goofing off with Konohamaru when he's not on missions. Uchiha Itachi knows exactly what Naruto looks like. Guy was about to reply when the sound of a turning doorknob caught his attention. He raised a finger to his lips in a gesture of caution. After all, the news of Uchiha Itachi's return to the village was still confidential, and they couldn't afford to slip up. I had come to Kakashi's house earlier because he'd mentioned helping me train with a new jutsu. But upon opening the door and seeing Kakashi unconscious on the bed, I grew angry and demanded, why is Kakashi lying there? And why are all of you jonin here? What happened? Kurenai and Asuma didn't know how to respond, but Guy, ever quick-witted, intervened. Nothing happened. Don't overthink it. While Guy mentally patted himself on the back for his clever save, Obimasho suddenly burst in, flustered and out of breath. I heard Uchiha Itachi is back. Is it true? And they're after Naruto? Bang! I jumped out the window and sprinted down the street toward Ichiraka Ramen. My mind raced. Asterisk, that guy is in Konoha, and he's targeting Naruto. If he catches him, it's over for Naruto. Asterisk, I flung open the curtain at Ichiraka Ramen and asked, Naruto was here, right? Do you know where he went afterward? Tucci scratched his chin thoughtfully before replying uncertainly. He was here earlier, eating ramen. Then Jiraiya came by, too. They were talking about heading to an inn town near the village while eating. Upon hearing that Naruto was out of the village, I sighed in relief, then bolted in the direction Tucci had mentioned. Asterisk, wait for me, Naruto. Don't you dare die. Asterisk, I'd always admired Itachi. Even as a child, his long hair fascinated me. Seeing anyone with long hair would remind me of him. Even on that fateful night when I saw him raise his blade against our parents, I still believed he had his reasons. But when he used his Mangekyo Sharingan to make me relive the massacre of our clan over and over, I realized how cold his heart truly was beneath that gentle exterior. Unconsciously, I carried another obsession in my heart alongside my desire for revenge. I wanted to hear him admit, as I defeated him, that he had a reason for all of this, that it was all a misunderstanding. How could someone who was once so kind? Meanwhile, Naruto was having his own troubles. Jiraiya handed Naruto the key to their room and said, "Go back to the room and focus on refining your chakra. Read the book I gave you, and if you're tired, get some rest." Naruto held the key and grumbled, "Telling me this is the adult world from here on out is just an excuse. It's still only noon." Jiraiya, meanwhile, was busy cozying up to a beautiful woman. "Oh, come on now, don't be like that. When I get back, I'll teach you an awesome jutsu. How about that?" With that, he walked off. Naruto tossed his luggage onto the bed, a hint of nostalgia flashing across his face. He missed the thunder train from his past life. He wondered if Reikage Darui had come up with something similar by now. A knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Naruto's expression turned serious. He knew the two people outside the door weren't going to be easy to deal with. Opening the door, Itachi blocked the entrance with his hand and said, "Naruto, please come with us." From behind him, Kisame poked his head out. Seeing Naruto, he let out a breath. "So, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is just a kid who likes painting red-eye makeup? I thought we'd have a tough fight on our hands," Itachi said. Itachi, noticing Naruto's toad-like eyes, seemed slightly surprised. "Don't underestimate him. My Jinjutsu doesn't work on him." Kisame hefted his Samahata and said, "Immune to Itachi-san's Jinjutsu? I can't believe it. This kid's too much trouble to let run around. Maybe I should start by taking his legs." Seeing that Itachi didn't object, Kisame began advancing toward Naruto, Samahata in hand. Naruto smirked. "So, how's life in the Akatsuki, huh? Sharkface and Sasuke's big brother." Sharkface. Kisame felt a pang of irritation. "First in Konoha, and now even this brat knows about us. When did the organization's secrecy become so bad?" Bang! So fast. Kisame barely registered the movement before Naruto had slammed his head into the wall, dislocating the wrist holding Samahata. Using a joint lock, Naruto easily restrained Kisame. He didn't gloat. Instead, he said seriously, "As expected, Sharkface really values his comrades." Naruto admired Kisame for his loyalty. The fact that Kisame had willingly chosen to end his own life rather than let his comrades' intel fall into enemy hands left a deep impression on him. Naruto asked, "Where did you learn about Akatsuki, Naruto?" Then he added, "And what does Itachi think of Sasuke?" He released Kisame as he finished speaking. Kisame rubbed his wrist, annoyed. "I thought chakra-rich types would rely on ninjutsu, but this kid's physical techniques are insane. I hate muscle-heavy fighters." Itachi analyzed, "It's not just physical techniques. I didn't see him channel any chakra. It must be some kind of special energy that greatly enhances physical strength." Itachi shook his head and began unbuttoning the front of his cloak. Just as he was about to remove the black robe with red clouds, a lightning-charged spear accompanied by the sharp cry of birds pierced his chest. Sasuke said, "Finally, I've found you." The three tomo in my Sharingan spun rapidly as I smirked wickedly. "Uchiha!" Itachi. Standing in the hallway corner, I lowered my hand holding the Chidori sharp spear, letting the electric light dissipate. I knew that strike hadn't truly hurt him. Caw-caw. The Itachi I had struck transformed into a flock of black crows and scattered. Itachi reappeared in front of me, looking down at me from above. He thought to himself, "He's grown so much taller, and stronger too." I said, "Uchiha Itachi, this time, I will kill you." Reaching for the seals on my wrist, I summoned two uniquely shaped blades into my hands. As a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame immediately recognized the origin of the weapons I held. "The Thunder Swords, and he has the Sharingan, just like you." "Who exactly is he?" Itachi replied, "He's my younger brother." Internally, he thought, "You've awakened the Sharingan, and it's already 3 tomo. That's good." Sasuke, had broken through the restrictions Itachi had set in the past and awakened my Sharingan again, even surpassing his expectations. He was eager to see just how much I had grown. Kisame reset his dislocated arm with a sharp motion, his curious gaze fixed on me. "I'd heard that the Uchiha clan was wiped out, and that you were the one who did it." I raised my blades to block the kunai Itachi had thrust at me. My spinning 3-tomo Sharingan reflected on the blade's surface as I gritted my teeth and growled, "That's right. I hate you. I despise you. I've only lived this long, so I could kill you. Itachi thought to himself. Asterisk. How much have you grown? This is going to be interesting. Asterisk. The dual-wielding style I'd been practicing under Kakashi's guidance was beginning to show some results. But Itachi, armed with nothing more than a kunai, effortlessly parried the intricate patterns of my blade work, deflecting each strike with precision. Using his height advantage, he countered my attacks with upward blocks or sharp elbow strikes. I tried incorporating techniques I'd copied for Naruto, sudden leap kicks and consecutive low sweeps, but they had little effect. As I followed up with a spinning back kick, Itachi leapt in place to evade. I immediately transitioned into a mid-air backflip kick, but although he ducked, my heel still managed to graze his chest. Kisame, observing from the side, furrowed his brows. Itachi-san's little brother seems pretty skilled in taijutsu too. Is every ninja from Konoha this strong? What about that Asuma guy? Is he the only one who plays it safe with ninjutsu? After our first exchange, I realized my reach and strength were no match for Itachi's. Adapting my strategy, I shifted to more aggressive leg attacks to create distance. Front kicks and low sweeps were effective tools for keeping a taller opponent at bay. Itachi took several steps back. Seizing the opportunity as I rose from crouch, he grabbed my shoulder and executed a shoulder throw, slamming me hard into the ground. My dual blades flew from my hands and embedded themselves into the ceiling. Chidori stream. The moment my back hit the floor, sparks of electricity crackled from my hands, spreading erratically through the air. Kisame instinctively stepped back, holding Samehada horizontally in front of him to avoid being caught in the electric field. Itachi thought to himself, even Chidori, and he's already mastered chakra nature transformation. The current spread across the ground toward Itachi. He leapt high into the air, avoiding the electric net below, only to find himself confronting me, hanging upside down from the ceiling. Shhhge. My dual blades pierced through Itachi's stomach, emerging from his back. I pressed my full weight onto him, driving us both to the ground with a heavy crash. Itachi, impaled by my blades, showed no expression as he raised a hand to point behind me. I turned my head just in time to see a kunai flying toward my right eye. Shhhge. The Itachi on the ground dissolved into a flock of crows, scattering instantly. But he coughed up blood. It turned out that the me behind him had already driven a blade into his abdomen. The me struck by the kunai turned into a wooden log, falling lifelessly to the floor. It's not over yet. Chidori's sharp spear. I turned and fired another lightning blade from my palm. The Itachi I'd struck in the abdomen vanished as an illusory clone, a trick created by advanced genjutsu. For ordinary people, it would have been undetectable, but I'd grown adept at using my 3-tomo Sharingan. Itachi thought to himself, asterisk, he's already become this strong. Asterisk, effortlessly dodging the lightning blade. Itachi's eyes followed my movements. I reached for the seals on my wrist, causing the thunder swords to vanish, replaced by a spinning Fuma shuriken that I hurled at him. Clank! His kunai deflected the massive shuriken. Lightning coursed through my hands again as I connected the Chidori stream to the shuriken, causing plasma to scatter everywhere. Unable to hold his ground, Itachi dissolved into crows once more and disappeared. The Tomo and Itachi's eyes merged into a single pattern, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. My movements faltered, and Itachi seized the moment, delivering a punch that sent me crashing into the wall. I struggled to lift my arm, but just as the Chidori began to flicker in my hand, Itachi closed the distance. He grabbed my arm, redirecting my chakra and forcing the Chidori into the inn's wall in a brilliant explosion of sparks. I thought to myself, asterisk, so this is it? Kakashi-sensei. Asterisk. With a sharp twist, Itachi dislocated my arm. The pain left me temporarily incapacitated. From a moment I launched my first attack to when I was overpowered, it had all happened in the blink of an eye. Naruto, seeing me at a disadvantage, called out worriedly, Sasuke, maybe I should. I gritted my teeth and interrupted him. Don't interfere. Only I can kill this man. Itachi gripped my face, his voice soft as he said, I have no interest in you right now. Asterisk, it's not time yet, Sasuke. Asterisk. He followed up with a kick to my stomach, sending me flying across the room. Sasuke. This is ridiculous. Despite knowing the truth of the situation, Naruto was still furious. He couldn't bear to see me so powerless. I knew what Naruto was thinking. Forcing myself to stand, I said, "Naruto, I told you this is my fight." Itachi approached me again. A straight punch to my gut forced me to double over in pain. I used the opportunity to wrap my arms around his waist and drive him toward the wall. But before we made contact, he brought his elbow down on my back with a heavy strike, causing me to cough up blood. Itachi thought to himself, still not enough. You've gotten much stronger, but you're nowhere near ready to face that man. Before I could slam him into the wall, my grip loosened, and I slid weakly to the ground. Itachi thought, forgive me, Sasuke. Forgive me, Kisame, watching the scene, said with a mix of admiration and concern, "You're ruthless, Itachi-san." Itachi grabbed me by the throat, lifting me to eye level. With a half-turn of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he cast me into the world of Tsukuyomi, forcing me to relive that fateful night over and over again. "Hate me," he said. "You're too weak. For the next 24 hours, you'll wander in that night." The mental assault caused my sanity to spiral downward. Kisame, perplexed, asked, "You'd even used Tsukuyomi on your brother?" Boom! Jiraiya appeared in the hallway, carrying an unconscious woman over his shoulder. "It's Jiraiya-sama." Itachi immediately recognized him, glancing at the woman he was carrying. "It seems we've been discovered." Jiraiya grinned and said, "You two really underestimate me. A man like me, Jiraiya the Gallant, isn't swayed by women. Instead, I charm them with sweet words. I'm not the type to drool over beauty and mess up. Women come to me willingly because of how handsome I am." Naruto, hearing Jiraiya's reckless statements, even let his sage mode dissipate as he scolded, "Running off because a pretty lady winked at you. And now you're trying to act tough? Pervy sage." Kisame, his words laced with sarcasm, said, "After all, you're one of the legendary Sanin, Jiraiya-sama. I didn't think it'd be so easy to lure you away." His tone made it clear he was mocking Jiraiya for his fatal flaw. Jiraiya gently propped the woman against the wall and said, "So your target really is Naruto?" Itachi, still holding me by the throat, said, "Taking Naruto is Akatsuki's highest priority mission." "You're not taking Naruto." Jiraiya bit his thumb and prepared to summon. "We'll see about that." "Good timing," Jiraiya said. "I'll deal with both of you right here and now." Slamming both hands onto the ground, Jiraiya activated his summoning jutsu. The hallway transformed into a fleshy, intestine-like space as the unconscious woman and I were gradually engulfed by the walls. Itachi said to me, "You're weak because your hatred isn't strong enough." Carefully, he released his grip and darted toward the corner. "Kisame, let's go." "Uchiha Itachi, I'll protect Sasuke." Naruto shouted after them as they fled. Glancing at Naruto, whose eyeshadow had faded, Kisame clicked his tongue in mild irritation. Retrieving Samahata from the ground, he followed Itachi. Jiraiya said, "Naruto, there's no point yelling at them now. No one's ever escaped this place before. Whatever you want to say, you can say it after I catch them." The sound of shattering glass echoed from around the corner. Rushing toward the noise, Jiraiya found black flames burning through the fleshy walls. "What is this black fire?" Jiraiya muttered. "The stomach of the great toad of rock innards is supposed to be fire-resistant, but it's burning through like paper." Naruto peeked out from behind him and explained, "That's Amaterasu, my brother Sasuke's technique. It's a Mangekyo Sharingan ability that burns anything it touches until it's completely consumed. It's super powerful." Hearing Naruto's explanation, Jiraiya felt uneasy. Taking out a scroll, he unfurled it and painted a sealing formula onto its surface. Forming hand signs, he said, "Fire sealing method." A burst of blue chakra emerged from the scroll, enveloping the black flames and sealing them inside successfully. Several kilometers away, Kisame asked, "Why are we retreating?" "Your words," Itachi thought to himself. Sasuke, it seems there are people who will protect you. I'll wait for you, Sasuke. Out loud, he said, "There's no need to take Naruto right now. Besides, I need to find a place to rest for a while." Closing his eyes, he reopened them to reveal a dimmed, lifeless gaze. Using Tsukuyomi, fighting my brother and casting Amaterasu. I'm exhausted. Kisame expressed concern. Itachi-san, your health. I'm fine. I just need to rest, Itachi replied. He fell silent. Ever since the masked man severed his bonds, Itachi had used an extended Tsukuyomi on Uchiha Izumi during her final moments, allowing them to live a lifetime of happiness together in the illusion. This act had drained him, leaving him unable to use the Sharingan for long periods, and his declining health was irreversible. Asterisk. Next time we meet, you'll be even stronger, won't you, Sasuke? Asterisk, Itachi thought to himself. The intestinal walls gradually dissipated as Jiraiya stomped his wooden clogs on the fleshy ground. The hallway returned to its original state, and the walls retreated into the great toad of Mount Myaboku. The poor toad probably gasped in terror after experiencing that. Sasuke was squeezed out from the sticky remnants of the flesh walls, collapsing onto the floor. Sasuke, I quickly ran over to help him up, only to find his eyes unfocused, his pupils dilated, clearly still reeling from the aftereffects of Tsukuyomi. With a sharp whoosh, a kunai flew toward Jiraiya, who caught it effortlessly. Before he could turn around, an angry shout rang out, "Rider kick!" A green-clad figure shot across my field of vision in a flying kick, the sheer force generating a powerful gust of wind. The legendary Sanin, who had just scared off 2 Akatsuki members, was sent flying into the wall with a loud crash. I exclaimed, dumbfounded. Guy scratched his head sheepishly. Haha, sorry about that. Didn't expect to hit you. I rushed over to help. Haha, I didn't have a mirror, so I used my forehead protector to reflect my face and saw a fierce one. I thought it was an enemy, huh? Jiraiya, with nostrils stuffed with cotton, crossed his arms and sighed. Is that supposed to be an apology, you idiot? Fine, let's just move on. Sasuke's arm and ribs are fractured, which is manageable. But the mental attack from their ocular jutsu, he's completely unconscious. Guy asked, should I take him to the medical corps? Jiraiya was about to nod when I cut him off. Pervy Sage, isn't the person we're looking for this time the best medical expert around? That's true, Jiraiya admitted, but that would make me a babysitter. Guy glanced at Sasuke, looking a bit dejected. Even Kakashi was brought down by the same Jinjutsu, and is still unconscious. Every time I think of Lee's injuries, I can't help but hope that medical expert of ours had stayed in the village. But alas, Jiraiya's cotton-stuffed nostrils were now soaked red with blood as he loudly declared, which is why we're going to find her now. The slug sage, the woman with the word gamble carved into her back, Lady Tsunade. Tears welled up in Guy's eyes as his steel-like arms wrapped tightly around Jiraiya in a bear hug. I leave it all to you, Jiraiya-sama. My beloved disciple's ninja career depends on you. Let go of me, you idiot! Jiraiya shouted in frustration. Inside the black and white toned world, only the crimson moon hung in the sky. A shadowy figure wielding a long blade pointed it at the kneeling Fugaku Uchiha, speaking coldly. Why are you so weak? Because your hatred is not enough. You don't even deserve to die by my hand. But you still have potential. The scene was drenched in blood-red tones. Sasuke screamed in despair, stop it! You're awake! My cheerful smile brought him out of his nightmare momentarily, though the warmth of my breath as I spoke made him visibly uncomfortable. You're too close, idiot! Sasuke, his face flushed, pushed me away. The pain shooting through his arm from the motion made him wince and grit his teeth. Leaning against the hospital room's window sill, Jiraiya turned his head and said casually, just a friendly reminder, you shouldn't exert yourself too much right now. Knowing how tough your opponent was, it's impressive you caught up to him at all. Sasuke looked at him seriously. You're Jiraiya, right? Naruto's been talking about his teacher nonstop lately. He lifted the blanket off himself and asked gravely, can you tell me why that man is after Naruto? As one of the legendary Sanin, you should know, right? Jiraiya and Sasuke locked eyes in silence. I knew Jiraiya didn't want to reveal classified information to Sasuke, who was still technically a genin. He didn't want Sasuke to get involved in matters of this scale. I said, just tell him the truth, pervy sage. Jiraiya sighed. Fine. Turning to gaze out the window, he watched a group of children in the hospital courtyard. They were playing a game that involved bullying, but soon an adult intervened, forcing the kids to apologize and reconcile. They then ran off hand in hand, laughing as if nothing had happened. Jiraiya's expression grew somber as he spoke. What they're after isn't Naruto himself. It's what's inside him. Sasuke's eyes widened. You mean the thing inside Naruto? He recalled how I'd once told him and Sakura about the monster within me. After the second round of the Chunin exams, he'd even asked Kakashi about it and learned some of the details. Sasuke pressed further, but isn't the thing inside Naruto the Nine Tails, the fox demon that attacked Konoha? What could they possibly want with that? Jiraiya watched as the kids in the courtyard reconciled, a faint smile playing on his lips. In the past, people feared the Nine Tails like it was a natural disaster. Why they want something so terrifying, I honestly don't know. But since they know it's sealed inside Naruto, they're probably after the immense power it holds. Unfortunately, it means Naruto will always be a target for them. Sasuke clenched his fists. That makes sense. That man is so obsessed with power that he trailed off, his hatred only deepening upon hearing that Uchiha Itachi and his group would continue hunting me. Asterisk. I won't let you take anything else away from me, Itachi. I will kill you with my own hands. Asterisk. Sasuke thought to himself. Jiraiya waved dismissively. Don't worry. I'll protect Naruto. You Uchiha kids sure are driven. Huh? All right. Let's head out to find Tsunade, so she can treat you. With that, he left to handle Sasuke's discharge paperwork. I turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, about Itachi. I hesitated, worried he might go down the same path as in the previous timeline. I wanted to tell him the truth about the Uchiha clan's history. But Sasuke cut me off coldly. Naruto, I know you're strong now, but you're in no position to lecture me. Once I recover, I'll train harder, and soon I'll surpass you. I won't let today repeat itself. Well, but I began. His face darkened, and his tone turned icy. Whatever you say, I'm still an Avenger. I'll restore the Uchiha clan's honor with my own hands. Sasuke is like a machine driven by hatred right now, I thought. Asterisk. The truth he seeks can only be resolved if Itachi tells him himself. Asterisk. I smiled. You're acting all cool today, but that was yesterday's story. Sasuke's expression twisted in embarrassment and anger. I'll kill you. In a bustling casino, a blonde-haired woman placed a massive box of cash on the table and said, I'd like to exchange all of this for chips, please. This casino was the most extravagant and high-stakes gambling den in the city. The dealer, upon seeing the woman, broke into a cold sweat. Asterisk, what do I do? She's here, Lady Tsunade, with so much money. How much of it will I even win today? Asterisk, the dealer thought nervously. Across the table, several burly men with scarred faces sat frozen. When the blonde forcibly joined their table, instead of complaining, they grinned broadly as if they'd hit the jackpot. In the damp, dark laboratory, scrolls were strewn across the floor, their contents spilling out with dense notes scrawled in meticulous handwriting. Several large blackboards were filled with complicated formulas and diagrams. Orochimaru brushed her black hair behind her ear and muttered, I see. So this is the jutsu the old man, Hiruzen, was talking about, the one I wasn't aware of. After days of intense calculations, her appearance was disheveled, but she had finally pieced together the mystery of that technique from the fragmented secrets she had uncovered. One of her subordinates commented, with all the clues you've found, it's clear that the person we're working with has been hiding a lot from us. Orochimaru-sama. If Naruto hadn't shown up back then, you might have... Orochimaru shot a sidelong glance at Kabuto, her golden snake-like eyes glinting. Disappointed, aren't you, Kabuto? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the lenses catching a sharp gleam of light, but he remained silent. Orochimaru chuckled. I trust you very much, Kabuto. She closed the book in her hand, but suddenly clutched her chest, her expression twisting in pain as she gasped for breath, sweat beading on her forehead. Kabuto hurriedly handed her a vial of medicine. Your body is rejecting the transplant. This is the special medicine I developed. It should help alleviate the symptoms. Waving him off, Orochimaru asked, have you found her whereabouts? She's in a place called Tenzaku Town. Orochimaru's face froze for a moment as she processed the information. A smirk crept across her lips. Tenzaku Town, huh? Sasuke seems to be heading there too. A few days later, on the lively streets of Tenzaku Town, I, Naruto, stood outside an izakaya with Sasuke slung over my back. waiting for Jiraiya. Blushing furiously, Sasuke hissed, "Stop moving your hands around, you idiot." He felt self-conscious, convinced that the onlookers were staring at him. "Quit acting like a kid," I replied. "Once we find Granny Tsunade, she'll fix you right up in no time." Sasuke frowned, then asked, "Naruto, I've been meaning to ask. Where do you get all this information? How do you know all these things I don't?" I froze for a moment, my grip tightening slightly. Sasuke, sensing something odd, grumbled, "Fine, forget I asked." I said, "It's just that it's hard to explain everything right now. But if you want to know, Sasuke, I can." "It doesn't matter," Sasuke interrupted. "I just wanted to know your attitude." At that moment, Jiraiya pushed open the curtain, grinning as he said, "Found her." Inside the izakaya, a stunning blonde woman in her 20s with a commanding presence frowned and said, "It's been a long time, Orochimaru." Shizune and Kabuto stood tensely on either side of them, both wary of the two legendary Sanin confronting each other. Orochimaru, brushing her hair back, spoke with an almost melancholic tone. "I've been searching for you tirelessly," Tsunade replied. "You didn't come all this way just for old time's sake, did you?" "To be honest, I need your help with something," Orochimaru confessed. Tsunade studied her carefully, her sharp medical instincts immediately picking up on Orochimaru's irregular heartbeat, extreme fatigue, and signs of ischemia. "You're not in good shape. You should see someone else. I gave up treating people a long time ago," she said curtly. Orochimaru smiled faintly. "I need your help to complete a jutsu. You've already noticed, haven't you? My body's failing me. It won't hold up much longer." Tsunade's pupils contracted as she murmured, "I can't believe you actually completed that jutsu." Orochimaru's smile widened. "Don't look at me like that. Everything fades eventually, people included. You of all people should understand that, Tsunade. After all, you're the one who killed those two people with your own hands." Meanwhile, outside the izakaya, Jiraiya handed me and Sasuke popsicles after breaking them in half. Sasuke, disliking sweets, shook his head and refused. Jiraiya shrugged and began eating his portion. "Never thought you'd call it right again, kid. You've saved us a lot of time. Now it's your turn to find Tsunade in this town, Naruto." Holding the popsicle in my mouth, I summoned a horde of shadow clones and mumbled, "All right, everyone, let's get to work." The clones, each with a popsicle in their mouth, scattered across Tanzaka town, grumbling about having to eat fake popsicles while the original ate the real one. Chaos ensued as dozens of meat swarmed random passersby, asking questions. Jiraiya, noticing Sasuke's expression, asked, "You're awfully quiet. What's on your mind, Sasuke?" Sasuke shook his head. "Nothing. I just heard you and Orochimaru were both part of the Sanin." Jiraiya gave him a side-eye. "You're not thinking about doing something that would hurt Naruto, are you?" Sasuke didn't respond. Jiraiya continued, "Orochimaru is dangerous. No one has ever come out ahead when dealing with her. If you're thinking about seeking power from her, I'd advise against it. She has a forbidden jutsu that lets her take over other people's bodies." As Jiraiya spoke, he noticed my clones starting to poof out of existence, signaling that they had found Tsunade. Besides, power isn't something you can just acquire overnight. Gaining too much power that doesn't belong to you, it'll only consume you. Sasuke watched Jiraiya walk toward me as we joked and bickered like father and son. Seeing the smile on my face, he recalled a faint memory of himself as a child, smiling similarly when Itachi used to poke his forehead. Uchiha. Itachi. Sasuke thought, his eyes narrowing with determination like that of a young lion. I carried Sasuke on my back, pointing the way for Jiraiya. "Granny Tsunade is in that izakaya up ahead." Jiraiya pushed aside the curtain and immediately spotted the voluptuous blonde woman sitting in the corner. Feeling someone's gaze, the slightly tipsy Tsunade looked up, her flushed cheeks and narrowed eyes clearing as she recognized him. "Jiraiya, what are you doing here?" Shizune, standing nearby, tensed up, unlike her reaction to Orochimaru. Seeing Jiraiya didn't alarm her as much, though she knew from Tsunade's past that Jiraiya used to pursue her relentlessly, making a fool of himself countless times. Tsunade downed the rest of her drink and set the empty cup in front of Jiraiya. "Well, today seems like a good day to catch up with old friends." Jiraiya paused briefly as he picked up the sake bottle to pour her another drink. "It's Orochimaru, isn't it? What does she want from you?" Tsunade replied. Nothing much, just the usual ninja ambitions and conflicts. She mentioned attacking Konoha recently. So what brings you here? Dropping his playful demeanor, Jiraiya said seriously, Tsunade, the hidden leaf is appointing you as the 5th Hokage. Shizen, Taunton, and Sasuke were visibly shocked. Sasuke glanced at me, expecting some sort of reaction since I always talked about becoming Hokage. But to his surprise, I didn't seem fazed, and he felt a momentary sense of relief. Jiraiya continued. This is also a direct order from the 3rd Hokage. After Orochimaru's attack, he recognized the need for someone strong-willed like you to lead the village. What do you say, Tsunade? Sasuke, eyeing Tsunade's youthful beauty, whispered to me. Is this the legendary ninja who can heal any injury? That's right, I replied confidently. Granny Tsunade made huge contributions during the wars and is the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. Not only is her medical ninjutsu amazing, but her monster strength is even crazier than Sakura's. Hearing our whispered conversation, Tsunade's brow twitched. She shot us a sharp look and asked, Who are these two? Jiraiya introduced us. The cool-looking one is a Uchiha kid. The blonde one is my new disciple, Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade's expression grew serious. A disciple? Uzumaki Naruto? The 9 tails. After the 4th Hokage passed, didn't you give up? You even broke your promise to travel the world with me and gamble in every casino. Scratching his head awkwardly, Jiraiya replied, Because I see even greater hope in him than I saw in Nagato or Minato. I'm sure he'll surpass. Prophecy and saviors, huh? That's just your wishful thinking, Tsunade interrupted, setting down her cup. Even if it's the 3rd Hokage's order, I refuse. Jiraiya sighed. I figured you'd say that. You're just like when I confessed to you back then, always rejecting me. Tsunade looked at me thoughtfully. Jiraiya, this kid seems different from your previous disciples. Not particularly bright, not very eloquent either. Naruto, listened as Jiraiya swirled his sake cup and said, while gazing at the clear liquid inside, compared to the 4th Hokage, everyone pales a bit. He was the most naturally talented ninja, with a sharp mind, filled with ingenuity in ninjutsu, highly respected, and, just like me, incredibly handsome. Tsunade scoffed, but the 4th didn't last a few years before dying. That most outstanding pupil of yours sacrifices life for the village. Life and money aren't the same. Throwing away your life so easily is something only a fool would do. My grandfather and the 2nd Hokage devoted themselves to ending the chaos of war, but in the end, they died with their ambitions unfulfilled, losing their lives for the village. Jiraiya furrowed his brow and said, You've changed, Tsunade. I never thought you'd say something like that. Tsunade rested her hand under her chin, smirking. I've reached this age. Time changes people. Even the old man's the same. Still trying to act tough, despite his age. He should have stepped down from the Hokage position long ago. Hokage is trash. Only idiots want to become Hokage. A bulging vein appeared on my forehead as I stood up and said, Even if Grandpa Third is old, he's still as perverted as you. Pervy sage, peeping all the time and getting nosebleeds every day, but he's definitely a worthy Hokage. Granny Tsunade, if you think he's too senile, why don't you become Hokage? Even so, you can't badmouth my dad and Grandpa Third in front of me. The Hokage title you look down on. I've been dying to have it for ages. Tsunade became intrigued and slammed the table. You've got guts, daring to say that to my face. Let's take this outside, brat. Tsunade-sama. Shizen tried to dissuade her. After all, Tsunade, being one of the 3 legendary Sanin, challenging a mere genin seemed beneath her status. Jiraiya sighed and said, Let them be, Shizen. Besides, Tsunade can't see the bigger picture right now. Can't see the bigger picture? Tsunade-sama. Shizen thought Jiraiya must have been drunk and rambling nonsense. We all headed outside. The izakaya was in a secluded spot, so there weren't many onlookers around. Tsunade extended a single finger and said, After all, I'm one of the Sanin. To deal with a genin like you, I only need one. Golden energy began to engulf me, a vast chakra resembling plasma enveloping my entire body. The gentle golden light in the night was like a burning sun. I clasped my hands together and said, Granny Tsunade, you'll have to give it your all. Eh. Shizun's jaw dropped in shock, and the pink pig Tun-Tun in her arms struggled to breathe for being squeezed too tightly. Tsunade said, "So, you've already mastered the power of the tailed beast." She launched the first attack, leaping towards me with her leg raised high. Heavenly foot of pain. The ground trembled violently, and the entire town of Tanzuku felt the vibration. Jiraiya, sensing the tremors beneath his feet, remarked, "Tsunade's strength is still as terrifying as ever. Reminds me of the time I got caught peeping on her, and she punched me over 100 meters away." Ouch! As expected of Granny Tsunade, I crossed my arms above my head to block, catching her leg at my wrists. The stone slabs under us cracked piece by piece, with a web of fractures spreading outward. I redirected the continuous force down to my feet, and with a loud boom, the ground caved in, forming a several-meter-deep crater. Tsunade said, "You sure are polite calling me Granny every chance you get, you little brat." She quickly withdrew her leg and prepared a powerful punch with her right hand aimed at my face. I extended a chakra claw from my back, grasping her seemingly delicate hand in my palm. Smack! Tsunade shattered the chakra claw that had always been so reliable. Dozens more chakra hands sprouted from my back, stacking together to finally catch her fist. Tsunade clicked her tongue lightly and withdrew her fist. There was no need to continue this fight any longer. Even this much restraint had already caused significant damage. A battle between people at our level would likely result in massive repair costs for the entire town. She asked, somewhat puzzled, "You're already this strong, so why are you still so obsessed with the Hokage title?" I dispersed my golden cloak, my vibrant blue eyes sparkling with determination. I pointed to my forehead protector with my thumb and said, "It's not just because of my dad. I have to inherit the Hokage title because being Hokage is my dream." A series of images flashed rapidly before Tsunade's eyes, as if she were transported back to that day when two men said those same words to her. "Because being Hokage is my dream," she thought to herself, asterisk Nawaki. "Dan, asterisk," Jiraiya casually remarked. "What do you think? He really reminds you of those two, doesn't he? Not just in appearance, but even in the way he talks, and their shared dream of becoming Hokage." Tsunade snapped back to reality, memories of Orochimaru's bargain flashing in her mind. The lingering effects of alcohol muddled her thoughts. Without a word, she turned and walked away. After a few steps, she turned back and said, "I'll start treating that Uchiha kid in the next few days. Whatever else you want to talk about will have to wait until after that." Jiraiya grinned playfully and said, "You should think carefully about that. You can't make a decision as lightly as when you rejected my confession." Tsunade retorted with a curt "idiot" before leaving, and Shizun bowed to us before following her. Sasuke had been silent the whole time, frowning as he stared at the spot where Tsunade and I had fought. He thought to himself, "So this guy Naruto already has power that rivals the Sanin." I suddenly poked Sasuke's cheek with a finger, startling him out of his thoughts. I curiously asked, "What are you thinking about?" He wiped his face angrily and snapped, "Mind your own business." "What the heck, seriously?" Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, his expression exaggerated. Grumbling, I hoisted Sasuke onto my back and followed Jiraiya to the inn. With Tsunade treating Sasuke, we'd probably have to stay here for a while. Late at night, Tsunade sat alone on the inn's rooftop, gazing up at the bright moon, her mind filled with countless thoughts. Suddenly, a cold aluminum can pressed against her cheek. Jiraiya said, "I knew I'd find you here." Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly. It was unclear whether it was from the lingering effects of the alcohol or something else. She took the beer can from Jiraiya and asked, "Why are you looking for me in the middle of the night? Didn't we agree to talk about that after I've treated Sasuke?" Jiraiya lifted a bag filled with more cans. "It's been so long since we've had a drink together. A little more wouldn't hurt." Tsunade shifted slightly to make room for him. As Jiraiya sat down, he said, "By the way, you've kept that necklace all this time. I thought you would have gambled it away already, considering it's a relic of those two. Are you planning to meet with Orochimaru again?" Tsunade took a sip of beer and asked, "Why do you ask?" Jiraiya replied, "I can tell from Shizun's expression. I don't know what kind of deal Orochimaru offered you, but don't rush to decide. There's something I need to make clear to you. Every Hokage has shared the ideal of protecting Konoha village and its people, bringing peace to the world and ensuring the village thrives. They've all been willing to stake their lives on that ideal. I think you should understand their resolve. If even you betray Konoha. Tsunade stared at Jiraiya, the man who had become a ninja simply because he wanted her love. At this moment, his face was filled with a rare ferocity. Jiraiya said, "If that day ever comes, I will definitely kill you." Tsunade turned her head away. "Someone like you has no right to lecture me. Why did you bring that brat along?" Jiraiya's expression shifted back to a grin. "They're so alike, don't you think?" Tsunade fell silent again. She thought to herself, it's not just their resemblance. It's their dream, and that cocky personality, In the sealed space, I, Naruto, was tightly embraced by my mom, Kushina. She gently stroked my blonde hair, her face full of compassion as she murmured, "It's all our fault. Your dad and me. We've let you suffer so much." I finally managed to wriggle free from her embrace, feeling a little embarrassed as I said, "I've told you so many times already. That's all in the past. It's been so long since then." After that, I made lots of friends, earned everyone's recognition, and even became the 7th Hokage. Boruto and Himawari are capable in their own ways now. Mom's eyes lit up, and she excitedly said, "Oh, I'd love to see my adorable grandson and granddaughter. That cold-faced guy Hayashi is still alive, huh? Lucky him." Then she started urging me. "How about you go ahead and make it official with Hinata-chan? I can't wait to meet them." I shouted in exasperation, "Hinata's only 12 years old, you idiot, Mom." Hearing that, her red hair flared up, and she started chasing me around Kurama's massive form. Kurama, meanwhile, continued weaving hand signs to gather chakra, all while watching my family's little drama unfold. Minato stood nearby, smiling helplessly before his expression turned serious as he asked Kurama, "Kurama, can you tell me your plan going forward?" Kurama paused his actions and extended a tail filled with Shikaku's chakra toward Minato, saying, "You've got to trust this brat. He'll definitely change the future that hasn't happened yet." Minato smiled and said, "I didn't expect you, Kurama, to be more responsible than me as his father. We should grab a drink sometime." Kurama turned his head away in disdain. "TCH, we'll see." By the wall of Tanzuka Town, Orochimaru hid behind Kabuto. Orochimaru sneered coldly and said, "Tsunade, how did you end up like this? You actually want to kill me." Resting a hand on Kabuto's shoulder, she praised him. "Kabuto, your loyalty has never disappointed me. Your ability to anticipate Tsunade's attacks rivals even Kakashi's." Kabuto humbly replied, "I wouldn't dare claim that. It's just that, coming from the medical division, I can sense the killing intent in her chakra." Orochimaru turned to Tsunade with a look of regret and said, "Tsunade, I truly intended to resurrect those two and even promised not to harm Konoha." Tsunade, visibly shaken, shouted, "Orochimaru, I know everything you say is a lie. I'd love nothing more than to talk with them again, to see their smiles once more. But I'm such a fool. Because of that brat, I remember their dreams. That's what I've always believed in, too. Like you said, tangible things might wither away, but dreams never will." Orochimaru smirked and said, "Negotiations have broken down then. I suppose I'll have to force you to help me." Tsunade wiped away her tears and suddenly charged forward, raising her leg to slam it down on Orochimaru. Orochimaru and Kabuto quickly dodged, leaping to the side of the wall. They knew full well how dangerous Tsunade was and dared not let her land a hit. With a deafening boom, the ground quaked violently, dust filled the air, and a massive fissure stretched hundreds of meters, reaching all the way to Nagoya Castle. The historic building was caught in the aftermath, its walls crumbling as the entire structure collapsed into the chasm, utterly destroyed. P.S. This is the same Tsunade who, after 4 years of paperwork, could still shatter Madara's Susanoo. Her destructive power is truly frightening. Tsunade flipped her gamble cloak and roared, "Come on, Orochimaru!" Orochimaru, preparing for battle, smiled and said, "From then until now, we've never truly fought, have we? You were always my backup. How nostalgic." Kabuto, still shaken by the power of Tsunade's kick, muttered under his breath, "If I fight her, I'll get killed with just one punch." Tsunade chased after them, shouting, "I'm going to kill you two villains." Shizen followed behind me and asked, "Naruto, are you sure Tsunade-sama is in the direction you mentioned?" I rolled my eyes and said, "It's all Pervy Sage's fault. I told him to keep an eye on Granny Tsunade, but he got distracted by women again." Jiraiya, groggy from earlier, muttered, "I didn't expect their meeting to be today. By the way, this golden form of yours is pretty handy for traveling at night." He was still dwelling on his earlier threat to kill Tsunade, not expecting to face her decision so soon. I activated my golden chakra mode and immediately sensed the battle in the distance. "Looks like they're already fighting." Shizen, confused, asked, "But didn't they have a deal?" "Why would they?" I grinned and said, "Because Granny Tsunade values the village more than anything. She's the 5th Hokage, after all." Jiraiya froze for a moment, then relaxed, staring intently at my back. In his mind, he thought, "This kid always says strange things. Even if you trust someone, you should still be cautious until things are settled. Where does this inexplicable trust of his come from?" At that moment, Kabuto slashed his palm with a kunai, spilling blood everywhere. Tsunade, horrified at the sight of blood, trembled and collapsed to the ground in fear. Orochimaru said coldly, "Still the same, aren't you? A medical ninja who can't overcome hemophobia." "Don't worry, I won't kill you," Kabuto added. "Then I'll start by cutting the muscles in her arms and legs so she can't move." With that, he conjured chakra scalpels in his hands and slowly approached Tsunade. Suddenly, a golden chakra arm appeared and blocked his way. His attack landed on my shoulder as I arrived in the nick of time. I grabbed Kabuto's hand and smirked. "You should have aimed for my head." With a snap of my fingers, a chakra arm emerged from my back, spinning a Rasengan, which I slammed into Kabuto's abdomen, sending him flying hundreds of meters until he crashed into a massive boulder and stopped. Kabuto, using a large amount of chakra, began desperately healing the damage from the Rasengan. But he was too drained to continue fighting and collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. I yelled, "Tsunade-sama." At that moment, Shizune and Jiraiya arrived, reuniting the legendary three Sanin. When I, Sasuke, woke up, I searched all over the room, but there wasn't even a shadow of Naruto to be found. I asked the inn's front desk, and that's when I learned that they had all rushed out in a hurry. A sense of foreboding immediately hit me. Just then, the ground began to tremble, reminding me of the feeling I had a few days ago when Naruto fought Tsunade. I bolted out of the inn without hesitation. Inwardly, I was muttering to myself, "Could that idiot have gotten himself into trouble again?" I sprinted toward the source of the rumbling sounds, feeling changes within my body as I ran. After recovering from my injuries, it seemed like my body had undergone some improvement. My physical functions had been enhanced significantly this time. It was likely the curse mark's doing, just as Naruto had said, if I could learn to control this power. I gritted my teeth and said to myself, "My injuries are fully healed, and my body has adapted even more to the curse mark's power. Uchiha Itachi, I'll only keep getting stronger from here." From a distance, I saw a long-necked humanoid creature holding a massive samurai sword in its mouth. The blade had pierced through a glowing golden figure's chest, and in the next moment, the golden aura extinguished. No! My head felt like it was going to explode, the pain unbearable. I couldn't believe Naruto had been taken down so easily. Black cloud-like markings from the curse mark spread rapidly across my body. Fueled by rage, I broke into an even faster sprint toward the battlefield. I was panicking, shouting, "It can't be! I have to hurry!" With a tearing sound, a pair of fleshy wings burst from my back, shredding through my clothes. My skin darkened several shades, my eyes completely blackened with 3 tomos spinning within my crimson Sharingan. My enhanced dynamic vision allowed me to see everything happening on the battlefield with startling clarity. Orochimaru stretched his neck again, driving the samurai sword deeper into Naruto's chest, sending a spray of blood into the air and staining Naruto's orange jacket red. Naruto coughed up a mouthful of blood, his whole presence weakening visibly. Jiraiya stomped his foot in frustration, shouting, "Damn it! My body still hasn't His legs were trembling. Though he could see Orochimaru's attacks, his body couldn't keep up. Orochimaru sneered mockingly. Such a weak Jinchuriki, relying solely on the Nine-Tails' power. Even if the tailed beast cloak can block physical attacks, there's no way you can withstand this sword. From the ground, where Kabuto lay sprawled, he called out desperately, "Orochimaru-sama! Chidori!" A crackling surge of blue electricity pierced through Orochimaru's back. Orochimaru grabbed the hand that had impaled him through the chest, withdrawing his neck as he remarked, somewhat surprised, "Oh, it's Sasuke. You've already unlocked the second stage of the curse mark." My eyes widened in fury, the Tomo and my Sharingan spinning rapidly, almost forming a black ring. They seemed on the verge of converging. "You dared to lay a hand on Naruto." Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes narrowed as he opened his mouth, shedding his skin to reveal a new, slick body. His discarded husk wrapped around me like a constricting snake, while his true body circled behind me. His fingers glowed with the 5 elemental chakras as he pressed them against my back. Feigning kindness, Orochimaru said, "You're even more talented than I expected. Wonderful, Sasuke. Come with me, and I can make you even stronger." The foreign chakra invaded my body, disrupting the orderly flow of my own chakra and throwing it into chaos. I was nearly driven insane, my vision going black as I collapsed to the ground. Struggling, I reached out a hand toward Naruto, but my body refused to obey me. The short distance between us felt like an unbridgeable chasm. In the final moments before my eyes shut, all I could see was Naruto lying motionless on the ground. Memories of the past few months with him flooded my mind. Asterisk. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to become a Hokage stronger than the Sage of Six Paths. Asterisk. Asterisk Sasuke. Over here, over here. Asterisk. Asterisk. That was amazing just now, Sasuke. Asterisk. Asterisk. I believe you can catch up to me. I've always believed in you. Asterisk. Asterisk. Let's grab some Ichiraka ramen after the mission, Sasuke. We can bring Sakura along, too. Asterisk. I mumbled weakly, "You idiot. How dare you die like this?" Needle Jizo. Orochimaru didn't even get the chance to take my unconscious body before a mass of iron-hard white hair split the battlefield in two, nearly cutting him in half. Orochimaru retreated at lightning speed, still finding time to taunt. "You're just as foolish as your disciple, blindly trusting in your abilities. One small change in strategy, and you're caught off guard. Even you've been outmaneuvered by Tsunade." Jiraiya's face was grim as he said, "Tsunade is a medical ninja expert. You don't need to worry about her, Orochimaru. Naruto will be fine. The real focus here is the battle between you and me. You don't have the luxury of worrying about anyone else." At the current state Jiraiya was in, Orochimaru didn't take him seriously at all. With a few casual moves using his modified soft body techniques, he had Jiraiya running in circles. Jiraiya used his white hair to wrap Naruto and me, lifting us and placing us behind Tsunade. "Tsunade, I'm leaving Naruto and Sasuke to you," he said, trusting his old friend's skills, even though she was still struggling with her hemophobia. Naruto rolled off the white hair, and Tsunade panicked, quickly tearing open his shirt to examine the wound. Blood was still flowing, but thankfully, Orochimaru hadn't removed the blade. If the sword had been pulled out, it would have caused massive bleeding, as the blade was plugging most of the severed blood vessels. Raising her hands, Tsunade summoned green healing chakra, carefully beginning to treat the wound. She muttered, "His heartbeat is irregular. The cardiac muscle is severely damaged. The muscles around the heart are torn. Please stop shaking." Familiar scenes flashed through Tsunade's mind as she desperately steadied her chakra, fighting her fear of blood. Amidst his sparring with a weakened Jiraiya, Orochimaru still found time to grin and mock her. He's beyond saving. That strike of mine severed the chakra system around his heart. Even at your peak, you couldn't save him. Tsunade's eyes widened in fury, tears streaming down her face. "Shut up. After this, I'm going to kill you," she shouted. Desperately, she pleaded with Naruto, "Don't die. Isn't becoming Hokage your dream? Promise me." She unclasped the necklace from around her neck, placing it on Naruto. In a soft voice, she said, "Let me gamble one last time. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hands before her chest, the green healing chakra cleansing her palms of impurities. She prepared to pull out the sword while simultaneously using her chakra to stitch the bleeding points and reconnect the severed vessels around Naruto's heart. Shizune, who was stabilizing the chaotic chakra within me, beamed with joy when she saw Tsunade take action. It meant Tsunade had overcome her past and stepped back into the light. Suddenly, a hand rested atop Tsunade's own. Beneath her fingers, a powerful pulse began to beat stronger and stronger. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Naruto! Naruto sat up slowly, his voice hoarse as he gripped the sword in his chest. Finally snapped out of it. That bastard Orochimaru, this hurts so much. Don't worry, Granny Tsunade. I'll be fine soon. To Shizune's astonishment, Naruto pulled the sword out of his chest in front of her. She nearly dropped me in shock, exclaiming, is that even possible? Inside the sealed space, Kurama sat with his arms crossed, disdainfully saying, such a fuss over a little injury. Your battle instincts have dulled even more than before. Pathetic. Naruto, furiously slapping Kurama's knee, retorted, you've got nothing better to do than make snide remarks? White smoke faintly rose from Naruto's chest as the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tsunade, seeing this, murmured in a daze, even more than my grandfather. I spoke loudly, Granny Tsunade, pull yourself together. The Leaf Village needs you now. Though my clothes were torn to shreds by her, my back seemed incredibly reliable in her eyes. Tsunade smiled faintly, propped her hands on her knees to stand up, and stood shoulder to shoulder with me. She declared loudly, from this moment on, I will stake my life. Orochimaru kicked Jiraiya away and, narrowing his eyes, asked Tsunade in confusion, you're afraid of blood. Why are you still fighting for the Leaf Village? The diamond-shaped mark on Tsunade's forehead bloomed into a rose-like pattern, and the Yin seal unraveled, with black markings spreading down her face. Tsunade shouted, why? Because I am the 5th Hokage of the Leaf Village. Yin seal, release. Creation rebirth. Asterisk, asterisk. An immense life force surged from her body, visible even to Orochimaru's eyes. Driven by his scientific curiosity, Orochimaru couldn't help but praise. It seems I'm not the only one developing new jutsu. What is this technique? Tsunade explained. For years, I've concentrated chakra into my forehead, using it to stimulate proteins and accelerate cell division. It rebuilds cells, regenerates organs and tissues. This isn't mere recovery, it's regeneration. In this state, I can't die. Orochimaru scoffed. It's just self-deception. Accelerating cell division shortens your lifespan. Losing interest in researching the technique, he turned dismissive. Tsunade replied, whether it's deception or not, you'll see for yourself. Naruto, come to me. With that, she bit her finger. Orochimaru instantly appeared beside Kabuto, grabbed his hand, and the two of them began sinking into the ground, as though phasing through it. Orochimaru said, Tsunade, even if you won't help me complete my jutsu, I still have other methods. I'll just switch to another body. I will destroy the Leaf Village. I hope we'll meet again, my dear friends. True immortality can only be achieved by me. As they sank into the earth, only Orochimaru's golden eyes remained above the surface, greedily fixed on Sasuke. He said to me, Naruto, you've grown strong, but you can't compare to Sasuke's talent. One day, he'll come to me for power. I have what he needs, so don't be heartbroken when that day comes. I smiled and said, I know, but Sasuke will always be my best friend. Seeing that Orochimaru had no intention of summoning any creatures to fight her, Tsunade canceled her summoning jutsu to conserve chakra and return to her normal state. She called out to me, Hey Brad, why are you taking my headband, Granny Tsunade? This was a gift from Iruka-sensei. Before I could finish my sentence, Tsunade's lips pressed against my forehead. Blushing, she said, You'll definitely grow into a handsome man someday. In her heart, she thought, asterisk, and you'll also become an amazing Hokage. Asterisk, Jiraiya, crawling out of a pit with difficulty, saw this scene and pouted. That kid's so lucky. Then he collapsed back into the pit, weakly muttering, I might need CPR. Tsunade glared at him and said, Just rest a bit. We'll head back to Tanzaka Town to recover, and once Sasuke wakes up, we'll return to the Leaf Village. Jiraiya called out, Tsunade. Tsunade firmly replied, from now on, call me the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya finally relaxed, realizing that the mission entrusted to him by the 3rd Hokage was now complete. I carried Sasuke at the front of the group. Tsunade, watching my back, thought to herself, Nawaki, Dan, the child who will carry on your dreams is right here. Back at the inn in Tanzaka Town, I gently laid the unconscious Sasuke on the bed. Jiraiya turned him over and lifted his shirt, revealing the 5 black flame-like markings on his back. But all of our attention was focused on the curse mark on Sasuke's neck. Frowning, Tsunade examined the heaven curse mark, sensing its cold, ominous aura identical to Orochimaru's chakra. It was as if another Orochimaru was hiding inside it. Jiraiya asked me, puzzled, so this is what the old man mentioned, what Orochimaru left on Sasuke during the exams. Wearing a new black and orange outfit, hands in my pockets, I replied, that's right. This is Orochimaru's so-called treasure. It contains immense natural energy. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Natural energy? Seems like you know a lot. I said, let's not worry about the curse mark for now. We need to calm the restless chakra inside Sasuke first. I was deeply concerned about his condition. Jiraiya reassured me. Don't worry. Orochimaru values Sasuke too much to let anything happen to him. The curse mark's original seal was designed to control the flow of natural energy, but Orochimaru disrupted it with an odd-numbered 5-element seal. Tsunade nodded and added, that odd-numbered seal prevents Sasuke from regulating variables, causing his chakra to go haywire. Orochimaru is reckless as always. Jiraiya decided. Then let's undo that seal. He raised his hand, each finger igniting with a different elemental chakra, and pressed it against the 5 flame-like markings on Sasuke's back. 5 elements seal. Release. Ah! Sasuke's eyes flew open as he screamed in pain, thrashing violently. You dare? Naruto! Ah! Black cloud-like markings spread from the curse mark, covering his entire body. His skin darkened, and 2 wing-like appendages resembling hands sprouted from his back, flapping wildly. His Sharingan gleamed crimson, the 3 tomo spinning rapidly. Jiraiya shouted, hold him down. Tsunade, Shizune, Jiraiya, and I quickly pinned Sasuke to prevent him from losing control. Sasuke yelled, let go of me. That guy dared. I climbed on top of Sasuke and shouted into his ear, calm down, Sasuke. My voice was like a single drop of water falling in a boiling magma. The erupting volcano instantly calmed, transforming into a tranquil lake with gentle ripples. The 3 tomo in Sasuke's eyes sank into the blackness of his pupils and disappeared, replaced by a 6-pointed star shape. Naruto, Sasuke murmured, his arms suddenly wrapping around me as tears of blood streamed from his eyes. His pupils returned to their normal black. I whispered gently into his ear, I'm fine. Don't worry. I won't be taken down so easily. Feeling Sasuke's now steady breathing, I carefully laid him back down and pulled the blanket over him. We left the room quietly. Jiraiya remained silent, seeming to have realized Orochimaru's true intentions for Sasuke. Leaning against the door, Tsunade spoke softly, those eyes, this kid really does have talent, just as Orochimaru said. Jiraiya said sternly, Naruto, keep an eye on Sasuke. If he ever goes to Orochimaru, that guy will. I understood Jiraiya's concern. Ever since Orochimaru's defection, Jiraiya had been searching for him, just as I had once desperately sought Sasuke, hoping he would turn back. I replied, don't worry. Sasuke knows what he's doing. Jiraiya pressed, I'm serious. So am I replied firmly. At the gates of the Leaf Village, Kotetsu and Izumo sat idly under the awning. As if sensing something, they stood up and looked toward the horizon. A group of figures slowly approached, silhouetted by the sunlight. Kotetsu waved his hand, and a messenger ninja appeared at his side. Notify the Hokage immediately. Jiraiya-sama has brought that person back home. I, Naruto, was just about to ask Hinata out to a movie when I was summoned to the Hokage's office. As soon as I stepped into the office, I saw Tsunade putting down a scroll about Shikamaru. She spoke seriously, To be honest, I don't fully know the details of the Chunin selection exams, but I do know the final exam was interrupted. The third Hokage gave high praise to your match, and later you fought off 8 pursuers to help Sakura. Many of the examiners recommended you for promotion, and even the daimyos who watched the exams agreed. I hope you'll perform well in the future and live up to everyone's expectations. Congratulations! From today onward, you're a Chunin. Shikamu, that lazy guy, accepted the appointment scroll with his usual lack of enthusiasm. After hearing a few formal words, he walked away, grumbling, "It's such a drag that I'm the only one getting promoted." Tsunade handed the scroll to Shizune with a weary sigh, saying, "My shoulders are so stiff. I just want to have a good drink and relax." The third Hokage chuckled warmly and said, "I have high hopes for this kid. I wanted to personally promote him to Chunin, but Orochimaru was right. I'm getting old. I shouldn't mess things up anymore. I'll leave it all to you." Tsunade muttered under her breath, "You're just adding to my workload. The Nara kid. I wonder how Shikaku is doing taking care of deer." The third continued, "We need to notify the daimyo immediately and announce the appointment of the 5th Hokage. From today onward, the village must prepare for the inauguration ceremony." Tsunade, signing and stamping documents as she listened, slumped onto the desk like a deflated balloon and grumbled unhappily. "Involving the daimyos? Ugh, what a hassle." Jiraiya, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, sternly called out, "Tsunade." Tsunade pouted, Fine, I get it. This is part of the Hokage's duties, too." Ever since Jiraiya had helped her pay off her gambling debts, she always felt a little guilty around him. The third called over Genmashinui and Aoba, instructing, "Spread the word throughout the village over the next few days. Let everyone know we're celebrating the appointment of the 5th Hokage." "Yes, sir." The two disappeared just as I pushed the door open, my voice hoarse as I said, "Granny Tsunade, what did you need me for? I was just about to ask Hinata out to a movie." "Oh, everyone's here." The atmosphere in the office grew serious. Tsunade stood up and, with a formal tone, said, "Naruto, you single-handedly stopped Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, saved the 3rd Hokage, and prevented the Sand Jinchuriki from going berserk. Although the Jinchuriki escaped in the end, your strength has already surpassed that of an average jonin. Uzumaki Naruto, as the 5th Hokage, I hereby appoint you as a jonin of Konoha." I couldn't help but feel like I'd heard these words before, a sense of foreboding creeping up on me. Sure enough, Tsunade's expression immediately switched to a grin as she said, "I'd love to announce it right away." With a loud poof, a puff of smoke filled the room, and Iruka appeared, carrying a massive load of books and scrolls on his back. Looking energetic, Iruka said, "These are all the study materials you'll need as a jonin. The 5th Hokage has entrusted me with the task of mentoring you. Work hard, Naruto. Master these, and you'll officially be a jonin." Suddenly, memories of terrifying battles with the Otsutsuki clan flashed through my mind, and I recoiled repeatedly in fear. "No, I don't want to study." Just as I was about to make a break for it, Jiraiya grabbed me with a loud smack and said, "Naruto, don't you want to be Hokage? This is all part of the essential training for becoming a jonin." The third, setting down an orange, sighed helplessly. "To be a jonin, you need a solid foundation of knowledge to lead your subordinates effectively during missions. Your strength surpasses this old man's, but judging by the exams and what happened in Tanzaka Town, your leadership skills could use some work. On the other hand, your ability to handle paperwork is surprisingly decent, but you still need to improve your knowledge in this area." I thought back to my past life, enduring Iruka's hellish one-on-one tutoring sessions. It took me 2.5 years to even attempt debuting as a jonin, and now I was thrashing wildly in Jiraiya's grip. This stuff alone would take years just to read through. Wagging his finger, Iruka said, "This is just a table of contents. What you actually need to learn is the entire Konoha library." I shouted, "Let me go, pervy sage." At that moment, Konohamaru burst in holding a ball. "Big bro, I knew you'd be here." "Huh? Everyone's here too." Seeing the ball, I was a little surprised. "Konohamaru, don't tell me you've already." Hith. Watch this." Konohamaru formed hand signs in front of everyone, transforming into a tall, black-haired beauty. The long-haired Konohamaru placed the ball against her chest. With a proud stance, she said, "Here I go." Full power, gather strength, bang. The ball exploded, and her chest quivered along with it, startling everyone. Tsunade and Shizen gasped. That kid, Naruto's teaching him the fourth Hokage's jutsu. The chakra fluctuation is so strong. It's almost as powerful as Naruto's attack on Kabuto. Hamura Mitokado suddenly stood up. Sarutobi, what is this? The third widened his eyes. What could it be? The long-haired girl tilted her head proudly. How's that, huh? I scratched my head in confusion. Your progress is fast, but why does it have to be the sexy jutsu? The long-haired girl pouted and said, It's all because of your lessons, big bro. You said chakra flow needs practical application, and that I should persevere. I sighed and said, what I meant was that you need to practice chakra circulation personally, and I told you to have patience and determination. The long-haired girl rolled on the floor with a wail. I didn't understand a word of that. Why is everything you say so confusing? I ended up learning some random jutsu, and still haven't mastered the Rasengan. Tsunade said, Naruto's teaching Konohamaru the fourth Hokage's Rasengan? Isn't that too soon? Old man, don't you think? Before she could finish, there was a loud bang, and two bloodied figures were sent flying through the floor-to-ceiling window. The AMBU patrolling outside were alarmed. The third Hokage, the advisors. Someone just threw them out the window with blood all over their faces, and they're still smiling. Is this an attack? Enemy attack, Tsunade snorted. Those two old geezers. TCH, Jiraiya, you need to keep Naruto in check. How can you teach kids such dangerous jutsu? Boom! The white-haired, burly Jiraiya was sent crashing through a wall, thrown out as well. The plaza in front of the Hokage's office was bustling with excitement. The entire village had gathered, their eyes eagerly fixed on Tsunade, standing on the rooftop. The third Hokage, with a bandage wrapped around his head, placed the new Hokage hat on Tsunade. Seeing this, the crowd's blood boiled with excitement, witnessing the dawn of a new era for Konoha. The third stepped back to join the two advisors, murmuring with a sigh of relief. Finally, I can lay down this burden. Come by and chat with me often in the future. Tsunade removed the Hokage hat and shouted to the crowd. From this day forward, I am the fifth Hokage, the leader of Konoha Village. I, Naruto, was holding Hinata's hand as we walked out of the movie theater, chatting about the film we had just watched. Today was the inauguration ceremony for the fifth Hokage, and the streets were bustling with excitement. Shops were packed with all kinds of goods. We strolled around a shopping district for a long time, and I made sure to buy Hinata plenty of her favorite snacks. While she was intently scooping goldfish at a stall, I pulled out a handkerchief and gently wiped away some red bean paste from the corner of her mouth. Wait, Hinata! I suddenly hugged her, causing her face to turn red in an instant. Naruto-kun, we're in public, Hinata said shyly, her voice barely audible. I pulled a clump of something from her hair and said, It's just some spider silk. I got it off for you. Must be from the movie theater. It probably hasn't been cleaned in ages. Huh? Why are you closing your eyes? Are you feeling unwell? Hinata turned her back to me, pouting as her face burned crimson. Nah, Naruto-kun, you're such a dummy. I was completely bewildered. The middle-aged man running the goldfish stall shooed us away, yelling, If you're gonna flirt, go somewhere else. Don't ruin my business. Normally, I'd spray you with a hose for this. This is just too much. Out of breath, we finally ran to a small grove and sat on a bench, laughing as we looked at each other. By now, the moon had risen, and away from the bustling streets, the quiet atmosphere quickly grew intimate. I could hear Hinata's rapid heartbeat, and I was pretty sure she could hear my heavy breathing. Naruto-kun, Hinata said softly after a brief silence, looking up at the moon. I really like you. Just then, the distant sound of exclamations from the street caught our attention. A brilliant burst of fireworks exploded overhead, drawing our eyes skyward. So beautiful, I said, feeling a soft touch on the back of my hand. Turning my hand over, I grasped Hinata's hand, intertwining our fingers. Her pale, snowy eyes shimmered with the colors of the fireworks. Hinata beamed with happiness and said, I've wanted to hold Naruto-kun's hand and watch fireworks like this for so long. The air was filled with the scent of gunpowder and smoke from the fireworks. As I gazed into Hinata's bright, smiling eyes, I found myself momentarily lost in thought. I murmured, "Yeah, it really is beautiful." I continued, almost to myself, "It's only now that I realize how amazing Hinata is. I was such a fool before. If I'd been with Hinata earlier, she wouldn't have been lonely for so long." Hinata spoke gently. "That's not true. It's because I've always kept my eyes on Naruto-kun and his unwavering efforts that I found my own determination. Your persistence and resilience have always inspired me." After a moment, Hinata noticed I hadn't responded. She turned her head toward me, only to find herself pinned beneath me on the bench. "Naruto-kun, I can't breathe," Hinata stammered, her face flushed as red as a tomato, her eyes darting anywhere but at me. With a playful smile, I said, "Hinata, you've been waiting for me all along, haven't you?" Hinata quickly denied it. "And no, I haven't." Our faces grew closer and closer, the tension thick in the air. "What are you two doing?" A stern voice suddenly called out from behind us. We both froze in place. Dazed, I turned my head to see Hayashi Hyuga standing there, covering Hanabi's eyes with one hand while glaring daggers at me with his Byakugan activated. In his mind, Hayashi was fuming. Good thing I found Hinata in time. This brat. They almost turned this into something inappropriate for children. His Byakugan seemed like it was about to turn into a red-eyed glare of fury. "Father." Hinata quickly pushed me away, stood up, and bowed deeply. Hayashi, his face as stern as ever, said, "Hinata, come home with me." He grabbed Hinata's hand and began to lead her away. After a few steps, he stopped, turned back to me, and said coldly, "Come to the Hyuga compound tomorrow to face your punishment." Little Hanabi, her face as red as mine, stared wide-eyed at me and Hinata, taking everything in as if memorizing the moment. I never in my wildest dreams thought that a simple date with Hinata in the grove would lead to running into Hayashi Hyuga, of all people. Inside the sealed space, chaos had erupted. Kushina was yanking fur from Kurama's tails, shouting angrily, "That damn Hayashi Hyuga!" They were so close. Minato tried to calm her down. "Dear, let it go. Naruto's still young." Kushina grew even angrier, snapping, "You were about the same age when you got together with me." Ugh, this is so frustrating. She grabbed one of Kurama's tails and started biting it. Kurama sneered, baring his teeth. "You two really are a pair of dim-witted humans, always thinking about reproduction. I can't believe I was sealed by creatures like you." Minato scratched the back of his head awkwardly, chuckling, "Sorry about that, Kurama." The next day, I arrived at the Hyuga compound. The Hyuga clan members were, as usual, in the courtyard, practicing their gentle fist techniques. Hayashi, with his Byakugan activated, was scolding everyone in sight, berating them one by one. The rest of the clan members were so terrified they didn't dare make a sound. Hyuga Takuma whispered to a companion, "What's wrong with Lord Hayashi? Did he lose another game of Go to Shikaku? Or did his vegetable tempura get overcooked again?" Another Hyuga member whispered mysteriously, "I heard that last night the young lady went on a secret date with that Nine-Tails brat. They almost. Nanny, they just graduated from the academy, didn't they? What if there's a kid?" "A kid?" Hayashi, overhearing them, twitched his ears and sent a palm strike flying their way from across the courtyard, scolding, "Takuma, I've reminded you many times, don't think being promoted to special jonin by the 5th Hokage means you can slack off. Your chakra purity is lacking, and you'll be easily controlled by puppet techniques on the battlefield." Takuma, with dark circles under his eyes, picked himself up and resumed training with renewed vigor, shouting, "My deepest apologies." Neji was practicing his 8 trigrams air palm when he noticed a maid leading me into the compound. Just as he was about to greet me, he saw me holding Hinata's hand. His eye twitched, and he decided to stay silent. Hayashi's eye also twitched, and with a murderous aura radiating from him, he stormed into the main hall and sat down. "Yo, Neji," I greeted enthusiastically. Neji responded with a cold snort. Feeling snubbed, I muttered under my breath, "What's with these guys?" The maid smiled awkwardly and explained, "It's probably the stress from the Chunin selection exams." That day in Kikyo Castle was chaos. The Cloud Ninja even tried to kidnap the young lady. Luckily, Master Neji stepped in to delay them until Lord Hayashi arrived. The training has been intense lately, so everyone's on edge. I rubbed my chin, thinking asterisk, so that's what happened. That Reikage guy really doesn't know how to behave. No wonder I didn't hear anything about this before. Asterisk, I recalled how, after the third Hokage's passing, during the transition to Granny Tsunade's leadership, Danzo was the only one left in Konoha's leadership. Any benefits gained from holding Cloud accountable likely went straight into his pocket. It all made sense now. I patted my chest and told Hinata, "Don't worry, I'll make sure justice is served for you." Hinata, her face dreamy, said, "I'm fine." Afterward, father and brother Neji got along much better. Father even taught him the 8 trigrams air palm technique to defeat the Cloud Ninja. She then turned to the maid with concern and asked, "Sister Natsu, Naruto-kun won't get into trouble, will he?" The maid reassured her, "Don't worry, Hinata. Lord Hayashi has a reputation for being cold on the outside, but warm on the inside." In the main hall, Hayashi sat clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He glared at the weapon rack, deliberating over which sword to use to deal with me. Sitting across from Hayashi Hyuga, both Hinata and I knelt in formal size of posture. Even though I had lived with the Hyuga family for a while in my past life, this situation still made me feel a little awkward. Hinata, usually so timid, mustered her courage and began, "Father, Naruto-kun is—" Hayashi interrupted her, "You've grown up. I've already investigated Naruto-kun's background thoroughly. There's no need for you to explain." I muttered under my breath. Isn't investigating someone's privacy a crime? But the second half of my sentence was cut off as Hayashi shot me a sharp glare with his Byakugan. To my surprise, Hayashi gave me a slight bow and said, "I imagine my daughter's personality has caused you no small amount of trouble. I sincerely apologize for that." I quickly waved my hands in protest and said, "Not at all. I actually really like Hinata's personality." Hayashi continued, "As her father, I've always known her disposition is gentle, to the point that becoming a ninja might be too much for her." I interrupted him, speaking firmly, "Hinata may be kind, but she's incredibly hardworking. I believe that if she keeps pushing herself, she'll definitely become an exceptional kunoichi, just like Granny Tsunade." Hinata looked a little flustered, but I gently patted the back of her hand. Her face turned red, but at least she stopped trembling. In my head, I couldn't help but think, man, Hinata's dad is terrifying. His presence is overpowering. Hayashi noticed our small gestures, but merely frowned without saying anything. My words seemed to have made my intentions clear. After a long moment of awkward silence, during which we just stared at each other, Hayashi finally broke the tension by glancing at the package I had placed in front of him. "What is this?" Excitedly, I explained. "Oh, that's a special cup of ramen from Itachi. It's one of his rarest creations. Pure and authentic flavor." Hayashi nodded slightly. "I appreciate the thought. Despite what I said earlier, I can see you've been patient with Hinata. You've helped her break through her own limits, and during the Chunin exams, you even helped Neji resolve his inner conflict. Both my daughter and Neji owe you a lot." I shook my head quickly. No. If anything, I should apologize for not visiting sooner." Hayashi's gaze shifted to my chest. "That's unnecessary. I've heard that you and Jiraiya-sama were the ones who brought back the 5th Hokage. That necklace you're wearing, does it belong to her?" Puffing up with pride, I said, "Yeah. This is a token of recognition from Granny Tsunade. She believes I can become Hokage someday. Uncle Hayashi." "You uncle?" Hayashi's mouth twitched slightly. He composed himself and said seriously, "Honestly, I didn't think much of you at first. But after hearing that Jiraiya-sama took you as his apprentice, my opinion changed. Being connected to 2 of the legendary Sanin shows that ninja of their caliber recognize your potential. I'm curious to see how far you'll go in the future. For now, you two may maintain your current relationship. Once you're both of age, we could discuss further." Father. Hinata looked up at him in disbelief. She had imagined this scenario so many times before, but she never thought her strict father would actually agree to her dating freely for now. Hayashi added, "I'm entrusting my daughter to you. But if you dare to hurt her, you can imagine the consequences, can't you?" The moment he finished speaking, my heightened sensory abilities made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I felt as if countless pairs of Byakugan were glaring at my chakra points with murderous intent. When I turned around, though, the Hyuga clan members were all diligently training with serious expressions. Scratching my head, I muttered, "Was that just my imagination?" Hayashi stood up and left the main hall, muttering to himself, Asterisk, this brat is just like his parents, starting relationships early. Asterisk, in the depths of an underground base, dim candlelight flickered over the room's somber interior. A glass container filled with formalin held a severed human hand wearing a ring engraved with the kanji for void. A voice echoed, "So you found it." Kabuto, carrying an oil lamp, approached the bed, holding a mask that looked even more sinister than Orochimaru himself. "This thing gives me the creeps." Orochimaru lay trembling under a blanket, drenched in cold sweat. Reaching out with a pale hand, he took the mask and said, "After extensive research, I finally understand why the Edo Tensei failed to summon the fourth Hokage before. His soul isn't in the Pure Land." Even though Kabuto hadn't been around the base recently, he was well aware of Orochimaru's orders. Pushing up his glasses, he said, "Orochimaru-sama, was it really necessary to send all 4 members of the Sound Four, plus Kimimaro?" Orochimaru replied, "Those kids are quite fond of Sasuke. I want to see just how strong Sasuke has become." Kabuto wheeled over a wheelchair and helped Orochimaru into it. "Even so, Sasuke isn't their match in terms of raw power. Those 5 are at least on par with Jonin. That's exactly why he'll be forced to come to me. But, like before the Konoha Crush plan, he'll linger in his hometown, full of sentimentality and nostalgia, reaffirming his resolve. My body won't last until he arrives, so I'll use its remaining value. Is the new vessel ready?" Kabuto nodded. "Yes. I've heard that this vessel's family once clashed with Jiraiya-sama. I'm sure you'll find it satisfying." Orochimaru smirked. "It's just a placeholder until Sasuke becomes available." Kabuto wheeled Orochimaru to a large, empty chamber. Inside, a man named Henimaru stood, battered and scarred from a brutal battle. He had hoped to kill Orochimaru and regain his freedom. When the door opened, and Henimaru saw Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes, he felt as though he was being constricted by a massive snake. All his will to fight evaporated in an instant. Orochimaru chuckled. "Ha ha ha, I'll let you go, and I'll even grant you one wish." After a brief moment of silence, Henimaru trembled and said, "You've captured members of my clan for your experiments. Please let them go." Orochimaru's smile widened. "Consider done. Rest assured, you will shall remain within me. You won't lose everything. Now, I'll be taking your body." Orochimaru placed the Shinigami mask on his face and began to chant. "To perform the ritual in this scroll, I first needed to retrieve this mask from the Uzumaki clan's Namianto shrine outside Konoha. By summoning the Shinigami and cutting open its stomach, I can release the seals within. However, I must serve as the offering." Donning the mask, Orochimaru's body emitted an immense amount of chakra as he performed an eerie, almost grotesque dance. A spectral image of the Shinigami appeared behind him. Turning to face the Shinigami, Orochimaru marveled, "So this is the Shinigami." The Shinigami drew a blade from its mouth and sliced open its own stomach, creating a massive wound. At the same time, Orochimaru's stomach burst open, spraying blood and entrails onto the floor at Henimaru's feet. Unable to see the Shinigami, Henimaru froze in terror. Orochimaru said, "Now I can extract the 4th Hokage's soul from the Shinigami's stomach." A glowing orb of chakra emerged from the wound in the Shinigami's stomach, floating aimlessly around the room. Orochimaru shouted, "Living corpse reincarnation." His mouth opened, and a white-scaled serpent emerged, slithering toward Henimaru. Terrified, Henimaru couldn't even scream as the serpent forced its way into his mouth. The Shinigami mask fell to the floor. Before disappearing, the Shinigami's spectral form glanced at Orochimaru, who was undergoing the reincarnation process, then at its own gashed stomach. It scratched its head in a strangely human gesture. The glowing orb of chakra sank into the ground, returning to the Pure Land. Inside the sealed space, Kurama suddenly raised his head, glancing around suspiciously. Minato and Kushina, who had been watching my meeting with Hayashi, also tilted their heads in confusion. A strange sensation lingered. Minato shivered briefly, then felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as though a burden had been lifted. Something had clearly been released. Sasuke, overheard one of the Sound Force saying, "Man, the defenses in this village are way too lax. We slipped in so easily." From atop the Hokage rock, they looked down at the rebuilt Konoha. The eastern gate's walls were under repair, and with the transition to a new Hokage, they had taken advantage of a gap in the barrier team's patrols to infiltrate the village without anyone noticing. Bored out of my mind, I leaned against my hospital bed, staring out the window. Ever since Naruto had carried me back to Konoha, I've been stuck in this bed for what felt like forever. Every day, Sakura would leave a fresh bouquet of flowers on my windowsill. At first, I tried to tell her she should focus on training if she wanted to restore her clan and make something of herself, but she still came every day, sitting with me for hours on end. Caw! Caw! A pitch-black crow flapped its wings and perched on a branch outside my window. Its dark eyes locked onto mine, and in an instant, the scene around me changed. Jiraiya sat on the hospital windowsill, gazing into the distance. He said solemnly, "What they're really after isn't Naruto. It's what's inside him. For that power, they'll stop at nothing. But don't worry, I'll protect Naruto. You have my word." Jiraiya's body rippled, and countless crows burst forth, transforming into none other than Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, holding a katana, pointed it at a golden-haired figure kneeling before him. His voice was cold as ice. "You don't even have a right to die by my hands. But you still might." "No." I clutched my head, jolting awake in a cold sweat, beads of it dripping down my face. Sakura noticed and said, "You're awake?" "Hokage-sama said you need to rest a few more hours after taking your medicine. Once you're up, they can change your bandages. I'll go call the nurse." She set down the half-peeled apple she was working on and hurried off to the nurse's station. In my mind, I thought, that man, he won't be easy to deal with. Even someone like Jiraiya has moments of weakness. I can't just sit around doing nothing. I need to get stronger and kill him before he makes a move on that big idiot Naruto. Throwing off the blanket, I jumped out the window. By the time Sakura returned with a nurse, all that was left was the fluttering curtain. "Sasuke." Sakura's face was full of worry. Ever since I returned to the village, she could sense that something about me had changed. After changing into my usual clothes, I was heading off to find a place to train when a familiar voice came from behind me. "Sasuke, stop thinking about revenge." "What?" Thin steel wires suddenly wrapped around me, binding me tightly. Kakashi leaned against the hospital entrance, his voice cold as he said, "I've seen plenty like you, shouting about revenge. None of them met a good end. They all suffered, and not one of them found peace. Even if you succeed in killing Itachi, what you'll be left with is emptiness." I struggled against the wires, shouting, "Shut up. What do you know? Don't act like you understand anything about me." Kakashi responded calmly, "Sasuke, settle down." I stopped struggling and instead gave him a bloodthirsty smile. "How about this? What if I go kill the person most important to you? Then you'll know how ridiculous your words are." Kakashi paused for a moment, then smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome to try, but there's no one left who's important to me. One of them was killed right in front of me, and the other. I killed myself." I was momentarily speechless. Kakashi continued, "I've lived longer than you, through times even more chaotic than now. I know the pain of loss all too well. But let me tell you, neither of us is the unluckiest person out there, and we're not the most miserable either. At least now, we both have people who are important to us, don't we?" Images of Naruto and Sakura's smiling faces flashed through my mind. Kakashi went on, "It's because we've lost that we understand what it means to protect. I taught you Chidori because you had something precious to protect. This power isn't meant for revenge. You know what it's meant for. Think carefully about it." With that, Kakashi released the wires binding me and disappeared in an instant, leaving me in silence. I wandered into the hospital courtyard and sat down, seriously pondering his words. On the hospital rooftop, the Sound Force had been waiting for some time. They were cautious, worried Kakashi might still be nearby, so they kept watching me until the moon rose. Tayuya, impatient as ever, said, "You cowards, I'll go handle this myself." Sakan mocked her. "Oh really? If you run into another Sharingan user like Kakashi, you'll get torn to pieces." Shut it, you freak. Taiyuya snapped. Sakan's lips twitched with barely contained anger, but he held back for the sake of the mission. Jirobo, attempting to calm things down, said, Taiyuya, you shouldn't talk like that. Shut your mouth, you fat pig. Taiyuya shot back, leaving Jirobo speechless. She proceeded to insult each of her teammates in turn. I sensed their presence on the rooftop. With my hands in my pockets, I stepped into the moonlight and appeared behind them, head lowered. Sakan grinned and sneered. Well, looks like the little mouse came straight into the cat's den. The pathetic Uchiha survivor. Slowly raising my head, the six-pointed star in my scarlet Sharingan glimmered ominously. Oh, who are you calling a mouse? Sakan smirked. Looks like the fish took the bait. Elsewhere, Naruto was fishing by a riverbank. He pulled a small fish from his hook and tossed it into a bucket behind him. Seeing Sakura looking distracted, he slung the fishing rod over his shoulder and said, You've been zoning out all afternoon, Sakura. It's about Sasuke, isn't it? Sakura, her tone heavy with worry, replied, It's because of Orochimaru's curse mark. Sasuke seemed excited during the Chunin selection exams, but ever since he returned to the village. Can you tell me what happened in between? Naruto scratched his head and said, Sasuke met the person he wanted to see the most and got beaten to a pulp. I think he was riding high on the power he'd gained, but Itachi crushed all of that. Now he feels like he's stuck in place. Sakura murmured softly, Uchiha Itachi. Naruto recounted everything he knew about Itachi and then gave her a reassuring thumbs up. Don't worry, Sakura. No matter what, Sasuke is still Sasuke. I promise. Back on the hospital rooftop, the Sound Four were sprawled out in defeat. Sakan, blood dripping from his mouth, muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? Those eyes so powerful. Jirobo grabbed my ankle weakly and said, Orochimaru-sama ordered us to bring you back. Exhaling deeply, the six-pointed star in my eyes faded back into the standard three-tomo Sharingan. I looked down at them disdainfully and sneered, Humph. That Orochimaru, sending a bunch of trash like you. Taiyuya, trembling as she stood, her curse mark retreating, gasped, You'll never grow stronger in this peaceful village. Orochimaru-sama can make you stronger. I thought for a moment, then kicked Jirobo's hand away. My Sharingan faded completely, and the oppressive Jinjutsu I had cast on them vanished. The Sound Four immediately looked relieved. I said, Wait for me outside the village. I'll go with you. The four exchanged glances before disappearing from the rooftop. As I, Naruto, sat by the lake with Sakura, her eyes were red, and her voice trembled as she said, So this is the pain Sasuke has endured. His brother actually. I gently swirled the water in the bucket and replied softly, The catch is decent. We can grill these with Old Man Third later. Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sanin, and Sasuke's seen his strength firsthand. He's definitely going to take Orochimaru's offer seriously. My brow furrowed as I turned to look at the bushes nearby. I told you, Choji, it's your fault for eating chips so loudly. Such a drag. Shikamaru, wearing his new Chunin vest, stepped out from the bushes, tugging on Choji's scarf with an embarrassed scratch of his head. We weren't trying to eavesdrop or anything. Choji insisted there's a legendary battle-axe catfish in this park's lake at night. Since they had already heard us, I figured I might as well hear what Shikamaru thought. This is village business and could cause panic if word gets out. Didn't your dad, Uncle Shikaku, teach you better, Shikamaru? Shikamaru sat down by the shore and sighed. You guys in Team 7 understand Sasuke the best, right? If Sasuke really goes to Orochimaru, who attacked the leaf, he'll be labeled a rogue ninja. Orochimaru wants to take over Sasuke's body. If he succeeds, there's no way you and Sakura would let it slide. If something happens to you too, Hinata, Choji, Ino, and I would definitely seek revenge. And then Lady Fifth Hokage would have no choice but to declare full-scale war with the Sound Village. So, Shikamaru took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. If Sasuke really leaves the leaf, the best option is to stop him before he joins Orochimaru. That way, the losses will be minimal. That's definitely what Lady Fifth would decide. I couldn't help but praise him. As expected from Shikamaru, Sakura listened to Shikamaru's analysis and fell into deep thought. She understood why Sasuke wanted revenge, and she knew that once he decided to join Orochimaru, he wouldn't turn back. She felt powerless to stop him. Asking me for help would only bring me pain and put me in danger against Orochimaru. It could even spark a war. The pressure weighed on her, heavier than Lee's training weights. Shikamaru stood up, dragging Choji along as he said, "Don't stress yourself out too much. We're just speculating. Talking about this out in the open is such a drag." Choji asked, confused, "Aren't we going to stay and grill fish with Naruto?" Shikamaru replied, "I'll leave you guys to it. You're teammates, so you need to figure this out yourselves." Choji pulled a bag of chips from his pocket and tossed it to me. "Naruto, call me if you need help." I caught the chips and waved as they left. Turning to Sakura, I said, "Don't worry. Like I said, no matter what, Sasuke is still Sasuke." After I left, Sakura sat quietly, hugging her knees. She couldn't understand Sasuke the way I did, nor could she imagine the pain of having your entire clan betrayed by your own brother. Suddenly, she stood up, her eyes resolute. She'd made up her mind. Late at night, the only sound in the Leaf Village was the chirping of cicadas. Sasuke stood atop a utility pole, his pack slung over his shoulder, greedily taking in the sight of Konoha. He wanted to imprint his home in his mind, one last look before leaving it behind. Jumping down from the pole, his shadow stretched long under the streetlights. He paused when he saw Sakura sitting on a bench ahead of him. Sakura shifted over slightly, making space for him. Sasuke sat down wordlessly. Though this was the closest Sakura had ever been to Sasuke, he felt more distant than ever. Lowering her head, Sakura covered her face with her hands, tears streaming through her fingers. "If you're leaving the Leaf, take me with you. I'll follow you and do whatever you want." Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. "Do you even know what I want?" Sakura wrapped her arms around Sasuke, leaning her head on his shoulder as she sobbed. A kunai was hidden in her hand. "It doesn't matter. I'll do whatever you ask." Zzz. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air as two streaks of lightning collided, sparks scattering everywhere and filling the street with the sound of chirping birds. Kakashi appeared, pulling Sakura away from Sasuke and shielding her behind him. He smiled faintly and said, "You think you could stop Sasuke on your own?" Looking at the wound on his hand, Kakashi's expression darkened with memories of the past. "If I'm not mistaken, you're planning to use Chidori against your comrade, aren't you, Sasuke?" Chidori isn't meant to be used on teammates. Sasuke reached for his wrist and said coldly, "You're here to stop me too, Kakashi?" Kakashi asked, "Where are you planning to go this late at night?" Sasuke replied, "Thanks for teaching me how to gain power, but it's not enough. I can't get what I need here. I'm going to find one of the Sanin for real strength." Sasuke's Sharingan activated, its three tomo spinning rapidly. Flames erupted on Kakashi's body, engulfing him completely. "Kakashi-sensei!" Sakura shouted, panicked as she saw the two exchange a glance, and Kakashi began to tremble. Waving her off, Kakashi yelled, "Don't come any closer." He raised his headband, revealing his own Sharingan. After seeing Itachi's Sharingan, I finally understood its true power. I never thought I'd have to use it on his little brother, Sasuke. The three tomo and Kakashi's I merged into a pinwheel pattern, extinguishing the flames. Several muscular ninja hounds materialized around Sasuke, binding him tightly. Though restrained, Sasuke remained calm. He was surprised by Kakashi's Sharingan but smirked and asked, "So, with the Mangekyo, how bad is your eyesight now?" Kakashi was stunned. "Sasuke, don't tell me." Under the moonlight, Sasuke's eyes revealed a sinister six-pointed star pattern. The moment the hexagram appeared, the restraints on Sasuke dissolved, and Kakashi's body froze, his chakra flow slowing down. Sasuke laughed arrogantly. "Can you feel this power? It far surpasses your imitation. This is the true strength of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi, your body can't even move now. How do you plan to stop me? Unless you're going to use that ridiculous eye of yours to rip my head off." "Sasuke," Kakashi's expression was complicated as he watched Sasuke walk past him. "You're lucky," Sasuke said. "I'm not like that man. I have no interest in following his path." At the village gate, the guards were unconscious, victims of Sasuke's Sharingan-induced genjutsu. He stopped in his tracks when he felt a sharp kunai pressed against his back. It was Sakura, trembling and hesitating, unable to deliver the blow. Sasuke turned and raised a hand. Resigned, Sakura closed her eyes, waiting for death. Memories of her parents, Team 7, and me flashed through her mind. Asterisk. I'm sorry, Naruto. I failed to stop Sasuke. I'm going to die by his hand, asterisk. But the pain never came. Instead, she felt a light touch on her forehead. Her eyes flew open in surprise. With a soft, apologetic look, Sasuke said, "Forgive me, Sakura." The six-pointed star in his eyes glowed as Sakura's body froze in place. "You'll be able to move again in an hour." Sasuke withdrew his hand, turned, and walked out of the village, disappearing into the shadows. As I, Naruto, chased after Sasuke through the forest, the golden hues of dawn began to light up the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of orange and pink. Sasuke came to a halt, his back to me, and before I could catch up to him, the Sound 4 appeared. "Sasuke-sama, this is far enough," said Sakan with a sly grin. "We're plenty far from Konoha now." I clenched my fists, frustration bubbling inside me, and asked with a sharp tone, "What's going on?" Sakan's eyes gleamed as he smirked. "To tell you the truth, Orochimaru-sama gave us a very important mission. We need you to die once." I tightened my grip on the hilts of my kunai, the seals on my wrists glowing faintly. "Then come at me all at once," I said impatiently, preparing myself for battle. But Konohamaru waved his hand dismissively. "You've misunderstood, Sasuke-sama. Sakan, get the wake-up pill." Sakan knelt down, pulling out a small glass vial and offering it up to Sasuke. "This pill will forcefully enhance the curse mark's power, allowing you to fully unlock its second state. The problem is it'll kill you immediately. But don't worry, we're here as your guard to use barrier ninjutsu and minimize the side effects, putting you in a near-death state instead." Sasuke stared at the pill in his hand, flashes of my face and Itachi's cold gaze crossing his mind. He murmured, "I can't afford to die right now. I'll leave it to you." The moment the pill touched his tongue, it dissolved and the side effects hit instantly. Sasuke's life force visibly drained from his body. As soon as Sasuke swallowed the pill, Sakan unfurled a scroll, summoning a coffin-like barrel. Jirobo quickly placed Sasuke inside. The Sound 4 activated the 4 black fog formation, surrounding the barrel with thick black mist that shrouded the forest. The intricate seals contracted, focusing on the barrel. Seal, black binding technique. Sakan slapped several talismans onto the sides of the barrel, completing the complex process within moments. Not far away, a team of Leaf Shinobi, Gunma Shiranui, Reito Namishi, Iwashi Tatami, and Shizen were rushing through the forest, exhausted from their pursuit. The Flying Thunder Formation trio collapsed into the grass, their breaths ragged. Iwashi gratefully accepted a water flask from Shizen and gulped it down. "I'm dead tired. Who'd have thought this mission would drag on so long?" A faint breeze rustled through the trees, and apart from Iwashi, the other shinobi immediately sensed something amiss. Gunma spoke in a low voice, "Reito, come with me." Without another word, the two vanished into the forest. The Sound 4, carrying Sasuke's barrel, treaded carefully down a forest path. They froze in their tracks as Gunma and Reito appeared before them. "I recognize you lot," Gunma said calmly. "You're Orochimaru's people. Judging by the direction you're heading, you're returning to him. What's in that barrel?" The Sound 4 didn't reply. The marks of their curse seals spread across their skin as the battle began. By the time Shizun and Iwashi arrived, Gunma and Reito were lying unconscious in the bushes, barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, I dashed through the forest like a streak of golden lightning, dismantling every trap the Sound 4 had set to slow me down. I didn't want anyone to get hurt by their sneaky tactics. Inside my sealed space, Dad smiled confidently. "Gunma and Reito are strong. With the information you gave them, the enemy should be regrouping somewhere nearby." Kurama opened one eye and snorted, "Wait, there's another chakra source approaching them, and it's moving fast." The Sound 4 were resting, trying to recover their strength when they noticed a faint purple silhouette atop the trees. "You're late," Sakan said with a frown. "In your body." Kimimaro stepped forward, his expression calm. "I'm not moving with my body anymore. This is pure willpower keeping me upright." Taiyuya smirked bitterly. "You're like an unkillable cockroach." Kimimaro walked past them, gently brushing his hand over the barrel. There was a hint of envy in his voice as he said, "So this is what it feels like to touch Orochimaru-sama's dream. This vessel is what he truly desires. You all are taking too long. Kabuto-san said, I don't have much time left. I might not make it back. He picked up the barrel effortlessly and said, Your mission is to ensure success at all costs. My mission is to deliver this to Orochimaru-sama. That's all I can do now. Konohamaru snapped his fingers, looking around warily. Are you saying there are pursuers? I left countless webs around, and none of them have been triggered. Konohamaru didn't answer him directly. My time is precious. I must see Orochimaru-sama before my spirit gives out. Farewell. As Konohamaru's frail silhouette disappeared into the trees, Jirobo muttered sadly, This might be the last time we see him. Who'd have thought the strongest among us would be the first to die? The others fell silent, their expressions heavy. Found you. I burst into their midst, scattering the leaves around us. Konohamaru stared at me in shock. It's him. Impossible. My sensory traps should have caught him. I activated my golden chakra mode, my speed surpassing even the conduction of his webs. When I first activated this mode, even Killer Bee praised my speed as being close to Dad's, and the third Raikage himself had struggled against the Flying Thunder God technique during the Third War. Rasengan Barrage. Four spiraling Rasengans appeared behind me, as chakra arms launched them toward the Sound Four, carving deep trenches into the ground. They activated their level 2 curse marks in the nick of time to avoid fatal injuries, but they were left severely weakened. Sakan, his injuries healed by Yukon taking over his body, tried to retaliate. I raised a hand to stop him. Just stay down. I don't want to. We won't let you get to Sasuke-sama so easily. Yukon roared. This is our final stand. Asterisk asterisk Yomi reincarnation barrier. Asterisk asterisk. A black dot appeared in the forest, rapidly expanding into a semicircular barrier. The trees were pushed aside, and the ground was carved into a crater. I blinked, confused as the magenta dome enclosed me. What the heck is this place? From a distance, the Sound Force sneered. No matter how strong you are, your soul can't survive too long outside your body. You'll die. I pointed at them angrily. Hey, that's so underhanded. 2 hands rested on my shoulders, and I turned to see a man and a woman walking out from behind me. Yukon's face twisted in shock. What? There shouldn't be anyone else's soul here. I gasped. Dad? Mom? How are you here? Meanwhile, in the physical world, my body lay still, surrounded by the unconscious bodies of the Sound Four. Kurama had taken control, his golden form shimmering as he stretched lazily. TCH, this brat sure is careless. But it's been a while since I've been out in the open. He scratched his chin with a hind leg before focusing on the barrier. Back in the spirit barrier, Mom and Dad fought alongside me, their strength overwhelming the Sound Four's spiritual forms. Chains from Mom's body restrained them, while Dad's precision with his techniques dismantled their final efforts. Go, Naruto, Dad said, his voice firm. Catch up to Sasuke and talk to him. Mom ruffled my hair, smiling warmly. Show him what you're made of, kiddo. Their presence faded as my consciousness returned to my body. Kurama handed control back to me with a snort, and I bolted after Konohamaru. Konohamaru stood in a clearing, gently setting down the barrel. I appeared behind him, and he turned slowly, his pale face showing no surprise. You're faster than I expected, he said, his voice calm. I clenched my fists. I can tell your body isn't fit for fighting anymore. Don't waste your last moments here. Go see Orochimaru. Konohamaru smiled faintly. There's no need. Once he sees Sasuke, he'll be far happier than seeing me. It's enough for me to live on in his memories. His words pierced my heart. Don't live just for someone else. Think about yourself, you idiot. Konohamaru crouched, gripping the ground as black marks spread across his body. Even if I'm just a vessel, I will protect Orochimaru-sama's dream. As I fought Konohamaru, the barrel creaked open, and Sasuke emerged, his body transformed, his eyes gleaming with new resolve. Hey, Sasuke, I shouted. I've got something to say to you. Sasuke glanced at me briefly before running toward the land of fire's borders, his new power surging. I chased after him, knowing that this was far from over. Naruto, could feel Kurama, Ninetales, gathering chakra. Suddenly, Shikaku's sharp voice rang in my mind. Beep, beep, beep. Since my chakra merged with his, we've been able to chat across distances in the deep space. In the original series, I gained this ability after obtaining part of the tailed beast chakra, though I lost it in Boruto. I think it might be because I used up all the tailed beast chakra in the final battle. Ahem, Naruto. Someone's looking for you. In the deep space, Gaara was standing next to Shikaku, looking a little uneasy. Shikaku, are you sure Naruto will come? We used to be enemies. What if he ignores me? TCH, he's here already, isn't he? As soon as Shikaku finished speaking, Kurama and I appeared. I greeted them, yo, Gaara, Shikaku. Then, curiously, I asked, you two seem to be getting along better now, huh? Gaara looked a bit awkward. It's his first time having friends. After I returned last time, Shikaku became my friend. I never expected you'd go through so much. I said, that's great. I'm not the same as I used to be. It's nice having you and everyone by my side now. Seeing my cheerful demeanor, Gaara relaxed and said, I heard Sasuke left the village, so I asked Shikaku to bring me here. If you don't mind, can we talk more often? I'm always free. I grinned and replied, of course. Why would I mind? We're best buddies. Gaara then turned serious. No wonder you became such an amazing Hokage in the end. Sasuke must feel lucky to have been your friend for so long. But have you ever thought that you and Sasuke are fundamentally different? Don't take it to heart. I'm just saying. He's your friend, and he's mine too. If I see him, I'll make sure he's safe. I said I'll leave that to you then. I have to help Pervy Sage keep watch. Let's chat next time. Something seemed to be happening outside, so I quickly logged out. Gaara shook his head and said, it's fine. After we both left the deep space, Gaara had a sweet smile on his face. Kankuro and Temari were eating breakfast. They exchanged glances and whispered, what's going on? Gaara's been in a good mood since last night, when he heard Sasuke left the Leaf Village. Didn't those two have a serious grudge before? Temari lowered her voice. Shoo, whatever it is, as long as he's happy. Gaara took out a book titled Sweet Tea's Conversation Techniques and handed it to Temari, looking a bit embarrassed. Sis, I finished the book you lent me. Do you have any other recommendations? Meanwhile, over at a bathhouse in the Leaf Village, a loud shout echoed, grab the peeping Tom. I paused momentarily, realizing the bathhouse owner had caught someone using binoculars to spy. Jiraiya, sensing danger, turned and ran. As he passed me, he complained, didn't I tell you to keep watch for me? I retorted, you're making your student do this, and you still have a nerve to blame me. Pervy Sage. The two of us, high-level shinobi, bolted out the door, a group of righteous citizens and furious women chasing after us, creating chaos in the hot spring district. Boruto, hands in his pockets, was curiously looking around the old Leaf Village, finding everything fresh and new. Sasuke stepped out of an alley after changing into his outfit. Boruto commented, Sasuke-sensei, your fashion sense is so outdated. Sasuke, wearing a cloak and a matching fisherman's hat, was heavily disguised. According to Kawaki, we must act cautiously. I can't interact with anyone familiar, and I definitely can't meet my past self. Boruto replied, yes, Sasuke-sensei, you're too paranoid. As Sasuke avoided being spotted by Sakura, Boruto collided with someone at a corner. Boruto clutched his head and complained, ow, that hurts. Don't you watch where you're going, database? The other person also exclaimed, ow, isn't that what I should be asking you, databeo? Sasuke's expression turned grave. This is bad. Boruto instinctively shouted, Dad, then quickly covered his mouth. Hearing the voice, I turned wide-eyed. Boruto, Sasuke frowned and cautiously asked me, how do you know his name? I stood up, walked over to Sasuke, and touched the empty left sleeve of his cloak. Stroking my chin, I mused, could it be? Jiraiya's loud yell interrupted my thoughts. Naruto, forget about that. We've got pursuers coming. We turned to see Jiraiya being chased by a crowd. I muttered, almost forgot. It's all Pervy Sage's fault. Sasuke's face grew serious. He hadn't expected that Kawaki's prediction about Urashiki's hideout would be corrected so quickly. He asked, are you being hunted? Jiraiya shouted while running. Exactly. Boruto exchanged a glance with him and stepped forward to protect me. Leave it to us, database. Jiraiya stopped, handed the binoculars to Boruto, and said, really? Then I'll leave it to you. Boruto stared blankly at the binoculars as Sasuke had a sinking feeling. The bathhouse owner appeared behind the two, pointing and shouting, there they are. The two peeping Toms with the binoculars. Sasuke muttered with a deadpan expression. Those idiot master and student. Jiraiya peeked out from a hiding spot, sighing in relief. Saved? Good thing my stand-in distracted that pesky bathhouse owner. I scolded him. You're always peeping, and now you're blaming Boruto. Truly, you're the ultimate pervy sage. Jiraiya indignantly corrected. How many times do I have to tell you? It's research, not peeping. Wait, old man, why are you here? The third Hokage appeared, puffing on his pipe. Naruto, do you know those two people? He had been observing us through his crystal ball and even criticized himself for spying, only to find me interacting with two suspicious strangers. I immediately noticed something off. Third Grandpa, are you spying too? Jiraiya pouted. Obviously, the old man must have been spying on my research scenes. The third scoffed. Do you think I would do something so trivial? Tsunade's voice suddenly rang out behind us. Oh my, what are you three doing here? We all mechanically turned to face her. Jiraiya hastily said, Tsunade, old man, I wasn't. After a thorough beating from Tsunade, the three of us knelt before her, tearfully pleading, Lady Tsunade, please forgive us. The gathering crowd quickly dispersed. No one wanted to risk collateral damage from the fearsome fifth Hokage. Tsunade turned to Sasuke and Boruto. I'm Tsunade, the fifth Hokage of the Leaf Village. You two look unfamiliar. What brings you here? Sasuke smoothly replied, We're performers, wandering around to make a living. He pulled out a small ball, tossed it into the air, and clenched his fist, shouting, Ka! The ball exploded, scattering colorful ribbons. He continued, We may not be ninja, but we know a bit of jutsu. We rely on it to perform. Tsunade glanced at me, hands on her hips, and said, You two might not know, but there's been some trouble in the village recently, like a genin leaving the Leaf Village. The village is on partial alert. I can't trust you easily and will assign someone to monitor you. Any objections? I raised my hand. Granny Tsunade, let me monitor them. Sasuke outwardly agreed, but focused his attention on the third Hokage, frowning slightly before masking his expression. He thought, at this point in time, the third should have already been dead. Did something happen after I left? What's going on? Jiraiya noticed his reaction as Tsunade said, Fine, then they're your and Naruto's responsibility. Jiraiya protested, Hey, if Naruto wants to do it, that's his choice, but why do I have to suffer too? You know how busy I am. I'd only be interested if it involved monitoring cute girls. Otherwise, I'm not doing it. Boruto stepped forward and called out, Uncle. A puff of smoke appeared and sweet, innocent-looking Boruto emerged, speaking in a delicate voice. Would this be all right? Jiraiya's nostrils flared as he exclaimed, Such a different feeling for Naruto. Perfect. Leave this difficult mission to me. Jiraiya, the white-haired toad sage. The third lowered his head, his nostrils flaring and carefully controlling his chakra to stop a nosebleed. He thought, Almost lost my composure. This kid is something else. Tsunade said, Then it's decided. Old man, come with me to the office. We've got paperwork to handle. With that, she left. Boruto let out a sigh of relief. I feel like I used up a lifetime's worth of tension just now. I added, If Boruto hadn't shown up suddenly, it's all the pervy sage's fault for espionage. Jiraiya had disappeared at some point. I sighed helplessly. Sasuke asked me seriously, Naruto, how do you know Boruto's name? Boruto, belatedly realizing, exclaimed, Huh? No wonder something fell off. He had subconsciously treated me as his familiar father without noticing the oddity. I said, I'll explain everything later. A lot has happened. For now, let's head to my place, Boruto, and I looked at Sasuke, my eyes lighting up. Sasuke. Sasuke muttered in disbelief. Wait. You don't mean... I turned my back to him, gesturing with my hand. This was once the home of the seventh Hokage. Sasuke sighed. I suspected as much when I saw the third. Dead last, when did you arrive? Seeing his intact eyes, I thought for a moment before replying, much later than when you and Boruto arrived. It was after fighting the Akatsuki MMPH. Sasuke clamped his hand over my mouth and coldly said, That's enough. Don't tell me anything unnecessary. You time-meddling dead last. Boruto's mouth fell open. That is also... Sasuke whispered. Your father came from another point in time, different from us. His time travel device might not be the same as ours, but he can alter the timeline. In other words, Boruto pulled out Kawaki's device and murmured, "In other words, it brought us to an alternate past." No way. They just published a journal about detecting reverse-operating tau neutrinos, suggesting the existence of parallel worlds. I pried Sasuke's hand away and gasped for air. Anyway, it's something like what Shikamaru explained. Let's just leave it at that. I had too many regrets. For now, let's head to my place. Sasuke sighed. Only an idiot would do something like this. Then he followed me. When we arrived at my place, it was much better than when I was a kid, thanks to Hinata coming over to tidy up. Boruto curiously asked, "Dad, do you live alone now?" While preparing clean clothes for him, I replied, "Sort of. Your grandparents passed away when I was born." Boruto fell silent. I rarely told him about my childhood because I was so busy with work. It was usually Hinata who shared those stories. I patted his head and said, "But they're really happy now, Boruto." Sasuke hesitated briefly before saying, "Never mind." In the sealed space, Kushina hugged Minato and exclaimed, "Little Boruto is so adorable. Grandma wants to give him a kiss. That Hayashi guy sure is lucky to still be alive." Boruto blushed and protested softly, "Put me down, Dad. This is so embarrassing." I was sitting on Naruto's shoulders while he carried me around the streets, swaying back and forth. Passers-by were giving us strange looks. Naruto, with a slightly pleading tone, said, "When you go back, I won't be able to see you anymore. Let me enjoy this father-son moment a little longer." I froze for a moment and reluctantly let this younger version of my dad have his way. Not seeing Sasuke around, I asked, "Dad, where did Sasuke-sensei go?" Naruto rubbed his chin, recalling the morning. He said he'd follow us in secret to avoid drawing attention. Naruto then asked, "I'm planning to head to the shopping district to get you guys some daily necessities. Want to come along?" Sasuke, stepping out and seeing how eye-catching we were, turned his head away and said coldly, "I refuse." He had an eye patch covering his Rinnegan, but his one arm and one eye still made him stand out. Unlike me, this world held too many traces of his past life. Hiding in the shadows, Sasuke watched as we paid no mind to the stares of others. He muttered under his breath, "What a pair of idiots." I gazed around and marveled. This street looks completely different from the future. It feels like a foreign city. In my time, this place was a well-known commercial hub, even starting to sell scientific ninja tools to civilians. Looking down at Naruto, I asked, "Dad, Sasuke-sensei from this time is around my age, right? Can you introduce me to him?" Naruto replied, "You won't be able to meet him now. Yesterday, Granny Tsunade mentioned Genin leaving the Leaf Village. That was Sasuke." I was shocked. Huh, that's like what happened with Mitsuki back then. What? Naruto recalled the bitter past. Back then, Sasuke had no choice. His thoughts were different from mine, and we completely fell out. He thought severing all ties would make him stronger. Later, he finally changed that arrogant attitude of his. It's because of the Sasuke from the past that we have the Sasuke we know now. But Naruto hesitated before continuing. My situation was a bit different. We were engrossed in our conversation when we absent-mindedly walked into an intersection and collided with someone, sending everyone sprawling. I complained, "Ow, ow, ow. Dad, you're so reckless." Naruto helped me up and quickly apologized to the man we bumped into, who resembled Asuma-sensei. "Sorry about that, big guy who looks like Asuma-sensei." The man, who seemed to be a mid-ranking administrative ninja, had scrolls scattered all over the ground. Rubbing his chest, he stood up and said, "It's fine. No need for extra titles." His companion arrived to help gather the scrolls and grumbled, "Carrying all these scrolls and books from the library to your house means we've got to go halfway across the village. You'd better treat me to some barbecue later." Seeing how hard they were working, I couldn't help but suggest, if you had a thunder car, it'd be much easier. It could carry people and goods and get around the village in no time. Naruto patted me on the shoulder and said, "I used to think about thunder cars too. All right, let's go. Speaking of which, I wonder where Denki's dad is." The administrative ninja watched us walk away and muttered to himself, "A vehicle for transporting people and goods. Denki, his companion called out. "Ueli, if we don't hurry, we'll miss the barbecue place's discount next door to your house." After buying daily necessities, a small figure with a green scarf blocked our path, hands on hips. Curious, I asked, "Who's this little guy?" Konohamaru, puffing up in indignation, shouted, "Who are you calling a little guy? I'm Naruto and I's rival, and the future Hokage. And who are you? I've never seen you before, Databeo." Startled, I exclaimed, "Databeo? Wait a second. Are you Konohamaru and I?" Hearing me call him Inai, Konohamaru blushed with embarrassment and tried to act mature. "You got some sense. All right, the great Konohamaru, will take you on as my underling." Naruto asked, "What do you want from me?" Konohamaru grinned cheekily and said, "It's time to show you the results of my training." Naruto had been guiding Konohamaru in learning the Rasengan. He had given him some pointers on the details, but hadn't monitored him closely, knowing that recently Konohamaru had just completed the second stage of training. Surprised, Naruto asked, "It hasn't been that long. Don't tell me you've already completed the third stage." Without a word, Konohamaru transformed into a girl with long, straight black hair. With a serious expression, she raised a long sleeve and said, "First, rotation and power." Wispy chakra emerged from her palm, slowly forming into a ball resembling a Rasengan. Ripple. With a graceful motion, the girl's stance shifted, and the Rasengan blossomed in her hand. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing!" Konohamaru mastered the Rasengan at such a young age. But inwardly, I couldn't help but think, why on earth did he have to use it with a sexy jutsu? Konohamaru dispelled the Rasengan, returned to his original form, and proudly lifted his chin. Noticing his overconfidence, Naruto decided to increase the difficulty. The Rasengan is an incomplete jutsu. To truly master it and enhance its power, you'll need to incorporate chakra nature transformation. If you can reach that level, you'll be amazing. He spread his arms and drew a large circle in the air as he spoke. Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is it really that powerful?" Naruto said. "Let me show you." He then transformed into Naruto. Startled, I thought, could using the sexy jutsu with the Rasengan actually make it stronger? Naruto raised a hand to block an incoming punch aimed at her face. "Oh, it's just Sakura-chan," she said nonchalantly. Sakura withdrew her fist and complained, "What are you doing out here in broad daylight?" Konohamaru blurted out, the scary, violent girl." Sakura's glare was filled with murderous intent, and Konohamaru bolted immediately. Sakura turned to Hinata and grumbled, "Honestly, he's always fooling around. Hinata, can't you rein him in?" Hinata, with a wry smile, gently said, "It's fine, Sakura. Just let it go." Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand and joyfully exclaimed, "Hinata, you're here." I was taken aback, thinking Mom's personality is so different from what she'll become. Sakura sighed, standing off to the side, but there was a faint smile on her face. She touched her forehead and gazed at the sky, murmuring, "Sasuke, what are you doing now?" From his hiding spot, Sasuke sneezed and frowned. "Did I catch a cold last night?" That tiny bed of Naruto's was way too cramped for 3 people. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's hideout, another Sasuke sneezed while studying a scroll. He frowned and muttered, "Am I getting sick?" Sounds of rummaging came from the next room, followed by a knock. Orochimaru, disguised as a frail figure in a wheelchair, entered, holding a bottle of medicine on his lap. Placing the medicine on Sasuke's table, Orochimaru glanced at the scroll and said with concern, "Studying again, I see." Sasuke opened the bottle and swallowed a pill. "Yeah." Orochimaru softly advised, "You've been pulling all-nighters for days. Take care of yourself." Annoyed, Sasuke shouted, "You old geezer, stop nagging. What's wrong with reading for a bit?" Orochimaru sighed and rebuked, "You said the same thing yesterday. How many times this month? All you do is study. Take a break, go kill someone or something. If you keep this up, you'll collapse." Sasuke's shout left Orochimaru momentarily speechless. Looking dejected, Orochimaru shook his head, wheeled himself out of the room, and sighed, "Kabuto's been busy with his research lately. It's good to stay occupied." The hallway's dim light stretched a shadow long behind him. Back in the Leaf Village, Neji and Tenten arrived. Naruto greeted them. "Yo, Neji, Tenten." Sakura teased, "You two seem awfully close." Tenten, flustered, fidgeted with her clothes and said, "It's a mission from the 5th Hokage." I studied Neji closely, thinking, a living Neji uncle not just a memorial photo. He was said to be the genius of the Hyuga clan, perfectly inheriting their bloodline. But tragically, he sacrificed himself during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Uncomfortable under my stare, Neji frowned and asked, "And who is this?" Naruto patted me and said, "This kid's a performer. My current mission is to monitor him." Just then, Lee appeared, carrying several tons of iron weights on his back and lifting them as he walked. He greeted us with determination. "And this is the performer lady Tsunade mentioned." He added, "Nice to meet you." Tintin, surprised, exclaimed, "Lee, you're out of the hospital?" Lee put down the weights and showed off his new tight green suit. "Thanks to Lady Tsunade. Plus, the green suit Neji gave me worked wonders. I feel brimming with youthful energy." Neji wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead and said plainly, "Gai-sensei gave it to me after I lost Naruto. It's more fitting for you." Lee said, "I'm here for a mission. All available genin are being summoned for a special task, led by Shikamaru." We arrived at the bathhouse where Jiraiya and Naruto had peeped earlier. Kiba and Shino were already waiting. Naruto had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the Ino Shikicho trio arrived, with Shikamaru looking resigned as he stared at Naruto. Shikamaru said, "This mission is to clean the entire bathhouse. Lady Tsunade owes a favor to the owner and couldn't refuse." Naruto clutched his forehead, thinking, "So, this is to clean up yesterday's mess. If everyone finds out, I'm dead meat, Everyone went to grab cleaning tools. Hinata kept glancing at me. She was acting a bit odd today, and her gaze felt strange. I noticed her staring and nervously waved my hands, saying, No, it's nothing, database." Ino leaned in and studied me. He really does look like Naruto in every way. And his outfit is trendy. Sakura laughed. Even his verbal tick is the same. "You're not secretly father and son, are you?" "Haha, just kidding. A verbal tick isn't something that can be inherited. Let's get to work." The girls headed toward the women's bath area. I felt deflated, almost collapsing on the spot. Suddenly, a jet of water hit me in the face, soaking my clothes. Furious, I turned to Naruto, who was holding a hose and grinning. "This is a scientific ninja tool, the water dragon bullet technique." Feeling energized now, wiping my face, I grabbed the nozzle and retaliated, shouting angrily, "How could you spray me with such hot water, you idiot nah?" "Naruto, when it comes to scientific ninja tools, you're 20,000 years behind me." Because of our antics, everyone got splashed, turning into drenched messes. The bathhouse was in chaos. As the sun set, the sky turned a brilliant red, casting a glow over the entire Leaf Village. Above the Hokage rock, a black pixel-like distortion appeared in the sky, resembling a dead pixel on a monitor. It slowly spread, forming a hole just big enough for an adult. A glowing red fishing rod fell through the hole, followed by a white-haired man who tumbled out. He quickly turned back to press the edge of the hole, causing it to close rapidly. Just as it was about to shut, a faint, hoarse voice could be heard. The man stood up, dusted himself off, and picked up the fishing rod. Sensing his surroundings, he muttered with lingering fear, "That guy must be Kagaya's associate, Databeo." Fighting alongside Kagaya's enemy, Uzumaki Naruto, was terrifying. If Kawaki hadn't fixed my landing point, I'd be done for. Floating in midair, he gazed at the setting sun with fascination. "This view is beautiful, but I need to act. This time, I'll claim all of the Nine Tails chakra." Boruto followed everyone to a barbecue restaurant. Choji closed the menu with flair and said boldly, "Premium sirloin, premium ribs, 13 servings. Oh, and we'll need extra." Asuma sighed helplessly, closing his nearly empty wallet. "So this is why you guys invited me for barbecue, huh?" Shikamaru patted Asuma on the back to comfort him. "Relax. You promised Choji after the preliminaries, didn't you? With him here, there's no way this will be cheap." I picked up a piece of grilled meat and stuffed it into my mouth, exclaiming happily, "So good." I was getting sick of eating nothing but ramen these past few days. Ino, sitting next to me, glared at Naruto. "You're really making this little cutie eat ramen all the time? How could you? Eat up, handsome performer. Have as much as you want." Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "I didn't think much of it. I was even planning to take you for more ramen." I protested. "That's just what you like." I prefer extra spicy Thunderburgers. Thunderburgers? What's that? Choji's ears perked up, clearly intrigued by the mention of food he hadn't heard of before. I panicked internally, worried I'd let something slip. Just as I was about to make up an excuse, Choji's attention shifted back to the grill, eyeing the chopsticks that were quickly devouring the grilled meat. Neji frowned slightly, but gave a rare compliment. That's gentle fist. As expected of Miss Hinata, even eating barbecue, she doesn't forget to train. How diligent. Watching Choji and Hinata compete over the grilled meat, I thought, Somon's had a big appetite since she was a kid. Hinata blushed and set down her chopsticks. It's all thanks to Neji and helping me practice. I still have a long way to go. Neji shook his head. You become stronger, both in body and in mindset. He then looked at me. You've been staring at me for a while now. Do you need something? I asked curiously. I've been wondering, aren't Neji and Hinata siblings? Why do you keep calling her Miss? Neji explained. She's the heiress of the Hyuga main family. I'm from the branch family, so of course, I must address her respectfully. We grew up together, and I told her she didn't need to address me formally, but Miss Hinata wouldn't agree. I see. I nodded, finally understanding the relationship between Uncle Neji and my mom. Kiba, meanwhile, picked up a piece of grilled meat and placed it in Akamaru's bowl, remarking, when I first met Neji, I thought he'd be hard to get along with. Neji said, no one can decide your destiny, and then silently placed more raw meat on the grill. Everyone laughed. I froze for a moment. Neji gave a slight nod toward Naruto and said to me, that's something Naruto taught me. I used to curse my fate because I was born into the branch family, treated unfairly compared to the main family, and I lost my father. I had resigned myself to it. But the one who changed my negative mindset was him, someone who should have been crushed by fate himself. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. That's all in the past. It feels kind of embarrassing to talk about. Ino teased with a sly smile. You can feel embarrassed? What about during the third round of the Chunin exams? Ino, Hinata, her face bright red, interrupted her. I thought to myself, so Dad and Uncle Neji had that kind of history together. Neji frowned and shifted the topic back to me. I can't believe I'm sharing this with someone whose name I don't even know. Maybe it's because you remind me so much of Naruto. Sakura and Ino leaned in, their faces close together as they said in unison, you feel that way too, Neji? Neji nodded and said to me, earlier at the bathhouse, I noticed your moves weren't bad. It's a pity you're just a performer. You're ninja material. Shikamaru added, your instincts are sharper than the average person's. You've got talent for being a shinobi. Think about it. Kiba noticed Shino staring at me and asked, Shino, what's up? In his usual muffled tone, Shino asked, where did you learn your taijutsu? I hesitated before replying, at a school-like place from my teacher. I see. Your moves are decent, but your weight shifts have unnecessary movements. Didn't your teacher correct that? No, they didn't. Then your teacher wasn't very good. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, looking unimpressed. After finishing the barbecue and thanking Asuma, everyone went their separate ways. The next day, Naruto and Sasuke brought me to the forest behind the mountains. I touched a large boulder and said, so this is where Dad and Sasuke-sensei used to train? This place doesn't exist in the future. Sasuke walked over and looked at the dents and cracks on the boulder. Even his usually stoic face softened into a faint smile as he got lost in his memories. Naruto suddenly said, speaking of which, where did pervy Sage go? He said he'd take me out of the village for a few days. An untimely voice interrupted. I didn't expect my plans to be disrupted by you. Naruto and Sasuke immediately felt a massive wave of malice above them, like a storm bearing down. They looked up to see Urashiki Otsutsuki floating in mid-air, carrying his fishing rod and gazing down at Sasuke and me with disdain. Urashiki didn't even spare Naruto a glance, a smirk playing on his lips. So you've arrived first. How annoying. You're always in my way. Let's end this. Urashiki. Sasuke gritted his teeth, removing his eye patch to reveal his Rinnegan, ready to fight. Naruto, noticing Urashiki's fishing rod, quietly pressed his hand to his abdomen, making a rotating motion with his fingers. Urashiki sneered, finally, I get to meet you, the pitiful Naruto Uzumaki. He cast his fishing line, dodging Sasuke's blade with ease. Ah, your chakra hasn't recovered. You're like a rat. Damn it. Sasuke landed, his chakra heavily drained after Urashiki had previously stolen most of it. His weapon also suppressed chakra recovery. I shouted, "Dad, run!" and quickly stepped in front of Naruto to shield him. Too slow. The glowing red hook pierced through Naruto's abdomen. Urashiki grinned wickedly. "I'll take the Nine Tails chakra now." Urashiki smugly reeled in, planning to store the chakra orb in his basket. But as he looked at the hook, his expression changed. It was empty. "What's going on?" He glared at Naruto. "What did you do?" Inside the seal, Kurama was stuck with his head wedged between iron doors. His front paws clawed at the gate while his back legs flailed in the water. "This brat went way overboard," he grumbled. Minato bowed repeatedly in apology. "Sorry, Kurama, but bear with it for now." When Urashiki appeared, Naruto had rotated the sealing formula, summoning several Tori gates to suppress Kurama's tails. The iron doors had closed tightly, preventing his chakra from being stolen. I was astonished. In my time, many had fallen victim to Urashiki, and no one had an effective countermeasure. Sasuke immediately understood Naruto's approach. "A sealing jutsu. Not bad for a time-meddling idiot. It's effective," I thought. Asterisk, it's a relief this is the kind of Naruto we're dealing with. I don't need to worry about him. Asterisk. Urashiki said, "Fine. I'll just take it another way." His Byakugan shifted into a blue Rinnegan as Sasuke's sword slashed at him. Flutter, flutter. Several glowing red origami cranes emerged from Urashiki's body. Like a magician, he vanished mid-air, evading Sasuke's attack. Urashiki's white silhouette reappeared on the ground, crouching in front of a kneeling Sasuke. His blue Rinnegan gave his smirk a sinister edge. "Fighting you now is like a cat playing with a mouse." Meanwhile, Jiraiya was leisurely walking through the forest. Gathering research took longer than expected. I hope Naruto's getting along with those two. They should be cleared of suspicion soon. I'll take him out of the village tomorrow. Raising Gan. Jiraiya's expression darkened as he heard the shout. His demeanor changed instantly, and he sprinted toward the source of the sound. I charged at Urashiki with a Rasengan, but he casually waved his fishing rod, dispersing it. Naruto ran to Sasuke's side and helped him up. Looking at Urashiki, he asked seriously, "What's going on, Sasuke? You're sweating buckets, and he hasn't even done anything. Does he have some kind of special ability?" Sasuke gritted his teeth. "My energy hasn't recovered. My movements are sluggish." The chakra he had painstakingly gathered over the past few days was almost gone after missing 2 attacks. He glanced at a nearby cliff and thought, asterisk the remaining chakra is only enough for 1 Uchiha slam. It's my only option. Asterisk. Just then, Naruto extended his fist, grinning. "So you're out of chakra? That's no big deal. I've got plenty. I thought you were just feeling weak." Sasuke retorted, "Save your jokes for later, dead last." Sasuke raised his fist to bump Naruto's. As their fists met, a surge of chakra filled Sasuke's body, making him let out a satisfied grunt. Urashiki frowned, grabbing their fists and demanding of Naruto, "What did you do this time?" "Shoo." Naruto's body ignited with golden chakra flames. "Let's give him a lesson, Sasuke." "Up." Sasuke activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Lightning crackled as Chidori formed in his hand, and a smirk tugged at his lips. "I've been wanting to do this." Urashiki raised his leg to kick Naruto, but Naruto blocked it with his other hand, punching Urashiki's shin to redirect the force before counterattacking. Urashiki leaned back to dodge, letting go and retreating, but Sasuke pursued. Urashiki pressed his elbow down, deflecting Sasuke's blade. Though his chest was slashed open, he avoided a fatal injury and retreated quickly. As he retreated, he thought, asterisk 2-on-1 isn't favorable. I'll take out the smaller one first. Asterisk he turned and charged at Naruto, only to be uppercut and sent flying. Urashiki stabilized himself mid-air and landed, confused. Asterisk, how did he hit me? How was this brat so skilled at hand-to-hand combat at his age? Asterisk. Realizing Naruto's close-quarters combat was formidable, he drew his fishing rod and smirked. "Fine, I'll use a weapon now." Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, preparing their stances and pulling out scrolls. Sasuke shouted, "Go, Naruto!" A giant Fuma shuriken appeared in Sasuke's hand. He hurled it at Urashiki. Urashiki split the shuriken in half with his fishing rod, feeling triumphant, until another emerged from the shadows. Child's play. He dodged with a flip, only to realize the shuriken had transformed into Naruto. Urashiki kept Naruto at bay with a fishing rod, maintaining his distance. Sasuke charged in with Chidori, but Urashiki smirked and bound him with fishing line. Swish, Sasuke activated his Rinnegan's ability, swapping places with Urashiki. Now, Urashiki was the one bound. Naruto, who had been preparing a Rasengan, slammed it into Urashiki's stomach. With a thunderous boom, Urashiki was driven into the ground, debris flying everywhere. I couldn't help but shout, "That's incredible!" Naruto, cursed in my heart, damn it. This Urashiki is really hard to deal with, From within the crater, Urashiki's blue Rinnegan suddenly morphed into a red six-tomo Rinnegan. Black pixel-like blocks appeared around him, signaling his intent to escape using Yamatsu Hirasaka. I shouted, "It's not over yet." Sasuke raised his hand, his left eye's six-tomo Rinnegan glowing faintly with a purple hue. He yelled, "Chibaku Tensei." Urashiki sensed danger and quickly reverted to the blue Rinnegan's ability, dissipating into several paper cranes. But at that moment, a strange gravitational pull emerged. The cranes flapped desperately, but couldn't escape and were forced back into his human form. Debris and stones from the crater clung to him like glue, pressing and compressing until they formed a small, spherical celestial body floating above the forest. In his final moments of struggle, Urashiki managed to remove the basket strapped to his back. With great difficulty, he brought it to his mouth, swallowing the chakra orbs inside in one gulp. Suddenly, Jiraiya appeared beside us. He first noticed the large, celestial body floating in midair and was startled. Then, his attention shifted to Sasuke's eyes. Inwardly, he mused, that pattern, those ripple-like markings aside for Nagato, who else possesses the Rinnegan? And the other one, a Mangekyo Sharingan? Sasuke explained, that guy's name is Urashiki. He's after the Nine-Tails chakra. Jiraiya turned to me and said, I knew you weren't ordinary street performers, but I didn't expect you to talk about the Nine-Tails so casually. Can these two be trusted? I kept my focus on the celestial body forming from Chibaku Tensei and replied, they can be trusted. Just treat them like family, Senin. Jiraiya pouted. Family after just a few days? That kid who looks like you, he's your son. Isn't he, Daddy? Sasuke quickly came up with an excuse. We're ninja from a small village, tasked with assassinating Urashiki. We found out he was targeting Naruto, so we came to the leaf. We're not entirely sure of his motives, but he seeks powerful forces to threaten peace. You've heard of the criminal organization targeting Tailed Beast Chakra, haven't you? Jiraiya asked. You're saying Urashiki is part of the Akatsuki? He began to take them more seriously, starting to believe Sasuke and Boruto. After all, it was the Akatsuki that prompted him to take me on that fateful journey, knowing the leaf didn't have enough strength to protect me at the time. Boruto added, our village suspects he's connected to the Akatsuki. Our primary mission is to protect Naruto. Jiraiya said, didn't expect your intel to be sharper than the old fossils in the leaf. So about your eyes. Crack. Before he could finish, the celestial body in midair suddenly stopped rising. Its surface fractured, and then it shattered into countless pieces. Urashiki, bruised and battered, emerged from the debris, glaring furiously at Sasuke. You meddlesome fool, always disrupting my plans. Let me show you the taste of your own technique. Electricity crackled in Urashiki's hand as a Chidori-like current surged toward Sasuke, as if it were second nature to him. Sasuke countered with his own Chidori, the two streams of electricity colliding in a dazzling display. Out of nowhere, Jiraiya appeared behind Urashiki, wielding a Rasengan. The wind pressure generated by the spinning chakra orb aimed directly at Urashiki's waist, his kidney, to be precise. Urashiki's blue Rinnegan glowed, and he vanished as if skipping frames in a video. He reappeared behind Jiraiya and sneered, old man, just stick to babysitting and leave the fighting to the younger generation. Urashiki raised his fishing rod, preparing to strike Jiraiya. But his expression suddenly shifted, his Rinnegan flashing blue again as he warped to the side, narrowly avoiding Jiraiya's attack. Landing beside Sasuke, Jiraiya remarked, "This white-haired guy also has the Rinnegan. When did the legendary sage of 6 paths eyes become so common? Are you all relatives or something?" Urashiki smirked smugly. "Sorry to disappoint, but you won't be hitting me. My eyes can see the future. You'd best surrender now." Jiraiya frowned, sensing something off. He turned to Sasuke and asked, "His movements, you've seen them too, right? This doesn't sound like a bluff, but aside from the Great Toad Sage, I've never heard of an ability to see the future." Sasuke glanced at me and said, "Explain it, you idiot. Tell him about Urashiki's abilities." I replied, "It sounds exaggerated, but it's true. He can see the future and even rewind time by a few seconds, in addition to his spatial manipulation abilities." Sasuke nodded. That explains the strange feeling around him. Urashiki began to flaunt his power, rapidly teleporting through the air in a way that made it look like frames were being skipped. "So, you figured out my secret. Time is on my side." Jiraiya observed Urashiki's altitude, bit his finger, and slammed his palm on the ground. In an instant, we were swallowed into the intestines of the great toad of Mount Myaboku. Boruto lifted his foot, grimacing at the sticky liquid covering it. "Oh, this is so gross." Urashiki descended, curiously examining his surroundings. Through the pinkish walls, he deduced it was some sort of biological interior. But he wasn't worried. Although he had been caught off guard earlier, he was confident that serious attacks wouldn't harm him. He even noticed a band-aid on the wall, indicating someone had escaped from within before. To him, the walls were as thin as paper. Jiraiya turned to us. "Naruto, you can attack now. The two of you, save your strength." I shouted, "Multi-shadow clone jutsu." Hundreds of golden clones of me appeared inside the fleshy walls. Boruto looked on in awe. At this age, he can make that many clones. That's dozens of times more than me. The shadow clones charged at Urashiki, but the swarm tactic was useless. He casually warped through the attacks, leisurely making his way toward Jiraiya. Restricting my movement won't work. I can rewind to the optimal moment and counter. "First, I'll deal with you, old man." Before he could finish, Urashiki suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened abruptly as he collapsed into the sticky mucus. "No, what's happening?" Jiraiya grinned. "You've fallen for it. This is the digestive tract of the great toad of Mount Myaboku. The air here contains an acidic toxin, colorless and odorless. No matter how strong your body is, after 10 minutes, you'll be paralyzed. You overuse your abilities, dodging the shadow clones and rewinding time repeatedly, so the toxin in your system is several times higher than ours." As he spoke, the intestinal walls vanished, returning us to the great toad's chamber. The toad let out a relieved sigh. Urashiki cursed. "Using such underhanded tactics, you're nothing but a bunch of monkeys." Sasuke raised his sword and said calmly, "Urashiki, it's over." Urashiki floated weakly, his face darkened with black veins, clearly poisoned. He sneered over, "Don't underestimate me." Jiraiya warned, "Don't let your guard down. He might have a trump card." Urashiki's expression turned sinister as he clasped his hands over his eyes. With a sickening squelch, he gouged out his own Rinnegan. Inside the sealed space, Kurama's eyes widened. "Hey, Naruto, let me take over." I turned back to ask why, but Kurama roared, "No time for questions." Boruto broke into a cold sweat, muttering, he just gouged out his own eyes. Sasuke frowned at me. "Naruto, what's going on? Just now you felt different. Like someone else entirely." Urashiki, holding his bloodied blue Rinnegan in his hands, laughed maniacally as blood dripped down his face, staining his white robes. Jiraiya grimaced in disgust. "What is this guy trying to do?" Urashiki opened his mouth and placed the eyeballs inside. He moved his tongue around, but realized he couldn't feel anything. His empty eye sockets blinked in confusion. "Gotcha!" A golden chakra claw pushed me forward, appearing beside Urashiki. Kurama's rough voice boomed, "You're not swallowing anything today." Urashiki, now blind, flailed his arms wildly, trying to grab me. But in an instant, I returned to the ground. Tossing the two Rinnegan to Jiraiya, I said, "Arrow Sanin, seal these eyes in a scroll. Jiraiya's eyes widened. You're... Kurama. Kurama barked through my voice. Hurry up, kid. Then his gaze shifted to Urashiki, who was flailing and casting random jutsu. Kurama grinned wickedly. What an unexpected harvest, Jiraiya muttered, bossing people around as soon as you show up. I was going to invite you for a drink. Pulling out a scroll, he said, I'll leave him to you, performer duo, and Kurama. Got it. Kurama cracked his knuckles, eager to fight. Urashiki, now paralyzed and blind, swung his fishing rod aimlessly, but Kurama's chakra arms multiplied, pulling him to the ground. Kurama laughed maniacally. Is this guy related to the sage? Ha ha ha. Sasuke and Boruto exchanged a glance. We don't know what Kurama's planning, but Urashiki's out of tricks. Let's go, Boruto. Boruto hesitated, watching Urashiki's pathetic state, and gulped. Dad said Kurama's pretty mean. He wasn't lying. Kurama's chakra arms surrounded Urashiki, pushing and pulling him like a rag doll. Enraged, Urashiki roared, making Kurama laugh even harder. Kurama finally grabbed Urashiki by the collar, tearing his robe open. A loud chirping noise echoed as lightning surged through the gap in his clothes. Sasuke said coldly, Enough. Finish him. TCH. Inside the sealed space, Kurama crossed his arms, clearly dissatisfied. He nudged me with his snout. Your turn. Urashiki fell to his knees, clutching the gaping wound in his chest. He seethed, How could I lose to these monkeys? I regained control of my body and awkwardly said to Urashiki, Kurama went too far. Don't take it personally. I'll beat you fair and square. Urashiki raised his hand toward my voice, summoning several fire dragons. I clapped my hands, raising an earthen wall to block them. Boruto formed a Rasengan and stepped forward, but I stopped him. Boruto, their kind has incredible life force. A regular Rasengan won't work. But, whoosh, a Rasengan appeared in my hand as well. I smiled at Boruto. I'll help you. Before you leave, let me teach you something new. Boruto was surprised. I didn't increase my chakra output. How is it? Jiraiya, busy inscribing the seal, felt the powerful currents generated by our Rasengan fusion. He murmured, When chakras with similar natures resonate and merge, they create the strongest Rasengan. Our Rasengan fused into an irregular shape, the chaotic chakra flow enveloping both of us. The similarity in our chakras stirred something deep within. This is the Taijutsu Rasengan, I declared. Boruto and I, transcending time, recreated the ultimate move Minato and I once performed together. Without a word, we leapt high into the air, the glowing vortex of chakra aimed straight at Urashiki. Sensing danger, Urashiki frantically threw jutsu after jutsu, but each was shredded by the Rasengan's swirling energy. The Taijutsu Rasengan struck Urashiki's abdomen. He struggled desperately, clawing and flailing to attack us, roaring, Damn you lowly creatures. Between me and Boruto, a hand wrapped in bandages appeared. Boruto saw Minato's gentle smile. Grandpa, Minato's ghostly figure emerged. Unable to withstand the attack, Urashiki was consumed, the Taijutsu Rasengan sending him hurtling into the sky like a radiant meteor. The light illuminated the entire Leaf Village, blotting out the sun. All eyes turned to the blinding streak as it pierced through the atmosphere. At Ichiraku Ramen, the sudden darkening of the sky caught Iruka and Konohamaru's attention. They lifted the curtain to look outside. Konohamaru ran out, pointing at the sky. Whoa, that's a huge meteor. Why is it getting smaller? As the light faded, the sky gradually returned to normal. Tucci, the ramen shop owner, opened his eyes and said sharply, Even if there's a meteor, pay the bill before you leave. In outer space, Urashiki dissolved into countless glittering specks, vanishing like fireworks. Jiraiya, witnessing the scene, smiled with relief. The ghostly image of Minato stood behind me, his Hokage robe fluttering. His golden figure overlapped with mine, shimmering brightly. Jiraiya wiped the corners of his eyes, chuckling. The strong chakra currents and atmospheric collision must have messed with my old eyes. What a sight! Minato turned back and smiled politely. It's been a while, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya froze, utterly stunned. Naruto, watched as Jiraiya rubbed his eyes vigorously. When he opened them again, Minato's ghostly image had already vanished. He looked bewildered and muttered, "Was it really an illusion?" Then, frowning in thought, he added to himself, "It must have been real." Boruto, panting heavily, asked, "Is Urashiki really gone for good?" Sasuke confirmed with his Rinnegan that Urashiki had indeed disintegrated into outer space dust. He nodded and said that Rasengan finished him off. "There's no need to worry anymore." Boruto smiled weakly and collapsed into my arms. We finally defeated the last of the Akatsuki. "Hey, Boruto, are you okay?" I shouted, panicking as I held him. At that moment, Jiraiya finished his sealing ritual, locking the blue Rinnegan into a scroll. Glancing at Boruto, he tucked the scroll into his robe and said, "The attack just now drained him a lot. He'll be fine after a good rest." Sasuke looked at the now-sleeping Boruto and allowed himself a small smile. Taking on a foolish disciple is never easy, right? I agreed. With the crisis over, I carried Boruto on my back and hurried back to the Leaf Village, rushing him to the hospital to recover. Sasuke, on the other hand, wandered into the hospital courtyard and leaned against a tree. He looked up at the water tower on the hospital's rooftop, his lips curling into a faint smile. Years ago, it was here that he had realized the gap between him and me and where our eventual fallout began. "Yo, so this is where you're hiding, performer from the little village," came Jiraiya's voice from behind the tree, startling Sasuke. Sasuke steadied himself and replied calmly, "Do you need something?" Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively and stepped closer, scrutinizing Sasuke from head to toe. "Not really, just wanted to thank you. You've only known him for a short time, but you've done so much for him." Sasuke took a step back and said, "It's nothing. He just reminds me of someone I used to know." "Oh? Someone from your past? Could it be Naruto?" Jiraiya's words carried a hint of knowing, as if he had pieced something together. After all, he was known for his sharp observation skills and intelligence gathering, something Sasuke had heard about even during his years with Orochimaru. Lowering the brim of his fisherman's hat, Sasuke prepared to leave. "I have things to do." "Excuse me." Jiraiya's tone grew serious. "Your eyes remind me of someone I knew back in my day, a guy nicknamed the Menacing Eyes. We teamed up a few times, and you're quite similar. You wouldn't happen to be Uchiha Sasuke, would you?" Sasuke froze in place, his body stiffening. Jiraiya walked over and patted his shoulder with a grin. "Relax, just try to lighten the mood. After this battle, I can tell you genuinely care about Naruto. But it's also true that your origins are questionable. So how about this? Let's make a deal. I won't pry into your and Boruto's secrets if you share some intel on the Akatsuki. Mutual exchange, huh?" Sasuke thought for a moment, then nodded. "Fine. Thank you for being understanding." Jiraiya let out a relieved sigh. "Deal. So, what else do you know about the Akatsuki? They've approached Naruto before. What's their next move?" Sasuke provided some carefully chosen information. "I don't know their exact plans, but they're not just after Naruto's 9 tails. They're targeting all 9-tailed beasts as part of their capture strategy. Last time they came to the Leaf, it was to confirm the Jinchuriki's safety. That's critical for their plans to seal the tailed beasts. This was information the Leaf's higher-ups would eventually learn anyway." Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully. "Knowing even about their contact with Naruto, your intel is pretty sharp." Sasuke bowed slightly. "Apologies for deceiving you with the performer guys. We can't reveal our true identities, but our intent to protect Naruto is genuine." Jiraiya grinned mischievously. "Thanks for the intel. The enemy's defeated. How about we go for a drink? You're quite the handsome guy. You'd be popular, you know." Sasuke declined with disdain. "No thanks." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. "So cold. You got a personality just as bad as Fugaku's. That's heartbreaking." Then, with a softer tone, he added, "But if he were still alive, seeing you now would make him proud." Sasuke stared at Jiraiya's retreating figure, lost in thought. He looked up at the clouds and murmured, "Maybe. Lady Tsunade's training is so intense. No, I need to work harder." Sakura, exhausted from a day of training with Tsunade, stumbled out of the hospital building and accidentally bumped into Sasuke's chest. Quick on his feet, Sasuke caught her. Sakura quickly stepped back, her face flushed. "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. You're one of those performers traveling with Naruto, right?" Sasuke, seeing her red face, lowered his hat further and muttered, "Watch where you're going next time," before hastily walking away. A piece of paper slipped from his pocket and floated into a nearby pond. In his flustered state, Sasuke didn't notice. Wait! Sakura saw the paper and wanted to call out to him, but Sasuke disappeared in an instant. What a strange guy! Picking up the paper, Sakura noticed the ink had smudged from the water. She could barely make out a few words. Reading them, she gasped in shock and rushed into the hospital. I was sitting by Boruto's bed, peeling an apple. "How are you feeling?" Boruto patted his chest. "A lot better after some sleep. With Urashiki dealt with, you can head back without any worries." "Found you." Sakura appeared at the door, cutting me off. I stood up and asked, "Weren't you going home to rest?" "Sorry to interrupt, but I need to ask the performer something." Holding up the paper, Sakura's expression turned serious as she addressed Boruto. "This paper was dropped by the man who's traveling with you." Boruto and I leaned in curiously to look. Sakura read aloud, "Welcome back. Hard work? Rare? Bore, please. Sasuke, borrow Ika Paradise. Help him borrow it, Sarada." Boruto's heart sank. He realized this was a letter from Sarada asking Sasuke to borrow Ika Paradise from Kakashi. He hadn't expected Sasuke to accidentally drop it, let alone to Sakura of all people. Sakura pointed at the name Sasuke on the note and demanded, "This clearly says Sasuke. Do you know where he is? And who are you really? You've been claiming to be performers, but I've never seen you perform anywhere in the village. What's your deal?" Seeing Boruto at a loss for words under Sakura's questioning, I quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. All right, Sakura. Don't overthink it. There's no way this kid could know Sasuke. Don't interrupt me." Sakura glared at me, her tone turning somber. "Sasuke's been gone for so long. That creepy Orochimaru from the Chunin exams was obviously a weirdo. And now this letter says he's borrowing Ika Paradise? Has he gone bad?" "Sorry, wrong room." Sasuke appeared at the doorway, expressionless, and promptly shut the door. Inwardly, he thought sorry past me. "Hold it." Sakura rushed to the door, yanked it open, and grabbed Sasuke by the collar. Her fiery demeanor cornered him in the hallway. "Finally found you. Why do you have a letter with Sasuke's name on it? What's your relationship with him? Answer me." At this point, Sasuke, whose strength was comparable to his peak during the battle with Madara, was being forced to retreat by Sakura's sheer intensity, until his back hit the hallway wall. The hospital hallway, busy with patients' families and post-surgery patients taking strolls, suddenly became a gathering ground for curious onlookers. "Wait." Jiraiya walked over, raising his hands to calm the situation. "Take it easy. These two are my die-hard fans." Sasuke and I froze on the spot. Jiraiya gave Sasuke a reassuring wink and continued, "I'll answer your questions." He's too embarrassed to say it himself. "Over the past few days, I've learned their identities. Don't be fooled by their humble appearances. They're actually super fans of Ika Paradise. They've read every volume and traveled here as performers to investigate people and events related to me. That note is part of their research. They probably even know your height, weight, and hobbies." Sakura turned to Sasuke. "Is that true? Do you even know my hobbies?" Sasuke, sweating profusely despite his calm exterior, finally gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yes, I'm a loyal fan of Ika Paradise. I love it. Absolutely love it." The hallway fell silent. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted, quickly growing into thunderous cheers. Someone wiped away tears and said, "What a passionate young man. Even with one arm, he's so dedicated. What an inspiration." Even though this wasn't his original world, Sasuke was so embarrassed he felt dizzy. Sakura crossed her arms and gave Sasuke a disdainful look. "That's such a turn-off." Sasuke turned away and whispered to Boruto, "We're leaving tonight." "Got it." Boruto replied with a forced smile. Late at night, under the bright full moon, the four of us stood in the forest behind the mountains of the Leaf Village. I, like an elder seeing his child off, fussed over Boruto. "Did you pack everything? The pajamas I bought you haven't been worn much. Make sure you take the plushie for Himawari. And listen to your mom when you get back." Carrying a large backpack, Boruto hugged me and said, "I've got everything." How could I forget? The two of us, now nearly the same height, embraced tightly. A pink turtle poked its head out of Boruto's backpack and said, "Slept well. Good morning, everyone. Ready to head back?" A turtle? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Kawaki, seeing the others around, retreated back into the backpack with a grumble. Weren't we supposed to just be passing through? Boruto laughed. A lot happened. I'll explain everything later. I suddenly remembered something and handed a package to Boruto. This is something I've been saving. It's super rare. Take it back and share it with your grandpa. And eat less of those Thunderburgers. Ramen is way more nutritious. Yeah. Boruto accepted the package, hugged me again, and reluctantly said, "Take care of yourself too. Stop eating instant ramen all the time. Try something else for once. You're way too stubborn about it." Jiraiya chuckled and said to Sasuke, "Thanks to you, these past few days have been quite the experience, though there are some things I can't talk about." Sasuke lowered his voice. "Jiraiya, do you? The ending of a story is best enjoyed at the very end." Jiraiya laughed as he walked away, adding, "I was going to ask you to erase my Naruto's memories of this time, but I've realized he's a bit different. Be careful on your way back, and take good care of him." Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement. I waved goodbye to them, watching as they disappeared into the night. Then I ran after Jiraiya. This was the unspoken bond between master and student. "Let's head out tomorrow, too. I've got a great place in mind." I haven't even said goodbye to Hinata yet. Meanwhile, by a massive lake reflecting the bright moonlight, the calm waters suddenly erupted, sending sprays of water everywhere as if the entire lake were boiling. A massive shadow emerged, accompanied by a towering column of water. Roar! The shadow let out a thunderous roar, its sound waves rippling outward and uprooting trees for miles around, sending them flying into the distance. Afterward, the giant figure let out a snort and slowly sank back into the water. Sasuke, watched as Orochimaru slowly rose from his wheelchair, his movements initially wobbly and unsteady. I couldn't help but feel skeptical. Under Kabuto's encouraging gaze, Orochimaru took a few tentative steps forward, but to my surprise, he soon picked up speed and was walking as if nothing had ever been wrong. Kabuto smiled and said, "Your recovery is impressive, Lord Orochimaru. It seems you fully adapted to this new body." I closed the book I was reading, tucked it under my arm, and stood up with a cold snort. If that's the case, let's start training already." Someone nearby immediately grew anxious. "Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru's body has just recovered. Isn't this a bit too much?" But Orochimaru gently shook his head at Kabuto and said softly, "Let's begin with mastering the free control of the cursed seal." Kabuto sighed in resignation. "All right, I'll go prepare the training grounds." He could tell Orochimaru was determined, so he didn't argue further. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the damp, dark corridor. A ponytailed woman burst into the room, panting and slamming the door open as she yelled, "Lord Orochimaru." I glanced at her briefly and brushed past her as I walked out. The ponytailed woman frowned at my back, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. As Kabuto passed by her, he said coldly, "You're late, but I manage one of the remote bases." As soon as I got the message, I dealt with the test subjects I was holding and rushed over nonstop. Too late. Lord Orochimaru has already chosen Gyurin, Kabuto said curtly, not bothering to explain further as he headed off to prepare the training area. "What? How could this happen?" Gyurin ignored Kabuto and turned her attention to Orochimaru, her voice tinged with frustration. "Didn't you say I was the most suitable vessel for you?" Orochimaru walked up to Gyurin, gently patting her head. He then tilted his gaze toward my retreating figure, his eyes gleaming with a predator's hunger, as if he were a wolf eyeing its prey. "He will be my next vessel. But it seems you haven't given up on being my vessel, have you?" "Why not me? You just got here, and I've been here longer." Orochimaru soothed her. "Your abilities are captivating. When I first saw you, I was truly amazed." Gyurin blushed and rubbed her face against Orochimaru's hand. "It's not that, Lord Orochimaru. Back then, I was the one dazzled by power. I wanted nothing more than to become one with your strength." Orochimaru grimaced slightly as he withdrew his hand. "Since you're here, how about helping me test that boy's strength? Only you can handle this task. If you succeed, I might reconsider." At Gyurin's eager expression, Orochimaru added with a sly smile, Let's see who's truly the most suitable to be my next vessel. Gyurin, energized by his words, immediately bounced off to prepare for the battle. Meanwhile, Orochimaru rubbed his slightly reddened wrist, laughing eerily. Kabuto returned to the doorway and said, "The training grounds are ready, but I don't understand. Why are you so fixated on that woman?" Orochimaru sighed. "I know you dislike Gyurin, but don't underestimate her. Before I met Kimimaro, she was my top choice for a vessel. Let's just say luck wasn't on her side. Eventually, I chose Phantomaru instead." Walking alongside Kabuto, Orochimaru continued, "Let's go watch. It'll be interesting to see who comes out on top." The two of them arrived at a circular underground dungeon, formerly used to hold test subjects. Phantomaru had wiped out the previous test subjects, and Orochimaru, true to his word, had released the remaining clan members. The dungeon had since been repurposed as a training ground. Looking down from above, Orochimaru saw that Gyurin and I were already facing off. Gyurin yelled across at me, "I hear you're a survivor of the Uchiha clan. Your clan used to be famous in the ninja world, but instead of playing ninja games, you came here to seduce Lord Orochimaru? You'll pay for that." I didn't bother responding to her taunts. Instead, I said flatly, "Ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, come at me however you want. I'm short on time." "You little..." Gyurin growled through gritted teeth as a red crystalline powder began swirling around her. She clearly intended to end this quickly with a decisive blow. Kabuto frowned. Isn't Gyurin taking this too seriously? This ability could get out of hand. Orochimaru, however, watched me with great interest. If he's defeated so easily, then Sasuke's journey ends here. Pathetic, I muttered as the three tomo in my Sharingan spun into view. The six-pointed star patterns in Gyurin's eyes suddenly shifted, the surroundings transforming as a red crystalline barrier formed around us. Her gaze flicked upward toward Orochimaru, who now appeared to be standing atop four massive stone heads. Asterisk, so it's an ability to alter the terrain, creating a familiar battlefield. Interesting, but pointless asterisk, she thought, smirking without fear. Not bad. No wonder Lord Orochimaru sees potential in you. But unfortunately, you're up against me. With a casual wave of her hand, several red, crystalline spikes erupted from the ground beneath me, piercing through my body like skewers. I'm impossible. I coughed up a mouthful of blood, bits of internal organs spilling out as I collapsed weakly to the ground. You defeated me. I'm dead. Gyurin, triumphant, turned proudly toward Orochimaru atop the cliff. Lord Orochimaru, I told you I was the strongest. Orochimaru smiled warmly. Gyurin, you've proven yourself. I need you. Boom! A loud crash interrupted him, shaking the crystalline barrier. What the? Gyurin turned toward the source of the commotion, her eyes widening in shock. Smoke billowed as a colossal shadow loomed, casting darkness over her. A towering, spiky-haired blonde figure, much larger than any human, was bracing itself against the crystalline walls. Its massive green eyes reflected Gyurin's stunned face. What is this? Gyurin stammered, her voice trembling. Kabuto, his dog-like ears twitching in terror, screamed, "This is bad. A colossal titan over 50 meters tall has escaped. Lord Orochimaru." The giant blonde figure kicked at the crystalline walls, sending tremors through the ground and shattering the barrier. Rubble flew everywhere, leaving a gaping hole. Dark shadows moved within the breach, revealing several smaller but equally bizarre spiky-haired figures, each about 7 or 8 meters tall, running out with vacant expressions and flailing arms. "They're abnormal titans," Kabuto wailed as he dropped to all fours and bolted. One of the titans spotted Orochimaru atop the cliff and reached out, grabbing him in its massive hand. Orochimaru struggled desperately in the titan's grip. "Let me go. I created you. Release me, Lord Orochimaru," Gyurin cried, summoning 2 crystalline blades as she charged forward to rescue him. But in her desperate gaze, the titan, annoyed by Orochimaru's squirming, clasped him between both hands. With a sickening crunch, Orochimaru's head drooped lifelessly. "No!" Gyurin screamed in horror as the titan opened its massive jaws and tossed Orochimaru's body into its mouth. This can't be happening." Gyurin collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. The giant blonde figure smacked its lips, seemingly unsatisfied. It turned its gaze toward Gurren, its arms swinging wildly as it lumbered toward her. Didn't expect this to end so quickly, Kabuto muttered, adjusting his glasses. He was mildly surprised. To him, Gurren had just been boasting moments ago, and now she was on her knees crying. Orochimaru, frowning slightly, stared at my three-tomo Sharingan with suspicion. Was that an illusion? I looked up at him and said, Orochimaru, teach me all your jutsu. The scene shifted. Iruka absent-mindedly stirred the ramen in his bowl with chopsticks, not taking a single bite. Naruto slurped down the broth in one gulp and said, it's going to be a few years before I come back to the village again. Iruka pushed his untouched bowl toward Naruto. When you're out there, listen to Jiraiya. Got it? Of course. No problem at all. But, well, Pervy Sage still has his bad habits sometimes. Naruto mumbled as he dug into the bowl Iruka had given him. It'd be a long time before he could enjoy another meal like this, treated to ramen by Iruka. Tuchi, the ramen shop owner, dumped a ladleful of premium ingredients into Naruto's bowl and smiled warmly. Here, special service for you. Thanks, you stingy old man. Naruto teased. You little brat. Tuchi crossed his arms. You'd better do your best out there. For Iruka and me. You got it. Naruto nodded, then buried his head in his bowl, eating with gusto. Jiraiya pulled back the curtain and called out, Time to go, Naruto. Coming. Naruto grabbed his pack and waved goodbye to Iruka, Tuchi, and Ayam. Iruka called out to Jiraiya, I'm counting on you to look after Naruto. Without turning around, Jiraiya raised a hand in acknowledgement, a slight smile playing on his lips. You've got a pretty good teacher there, kid. Of course. Iruka-sensei was the first person in the village to acknowledge me. Naruto replied proudly. As they walked toward the village gates, chatting, they found a crowd gathered to see them off. Hinata held Naruto's hand, her voice slightly choked. Promise me you won't just eat instant ramen all the time. You should have proper meals. You're barely taller than me right now. Having just been scolded by Boruto for the same thing yesterday, Naruto scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. Got it, Hinata. Don't you know me by now? That's exactly why I'm saying it. Hinata replied, unusually stern. The third Hokage tapped his pipe against his hand and said, Naruto's safety is in your hands now, Jiraiya. Though his body had grown frail since stepping down from his duties, his spirit seemed lighter. Jiraiya, watching Naruto say his tearful goodbyes to Hinata, scratched his head. With his current strength, you don't need to worry. Besides, I've confirmed that the Akatsuki won't make any major moves for another 2.5 years. I'll gather more intel on them during our travels. Tsunade, however, jabbed her finger at the oil, kanji on Jiraiya's forehead protector, and said sharply, I bet you're just planning to use mission funds to spy on naked women again. Caught red-handed, Jiraiya's face turned bright red. You're making baseless accusations. I'm completely professional when it's time to work. Anyway, Tsunade grabbed Jiraiya by the collar, her tone suddenly serious. Take care. I got it, Jiraiya replied, taking a step back and turning to leave. His retreating figure exuded a casual confidence. Naruto, there's so many people here. MMPH. After finishing his goodbyes with Hinata, Naruto waved to the Hokage before chasing after Jiraiya. Wait up, Pervy Sage. Walking side by side, Naruto asked, So where's our first stop? Jiraiya stretched his neck dramatically and said, I'm exhausted from walking all this way. How about we start with a hot spring trip? What hot spring trip? We just left the Leaf Village. But I found a mixed bathing hot spring that's perfect for recovering from fatigue. Jiraiya leaned in conspiratorially and added, And I've heard credible reports that there's a wild-tailed beast nearby. Naruto froze in place. A wild-tailed beast? Could it be? Jiraiya patted his shoulder with a grin. The first time I saw the nine tails, I was amazed. I never thought you'd have had contact with other tail beasts, too. That performer kid said the Akatsuki are targeting them, so I've been paying extra attention to tailed beast sightings. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, memories of Nagato and Minato's smiles flashing through his mind. As I, Naruto, watched the sun set, the forest glowed golden, and nestled within it was a small wooden shop with a sign that read, Delicious Dango Shop. Peering inside, I saw Jiraiya, the white-haired, pervy sage himself, chatting up a young and pretty waitress. Jiraiya's voice was as sweet as syrup. "Miss, your dango here is absolutely divine, and having such a beautiful angel like you serve it, no wonder it tastes even better." The waitress shyly covered her face. "Oh, stop it. You're making me blush." But Jiraiya wasn't done. His tone turned audaciously flirty. "If this glutinous rice dango tastes so good, I can only imagine how delightful you must be." Smack! The waitress stormed off in a huff, tray in hand, her face red with both flattery and irritation. I sighed internally. Here we go again. As I popped the last piece of dango into my mouth, I knew trouble was brewing. Sure enough, moments later, the shopkeeper, an elderly lady wielding a broom, burst out of the kitchen, her murderous aura almost palpable. She chased us, the big and little rogues, right out of the shop. The shopkeeper panted, leaning on her broom, and muttered angrily, "Young people these days, so improper." She probably still missed the masked young man who came every year for dango. Hopefully, he didn't have any ideas about her granddaughter too. I glared at Jiraiya. "It's all your fault. You pervy sage. That was the best dango I've ever had, and now they think I'm a delinquent." Jiraiya ruffled my hair, grinning. "Oh, don't be so heartless." Then he suddenly stopped walking and said, "We're here." I looked up to see a large sign overhead that read, "Welcome to the Hidden Hot Springs Village, Land of Relaxation." I clenched my fists with determination. "Pervy sage, you said there's a wild-tailed beast nearby, right? Let's get to work." But Jiraiya, of course, wasn't having it. He strolled toward the hot springs inn with a gleeful smile and said, "What are you talking about? Relaxing is part of training too. A good soak in the hot springs is perfect for rejuvenating the body and mind. Plus, mixed bathing is fantastic." I frowned. How much of that is even true? Care to elaborate? Jiraiya puffed out his chest. "Are you questioning your master?" "Honestly, we checked into the front desk and stored our belongings." The moment we were done, Jiraiya practically exploded out of his clothes, dashing toward the hot spring with the fervor of a hungry wolf. He called out in his usual greasy tone, "I can't wait to start my interviews." I shook my head in exasperation. Same old pervy sage, never changes. You even blamed Orochimaru once when you tried to spy on Granny Tsunade in the bath. She almost killed you, remember? No. A sudden scream echoed from the hot spring, and I ran over, worried. Thankfully, it wasn't serious. Jiraiya was lying against the wall, dividing the men's and women's baths, bawling his eyes out. "There wasn't a wall here last time. Curse it. Splitting the baths apart like this. It's outrageous." Soaking in the hot spring, I said matter-of-factly, "Isn't that normal? People like you are the reason they have these walls in the first place." Jiraiya, clearly offended, retorted, "What have you learned from me? Do you think I'm just some ordinary voyeur? My research for the Ica series is actually training. Stealth training to erase my presence, so enemies can't detect me." Sure, whatever you say. Even though I knew it was just one of Jiraiya's excuses, I couldn't help but think of how he infiltrated the Rain Village in my previous life. If only he'd known about Pain's Rain Tiger or Jutsu, a massive detection technique, he might have succeeded in sneaking in. Jiraiya eventually got out of the bath, placing a towel on his head as he leaned against the wall dividing the baths. "Oomph, you talk like a ninja who can fend for himself now. By the way, I really did see Minato the other day. Care to explain?" "Talking about Dad," I muttered, sinking into the water. I held my breath, trying to avoid the conversation. Seeing I wasn't responding, Jiraiya turned and started poking at the cracks in the wall. After a while, I resurfaced, and he was already pretending to look attentive. "Honestly, you don't even need to ask. I was planning to tell you eventually," I said. Jiraiya nodded. "So you know more than I thought." I placed a hand on my stomach. "I know everything. On the night of the Nine-Tails attack, my dad sealed Kurama inside me. He and Mom both infused their chakra into the seal, hoping to help me in the future." "I see." With his sharp mind and vivid imagination as a writer, Jiraiya quickly pieced it together. Leaning against the wall, he chuckled. "Minato's as kind as ever. Who'd have thought your family could reunite in such a way?" Just then, the curtain to the hot spring swung open, and a group of middle-aged, balding men entered. "Is it really you, Lord Jiraiya? Finally, you've come." The The shiny-headed innkeeper was clearly thrilled to see the legendary Sanin in person. Having learned from the front desk that Jiraiya had arrived, he'd even summoned the other hot spring innkeepers from nearby. Jiraiya wrapped a towel around his waist and warmly shook their hands. "Long time no see. What's the occasion?" The balding men crowded into the spring, and the innkeeper looked troubled as he explained, "We need your help, Lord Jiraiya. Strange things have been happening at the upstream lake recently. Giant, unusual turtles have been floating downstream, scaring away all our customers. The whole town's economy is suffering." "Unusual turtles?" My eyes lit up. "Where are they now?" The innkeeper sighed. "We tried catching them, but the creatures are too fierce. We even hired ninja to help, but every time we managed to kill one, more would appear, and the dead turtles would vanish suddenly." Jiraiya asked, "Did the ninja investigate upstream?" The innkeeper's face turned pale. "Ever since the turtles appeared, a terrifying mist has engulfed the upstream lake. Anyone who's gone and hasn't come out, except for one person, but they came back raving mad, talking about monsters. We couldn't get any clear information." Jiraiya and I exchanged glances, and I nodded. Jiraiya thumped his chest confidently. "Leave it to me, Jiraiya, the toad sage of Mount Maiba." "Really, Lord Jiraiya?" The balding men cheered. "The hot springs village is saved." Jiraiya, pretending to be all business, added, "But there's one more thing." The men stopped cheering, looking at him expectantly. Jiraiya pointed at the wall dividing the baths and said seriously, "Can we turn this back into a mixed bath?" We followed the river upstream, the mist growing thicker as we went. The innkeeper had stopped partway, unable to go further. "This is as far as I can take you. The mist ahead is too dense." I waved him off. "Got it. Thanks, balding innkeeper. Good luck," he called out as he turned back. Jiraiya held up a lantern as he walked ahead of me. "What's the deal with this mist?" I explained. "It's part of their ability. They use a huge amount of chakra to create this mist, which has a hallucinatory effect. It messes with your mind." Jiraiya nodded in appreciation. "Blocks vision and deters intruders. Pretty handy ability." We eventually reached a large lake. The area was pitch black, shrouded in thick mist. Not even a moonlight could break through. The visibility was so poor that the faint glow of Jiraiya's lantern only illuminated a meter ahead. "Wait!" Jiraiya stopped abruptly, staring at the lake. "Something's coming." This feeling, there's a faint murderous intent in the air. "What the—" Splash! A massive black shadow burst out of the water, the sound reverberating like thunder. It let out a deafening roar, its circular sound waves pushing the mist away in an instant. Against the pressure of the sound waves, Jiraiya squinted to see the creature under the moonlight. It was a monstrous being with 3 tails covered in sharp spikes. Its size was overwhelming, and it was missing one eye, its remaining eye glaring directly at us. Jiraiya whispered, "We've been spotted. Naruto, it's coming. Get ready to fight." The creature lay low on the water's surface, its 3 tails swishing violently as it swam toward us at incredible speed. The splashes it created were razor-sharp, cutting through the air and sending waves hundreds of meters high. Its sheer presence was terrifying. Jiraiya, who initially just wanted to gather intel, realized they have to fight a tailed beast. He forced a smile. "This thing feels bigger than Gamabunta, so this is the 3 tails." One intense presence. Standing in my black and orange jacket, I stepped in front of Jiraiya and shouted at the creature, "Yo, long time no see, Isabu." Naruto, was walking along when the 3 tails suddenly made a sharp stop at the lakeside. Its massive head leaned in close, and its single eye reflected the images of me and Jiraiya. Then came a deep voice from the beast. "How do you know my name?" "Speak, human." I sang half a line loudly. "The all-knowing Isabu of the waters." The 3 tails froze for a moment, stretched its neck, carefully examining me with its single eye, and then said a bit sheepishly, "Could it be? You're one of those kids I used to play with? You humans grow up so fast. When you grow up, even an uncle like me can't recognize you anymore." I stared at it suspiciously and said, "Very suspicious. You're still as fond of kids as ever." The 3 tails raised one of its 3 tails, smacked it onto the water, causing a huge splash, and explained, "I just like the pure emotional expressions of human children. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of criminal." Behind me, Jiraiya waved his hand and said, "Three Tails, old pal, I got a question for you." The Three Tails glanced at Jiraiya's white hair, then turned its gaze back to me and said disdainfully, "Old man, don't talk to me. You little—" Jiraiya clenched his fist, but there was nothing he could do about the Three Tails' age discrimination. He could only say, "Naruto, ask it what's going on with the downstream village." I asked, "Isabu, you found freedom here, so why are you sending your clones out to cause trouble for people?" Actually, the Three Tails turned its body, raised a front paw, and pointed in a direction. It spoke sorrowfully, "Not far from here, there's a small village. There was a kid I liked who used to come play with me almost every day. But lately, he hasn't come at all." Jiraiya immediately reprimanded, "What are you saying? His parents probably found out he was hanging out with a weird monster like you and forbade him from coming. That doesn't mean you should be causing trouble for others." I thought the same at first, until what? The Three Tails manipulated the water, and a bundle containing a red flower, surrounded by a water bubble, floated toward us. It said, "On the day the river overflowed, I saw this and preserved it with my chakra." Jiraiya stepped closer. The water bubble popped, and the flower fell into his hand. He immediately recognized it, a camellia, and it reeks of blood. This flower was dyed red with fresh blood. The Three Tails snorted and said in its deep voice, "That kid liked camellias. When I sent my clones to his village, everything was burned to ruins. So you sent so many clones to look for the kid, but it ended up causing trouble for everyone. He must be in trouble. I had no other choice." I picked up the red camellia in Jiraiya's hand, stroked my chin, and thought for a moment before suddenly saying, "That kid wouldn't happen to be called Yukamaru, would he?" The Three Tails trembled and asked anxiously, "You know him? Where have you seen him?" Jiraiya sighed helplessly. "Here we go again. You always know some random things." I said, "We'll help you find Yukamaru. In exchange, Isabu, you have to stop troubling the downstream village." "Deal." Of course I agreed to that deal. "But why are you helping me? Are you trying to get something out of me?" The Three Tails flicked its tail and stared at us, wanting to know my true intentions. Under the moonlight, my eyes sparkled as I said, word by word, "Because I want to be friends with you." We stared at each other for a long time. Finally, the Three Tails lowered its tail and slowly swam toward the center of the lake, muttering softly, "Then I'll leave it to you." Jiraiya pursed his lips and said, "Naruto, why didn't you talk it over with me before taking on such a tricky task?" The moon was hidden behind dark clouds, and suddenly, large raindrops began to fall. I caught one in my hand and said thoughtfully, "Yukamaru must be very lonely right now. He's lost, searching for where he belongs." "Are you lost, Girin?" In the misty forest, Kabuto frowned as he watched Girin, who was still trying to find her way. On his back lay a 7- or 8-year-old boy. "Even if you're Orochimaru's lackey, don't use that commanding tone with me." Crystal spikes appeared on Kabuto's cheek, leaving a cut from which blood trickled down. Kabuto wiped it with one hand, and the wound healed instantly. Pushing up his glasses, he said coldly, "If it weren't for Orochimaru's orders, I wouldn't want to be on a mission with you. At least we've found the boy. Now, we can test his abilities, and I won't have to see you again." Girin glanced at the unconscious boy on Kabuto's back, her thoughts drifting to memories from years ago. She thought to herself, "He looks just like that woman." A thick bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, casting a dim light over the mist-covered forest. Boom! Thunder roared, and a downpour began. Kabuto and Girin had to find shelter. Running through the forest, they found an abandoned hunter's cabin, exchanged a glance, and ran inside. Leaning against the fireplace, Girin wrung out her soaked skirt and cursed, "I'm drenched from head to toe." "Damn it," Kabuto said, "you've been here before. We're only in this mess because of you." He placed Yukamaru on a wooden bed and settled him in, then sat down beside Girin, warming his hands by the fire. The flickering flames reflected in his round glasses, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Girin glanced absent-mindedly at the boy on the bed and asked, "That kid won't be okay, right? Your drug isn't too strong for a child, is it? He's a bit weak, but still within acceptable limits. Once the rain stops, I'll go gather the herbs needed for the medicine and carry out Orochimaru's plan. That boy is already very weak. Can't we wait until he recovers before proceeding?" Kabuto sneered, "Too bad. Thanks to you, we wasted days wandering in this misty forest. The Three Tails will eventually be discovered. We don't have time to let him recover. You wouldn't want to fail the mission and disappoint Orochimaru, would you? Don't joke about that. And don't use that tone with me again. A crystal blade hovered at Kabuto's neck, just a fraction of an inch away from piercing his throat. But Kabuto, confident in Orochimaru's orders, laughed arrogantly. If the test succeeds, and Yukimaru can suppress the three tails, I'll improve the drug formula. Before the Akatsuki Act, we'll capture the three tails for Orochimaru. Can you imagine how he'll reward you? The rain outside gradually stopped. Kabuto used his fingers to flick the crystal blade aside, stood up, and walked out. He said indifferently, Yukimaru is in your care. Don't disappoint me. Inside the cabin, only Guren and the boy on the bed were left. Exhausted, she curled up in a corner and fell asleep. Don't leave me, Mom. Yukimaru's sleep-talking woke Guren. She hurried to the bedside, only to see Yukimaru flailing his hands as if trying to grasp something. What's wrong? Guren, who had never taken care of anyone before, panicked and placed her hand in Yukimaru's so he could hold it. The warmth of his small hand startled her. So hot. And at a time like this, that bastard Kabuto. She gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. Hurriedly, she added wood to the fire, set a pot of water to boil, and returned to unbutton Yukimaru's shirt to help him cool down. So hot. Jiraiya and I were huddled in a cave, tossing roasted sweet potatoes between our hands. Jiraiya said, don't rush. Let's rest for the night and look for Yukimaru tomorrow. He pulled out a small wooden desk from who knows where, spread out some manuscripts, and began writing. Curious, I leaned over and asked, it's rare for you to write something other than your usual stuff. Aren't you worried about missing deadlines? Jiraiya pouted. Hey, don't bring that up in the middle of the night. Actually, he wanted to record the events of our journey. As for whether it would become a story, that depended on how exciting things got. By the way, I don't think I've told you about your dad. Want to hear? Of course. I sat down next to Jiraiya, holding a roasted sweet potato. Your dad was way more talented than you as a kid, but still a bit behind me. Pervy Sage is bragging again. What do you mean again? Anyway, Minato was truly incredible. Did you know, when he was 9, the Hidden Cloud sent people to kidnap your mom? They loved sneaky kidnappings and nearly got her out of the border. I raised my hand and said, I bet Dad heroically saved her. Have you heard this story from Minato before? Don't interrupt when I'm telling a story. My version has more drama. The firewood crackled in the flames, and our shadows danced on the cave walls. The sound of our banter carried far into the distance, eventually fading away. I, Naruto, woke up early the next morning to find the surrounding mountains towering majestically. The sunlight, like a super-powerful warrior of light, drove the rain clouds into retreat and pierced through the thick fog, making the forest finally visible. Jiraiya poked his head out of the cave, scratched his head, and said, the mist is gone, but this entire area is full of water, vegetation, and mountains. Trying to find one kid here is like searching for a needle in a haystack. With my hands on my hips, I proudly declared like some kid showing off to their parents. Pervy Sage, why don't you think of using that technique? Asterisk that asterisk technique? Jiraiya looked completely puzzled. I continued, Sage mode. Once you activate it, you can easily sense the chakra flow around you. If the target is within range, you can find them in no time. Jiraiya pressed his fist against my head and twisted it, scolding, are you deliberately mocking how my Sage mode isn't perfect? I don't have that kind of sensory ability. I clutched my head in pain and dodged away, saying I was talking about my Sage mode. Your Sage mode? Jiraiya frowned slightly, blocking the entrance of the cave with his tall figure. I didn't expect you to have mastered even that. I really don't know how many more secrets you're hiding. Meanwhile, in a small cabin, Guren lay weakly on a bed, watching a woman bandage the wound on her arm. Guren asked, why? Are you helping me? The woman smiled gently, as warm as the spring breeze, and said, I'm just glad you're okay. I had told my child to hide outside while I came back to grab some money and food. That's when I saw you collapsed in the snow. Luckily, it was just a minor injury. Guren asked again, you know I'm the enemy. Why? The woman replied, I heard you calling out for your mother in your sleep. You're just another poor child. Remembering her mission, Guren sat up, clutching her arm, and yelled at the woman, run, as far as you can. I'll pretend I didn't see you. The woman immediately understood, grabbed her basket, and ran out the door. At that moment, Kabuto appeared at the doorway, his pupils narrowing as he said, "Looks like you're injured. The resistance in this village seems to have some strength. Girin, are you thinking of betraying Lord Orochimaru?" The woman fled deep into the mountains, placing a leaf to her lips and blowing a sorrowful tune. It was a secret signal between her and her son. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned around joyfully, "Yukamaru," but standing behind her was Girin. The woman realized her time was up, closed her eyes, and let two streams of tears fall for her child. Blood dyed the camellias by the roadside red, their color as vivid as flames. "I'm sorry," Girin muttered as she slowly opened her eyes, lying on the edge of the bed and touching the bandage on her arm. It took all her effort to break free from her memories. She noticed the jacket draped over her, then quickly looked at the now empty wooden bed. Yukamaru was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, he ran away. Jiraiya and I sat cross-legged, back to back with our eyes closed. He asked, "Your promise with Sasuke, are you so certain he'll keep it?" I said, "Don't be fooled by how stubborn he acts. He's deeply emotional. He'll definitely come back to the village." Jiraiya opened one eye and tilted his head, saying, "You idiot. I was very close to Orochimaru once, too, but he still chose the path he's on now. What if Sasuke doesn't come back?" I shouted. "If being smart means thinking like that, then I'd rather be an idiot for the rest of my life. This is the promise I made with him, and I believe he'll keep it. I say what's on my mind. That's my way of the ninja." Jiraiya closed his eyes again, a smile forming on his lips. I considered Orochimaru my best friend, but all I got in return was helplessness and regret. Maybe when we were young, I was too focused on Tsunade to notice his twisted ideals. What I've long given up on, I see in you now. I admit it, you're a fool, but Sasuke will probably keep that promise. I grinned. "So you agree with me, pervy sage, right?" Jiraiya said, "A place where someone is thinking about you. That's where you should return." With that, he opened his eyes, wiped the tear streaks from his face, and painted over them with the toad-like war paint. Patterns appeared on his face and body as he entered sage mode. I also opened my eyes, red markings forming around them. Jiraiya looked at me, a bit enviously, and said, "The heavens really favor you, kid. Your sage mode even makes you look cooler." He placed his web hand on my back, transferring natural chakra to me. "With your perfect sage mode and my natural energy, we'll expand our sensory range and find that runaway kid in one go." Searching for someone in this complex terrain with just manpower was like fishing for the moon at the bottom of the ocean. This was the simple solution we came up with after discussing it. Since Jiraiya's sage mode didn't have sensory ability and mine couldn't last long, teamwork was the way to go. I said, "There are two chakra signatures close to each other. One is unstable but very unique." "Huh, there are four now. The other two are heading toward them." "That's Kabuto's chakra." Jiraiya face-palmed and said, "We were just talking about Orochimaru, and now this. I bet it's related to him. Is Orochimaru nearby?" I said, "I can't sense his chakra." Jiraiya withdrew his hand and walked out of the cave, wiping his face with a handkerchief. "Well, that makes things easier. Let's go and bring that kid back." I said, "Pervy Sage, you've got so many tricks up your sleeve. I didn't know Sage Mode could be used for group jutsu. Mind linking is so cool." The sage marks on my face also disappeared. Jiraiya smugly said, "I'm one of the legendary Sanin, after all." His voice grew fainter as he walked away. I packed up my things and prepared to follow when I suddenly heard a small, childlike voice. "Can you really connect minds?" Startled, I turned to see a small figure. The figure stepped forward curiously and asked, "What does mind linking feel like?" I relaxed and said, "You're Yukamaru, right? Mind linking means I know what you're thinking, and you know what I'm thinking." "Why?" "Isabu is really worried about you." Yukamaru shook his head sadly. "Everyone's gone. I don't have a place to return to." I crouched down, placed my hand on his head, and smiled. "A place where someone is thinking about you. That's where you should go back to." Yukamaru asked expectantly, "If someone's thinking about me, that's where I belong." I said, "That's right." Yukamaru said, "You're so right." Then his figure slowly disappeared. I shouted anxiously, "Yukamaru, Isabu is worried about you." "Huh? He's gone." "He probably vanished due to the influence of the three tails. always appearing and disappearing in dark or misty places. Jiraiya called from afar, "Naruto, hurry up." I said, "I'll catch up." I, Naruto, heard Girin's startled voice in a haze, struggling to open my eyes. I found myself in a vast expanse of blooming camellias. In front of Girin stood a familiar mother and child. Yukamaru was smiling blissfully, and the woman turned back to look at Girin. As I was trying to figure out what was going on, another Girin suddenly appeared beside her, holding a sharp, thin crystal blade in her hand. The second Girin walked emotionlessly toward the mother and child. Girin screamed, "Run!" and lunged forward, but her body passed right through the other figure. Slack. My heart tightened as I saw the crystal blade cut through, and the woman collapsed in front of Yukamaru. Blood seeped from her back, dyeing the surrounding camellias a deep red. A cold wind blew through, covering the mountains in snow, and the expressionless Girin dissolved into red camellia petals, falling onto the snowy ground, a stark contrast against the white. The woman, pale from blood loss, cast a pleading look at Girin, as if she had something to say. Girin quickly ran over, grabbing the woman's limp hand and pressing it to her chest. Despite her weakness, the woman's face was gentle. With tears in her voice and hope in her eyes, Girin asked, "Can you forgive me?" Unexpectedly, the woman's pupils turned into golden snake eyes, and her voice became raspy and magnetic. "You killed her, and now you're asking for such a selfish thing? You want her forgiveness." As she spoke, the woman transformed into a white snake, spitting out venomous words. "Don't even think about it. It's impossible." Terrified, Girin stumbled back a few steps and turned to run, but the white snake, like the embodiment of her sins, relentlessly pursued her. "No!" Girin screamed. "Calm down." A hoarse voice broke through. The scene in front of Girin cracked like glass, and she suddenly woke up. It turned out we were inside the stomach of the Three Tails. Thankfully, before we were swallowed, Girin had used her crystal release to create a crystal barrier, keeping us together. Girin knelt on the hard stomach wall of the Three Tails, gasping for air. It took her a while to regain her composure. She glanced at me warily and asked, "Why didn't you kill me while I was trapped in that illusion? What are you planning?" I carefully set the unconscious Yukamaru down, walked over, and crouched in front of her. "Don't worry, I don't have Orochimaru's twisted mindset." Girin shuffled back a bit, her tone sharp. "Don't lie. The enemy was unconscious right in front of you, and you, being a leaf ninja, didn't seize the opportunity? That's hard to believe. I'm not that kind of person. You're too naive. If it were me, I'd have killed you first and then figured out how to get Yukamaru out of here." I cut her off and asked, "Speaking of which, you're from Orochimaru's side, right? How's Sasuke doing?" Hearing Sasuke's name, Girin's eyes dulled as she clutched her forehead. "Don't mention that name to me. That means he's doing okay." I stood up and walked back to Yukamaru, saying, "You guys are reckless. It's a good thing Yukamaru only took a small amount of the pills. Without a medical ninja here, it'd be dangerous. I'm not very skilled in medical ninjutsu. In that case, I have to fight you. I'll defeat you first, then take Yukamaru out of here." Girin formed a massive crystal lance in her hand and pointed it at me. "Sorry, kid, but I won't go easy on you. Isait, fin. But before you beat me to a pulp, can you tell me what you think of Yukamaru?" Hearing this, Girin removed the charm from her waist, clutched it tightly, and avoided my gaze as she looked elsewhere. "I was the one who killed that boy's mother. Orochimaru wanted to build the Sound Village, so he sent me and Kabuto to attack Yukamaru's village. His mother saved me, even though I was her enemy." Tears glistened on Girin's face, falling onto the stomach wall and splashing into tiny droplets. I wanted Orochimaru's approval so badly, but in the end after getting to know Yukamaru, I realized I've done so many unforgivable things. I'm not qualified to be someone important to him. I don't even have a place to return to. I said seriously, "No matter what you've done before, different now, aren't you? If you care about someone, then speak your heart. As long as you truly care for him, you are the place he can return to, aren't you?" My words hit Girin like a knife. She trembled. No one had ever said such things to her before, and she never dared to think of it herself. Having always aimed to be Orochimaru's next vessel, she now seemed to find a new sense of purpose. "Chirp, chirp. Suddenly, the area around the crystal barrier was swarming with countless miniature Three Tails clones. Layer upon layer of them surrounded us. If not for their fear of the glowing red barrier, they would have torn us apart already. I said, looks like I'll have to fight these crazed mini Three Tails. Let me tell you, don't approach Yukamaru because of Orochimaru's orders. Use your own intentions, or you'll both end up in irreparable sadness. Girin glared at my forehead protector and retorted, aren't you just using Yukamaru to get the Three Tails for the leaf? If the leaf gets the Three Tails, you'll have limitless military power. Ever since we appeared, she had suspected we were here for Yukamaru and the Three Tails. I declared firmly, you're wrong. That's not what we're after. Don't lie. The leaf already has tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. With that kind of power, how can you criticize Orochimaru? Girin opened a gap in the crystal barrier just large enough for her to slip through. Once outside, the barrier resealed itself. Anyway, Yukamaru will live better under the leaf's care than with Orochimaru. I frowned and asked, what are you planning? I don't have the courage to face Yukamaru, but I'll protect him with my life. You must make it out alive and take care of Yukamaru for me. She gave me a bitter smile and said, I know I just tried to attack you, but don't hold it against me. I'll now use my life to carve a path for you and Yukamaru. Crystal release. Hexagonal shuriken. Hundreds of crystal shuriken appeared, fiercely shooting toward the mini Three Tails. But they had little effect, shattering upon hitting their hard shells without doing any real damage. I smiled and said, let me handle this. I understand your feelings. Don't look down on me. Girin glanced at the still unconscious Yukamaru, her eyes full of reluctance before hardening with determination. Clutching the charm to her chest, she gritted her teeth and said, I'll exchange my life for chakra. Vital point release. As chakra surged through her body, Girin used a secret technique to stimulate her heart. A massive wave of chakra erupted from her, her eyes rolling back until only the whites remained. Crystal release. Eightfold crystal wall formation. Crimson crystal spikes suddenly erupted, spreading like a virus among the mini Three Tails and encasing them all. It worked. Cough, cough. Girin knelt on the stomach wall, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. The overuse of chakra had drained her life force. This was the price of power. Crack, crack. The camellia crystal in Yukamaru's hand began to show cracks. As if guided by some unseen force, he slowly opened his eyes. I sighed and asked, are you okay? This is my own doing. Cough, cough. Girin coughed up more blood. Yukamaru woke just in time to see this. He rushed to the crystal barrier, pressing against it. Through the barrier, he asked worriedly, Girin, what's wrong? Yukamaru, tears streaming down her face, Girin shouted, enough. Yukamaru, the one who took away the place you should have returned to, the one who dyed the white camellias with your mother's blood into red camellias, the one who killed your mother was me. To gain Orochimaru's favor, I used you, approached you, and gained your trust. Yukamaru looked at Girin sorrowfully and murmured, Girin. Girin yelled, you must hate me. You must want to kill me for deceiving you. Go with this leaf ninja. I'm just a demon. You idiot, what are you saying? Shut up, I shouted angrily. Yukamaru, Girin regrets what she's done. No matter what, she'll protect you and think of you. Girin said nothing. Finally, she spoke, I know. No matter how much I regret or apologize, my sins can't just be erased. If taking my life will ease your hatred and bring you peace, I'm willing. Yukamaru looked at her, holding up the camellia crystal through the barrier and smiling. Girin, you don't hate me. Girin's eyes widened in disbelief. Girin is kind. Where Girin is, that's where I should return. I wish Girin could return to where I am too. Goo. More mini Three Tails surrounded Girin, each about the size of a person. Their single eyes burned with fury as they glared at her. You'll be safe in there. Stay put and wait for me. Girin stood up shakily, pressing a hand to her chest. Leaf Kid, promise me you'll take care of Yukamaru. Boom! A golden figure smashed through the crystal barrier and appeared in front of Girin. I turned and said, you really like to control everything, huh? I told you I'll handle this. Chapter 76, 3 and 9. Kabuto decided to go with the flow and ordered Peiji, well then, Peiji the rain shelter, hold him off for me and buy me time to escape. It seems I have no choice. Sorry, young one. Peiji turned to face Jiraiya, but upon recognizing him, he quickly turned back to Kabuto, shaking his head frantically. If I'm not mistaken, this is Jiraiya, the one whom Lord Hanzo granted the title of Sanin. I can't do it. He's too strong. Kabuto's forehead veins bulged in frustration, and he shouted, "Are you an idiot? You useless fool. Apologies for being a useless fool, but your demand is too unreasonable. This is one of the legendary Sanin we're talking about." Jiraiya ignored their bickering, releasing his hands from their clasped position. In a low voice, he asked, "You mentioned digging up Hanzo's grave in the Land of Rain. That old guy's dead? Why wasn't it publicly announced? And why hasn't their military moved? Who's in charge now?" Peiji was stunned. "What? Lord Hanzo is dead. The one in charge now." Kabuto seized the opportunity, controlling Peiji to charge at Jiraiya while he disappeared in an instant. Jiraiya grabbed Peiji's hands, twisting them behind his back and pinning him to the ground with his foot. "Did he get away?" he muttered regretfully. From Peiji's mouth came Kabuto's voice. "You're different from Lord Orochimaru. So soft-hearted. To repay your mercy in not striking me down immediately, I'll give you some intel. Hanzo was killed by the leader of the Akatsuki pain. Their headquarters is in the Land of Rain. This is information Lord Orochimaru brought back after leaving the organization. It's absolutely true." With that, Peiji's body turned into gray paper and scattered in the wind. Jiraiya stared at the drifting scraps of paper, frowning. Those guys won't be easy to deal with. Even Hanzo. Back in the stomach of the Three Tails, Girin stared at the scene behind me in shock. Chakra claws extended, pinning all the mini Three Tails to the ground. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free. Kurama, yeah. In the deeper layers of my mind, the Nine Tails opened its domain. The enraged Three Tails roared upon seeing me. "Let me kill that woman. How dare she? How dare she?" In truth, the Three Tails had regained its senses when Yukimaru woke up. But knowing Yukimaru's suffering was linked to Girin, it still wanted to attack her. The Nine Tails placed its tail on the Three Tails' back, stroking from head to tail. "TCH, same as always. You lose your mind whenever it comes to kids." The Three Tails calmed down and said, "Kurama, it's been a long time. Finally ready to talk properly, huh? Honestly, none of you ever give me a break." I said, "Isabu, you know how Yukimaru feels. Let him make his own choice, okay?" The Three Tails stared at me for a long moment before saying slowly, "No wonder you know my name. You and Yukimaru must both have screws loose." It then pointed at its head and said to the Nine Tails, "Kurama, your Jinchuriki is an idiot, isn't he?" The Nine Tails, recalling how I forgave Obito, nodded. "This kid's not exactly normal." "Hey, Kurama, that's too much." I tugged at the fur on the Nine Tails' leg and held out my fist to the Three Tails. "Come on, fist bump, Isabu." The Three Tails looked surprised. "Fist bump, There's a lot you're entitled to know," the Nine Tails said, smoothing out the fur I'd ruffled. "Is that so?" The Three Tails extended its claw, lightly tapping my fist. Chakra flowed between us. In an instant, it saw a flood of memories. The sheer volume of information startled it so much that it stood up and fell backward. The Three Tails stared at the Nine Tails in disbelief. That really happened. The Nine Tails swished its tail and walked over, extending its fist. "Isabu, lend me your chakra. I understand." The Three Tails' fiery red claw touched the fox's paw. A glowing three appeared on one of the Nine Tails' tails. Satisfied, it nodded. "Now get out of this place quickly and find somewhere else to live." I said, "I have a great place in mind." The Three Tails swished its tail, propping itself up. It looked at me and the Nine Tails seriously and said, "I'm counting on you too. Naruto, Kurama." What had happened in the deeper mental space passed in an instant. I released the mini Three Tails and waved at them. They obediently cleared a path. What a joke. A kid about Sasuke's age is already this strong. Girin felt defeated. She thought to herself, no wonder Orochimaru's attitude toward me shifted from admiration to indifference. These younger generations, I extended a golden chakra arm, picking up Yukimaru and placing him on my back. Turning to Girin, I said, "You heard what he said, didn't you? Even after knowing the truth, he forgave you. He wants to be the place you can return to. Are you really going to abandon that innocence? Girin stared at me in surprise as I picked her up. Once she realized what was happening, she started hitting my head and said shyly, "What are you doing? Put me down." Yukamaru peeked over my shoulder, smiling at Girin. "That's great, Girin. Big brother will definitely get us out of here." Girin deliberately turned her head, avoiding Yukamaru's innocent smile. Seeing his face, which resembled his mother's, filled her with guilt. Yukamaru pouted sadly. "Girin." Following the path cleared by the many three tails, I quickly found a place resembling a waterfall. A massive three tails head sculpture stood at the edge, clear lake water flowing from its mouth. I jumped in with them. A multicolored bubble enveloped us, transporting us from the stomach space and quickly surfacing in the lake. Pervy sage. The bubble burst as it brought us to shore. I set Girin down and waved happily at Jiraiya. "I thought you'd become the three tails' lunch." Jiraiya was about to tease, but the massive head of the three tails emerged from the water, its single eye glaring at him. Jiraiya immediately bowed. "I'm sorry. I spoke too loudly just now." I jumped onto the three tails' back and said to Yukamaru, "We're heading to a new place. You and Girin can live well there." Yukamaru beamed. "Thank you, big brother." Jiraiya didn't ask any questions, simply leaping onto the three tails' back. He figured following me was enough, even if it disrupted his original plans. But Girin said seriously, "Take Yukamaru with you." "Girin?" Yukamaru asked in confusion. Jiraiya was also puzzled. "Why?" Girin turned away, unable to meet Yukamaru's eyes. "I think this is best for both me and the boy." You're a hopeless idiot." I shook my head and pointed at Yukamaru. "This is about two people's futures. How can you make such a decision on your own without even asking Yukamaru? Leaving like this will only make him suffer more. People are like that. They keep regretting and blaming themselves. Do you think that's okay?" Jiraiya said calmly. "You used to work for Orochimaru, right? After failing the mission, you're probably useless to him now. He won't care about throwing you away. This kid needs you more." I gave Yukamaru a reassuring look. He nodded and stepped forward, saying, "Girin may seem hard to get along with, but she's actually very kind, isn't she?" Girin replied coldly, "Don't say such things. You and that foolish woman are the same, helping the enemy even though you know the consequences. Mom said happiness and good memories won't always save people. Sometimes, the better the memories, the more painful they are for those who leave and those who stay. But people without memories are even more pitiful. She and I can see that Girin has a kind heart. Then wouldn't being with me make you suffer even more? Why are you so persistent?" "Yes, when you said you'd kill my mom, it felt like my chest was going to split open." Yukamaru's expression darkened. Holding the camellia crystal, his eyes softened. He jumped off the three tails' back, and Girin quickly turned to catch him. Yukamaru curled up in her arms, taking a deep breath. "But even so, I want to be the place where Girin can return. If you won't leave, I won't leave either because I like Girin." "You idiot. I'm sorry. Girin burst into tears, hugging Yukamaru tightly and apologizing over and over. "Since that's the case, I'll support you too." The three tails' deep voice rumbled as it wrapped its massive tail around them, lifting them onto its back. "Take care of this boy. He suffered more than he should because of you. Don't hurt him again." Jiraiya sat cross-legged. I had explained Girin and Yukamaru's situation to him earlier. With a complex tone, he said, "This kid is truly rare. Can love really resolve hatred? And to think tailed beasts also have emotions similar to humans. That's just human prejudice." The three tails snorted, swimming swiftly toward the island I had mentioned. Feeling the sea breeze, Jiraiya patted the three tails back apologetically. "I thought you were some creepy, emotionless monster. I'll treat you to a drink to make up for it." The three tails coldly refused. "I only like the innocence of human children. I'm not some creepy villain, and I don't drink with old men. So cold when it comes to my age." At a dango shop. "You're here again, young man." An elderly woman set down a plate of tricolor dango in front of a man in a black cloak with red clouds and a mask. She had locked her granddaughter in a back room, afraid this young man who came every year for dango might be some kind of perverted schemer with a dark agenda. "Oh my, these dango are delicious. By the way, ma'am, has anyone gone to that lake recently?" The masked man happily took the plate and turned his back to eat. The old woman thought for a moment and then said uncertainly, I think an old man with a pervy look and a kid came by earlier, saying they were looking for something. What? Oh, it's nothing. Just curious. Your dango is the best. The masked man waved dismissively, his voice lowering. I left something important there. I might go retrieve it someday, but it seems someone's already taken it. Meanwhile, as the Three Tails approached its destination, a small boat was docked by the shore. Two figures walked through the bustling streets. One, a slick-back man, looked excitedly at the lively crowd, saying, so the intel was wrong. This place isn't as poor as we thought. There are so many people. Imagine if they all joined the faith. Drop that boring idea. If you scare off the target, I'll kill you, the other whispered harshly. Then, looking at the majestic bridge by the sea, he said, it's because of this bridge. Even in poor areas, where money flows, prosperity follows. A genius idea. He pulled out a thick book, flipping to a specific page and pointing at a photo. This man's last known mission was here. His head is worth 10 million. Oh my goodness. Kabuto, seeing the situation, decided to go with the flow and ordered Peiji, well then, Peiji the rain shelter, hold him off for me and buy me time to escape. It seems I have no choice. Sorry, young one. The elderly man with an overly confident face took a clear look at his opponent and quickly turned back to Kabuto, shaking his head. If I'm not mistaken, this is Jiraiya, one of the Sanin, personally named by Lord Hanzo. I can't handle him. He's way too strong. Kabuto's forehead veins bulged in frustration as he shouted, Are you an idiot? You useless pawn. Apologies for being a useless pawn, but isn't this just too much? That's one of the Sanin we're talking about. Jiraiya released his clasped hands, completely ignoring their quarrel, and asked in a deep voice, You just mentioned digging up Hanzo's grave in a land of rain. Is that old guy dead? Why wasn't this news announced publicly? Even the military hasn't shown any movement. Who's in charge now? Peiji, who once served as Hanzo's right-hand man, exclaimed, What? Lord Hanzo is gone too. The current ruler. Kabuto seized the opportunity, forcibly controlling Peiji to launch a straightforward attack at Jiraiya, while he disappeared with a swoosh. Jiraiya caught Peiji's wrists, twisting them behind his back, and pinned him to the ground with his foot. He got away. Jiraiya muttered regretfully. From Peiji's mouth came Kabuto's voice. You're nothing like Lord Orochimaru. You're far too soft-hearted. As thanks for not eliminating me immediately, I'll share some intel with you. Hanzo was killed by the leader of the Akatsuki pain. Their headquarters is in the Land of Rain. This is information Lord Orochimaru brought back after leaving the organization. It's 100% true. With that, Peiji's body dissolved into gray paper, scattering into the wind. Jiraiya stared at the drifting paper scraps, frowning. Those guys are seriously dangerous. Even Hanzo. This is... Girin stared blankly at the scene behind me, where several chakra claws extended, pinning the many Three Tails to the ground. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't break free. Kurama, yeah. Inside the deeper mental space, the Nine Tails unfolded its domain. The furious Three Tails, noticing my sudden appearance, roared, Let me kill that woman. She dared to... In truth, the Three Tails had regained its senses when Yukamaru woke up. But upon understanding the events, knowing that Yukamaru's suffering stemmed from Girin, it still harbored anger and wanted to lash out at her. The Nine Tails draped its tail over the Three Tails' back, stroking it from head to tail, grinning as it said, "Tisif, still the same old you. The moment it involves kids, you lose your temper." Calmed slightly by the Nine Tails, the Three Tails said, "Kurama, huh? It's been a long time. Finally ready to talk properly? Seriously, none of you ever give me a break." I spoke up, "Isabu, you know Yukamaru's feelings. Let him make his own choice." The Three Tails stared at my clear eyes with its single one for a long time, then said slowly, "No wonder you know my name. You and Yukamaru must both have screws loose." After its evaluation, it raised a claw and pointed at its head, saying to Kurama, "Kurama, your Jinchuriki is an idiot, isn't he?" The Nine Tails, recalling how I forgave Obito, nodded. "This kid is a bit different from normal people." "Hey, that's too much, Kurama." I tugged at the Nine Tails' fur and held out my fist to the Three Tails. "Come on, fist bump, Isabu." The Three Tails looked surprised. Fist bump. Oomph. There's a lot you deserve to know, the Nine-Tails said as it smoothed out its fur where I'd messed it up. Is that so? The Three-Tails extended its claw, lightly tapping my fist. As our chakra connected, the Three-Tails was flooded with memories, as if it had just binged over 1,000 episodes of story. Overwhelmed, it reared up on its hind legs before collapsing backward. The Three-Tails stared at Kurama in disbelief. That really happened. Kurama swished its tail and approached the fallen Three-Tails, holding out its paw. Isabu, lend me your chakra. Understood. The Three-Tails' fiery red claw touched the Nine-Tails' paw. One of the Nine-Tails' tails lit up with the numeral 3. Satisfied, it nodded. Now leave this habitat and find somewhere else to live. I suddenly said, I know a perfect place. The Three-Tails swished its tail, propping itself up, and solemnly said to me and Kurama, I'm counting on you too. Naruto, Kurama. What had transpired in the mental space passed in an instant. I released the mini Three-Tails and waved at them. They obediently cleared a path. What a joke. A kid about Sasuke's age is already this strong. Girin was visibly shaken. Comparing my strength to Sasuke's, she thought to herself, no wonder Orochimaru's attitude toward me shifted from admiration to indifference over the years. These younger generations, I extended a golden chakra arm, picking up Yukamaru and placing him on my back. Turning to Girin, I said, You heard what he said, didn't you? Even after knowing the truth, he forgave you and wants to be your safe harbor. Are you really going to give up on that innocence? Girin stared at me in shock as I lifted her with both arms. Once she realized what was happening, she started hitting my head, blushing as she said, What are you doing? Put me down. Yukamaru peeked over my shoulder, smiling at Girin. That's great, Girin. Big brother will definitely get us out of here. Girin deliberately turned her head away, avoiding Yukamaru's innocent smile. Seeing his face, which resembled his mother's, filled her with guilt. Yukamaru pouted sadly. Girin, following the path cleared by the many Three-Tails, I quickly found a place resembling a waterfall. A massive Three-Tails head sculpture stood with its mouth open, clear lake water flowing from it. I brought the two of them inside. A multicolored bubble enveloped us, transporting us from the stomach space and quickly surfacing in the lake. Pervy sage. The bubble burst as it brought us to shore. I set Girin down and waved happily at Jiraiya. I thought you'd become the Three-Tails dinner. Jiraiya was about to tease when the massive head of the Three-Tails emerged from the water, its single eye glaring at him. Jiraiya immediately bowed. Sorry, I spoke too loudly just now. I jumped onto the Three-Tails' back and said to Yukamaru, We're heading to a new place. You and Girin can live there peacefully. Yukamaru beamed. Thank you, big brother. Jiraiya didn't ask any questions, simply leaping onto the Three-Tails' back. He figured following me was enough, even if it disrupted his original plans. But Girin stayed behind, saying seriously, Take Yukamaru with you. Girin? Yukamaru asked in confusion. Jiraiya was puzzled. What? Girin turned away, unable to meet Yukamaru's eyes. I think this is best for both me and the boy. You're a hopeless idiot. I shook my head and pointed at Yukamaru. This is about two people's futures. How can you make such a decision on your own without even asking Yukamaru? Leaving like this will only make him suffer more. People are like that. They regret and blame themselves. Do you think that's okay? Jiraiya said calmly. You were one of Orochimaru's subordinates, right? After failing the mission, you're probably useless to him now. He won't care about throwing you away. This kid needs you more. I gave Yukamaru a reassuring look. He nodded and stepped forward, saying, Girin may seem hard to get along with, but she's actually very kind, isn't she? Girin replied coldly, Don't say such things. You and that foolish woman are the same. Helping the enemy, even though you know the consequences. Mom said happiness and good memories won't always save people. Sometimes, the better the memories, the more painful they are for those who leave and those who stay. But people without memories are even more pitiful. She and I can see that Girin has a kind heart. Then wouldn't being with me make you suffer even more? Why are you so persistent? Yes, when you said you killed my mom, it felt like my chest was going to split open. Yukamaru's expression darkened. Holding the camellia crystal, his eyes softened. He jumped off the three tails back, and Girin quickly turned to catch him. Yukamaru curled up in her arms, taking a deep breath. But even so, I want to be the place where Girin can return. If you won't leave, I won't leave either because I like Girin. You idiot. I'm sorry. Girin burst into tears, hugging Yukamaru tightly and apologizing over and over. Since that's the case, I'll support you too. The three tails' deep voice rumbled as it wrapped its massive tail around them, lifting them onto its back. Take care of this boy. He's suffered more than he should because of you. Don't hurt him again. Jiraiya sat cross-legged. I had explained Girin and Yukamaru's situation to him earlier. With a complex tone, he said, "This kid is truly rare. Can love really resolve hatred? And to think tailed beasts also have emotions similar to humans. That's just human prejudice." The three tails snorted, swimming swiftly toward the island I had mentioned. Feeling the sea breeze, Jiraiya patted the three tails back apologetically. "I thought you were some creepy, emotionless monster. I'll treat you to a drink to make up for it." The three tails coldly refused. "I only like the innocence of human children. I'm not some creepy villain, and I don't drink with old men. So cold when it comes to my age." At a dango shop. "You're here again, young man." An elderly woman set down a plate of tricolored dango in front of a man in a black cloak with red clouds and a mask. She had locked her granddaughter in a back room, afraid this young man who came every year for dango might be some kind of perverted schemer with a dark agenda. "Oh my, these dango are delicious. By the way, ma'am, has anyone gone to that lake recently?" The masked man happily took the plate and turned his back to eat. The old woman thought for a moment and then said uncertainly, "I think an old man with a pervy look and a kid came by earlier, saying they were looking for something." "Why?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just curious. Your dango is the best." The masked man waved dismissively, his voice lowering. "I left something important there. I might go retrieve it someday, but it seems someone's already taken it." Meanwhile, as the three tails approached its destination, a small boat was docked by the shore. Two figures walked through the bustling streets. One, a slick-backed man, looked excitedly at the lively crowd, saying, "So the intel was wrong. This place isn't as poor as we thought. There's so many people. Imagine if they all joined the faith." "Drop that boring idea. If you scare off the target, I'll kill you," the other whispered harshly. Then, looking at the majestic bridge by the sea, he said, "It's because of this bridge. Even in poor areas where money flows, prosperity follows." A genius idea. He pulled out a thick book, flipping to a specific page and pointing at a photo. "This man's last known mission was here. His head is worth 10 million. I, Naruto, sat on the back of the three tails with Girin, and Jiraiya. Yukamaru cautiously dipped his fingers into the seawater, tasted it, and his eyes lit up instantly. "Wow, so salty. This bitter taste is exactly like what they wrote in the books. It's absolutely spot on." As we neared the island, the three tails conjured a thick mist around it to avoid being seen and causing unnecessary chaos. It said, "This is as far as I can take you." We hopped off its back, landing on the waves beneath us. I waved at it and said, "Thanks for everything. Go enjoy the ocean, and let's keep in touch." With the matter resolved, the three tails reverted to its quiet, stoic, turtle-like demeanor and turned back toward the sea. Before disappearing completely, it glanced back at Yukamaru with its single eye. Still in Girin's arms, Yukamaru smiled and shouted, "Thank you, Isabu." The three tails made a snorting sound before its mountainous body sank into the water, leaving no trace. We walked on the waves toward the towering bridge ahead. Even someone as experienced as Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, humans have a natural sense of awe toward massive structures. He exclaimed, "I can't believe this. The people here have come so far. 10 years ago, when I visited, they were completely disorganized and didn't understand the concept of unity. Looks like you've done some big things here, Naruto." I scratched my head and said, "Actually, it's because everyone worked together with a shared goal. No matter how hard something seems, it's doable if hearts and efforts align." I began recounting the story of what had happened in the Land of Waves. Jiraiya listened and then said with admiration, "You've really got something special. You managed to dispel the fear in people's hearts and help them find their courage again. I've only ever seen something like that in your dad." I rubbed my chin and turned to Girin. There's someone here who's been thriving recently. I'll introduce you to him. You two share a similar hobby, so maybe you'll hit it off and become friends. Girin looked puzzled. A hobby similar to mine? When we arrived at the town in the land of waves, it was bustling with activity, completely different from how it had been half a year ago. Merchants, carts, and tourists filled the streets, and the town was lively and full of energy. A blonde, sharp-eyed woman was directing workers as they unloaded cargo. Leaning against a cart, she stretched lazily and wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. From now on, the transport of goods between the hidden cloud and the land of waves is in your hands, meow, she said in a languid tone. A burly man wearing a luxurious fur coat was focused on the cargo manifest in his hands. After confirming everything was in order, he nodded and replied, "Good work. I'll make sure the goods are stocked and sold as quickly as possible." The woman yawned and casually glanced at the massive sword strapped to the man's back. The man sensed her gaze and was about to speak when the woman interrupted, "Don't worry. We follow the trade guild's rules here. No snitching to the hidden mist. We won't give up lucrative business collaborations either. That's also the rakeage directive, Zabuza Momochi-san." Zabuza's eyes narrowed, and he pulled a sunbond needle from Haku's pouch, flinging it toward the woman. But the woman didn't flinch, and the sunbond merely grazed her hair as it flew past. Following Zabuza's gaze, I reached out with 2 fingers and effortlessly caught the sunbond midair. The cloud ninja beside the woman grew angry. "What are you doing?" The woman shrugged, acting as if nothing had happened. "Is he your enemy? If you want our help, it'll cost extra, meow." Zabuza shook his head and said, "If I need you, I'll let you know. Not now." He then raised his voice and called out behind her, "Long time no see, Leaf Brat." Girin, holding Yukamaru's hand, glanced at me and said, "Quite the unique way to greet someone. Didn't you say you two were on good terms?" I tossed the sunbon aside and said helplessly, "We've got a bit of a personal history, Uncle Zabuza." Zabuza bared his shark-like teeth in a grin and said to the Cloud Ninja, "I've arranged the finest accommodations for you. Rest up for a few days." Then he motioned for Haku to escort the Cloud Ninja to their lodging. As Haku passed by the blonde woman, he discreetly covered his mouth and whispered, "Zabuza-san has prepared 2 tons of premium catnip as an apology." The woman's throat moved, and she shivered slightly as if ants were crawling all over her. Lowering her voice, she said, "Thanks. If the goods are pure enough, I can help you connect with the Ninja Cat Network, meow." Zabuza said, "It's an honor to have an old friend visit. I apologize if the hospitality isn't up to par." Only after watching Haku escort the Cloud Ninja away did Zabuza relax. He had received intel that during the Leaf's Chunin exams, the Hidden Cloud had attempted to kidnap the Hyuga clan's heiress. The newly appointed 5th Hokage was putting pressure on the Hidden Cloud, leading to tensions between the two sides. Zabuza had to keep their interactions minimal. I stared curiously at the blonde Cloud Ninja, and Zabuza coughed twice before saying, "Brat, didn't Kakashi and that Uchiha kid come with you?" "It's a long story. Things have been hectic lately." "Oh, right. Let me introduce you to—" I turned to gesture, only to realize Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. Awkwardly, I continued, "My new friends, Girin and Yukamaru. I was hoping you could help them get new identities here." After hearing my explanation, Zabuza pounded his chest and said, "Got it. Leave it to me. If money can solve it, it's no problem. I owe you guys anyway." Yukamaru beamed. "That's great, Girin." Zabuza quickly summoned an attendant to escort Girin and Yukamaru away. I waved goodbye, watching them chat happily, full of hope for the future. A smile unknowingly crept onto my face. Zabuza muttered, "You've got some strange friends. A grown woman who likes little boys? That kind of thing doesn't fly in a hidden mist." I chuckled awkwardly and changed the subject. "Anyway, how are Inari and old man Tsunade doing?" "Tsunade's still the same old geezer. As for Inari," Zabuza glanced at his fancy watch and said, "Looks like he's about to show up. Big bro Naruto." I saw Inari running toward me from afar, wearing a fisherman's hat. He dove into my arms. I ruffled his hair vigorously. "Long time no see, Inari. You've grown taller and stronger. I'm Zabuza-san and Hakunai's apprentice now." Zabuza said coldly, "Humph. We've only taught him some basics for dealing with sea pirates." After some brief catching up, Zabuza led us to their training grounds. Along the way, he explained the current situation in the Land of Waves, mentioning plans to establish a trade route with the Leaf for mutual economic benefit. I took the discussion seriously, repeatedly emphasizing the need for coordination to ensure long-term peace and security for both sides. As we walked through the forest, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense and quiet. I stopped in my tracks, frowning as I looked back. Two figures in black cloaks with red clouds stood at the edge of the path. A silver-haired man with slicked-back hair carried an oversized, blood-red scythe on his shoulder. Tilting his head back, he said, "So you're here. Took us long enough to find you." Kakuzu pulled out a book, flipping to the page with Zabuza's photo. After a careful comparison, he nodded. "No doubt about it. It's him." Then he found a rock to sit on and urged, "Get it over with. There's no money involved, so don't make a mess. Take care of the two brats, too." Haydn cracked his neck, the sound echoing loudly as he said irritably, "You godless atheist, always bossing me around to deal with the dirty work." Kakuzu replied flatly, "The only thing worth worshipping is money." Clang! The heavy clang of Zabuza's executioner's blade colliding with Haydn's scythe sent sparks flying. Haydn blocked Zabuza's strike, his interest piqued. "You're pretty strong," he said with excitement. "Perfect for venting all the frustration I've been holding in from Kakuzu's nagging." Zabuza, ever the seasoned fugitive, immediately sensed the danger these two posed. His expression turned serious as he said, "Naruto, take Inari and leave. I'll handle these two." Oh boy, this is quite the action-packed scene. Here's the full translation, sentence by sentence. Zabuza lifted his leg and swung it toward Haydn, who let out a grunt. Still holding his scythe in a striking pose, Haydn was kicked several meters away. Haydn, however, seemed thrilled. He turned his head and shouted to Kakuzu, "This guy's crazy strong. That kick had as much force as that guy who fights alongside Itachi." Kakuzu responded calmly, "Well, he used to be part of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. His taijutsu is naturally on par." However, Kakuzu furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at me. I could feel that he sensed some kind of strange pressure emanating from me. Behind me, Inari clenched his fists tightly, exclaiming excitedly, "Teacher is so awesome." Zabuza stepped back in front of us and, looking a bit annoyed, said to me, "Your style now is exactly the same as when you fought me and Haku back then. Hurry up and take this deadweight and leave." Secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Suddenly, dozens of mirrors made of ice appeared, surrounding Haydn. In one of the mirrors, Haku's graceful figure appeared. With an apologetic expression, he said, "I'm sorry, but I won't let you kill Mr. Zabuza." Zabuza's mouth almost stretched into a grin as he teased, "Looks like you've got everything arranged nicely for our guest." "Sorry I'm late, Mr. Zabuza." "No, you've come just in time." Haydn, completely baffled by the sudden turn of events, shouted, "What the hell is this? Kakuzu, what are you just standing there for? You want me to help?" Kakuzu said nonchalantly. Though he spoke of helping, it was clear he had no intention of getting involved as he remained seated, as if glued to the rock beneath him. Zabuza thought to himself, "Are these two at odds?" He raised his hand, and thick mist began to rise from the ground, engulfing Haydn and Kakuzu. "No matter what, we've got the advantage now," he said before vanishing into the dense fog. Hey, now, I can't see a thing." Haydn swung his red scythe at one of the ice mirrors where Haku stood. He thought he could easily smash the boy and the ice together, but before the mirror shattered, Haku's figure mysteriously disappeared. "Sorry, but physical attacks like that won't harm me." Haydn turned toward the direction of the voice, only to see Haku's image appearing in every mirror. Each one of them held sunbon needles in an attacking stance. The shards of a shattered mirror reassembled themselves into a new ice mirror. "What?" Sunbon rained down from all angles, and though Haydn swung his scythe wildly to block, several sunbon still pierced him. One even stabbed straight through his neck, forcing him to kneel on the ground. His scythe slipped from his grasp. Through the mist, Kakuzu could vaguely make out Haydn being attacked. He remarked, "This little guy's ability is quite interesting. You're the one who should be worried." Zabuza's cold voice came from behind Kakuzu. The sound of the executioner's blade slicing through the air followed as it aimed for Kakuzu's head. Clang! What? Zabuza's pupils widened. Kakuzu had blocked the massive blade with just his hand. That texture, it's stone. Looks like you're quite skilled with earth release. Zabuza noticed Kakuzu's entire arm turning pitch black. He quickly withdrew his blade and stepped back. Although his critical strike had failed, Zabuza had gleaned some of Kakuzu's abilities. Realizing the opponent was tricky, he joked to throw him off, but your partner wasn't so lucky. My team already took care of him. Kakuzu replied calmly. You're the one misreading the situation, Momochi Zabuza. What did you say? Zabuza's heart skipped a beat as he quickly glanced toward Haku. Apologies, bounty hunter, but for Mr. Zabuza's sake, I must go all out against you. I suggest you don't move, or you might sever an artery. The ice mirrors vanished as Haku appeared beside the now severely weakened Haiden, apologizing again. Suddenly, Haiden grabbed Haku's pale wrist and pulled the senbon from his neck with his other hand. Glaring viciously, he growled, Ugh, that hurts, you little brat. You must be Zabuza's lackey, huh? His voice came out as a roar, distorted by the hole in his throat. Haku was shocked by Haiden's vitality. In disbelief, he said, How is this possible? Aren't you worried about injuring a vital spot? He tried to stab Haiden again with another senbon, but Haiden pulled out a kunai from nowhere and blocked the attack effortlessly. His strength was overwhelming, forcing Haku to struggle to hold on. Slash! Blood splattered. Haku stumbled back several steps. Zabuza's executioner's blade slashed diagonally into Haiden's shoulder, even knocking off the forehead protector tied around his neck. Don't touch Haku, Zabuza growled furiously. Haiden grimaced in pain, gripping the massive blade to stop himself from being cleaved in two. Stop getting heavier, damn it. This hurts. You're really testing my patience. The executioner's blade, lodged in Haiden's shoulder, began absorbing his blood, growing heavier and heavier. Kakuzu, with his extensive combat experience, immediately discerned the blade's ability. Not much blood is spilling out. Judging by his condition, that sword must be absorbing his blood. Seeing Haiden still full of life despite the injury, Zabuza was stunned. Are you immortal or something? Doubting me? Why not see for yourself? Haiden lightly kicked the chain attached to his scythe, sending it swinging towards Zabuza, but Zabuza, having anticipated the move, blocked it with his blade. Haiden released the scythe, grabbed the chain, and pulled it back, shouting to Kakuzu, Don't interfere. I'll use them for the ritual. You can take the entire 10 million bounty. Kakuzu nodded in agreement. Fine. You've convinced me. 10 million bounty? My ears perked up as I suddenly understood. I smacked my fist into my palm and exclaimed, I see. No wonder they found me so quickly, and why it's not Itachi and Kisame handling this. Naruto and Inari, standing nearby, was startled by my sudden outburst. Kakuzu sat back down on a rock and, after some thought, reminded Haiden, Don't get careless, or someone might die. That's not something you should say to me, If anything, I wish they'd just kill me already. Haiden stepped into the pool of his own blood, drawing a circle with a triangle inside it. Seeing Haiden still full of energy, Zabuza, though uninjured, grew uneasy. How can such an absurd ability, like immortality, exist in this world? He glanced at Kakuzu, beginning to strategize his next move. One enemy with unknown abilities but skilled in earth release, and another who's immortal, with a suspicious-looking ritual circle under his feet. Mr. Zabuza. Haku, holding senbon, crouched before Zabuza and said, Please allow me to test their abilities. Zabuza, clearly angry, smacked Haku aside with the flat of his executioner's blade. What kind of nonsense is that? Even after being sent flying, Haku wasn't upset. Blushing, he smiled brightly as if pleased. But only Zabuza understood how tough this battle would be. He shouted to me, Naruto, take Haku and Inari and get out of here. Mr. Zabuza, that guy's immortal, but our lives and chakra are limited. The longer this fight drags on, the worse it gets for us. If you're not by my side, I can fully unleash my silent killing technique. But, do as I say. Are you two done flirting yet? Haiden grumbled, rubbing his shoulder. Using such a weird weapon to slash me. and it even sucked up a lot of my blood. That hurt like hell. You inconsiderate jerk. You'll face divine punishment for this. Haiden swung his scythe towards Zabuza, who vanished back into the mist. Left without a clear target, Haiden wildly flailed the chain, his scythe cutting through the fog aimlessly. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the mist as Zabuza's hiding spots were repeatedly struck by Haiden's scythe, forcing him to block with his blade. Each time the scythe collided with something, Haiden reeled it back to check for blood before flinging it again. Eventually, the scythe grazed Zabuza's cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Gritting his teeth, Zabuza muttered, "This fighting style is so damn crude." Haiden reeled in his scythe, ecstatic to see a faint smear of blood on it. "Jackpot!" he exclaimed. Hearing Haiden shout, Kakuzu closed his eyes and remarked, "Looks like it's over." "What's he so excited for?" "It's just a bit of blood." Zabuza assumed the scythe was coated in poison and wiped the blood from his face with his thumb to inspect it. Finding nothing suspicious, he grew even more tense at Haiden's peculiar behavior. "You've been cursed by me. The ritual begins now." Haiden stuck out his tongue and licked the blood off the scythe's tip. His skin began to darken, turning pitch black. "What's this guy doing?" Zabuza wondered aloud. "Mr. Zabuza, I know." My voice suddenly reached his ears. "Naruto, why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to take Haku and Inari and leave?" Zabuza shouted anxiously. All right, save the scolding for later. You're in serious danger right now." I turned toward Kakuzu and shouted, "Hey Kakuzu, if Mr. Zabuza offers you 50 million, will you let us go?" Kakuzu slowly stood up, replying, "That's breaking the rules. We bounty hunters have principles, you know." I continued, "Here's a secret. Mr. Zabuza is one of the wealthiest men in the ninja world right now. If you kill him, all you'll get is 10 million. Are you really going to let Haiden continue?" Haiden, sensing something amiss, raised his scythe, ready to stab it into his own chest to complete the ritual. But suddenly, glowing green eyes lit up in the mist. Countless gray threads emerged, wrapping tightly around Haiden and immobilizing him. Hey, what are you doing? Don't interrupt my ritual." Haiden shouted angrily. Kakuzu appeared beside Haiden, his bead-like eyes narrowing with a sly grin. "You better pay extra." There you go. Hopefully, the translations captured all the humor, drama, and chaos in this intense scene. "What the hell is going on?" Zabuza waved his hand, and with a single motion, the thick mist that had covered the entire battlefield instantly dissipated. At this moment, Kakuzu was carefully scrutinizing Zabuza, who was draped in a luxurious fur coat, with his small, green bean-like eyes. Among those present, only Haiden truly understood how devastating Naruto's mention of Zabuza being one of the wealthiest individuals in the ninja world was to Kakuzu. Naruto leaned in close to Zabuza's ear and whispered softly, "We can talk about the other stuff later. Right now, just hand over some money to that tentacle-covered guy." Zabuza inwardly cursed. Damn Konoha brats are such a pain. He reached into his tiger skin coat, pulled out a thin bankbook, and tossed it through the air toward Kakuzu. With a crisp whoosh, Kakuzu caught the bankbook steadily. Carefully opening it, he took just a brief glance. The golden light that shot out from the page was as dazzling as a searchlight. Haiden yelled, "I've never seen that look on your face before. How much is in there?" "Shut up," Kakuzu snapped, quickly closing the bankbook and tucking it into his sleeve. His gray threads unraveled, pulling Haiden out of the ritual circle. Haiden's strange blackened skin gradually returned to normal. I said loudly, "Looks like the deal's done. We're leaving the land of waves immediately," Kakuzu said, dragging the bound Haiden behind him. Haiden struggled as his body scraped against the ground, leaving a shallow groove in the dirt. I let out a sigh of relief and said, "Maybe we'll have another chance to do business in the future." "Oh," Kakuzu paused in his tracks. Haiden, now dressed in a brand-new Akatsuki cloak with red clouds, followed behind, grumbling, "It's bad enough that I wasn't allowed to perform my ritual on the enemy, but then you went and let yourself be bought off. So much for principles. And my cloak was torn to shreds? What a hassle." Kakuzu stopped in his tracks, rummaged through his sleeve, and pulled out the forehead protector he had picked up earlier, tossing it to Haiden. Haiden caught it and looked at it in surprise. "Hey, Isn't this my forehead protector? Wow, you even went out of your way to pick it up for me. He leaned against Kakuzu's shoulder with a mischievous grin. Kakuzu, you actually have a soft side, huh? Kakuzu shrugged his shoulder to shake Haiden off, turning his face away and striding forward. Shut up and move, he said with a cold snort. Hey, wait for me. Haiden quickly tied the forehead protector around his neck to cover his stitched-up wound before catching up. You actually like me, don't you? If you say something that disgusting again, I'll kill you, Kakuzu growled. Don't be so shy, Kaku. Take your filthy hands off my shoulder. Under the setting sun, no matter how much Kakuzu struggled, Haiden stubbornly kept his arms slung over Kakuzu's shoulder as they walked further and further away. Zabuza and the others followed, not too far behind. Inari, still somewhat nervous, said those two are really strong. Big brother Naruto, do you always fight people like that? Zabuza interjected. It's rare to encounter monsters of that level. But Inari, remember this. No matter how strong the enemy is, they all have weaknesses. Gathering information during a fight is crucial. Just like this time. If Naruto hadn't known about those two beforehand, He trailed off. Now that he understood Haiden's ability, he felt confident that with Haku's support and his silent killing technique, they could win a fight. But if they had gone in blind, even the Hokage from the 5 great nations might have fallen victim to Haiden's ritual, let alone deal with that money-obsessed Kakuzu. Still, having handed over this month's earnings to that miser, Zabuza couldn't help but feel irritated. With my hands resting behind my head, I thought to myself, at the moment, their organization is still focused on gathering funds. They won't risk openly targeting Jinchuriki yet, as it would draw too much attention from the villages and disrupt their plans to capture the tailed beasts. I still have time. Up ahead, Haiden gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. I remember Uzumaki Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha, right? What are Itachi and Kisame doing? How did they let him sneak out here? Were they even watching in the Land of Fire? Kakuzu responded quietly. Although the leader promised a hefty reward for capturing Jinchuriki, the Land of Fire isn't under our jurisdiction. According to him, one of Konoha's legendary Sanin is currently there, and the leader doesn't want us drawing too much attention from other nations. A mask emerged from Kakuzu's collar, its 2 eyes sneakily observing me. Inwardly, Kakuzu thought, he looks like a simpleton, easy to fool. That Jiraiya guy is also filthy rich. I'll make sure to get my hands on their money first. I, too, thought to myself, Kakuzu's only motivated by money at this point. He really does seem like an easy mark. I need to figure out a way to send these two elsewhere, somewhere far away, for at least 7 or 8 years. In the most luxurious inn in the Land of Waves, a blonde beauty lay sprawled ungracefully on a bed, clutching a bundle of catnip to her nose and inhaling deeply. Her face lit up with a blissful expression as she stretched her neck, kicking her long legs wildly near her chin. By the time she snapped out of it, the bed was a complete mess. A soft, feminine voice echoed in her consciousness, sounding displeased. Don't use my body for such undignified behavior. The blonde beauty looked slightly troubled. Her waist-length golden hair had lost its luster, and her entire demeanor shifted to something colder. You said you wanted to come out for a breath of fresh air during a simple mission. As punishment, I'll be taking over for the next few days, she said. Apologies, Yujito. In the sealed space, 2 blue flame tails dragged along the ground, and ears drooped atop a head. Matatabi said with a hint of resentment that Zabuza really knows how to grasp a merchant's mindset. After just a few meetings over the past 6 months, he's already figured out my temperament. Meow. Ew. Yujito sighed helplessly and shook her head. Next, we still need to deal with that stubborn old man. I wish I could just whip those obstinate fools a few times. Matatabi licked its blue flames, smoothing them in one direction. Suddenly, it seemed to recall something and said with some confusion, when we were unloading earlier, that little Konoha boy gave me a familiar feeling. He might be someone I know, Meow. You should try interacting with him. Yujito, tidying up the bed, asked curiously, someone you know? Then she laughed. Don't make me laugh. That boy is barely a teenager. When could you have possibly met him? Her eyes widened in realization as she muttered, Jinchuriki? Of course. Jinchuriki are naturally drawn to each other. Meow. Matatabi spread its paws wide, stretching its mouth into a grin, and perked its ears, mimicking the nine tails. A cat's sense of smell and sixth sense never lie. He definitely has that guy's scent, meow. Yujito couldn't believe it. A Jinchuriki that young probably doesn't even have proper control over his tailed beast power. And at that age, Konoha actually let him leave the village? Are they idiots? They didn't even assign a skilled ninja to watch over him. Achoo! Jiraiya sneezed as he held a wine glass during his research. Oh my! Ninja-sama, you should take care of your health, said a sweet girl beside him. Rubbing his itchy nose, Jiraiya leaned closer to the girl and said, maybe it's all the sea breeze these past few days. I think I need your warmth to recover properly, my dear. Stop it, you're so naughty. Bang! The door burst open, revealing two figures in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Kakuzu narrowed his green bean-like eyes slightly as he noticed Jiraiya holding the girl. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. He set down his wine glass and said to the girl beside him, sweetheart, please step outside. What follows is a matter for men. As the bunny girl left, Haiden clicked his tongue and said, what a boring old man, wasting all that time on girls. Kakuzu nodded. Judging by the decor here, this place must have cost a fortune. Jiraiya observed their movements carefully. Seeing that they weren't making any immediate moves, he asked, so, what business do two members of the Akatsuki have with me? Surely you're not here to lecture me on my personal preferences? Oh man, the situation before Jiraiya was simply barbecued extremely tricky. Based on the intel he had, the Akatsuki members were all hexagonal warriors, ridiculously strong in every aspect, each possessing unique skills. If a fight broke out here, the surrounding civilians would be in huge trouble, creating a veritable disaster movie scene. It seems Jiraiya-sama knows us quite well. We're here to negotiate, Kakuzu said, sizing Jiraiya up. This old guy not only knew their background, but also faced the two of them without flinching, staying calm and composed. It was clear he was a smart ninja with immense confidence in his abilities. Negotiate? Jiraiya looked puzzled. At the request of my friend, the two of us will go to distant lands for a few years to help you record the customs and cultures along the way. But in return, you need to give us half of the profits from Make-Out Paradise moving forward. A half? Jiraiya was completely thrown off by this outrageous demand, shouting in shock. What kind of deal is this? And who's this friend you're talking about? I squeezed in between Kakuzu and Haiden, smiling as I said to Jiraiya, this is the agreement I made with them. Pervy's sage. Then, I wrapped my arms around theirs, looking as close as family. As long as we keep paying them, they'll stay out of the 5 great nations for several years. The small boat left the harbor, and Kakuzu stood at the bow, looking exhilarated. Over the years, everyone around him had kicked the bucket, leaving money as his only true friend, and there could never be too much of it. The task Naruto had entrusted him with made him forget all his worries. Haiden, who was rowing, pouted and complained, this trip will last at least 3 or 4 years, right? What about the boss's missions after that? Won't this count as skipping work? The organization pays you pretty well, too. In the game storyline, supervised by Kishimoto, Kakuzu was personally recruited by Zetsu and Itachi after being defeated, with a promise of an exorbitant salary that satisfied him. Making money isn't embarrassing, Kakuzu said, opening a savings account book given by Zabuza. The golden shimmer from inside was so bright that he quickly shut it. This trip to the land of waves was the right call. If we're quick, we might even return before the boss's plans kick off. He suddenly added, Haiden, thanks for coming with me. You're such a pain. Haiden feigned exasperation